On my way home, I bumped into an angry truant little boy who looked a lot like me. Little brat turned out to be the child my ex-girlfriend secretly gave birth to. As I picked up the crying boy from the ground, I asked him where he got hurt. I comforted him and told him I would take him to the hospital. Tears welled up in Yusheng's eyes as he looked at the man squatting in front of him, eyes filled with surprise. He broke into a smile and hugged my neck, calling me Dad. Dad, you're back. I missed you so much. Hearing this, I gently removed Yusheng's arms from around my neck and told him he had mistaken me for his father. Yusheng blinked his big eyes at me, carefully examining my face, realizing that I looked exactly like the man in the photo. You're lying. You are my dad. We look so alike. How could you not be? He protested. I explained that I might resemble his father, which is why he mistook me. Unable to leave the child alone, I asked him where his family was. He said his mother was at work and he had sneaked out of kindergarten. I then asked if he was hurt anywhere, and he mentioned his buttocks were sore from falling back after bumping into the car earlier. That uncle will take you to the hospital for a checkup first. Do you have your mom and dad's phone number? I carried Yusheng into the car and used the navigation to go to the nearest hospital, where I had the mom's phone number. Can you call your mom later and ask her to come to the hospital? If you don't want to call your mom, who would you like to call? Any adult at home is fine. I can call for you. Yusheng looked at me with innocent big eyes. Dad. I didn't know how to explain to him. I really wasn't his dad. I haven't even had a girlfriend. So how could I have such a big son? Later, I took Yusheng to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. The doctor handed me a series of test reports with a professional smile on his face. Sir, your son is very healthy. There are no issues. You can pack up and leave. I was a bit confused by what was said. What son? Yusheng heard the doctor and also say that he is my son. He was somewhat happy, but when he remembered that I had solemnly said he was not his father, his little face instantly drooped again. Are you really not my dad? Really not? Then why do you look so much like me? I also don't know how to answer this question, because if this kid doesn't say he looks like me, then it's just like looking in a mirror. If I keep talking, I'll start doubting if he's really my son. Hurry up and call your mom, or else uncle will have to take you to the police station later. Yusheng heard that he was going to be taken to the police station, and he was instantly scared. His mother said that only naughty children who don't listen have to be taken to the police station, and he didn't want to go. He reluctantly picked up the phone watch to call his mother, but after pressing it a few times, there was no response. I walked over and looked at his watch, asking, "What's wrong? Can't get through? It seems broken." Yusheng looked up at me, with a mix of innocence and grievance, probably because he had just fallen and hit the ground. I took out my phone and said, "Tell uncle your mom's phone number, and uncle will help you call." Yusheng recited a string of numbers, and I dialed out. "Hello," came a breathless voice from the other end, tinged with urgency. Yuji had just finished work and was getting ready to pack up and pick up his son from school when he received a call from Shen, the teacher at the kindergarten, saying that Yusheng had gotten into a fight with a classmate at school and then disappeared. Just as they were anxiously searching for him, Yuji's phone rang. "Hello? Hello, is this Yusheng's mom?" "Yes, please. Yusheng's little friend is now in Renei Eye Hospital. Please can you come over to pick him up now?" "Hospital? Why is my son in the hospital? Is he seriously injured?" Hearing that her son was in the hospital, Yuji almost panicked. The other party said it wasn't serious. Yusheng sighed in relief. Okay, I'll be right there. Please wait for me for a while." Mr. Shin was relieved to hear that the child had been found, but he didn't know how the child was doing now. Seeing that Yuji was a bit flustered and afraid that it would be dangerous for her to ride a bike, she suggested her. "Yusheng mom, it's too dangerous to ride a bike in your current condition. Why don't you leave the car at the school and we'll take a taxi there?" Yuji listened to Mr. Shin's advice, put the car in front of the school, asked the security guard to watch, and then took a taxi to the hospital with Mr. Shin. Yuji arrived at the hospital, rushed all the way into the ward where Yusheng was, looked at his son sitting on the hospital bed, went over and held his son in his arms, examined him carefully. "Baby, how are you? Where are you hurt?" "Mom, don't cry. I'm fine. Don't worry." Yusheng saw that her mom was so anxious that she was crying. She quickly comforted her mom and raised her little meaty hands to wipe Yuji's tears. The doctor saw Yuji as Smoke rushed into the ward, also rushed over to see what happened. "C is the child's mother, out to comfort. Miss Sister, the children are not hurt. Oh, healthy, you do not have to worry." Yuji heard the doctor said that the child is fine. This is really relieved. Mr. Shin saw the child is fine, also relieved, and Yuji said hello and left. Yusheng saw his mother's face slate to teach him a lesson and whispered, pointing to Yi Weisheng standing at the end of the bed. He said to Yuji, "Mom, Dad's back." "Huh?" Yuji was a little confused for a moment when she heard her son say that his father had returned. "Dad?" Yusheng nodded thievishly. "Aha, it's Dad. Right behind you. Are you sure? Aha. Exactly like the picture. But he's older now. Old? Yi Weisheng didn't make a sound, just stood there listening to this mother and son discussing him to his face. Hearing Yu Sheng say that he was old, and reached out and touched his face. Was he really old? Aha. Believe it or not. Yu Ji just too anxious. Yu Ji, I's only son, did not pay attention to other people in the hospital room. Will turn around, all of a sudden, and leaned against the wall, hands clasped chest, neatly looking at her. Yi Weisheng came to a four eyes. Yu Ji raised her eyes and saw Yi Weisheng was looking at her with a smile on his face. His pupils shrunk, his brain went blank, and his heartbeat seemed to have missed a beat. He's back. A few years have gone by, and that big sunny boy in the campus has grown into a mature and stable handsome type of man. After the breakup, Yu Ji changed the phone number. Yi Weisheng went abroad and did not use the previous number, so they do not know. Just that phone call across the street. Is two people familiar with each other? That familiar voice also changed its pitch with anxiety. The moment Yu Ji rushed into the hospital room, Yi Weisheng recognized her, the woman who had abandoned him for money. Looking at the frozen Yu Ji in front of him, Yi Weisheng's body seemed to be flashed by electric current. A tingling sensation spread throughout the body. Immediately after, a dense pain came from his heart. The parting scene on the college campus, the determined words and the resolute turning back appeared in front of his eyes once again, nearly piercing his eyes. His feelings for her for 3 years are not worth that measly $5 million. Oh, it's funny to think about. He's been abroad for the past 5 years, thinking about her every day. So many women have made advances to him, all of which he's rejected, and he's kept his body for her. And she's had a child with another man? And a man who looks like him? Is he his double? She said she was so heartless at the beginning, but it seems she doesn't have no feelings for him. She is a woman with a false heart. Or was this son originally his? Yi Weisheng looked at Yu Sheng's face. It really looked too much like him. If it really was his and her son, it would have been the night of his birthday before graduation. That was their first time with each other. Yu Ji does not know how to face this man. When she chased him, their university 3 years of affection, but also she took the leaf. Mother gave her 5 million to leave him. Yu Ji squeezed out a smile and said to Yi Weisheng with forced composure, "You're back. Did you save my son?" "Thank you." "Ha, I didn't save your son. I hit your son." "Ha, he hit his son?" Yu Ji looks back at Yu Sheng. "Aha, it was dad who hit me." "Oh, it's fine. Didn't the doctor say so? There is no injury. Then you don't need to compensate. We will leave first." Yu Ji finished saying that he picked up his son and was going to run away. Yu Ji ran out of the hospital room in a puff of smoke. Walking to the elevator, Yu Sheng saw Yi Weisheng walking slowly behind. "Mom, wait for dad." "Ah, shut up. He's not a dad," said Yu Sheng with a small mouth, not daring to say more. Yu Ji anxiously kept pressing the elevator. How come it does not come so high? She could not hold her son to take the stairs. The elevator has not yet come. Yi Weisheng followed up, looking at a face of anxiety. "Keep pressing the elevator button, Yu Ji." Yi Weisheng funny voice. "So anxious to go? Why? Heart weak? What am I vain about? I was trying to bring my son home early. It's late and he's hungry." "Mom, I'm not hungry yet." Yu Sheng glanced at his mom and then looked at his tall and handsome dad behind Yu Ji. His heart didn't need to be happy, as long as he could be with his dad. He wasn't hungry even if he didn't eat dinner tonight. "You're hungry." Yu Ji looked askance at his son. "Oh." Yu Sheng hugged her mother's neck, her little head leaning on her mother's shoulder as she looked at Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng winked at him, and Yu Sheng grinned happily. Noticing the interaction between the two, Yu Ji glared at his son, and Yu Sheng instantly shrunk his head to Yu Sheng's chest. "Is this how you teach your son? You scare him like this and he'll become very timid in the future." "Don't worry, my son's guts aren't small to scare. He would only get bigger the more he was scared. So skinny. I wonder if Yi Weisheng was like this when he was little." Yu Sheng heard also nodded to Yi Weisheng. "Aha, Dad." Yu Sheng wanted to say something to Yi Weisheng, but was glared at by Yu Ji and swallowed back. The elevator came. Yu Ji held his son into the elevator, pressed the first floor. Yi Weisheng followed in to cancel the first floor, pressed the negative floor. Yu Ji pressed another floor. Yi Weisheng cancelled. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to the first floor." "Go to the negative floor. I'll take you back." "No, I have my own car." Yu Ji pressed another floor. Yi Weisheng didn't confront her again. "Where is the child's father?" Yu Sheng heard Yi Weisheng ask about his father and hurriedly raised his head to look at Yi Weisheng, and was given a look by Yu Ji without opening his mouth. "At home." Yu Sheng looked at her mom, not understanding why her mom was lying. Dad was clearly here. "Yes, of course it is. Where else do you think it is? If the boy's father is at home, why is he calling me father? Why did you say I was back?" Yu Ji choked at the question. "You look too much like his father." So he recognized the wrong one. And what does it mean that I'm back? His dad recently traveled for business. Oh, how long has it been since you came back from your business trip? So much so that the child doesn't recognize his father. Yuji did not know how to answer him this question. Just at this time the elevator door opened. Yuji, as if relieved, lifted his feet and walked out. Yi Weisheng also followed behind and went out of the elevator. Yuji saw him following behind. Aren't you going to the negative floor? It's a bit stuffy after sitting for so long, so I came out to get some air. Yi Weisheng took a deep breath, and Yu Sheng looked at him to reveal his 8 teeth. Yuji didn't bother to pay attention to him and walked towards the hospital's main entrance. Yi Weisheng lifted his foot to follow. You still haven't answered my question. How long has the child's father been traveling on business? Yuji sullenly strides forward. Yi Weisheng idly follows behind, and Yu Sheng looks back and forth between mom and dad. Yuji annoyed. Long legs terrific she is walking so fast, he can still slow to follow up. Aren't you supposed to give me an explanation? What explanation do I need to give you? The baby daddy thing. Yuji stopped and looked back at Yi Weisheng. My child's father's matter. Why should I explain to you? You manage too much. I am the child's father. Why don't you explain to me? Yuji and Yu Sheng's series of reactions all made Yi Weisheng feel that the father of the child was him, and he was vaguely looking forward to it in his heart. Would this be their child? Who told you that you are the father of the child? Inexplicable. You want a child, you go have it yourself. Why come and rob my son? Yuji was very bitter. She didn't even plan to tell Yi Weisheng about the child. She planned to raise the child alone. The kid said it himself, didn't he? Yu Sheng, am I your father? Yes. Yu Sheng didn't understand why his mom kept saying that his dad wasn't his dad, but this was his dad, right? Baby, you're really mistaken. He's not your dad. Dad's still on a business trip and hasn't returned. Yuji attempted to convince his son. Yu Sheng deflated her mouth and said as she cried, Mom, you're lying. That classmate said that the baby doesn't have a father. That the baby is a wild child. The baby beat him up today. So do you think the baby has a father or not? Yuji heard her son's accusations heart pounding. She never thought about it. She felt that she gave her son to eat the best, wear the best, go to the best kindergarten. Her son will be able to grow up happily. But I did not realize that in school, the children love to compare. Yu Sheng's father has never been to school. Every activity is Yuji to go. Every day is also Yuji transport him to and from school. So the children will be that way to talk about him. I'm sorry baby, it's mommy's fault. Yuji also has no way. She also did not expect the bridge in the drama will be real in her. When they were about to graduate from university, Yi Weisheng told her that they would get married after graduating from university. So on Yi Weisheng's birthday night, they tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time and didn't do any measures. Just one day before graduation, Yi Weisheng's mom finds her and tells her that Yi Weisheng can't be with her and gives her $5 million to leave Yi Weisheng. Yuji did not like the drama. For love to give up all, she chose the 5 million, but also chose to fulfill Yi Weisheng's dream. She took the 5 million to Yi Weisheng, proposed to break up. She can never forget. Break up the day. Yi Weisheng looked at her with disappointed sad eyes. You think money is more important than me, don't you? Yi Weisheng asked these words with teary eyes. Yes. Yuji's decisive reply shattered all his illusions. Good. You don't want to regret it. Yi Weisheng left. They never saw each other again, and I heard that he left the country. Yuji returned to her hometown. Her mom and dad knew she was pregnant and the baby had no father, forcing her to abort the baby. Yuji refused to do so. She wanted to give birth to the baby. Yu's father was furious. In their place, girl's unmarried first child and no father. This will make them lifelong lift their head. Yu's mom also cried and advised her that it would be hard to find another one with a child. Yu's father said that if she didn't abort the baby, she would leave, and from then on, they would pretend that they had never had her as a daughter. They had all been parents before, so why couldn't they understand that she wanted to be a mother? Yuji left home again with her luggage, returned to H City. She did not go to work, with the money given to her by Ye's mother to buy a 2-bedroom apartment, quietly waiting for the birth of the child. After the birth of the baby, she has been to the baby to 3 years old. The child went to kindergarten. She went to find a job. Her son is very cute, although sometimes very naughty, making her laugh and cry. But the children, which is not naughty. She didn't want to get remarried. She wanted to just do it, work and raise her kids until they were grown. But who knew that something like this would happen, and that it was her ill consideration that had caused the child to suffer. Baby, don't cry. Baby has a daddy. Baby's daddy is tall, handsome and capable. Yuji wiped her son's tears while comforting him. Baby wants to see daddy. Okay, mom will go back and call dad. Let dad come back. Baby, don't cry anymore. Let's go home. Yuji, holding the child, walked to the side of the road, remembered that her car is still in the school. Can only hold her son in one hand to stop the car. Yu Weisheng turned back and quickly went to the negative floor and drove the car out and parked it in front of their mother and son. Get in. I'll send you back. No. I'll just take a taxi. Yu Ji privately did not want his son to spend too much time with Yu Weisheng. Yu Weisheng got out of the car and helped them open the door. It's not good to take a taxi here. Get in the car. The children's school bags are still in the car. Yu Sheng shouted, my school bag. So he went down from Yu Ji's hand and climbed into the car by himself. Yu Ji had no choice but to follow. That trouble you. Yu Ji gave Yu Weisheng the address. And Yu Weisheng drove the car slowly on the road. Sitting in the car, Yu Sheng was very happy. Looking here for a while, touching there for a while, saying a few words to Yu Weisheng from time to time. The two of them talked and laughed all the way. Yu Weisheng saw Yu Ji silently looking out the car window in the rearview mirror, not knowing what he was thinking. Yu Sheng looks like him, but he sits with Yu Ji and resembles him, so does this child look like him or her? I'm very good at fighting. Today that boy scolded me. I punched him with one punch and he got a nosebleed. Yu Sheng is still talking to Yu Weisheng about his great achievements today. Completely unaware of the side of the Yu Ji has been a little anxious. I also have to go to the school tomorrow to apologize to that classmate's parents. You can't do that in the future. You can't move and hit people. It's not right. But he scolded me. He said I was a fatherless bastard, said Yu Sheng, a little aggravated because he couldn't say anything else, and he had never met his father. He's wrong for cursing, but you're also at fault for hitting someone. So tomorrow mom will go to the school and make that classmate apologize to you, but you'll have to apologize to him too. Okay? Got it. Yu Sheng agreed obediently. Yu Weisheng looked at the back of the mother and child, and did not answer, all the way to drive to the door of Yu Ji's neighborhood. Yu Weisheng did not look at Yu Ji, but said to Yu Sheng, baby, can you invite uncle to your home to drink a cup of tea? Yes. Yu Sheng happily agreed, looking up at Yu Ji with a face full of anticipation. Yu Ji refused expressionlessly. I'm sorry Mr. Yi, we still have things to deal with back there. It may not be convenient. Yu Sheng instantly hung his head full of disappointment. Although Yu Ji's heart ached for his son, he was ruthless and rubbed his son's head. Say goodbye to uncle. Let's go home. Yu Sheng opened his mouth and looked at Yu Weisheng aggressively. Bye uncle. Yu Weisheng didn't force himself and smiled as he waved his hand to Yu Sheng. Bye. Yu Sheng followed Yu Ji step by step into the neighborhood until they were out of sight. Then Yu Weisheng drove away. Back in their cozy little home, Yu Ji began to cook dinner for her son, thinking about how to find a father for him while cooking. How about renting one online the next time there's a school event? Yu Sheng ran to his room to find out the photo of his father that Yu Ji gave him, and took it to Yu Ji and held up his hand in front of him. Mom, look at today's dad, and this dad is not exactly the same? Yu Ji looked at the photo and didn't retort. So today's dad is this dad, right? Baby, the world is full of people who are not related but look alike. So how can the baby be sure that he is daddy? Yu Sheng didn't understand what mom meant by that. Can't you be sure it's dad even if he looks so much alike? The baby just thinks he's the daddy. The baby thinks he's the baby's daddy at the first sight. Yu Ji also do not know what to say. Perhaps this is blood is thicker than water. Yu Ji made dinner and Yu Sheng was still holding the photo and looking left and right. Okay, put the photo in your room and then come out and wash your hands for dinner. Today's exercise was relatively heavy, and when she heard her mom yell for dinner, Yu Sheng also felt hungry and rushed to do as she was told. Royal feast in the private box on the top floor. Yu Weisheng's several diehards have long been waiting impatiently. See Yu Weisheng into the door. One by one began to whine. Lin Zijie took the lead and said snidely, I say boss Yi, do you still have to put on a makeup or something? Our brothers and sisters have waited for the flowers to be ready. Wu Sikai is also not willing to lag behind. That's right, they are all old acquaintances, who still don't know who draw what makeup Mature and steady Gu Xiaocheng directly a bottle of wine on the table. You see for yourself. Alright, punish yourself 3 times. Yu Weisheng picked up the bottle and drank 3 glasses in a row. It's still boss Yi who's cool. What's going on today? I said I'd arrive long ago, but it turns out I'm only here now. You're not such an unpunctual person. There was a bit of an emergency on the way, so I was delayed. How's that working out? Don't worry. Small problem. Degree. After eating dinner, Yu Ji washed his son and lay on the bed to put Yu Sheng to sleep. Yu Sheng blinked her big eyes and looked at her mom. Mom, I think this dad is quite good. Even though he's a bit older, he's quite handsome too. Yu Ji was a bit speechless. Where is he old? Obviously only 27 years old. In the prime of life. How come she was old in her son's eyes? She thought it was still as handsome as before. Look at that dress he's wearing today. That's only for old men. Young men should wear casual clothes, just like Uncle Wang next door. Handsome. Yu Ji thought back to Yu Weisheng's dress today. A black customized suit, tailored slim and decent. A head of broken hair clean and sharp. The features are more rigid than before. with a mature and stable atmosphere. Yi Weisheng was already taller with 1.8 m or so, and his perfect body was practiced through years of sports, although he didn't know if he still loved sports now, but from the appearance, he was still a perfect type of man. Then since he's old, mommy will find you a young daddy. Okay, it's better not to. Old is a bit old, but the looks are okay, we'll be able to look. Yi Weisheng didn't realize that his stunning face that had charmed thousands of young girls was only okay looking in his son's eyes, and he would be able to look at it. And you picked it out yourself? My own father. Of course I have to pick and choose. I don't want the one who looks too ugly. Bring it out that is to be laughed at by classmates. Yuji scraped his son's little nose. What do you know? Appearance is only a part of a person's body. We have to be good at discovering other people's inner beauty. How can I discover his inner beauty when I don't even want to look at him because he doesn't look good on the outside? The kid's reasoning is still all over the place. You're too young to understand this now. You'll know when you grow up later. Growing up and liking ugly people? Then I'd better not grow up. Stinky boy. Don't think about that nonsense. Hurry up and go to bed. Or if you can't get up in the morning, mommy will have to spank you. Don't. I'll be asleep in a minute. Small children are carefree and say sleep and close their eyes in no time to let out an even breath. Here came the child's murmur. Yuji put over to listen carefully. Yu Sheng milky words into the ears of Yuji. Mom, I want this father. Yuji helplessly smiled. Help the child cover the quilt. Turn off the light lying on the bed. The past scene by scene like a tide back. So clear. As if yesterday. Freshman enrollment day. Yuji met Yi Weisheng in front of the school. Even though it is a simple attire. A white tee, black slacks, white sneakers, walking in the crowd is still so outstanding. Yuji wanted to be able to let him be his boyfriend. How good it is. At that time, many female classmates are secretly in love with Yi Weisheng. In school Yi Weisheng can be said to be a bully in the bully. And she is at best a scum. Yuji chased Yi Weisheng for a year. Every day to create a variety of chance encounters. Then one day, Yi Weisheng said to Yuji, this debate competition, if you can win the prize, I promise to be with you. At that time, the scum Yuji soaked in the library every day, looking up information to write the debate. The college entrance exams have not been so serious. The second semester of the freshman debate, Yuji won the championship. She was so happy that she took the trophy and ran to Yi Weisheng. I won the championship. Yi Weisheng, you are the one who said that we would be together if I won the award. So don't go back on your words. Later, Yuji asked Yi Weisheng, when did you start liking me? Yi Weisheng's answer was, it started when I saw the confident, dazzling, sparkling Yuji in the debate. Yi Weisheng told her. In fact, his intention is not to Yuji every day to pester him, want to find something for her to do. He knows Yuji's grades are not good, debate is not outstanding, so he raised this request, want to let Yuji difficult to retreat, where I know that she really won the award, but also won the championship. Yi Weisheng said, you still have a talent for learning, but you're not using it in the right way. Chasing you is also considered the right way. As long as I can chase you such a good person, it is also considered to have done something great. Yuji was so answered at that time. They were only officially together at the beginning of their sophomore year, and for the next 3 years they had a great relationship and were very happy and blessed together. Yi Weisheng's family is rich. Yuji is aware of, but what she does not know is that Yi Weisheng's Yi family is H City's largest enterprise Weiqi group, just when they were longing for a better life in the future. Yi's mother found her and told her that Yi Weisheng was going to study abroad and couldn't stay in the country with her, and if he didn't go, then he wouldn't be qualified to take over the family business. As the successor of the Yi group, Yi Weisheng must go abroad to receive succession training, and his future marriage partner must be the daughter of an entrepreneur who is a good match for the Yi family. Yi Weisheng also has a cousin. The two of them are going to compete for the position of successor. Yi Weisheng has high hopes. Since childhood he has worked very hard. His academic performance is very good. He has a great future. Yi's mother asked her not to delay him. Yuji was born in an ordinary family of workers. Mom and dad are enterprise workers. Naturally cannot be compared with the Yi family, such as family business family. If Yi Weisheng didn't take over the family business, then he could only find an ordinary job and live an ordinary life in the future. And then there was no way for him to realize all those ideals and ambitions. That day, Yuji just found out that she was pregnant. She was so happy, but before she had time to share the good news with Yi Weisheng, she first learned about Yi Weisheng's true identity. Yi Weisheng has goals and ideals she also knows. She believes that even if there is no name of successor of Wichita Group, he can still have his own career. But in that case, he will be very hard, very difficult. Now this society, platforms and relationships are sometimes more important than efforts and talent. Yuji is in love with Yi Weisheng. Very much in love. If her existence will make Yi Weisheng this life nothing, then she is willing to give in. But she wanted to have the baby. It was a child for both of them. A child she had been quite looking forward to. She didn't have the arrogance to think that she could have a baby on her own as soon as she graduated and earn her own money to support it. That's why she accepted the $5 million check from Mother Yi, so that she wouldn't have to worry about money and could have more time to take better care of her child and give him a better life. The next day they graduated. Yuji broke up with Yi Weisheng. In the campus playground, that's where Yuji and Yi Weisheng had their first date holding hands. Yuji said to Yi Weisheng, "Let's break up." Yi Weisheng's smile froze on his face. "What did you say?" "I say let's break up. Graduation season is also called breakup season, don't you know?" Yi Weisheng didn't believe that Yuji really wanted to break up with him. "Stop it. What do you see here?" Yi Weisheng pulled out the good ring he prepared in advance. He had planned to propose to her today. He knew at a very young age that the heir to the Yi family would have to go abroad to study, and he also knew that he wouldn't have the qualifications to be the heir if he didn't go abroad to receive training. But he didn't care. After graduation, he can start his own business. He is confident that with his ability to create a company belonging to him and Yuji, two people is not difficult. So he had a fight with his mom and said he was willing to give up his heirship for Yuji. And he went and bought the ring. And he's going to ask Yuji to marry him and fulfill his promise to her. "I don't like it. Break up," Yuji said and turned his head to leave. "So what kind do you like? Let's go buy it together." Yi Weisheng tugged on Yuji's hand, not allowing her to leave. "I said I don't like you. Isn't that true?" "Huh?" Yuji froze at his thoughtless question. "My mom said you took her $5 million to break up with me?" "Yes." Yuji stalked his neck, holding back tears. "I'm not as important as that $5 million in your eyes? I can earn you many $5 million later." "Yes. I just want the $5 million. And who knows what happens after that? Do you trust me that little?" I only believe in money." "Yuji, don't regret it." Yuji walked away without looking back, not caring about how Yi Weisheng shouted behind him. If she didn't leave, he was going to see her face full of tears. Yuji is full of the past. The corner of the eye there are tears slowly flowing down. Yuji pulled the quilt to cover her head. All this is her own choice. There are no ifs in this world, only consequences and results. Degree. Early the next morning, Yi Weisheng waited at the door of Yuji's neighborhood. He thought about it all night last night, and according to yesterday, even if Yu Sheng is not his child, and Yuji is now single, then he can still be Yu Sheng's father, right? That woman, he can't forget for the rest of his life. If those buddies found out about this love brain offense, they would have to make fun of it. Seeing Yuji pulling the bouncing Yu Sheng to the entrance of the neighborhood, Yi Weisheng got out of the car and walked over. Yu Sheng immediately saw Yi Weisheng walking over around the front of the car. Her eyes were shining and she greeted Yi Weisheng with surprise. "Dad." A dad did not finish shouting. Was Yuji glared at? Immediately changed his words. "Uncle. Good morning. Good morning, Yu Sheng." Yi Weisheng smiled and greeted Yu Sheng, looking at Yuji's face that couldn't hide her fatigue even though she had put on makeup. "Didn't you have a good rest last night?" Yuji is not well rested. She did not sleep a night last night. Thinking of this sudden return of the annoying spirit, how can she sleep? "Why are you here? I'll walk you to kindergarten." When these words came out, Yu Sheng looked at Yi Weisheng in surprise, while Yuji looked at Yi Weisheng in horror. Yi Weisheng rubbed Yu Sheng's little head and said to Yuji, "Didn't Yu Sheng's classmate say yesterday that he didn't have a father? And if you go and explain it 10,000 times today, it won't be as useful as if I stood there. So I'm going to go and support Yu Sheng's little friend today." "Aha! Thank you, uncle." Yu Sheng grabbed Yi Weisheng's hand, his little head nodding fast. "You can't call me uncle. You have to call me daddy." Yu Sheng's eyes lit up and she happily called out, "Daddy. Good boy. Get in the car." Yi Weisheng opens the car door for mother and son. Yu Sheng happily climbs into the car and doesn't forget to greet Yuji. "Mom, get in the car or you'll be late." Yuji looked at the car smiling, happy son. Yi Weisheng, right? Even if she went to explain 1,000 times, are not as useful as Yu Sheng, a living father standing there. The child is still small. He should not bear the gossip because of her. Yuji said thank you to Yi Weisheng and got into the car. Yi Weisheng smiled, closed the car door, went around the front of the car and got in. Yu Sheng children acted as a navigator to show Yi Weisheng the way. "It's that kindergarten out front. Dad, you park outside and we'll walk in together. Okay?" How could Yi Weisheng not know what the little one was thinking? And directly steered. "Okay, we'll park here." Yuji heard Yu Sheng's request and touched his son's head with a heartbreaking feeling. "I'm sorry, it's mom who made you suffer. At this time is the peak time to send children. Many parents are with their children towards the school." Yi Weisheng parked the car in the roadside parking space. Yu Sheng out of the car with one hand pulling his mother with one hand holding Yi Weisheng, jumping towards the school. On the road many students and parents are on. This family of three cast envious eyes. Yi Weisheng is very tall and stocky, features hard and stylish. Yuji already looks beautiful. Height is also 1 meter 6'8". The combination of handsome men and beautiful women and then add a little baby. Eye-catching, countless. Envious of the other people. Some of Yu Shang's classmates saw him and took the initiative to greet him. Yu Shang, is this your father? The kindergarten children all said that Yu Shang only had a mom and no dad. And now that they saw Yu Shang's dad standing right in front of them, they all stared at Yu Weisheng with wide eyes. Well, this is my dad. Yu Shang happily introduced Yu Weisheng to his classmates, his eyes narrowing into slits. Your dad is so handsome. That's for sure. He's my dad. Yu Shang tilted his head with a haughty little look when he heard his classmates praising his dad. Yuji saw such a son, both heartache and guilt. Such a confident son walking in front of the school. She is still the first time to see it. It is true that the father's love is not she can give. The kindergarten teacher was at the entrance of the school to welcome every arriving child. And Yu Shang's teacher also saw the family of 3 walking towards the school entrance. Yesterday the teacher had already met Yu Weisheng in the hospital room. She didn't know it was the child's parents, so she didn't say hello. At this moment, the 3 of them walked towards the school together. And at a fixed glance, Yu Shang and Yu Weisheng looked so much alike that they were practically carved out of the same mold. The little friends said that Yu Shang didn't have a father. And they, the teachers, had never seen Yu Shang's father come to school. So they also thought that Yu Shang was a single parent. But they didn't expect that a family of 3 had come to school together today. Yu Weisheng sends Yu Shang to the classroom. The children look at the enlarged version of Yu Shang. And the rumor that Yu Shang doesn't have a father breaks down. In the teacher's office, the parents of the child who was hit with a nosebleed by Yu Shang yesterday were also there. And they had long heard their son say that this Yu Shang didn't have a father. They had come to the school for several events. And every time Yu Shang only had her mom. And her dad never showed up. So they also thought that Yu Shang just didn't have a dad. Their son had only told the truth and was beaten by Yu Shang to the point of nosebleed. They must ask Yu Shang's mom today how she educated her children. The pair of parents waited aggressively for Yuji's arrival. Yuji walked in front, and Yu Weisheng held Yu Shang in the back. If in the past, Yu Shang was afraid of such a scene, because all the other classmates came with their moms and dads, and he only had his mom, and the dads of those classmates were all very mean, and he was scared, but this time he wasn't afraid. He also had a father. Yu Shang tilted his head and looked at Yu Weisheng beside him. Yu Weisheng felt the child's gaze and clenched his fists, cheering him up. Yu Shang raised a big smile and followed Yu Weisheng into the office. The teacher saw Yuji walk into the office and greeted her with a smile. Yu Shang's mom, you're here. Yes, sensei. I've caused you trouble again. The parents of the beaten classmates see Yuji went in, stood up and aggressively questioned Yuji. Yu Shang's mother, how do you teach your children? Yu Shang is still so young and so violent. How can you grow up in the future? I think if you can't teach Yu Shang, let Yu Shang's father teach him. They had concluded that Yu Shang was a single parent. So they deliberately humiliated Yuji by saying to him that they would let Yu Shang's father teach. Yu Weisheng, who was walking behind, just entered the door and heard such a sentence. He walked up, with a kind of aura of non-angry self-will. This gentleman, may I ask how my wife didn't teach my son well? As far as I know, it was your son, who insulted my son with his words, and it was my son who hit your son, right? Yuji turned his head to look at Yu Weisheng, who walked in against the light, tall, with an angular face and sharp eyes, giving people a feeling of self-contained authority without anger. He walked to Yuji's side and stood side by side with her, his sharp eyes like cold ice looking at the father of the beaten classmate. As soon as the father of the beaten classmate saw Yu Weisheng, his anger weakened, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. His son said that Yu Shang didn't have a father, and now Yu Shang's father was standing in front of them, so their son was just making up nonsense about Yu Shang. The mother of the beaten classmate was dumbfounded at the sight of her husband being questioned. Although it was indeed their son's fault, their son had only said a few words, but Yu Shang had beaten their son's nosebleed out. At the thought of this, the mother of the beaten classmate immediately felt justified, although a little afraid of Yu Weisheng's air of superiority, but still stalked his neck and said, "Our son just said a few words, and was beaten by your son with a nosebleed. Your children are also too violent, and you as parents don't know how to teach your children to apologize. My son said that it's not the first time your son has said this about him. He has put up with him for a long time. And your son is still getting the better of him. You guys don't know how to teach your children yourselves, and my son was kind enough to help you teach him a lesson, and you guys don't thank him. You're still here accusing him. It's no wonder that your son is so unaware of what's good for him." Mom of beaten classmate dislikes. Yuji glanced at Yu Weisheng beside him. Why didn't he realize he was so toxic before? Yu Weisheng looked at the couple, and then glanced at Little Bit, who was so frightened that he hid behind his parents. Finally, he said to the teachers who stood aside and did not dare to squeak, "I am usually just very busy at work, so I don't have the time to come to school, but you, as teachers, Let the little children pass on the rights and wrongs of their classmates. How much damage will it do to the children's hearts? I think you guys should know, right? The teacher hurriedly apologized. Yes, this time it was indeed a dereliction of duty on our part. Please forgive me, and I promise it will never happen again. Yi Weixiong nodded. Then I'll trouble the teacher. My son has always been a good boy, never hitting people randomly unless someone purposely angers him, Yi Weixiong said at the end, and then glanced at the parents of the beaten classmates who were standing at the side, with a warning meaning. Now please have your sons apologize to my son. Although the parents of the beaten classmate were upset, Yi Weixiong knew at a glance that he was not to be messed with, so he had to pull his son out and ask him to apologize to Yu Shang. I'm sorry. Yu Shang was happy to hear his classmates apologizing to him because in the past, he and his mom were the ones who apologized to others. It's okay. Yu Shang glanced at her mother and Yu Ji nodded at Yu Shang. I have to apologize to you as well. I shouldn't have hit you, but if you dare to talk about me next time, I'll still hit you. Yu Shang finished ignoring Yu Ji's unkind eyes, grabbed Yi Weixiong's hand and leaned behind him. After the matter was dealt with, the teacher led the two children to their classrooms and both parents walked out of the school. The parents of the beaten classmate ran away as if they were being chased by a ghost as soon as they left the school. Go! I'll drive you to work. No, thank you for today. I'll just ride my own bike, Yu Ji said and went to the janitor's office to roll out her little electric donkey. Yi Weixiong looked at the electric car Yu Ji was pushing, with all kinds of small hangings and stickers hanging on it. It was very cute. It was her style. Is that what you use to transport your kids? Yeah, what's the problem? It's not safe. What's not safe? My son and I love it. I'm going to work. Bye, Yu Ji said and put on his helmet, leaving Yi Weixiong a dashing back. Yi Weixiong had just gotten into his car when he received a call from his secretary. Boss, why haven't you come yet? All the company's shareholders are waiting for you. Just wait. If they don't wait for me, do they want me to wait for them? The secretary was instantly silenced. The boss was as venomous as ever. Secretary Lee wanted to cry, hung up the phone and turned around, scratching at the office door. He wanted to kick the door in what was going on. He is just a small secretary. Just want to go to work every day to earn a little nest egg. Why are they all to make things difficult for him? Secretary Lee did a mental build-up. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Moving his facial muscles and piling up a professional fake smile, he pushed open the door of the conference room. All shareholders, please wait for a moment. There is a bit of traffic jam on the road. The president will be here soon. All the shareholders stared at him expressionlessly, and Secretary Lee's scalp went numb. Why are you staring at him? He's not the president. Even if you stare at him, he won't be able to change into a president. Today is the first shareholders meeting of Yi Weixiong as the president of Wichita Group. Those old-timers wanted to give Yi Weixiong a downward spiral. Who would have thought that Yi Weixiong would directly let them wait for him here for more than an hour? It's true that you're young and young at heart. You're not at all composed. We'll have to talk about it later. Yi Weixiong parked his car downstairs at the company, and the security guard respectfully took the car keys. Good morning, President. Morning. Yi Weixiong stepped into the group's building, and the employees coming and going greeted the newly appointed young president. Wow. It's the president. The president is so handsome. I decided to stop fanning manager Zhang. I'm going to start fanning the president. A chubby girl's eyes bubbled pink. The president's body is so perfect. If I could be his girlfriend for one night, I would be willing to gain 20 pounds. A thin girl beside her looked the fat girl up and down with disdain. Che, just you? The president wouldn't want you to gain 100 pounds. The fat girl was unconvinced. If I can't, can you? That's not necessarily true. The skinny girl ruffled her hair demurely. The lobby manager walked over and squinted at a group of nymphomaniac women. Don't you want to do it? Surrounded here chattering about the president. Don't want to do it. Pack up and leave. The crowd dispersed. After all, it wasn't easy to get a job at Wichita, and they didn't want to have to go out and look for another job. Yi Weixiong's arrival caused a commotion among the female colleagues in the company, but he didn't have the time to take care of it. The elevator went straight to the conference room on the 29th floor, pushing the door in. With a leather shoe stepping in, Secretary Lee instantly felt that the president was the god of heaven descending, and he was finally relieved. I'm sorry I'm late. I've kept you all waiting. The morning rush hour in the country is really not a normal traffic jam. The low pressure in the conference room instantly dissipated quite a bit because of Yi Weixiong's entry. Yi Weixiong, regardless of the blackened faces of the sitting shareholders, walked in and sat on the innermost boss chair. Secretary Lee, start. Yes. Secretary Lee turned on the projector and began today's meeting. Yi Weixiong spoke eloquently about the group's projects, pinpointing the problems and proposing solutions for each item discussed, and the directors were impressed by the young president. Looks like this one's a real piece of work, not a straw man. The entire meeting went very smoothly. Except that in the end, the directors told Yi Weisheng that he was still young, so the directors unanimously decided to give Yi Weisheng a chance to exercise. The first project that Yi Weisheng took over in the company was a rotten building. How could he not know the scheming of this group of old foxes? Wasn't it because they saw him as young and easy to bully? He won't take it. What can you do? President, just entered the group. This project is just right for you to practice. No need. Director Wu, my hands are well practiced. Is the president unsure of himself? We can. Director Zhang is overly concerned. I am very confident in myself. Yi Weisheng directly interrupted his tall tale, infuriating Director Zhang to the point of turning blue. Director Wang was just about to open his mouth when Yi Weisheng spoke before him. Director Wang, your wig is crooked. Director Wang hurriedly took out a mirror to look at the wig on his head, and sure enough, it was a bit crooked. The new one is not good, or the previous one is good to wear. The people in the conference room looked at Director Wang's actions and looked down to stifle their laughter. And Director Gu, that nose hair of yours should be trimmed. It's leaking money. Director Gu hurriedly covered his nose. Would it leak money if his nose hair was exposed? Director Chen, you drank that water in, so don't spit it into the cup again. It's not hygienic. Director Chen coughed in embarrassment. This was all seen by him. He only threw up once today. Director Wei Director Wei looked at Yi Weisheng. Was there anything wrong with him today? You are fine today. Oh, good for you, Ghost. Everyone pay attention, huh? We represent the whole group. Our image is the image of the group. Today's meeting is here. Adjourn. Yi Weisheng finished his speech and got up to leave. This group of old foxes really thought that he was soft, thinking that by asking those tricky questions, they could make it difficult for him and give him a hard time? Dream on. Yi Weisheng returned to the president's office on the top floor and sat in the wide boss chair as Secretary Li held a dozen documents for him to sign. Yi Weisheng signed the document out of focus. Secretary Li thought it was that document out of the question. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe. However, Yi Weisheng hadn't moved. Secretary Li looked at the newly appointed president and couldn't figure out what kind of temper he had. So he tentatively called out, President? Yu Shang's phone watch was broken. Yi Weisheng was still thinking about buying a phone watch for Yu Shang and didn't pay any attention to the secretary calling him. Secretary Li a burst of speechless. This how to sign a word are in a daze completely unlike just in the conference room the domineering president. Secretary Li raised her volume a decibel. President, Yi Weisheng came back to his senses and looked up at Secretary Li with some confusion in his eyes. President, is there anything wrong with this document? Secretary Li carefully stared at Yi Weisheng. Oh, no. Yi Weisheng quickly signed and handed it to Secretary Li. Secretary Li, do you know which brand of phone watch is better? Phone watch? The president wants a phone watch? Didn't you say this one isn't married yet? What's he buying a phone watch for? To give to a friend's kid? Well, you know what? Yi Weisheng had never bought one before, not knowing what kind was better. And he didn't know if this new secretary had children. Our company has a newly developed children's phone watch. President, do you want to give it to your friend's child? Does it work? Secretary Li was dumbfounded by Yi Weisheng's question of giving away his head, their own product. Could he say in front of the president that it didn't work well? It would have to be. It works well. Well, bring me one of those. Now, is there a problem? No problem. President, you wait a moment. Secretary Li hugged the documents and went out with big strides. Not long after, they took a phone watch from their company and handed it to Yi Weisheng. President, the watch you wanted. Yi Weisheng took it, directly unwrapped it, held it in his hand and began to study it. How does this work? This I will. This product was the first new product he had come into contact with when he joined the company, and Secretary Li was quite knowledgeable about it. You see, press here is turned on. We have this product also with voice recognition. For example, you want to make a phone call. You press this button. Say, shall we call whoever, he automatically dialed. And WeChat. You can also take pictures. Where's the deposit number? Pressing here takes you to the main menu page. And this is the address book. Yi Weisheng clicked in and saved his phone number into his watch. And President, we this watch in order to better protect parental information. After the phone number is saved, you can only see the name of the note. The phone number is hidden. Cannot see. Does this have to be plugged into a phone card? Wanted. Yi Weisheng went through all the other functions in the phone watch and asked Secretary Li if he didn't understand anything. Yi Weisheng started to kick people out after he figured out the watch. Alright, you go to work. Yes, President. Secretary Li also didn't expect that his first private communication with the president was actually teaching the president to use a children's phone watch. Yi Weisheng frequently looked at the time on his wristwatch, and for the first time, he felt how time passed so slowly. He even wondered if the watch was broken. It's 4:30. 4:50, that's great. 10 minutes to go. It's 4:55 and ready to pack up. At 4:58, Yi Weisheng turned off his computer, picked up his cell phone and phone watch, and headed for the office door. As he passed by the secretary's desk, Yi Weisheng greeted Secretary Li, "Get off work," and walked towards the elevator. Secretary Li glanced at the time 1700 hours on his computer. One more look at the president who had disappeared into the elevator entrance. Off duty. Bosses don't like overtime yet. Oh ho! Secretary Li couldn't help but dance a shrimp kalaka, humming a little tune as she packed up her things to leave work. Secretary Li was as happy as could be. He hadn't gotten out of work this punctually since he'd become a secretary. New president. Love. Yi Weisheng directly went down to the negative floor and drove his overbearing Maybach towards the kindergarten. Picking up his son from school for the first time today, Yu Sheng must be surprised to see him later. Coming in at 100 miles an hour, the navigation was already warning him that he was speeding, but his excited heart wouldn't allow his foot to leave the gas. A 20-minute journey. Yi Weisheng became more and more irritable as he drove. Is this kid in front of you learning to crawl like a turtle? Driving so slow. Damn. Is this melon child flying an airplane? He's going so fast. Trying to overtake him? No way. If Secretary Li saw this scene, afraid to shock off his jaw, where is his mature and stable domineering president? This is clearly a guilty of road rage street skaters. Well, Yu Ji also got off work at 5 o'clock, so usually Yu Sheng was one of the last few kids to be picked up, while other kids were happily looking for their parents at the door as soon as school was over. He just had to sit and wait patiently, and by the time those classmates were almost gone, his mom would be there too. Just when Yu Sheng was bored, a tall and handsome figure appeared in front of the school. The teacher at the school gate recognized this at once. Yu Sheng's father, who had appeared only this morning. Yu Sheng's father. You are free to pick up Yu Sheng today. Yes, Mr. Teacher. It's an early day. When Yu Sheng saw Yi Weisheng, he instantly jumped up from the stool in surprise. Dad! Son of a bitch! Yi Weisheng waved his hand at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng grabbed her book bag and ran towards the door. The teacher opened the guardrail for Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, are you happy that Daddy came to pick you up from school today? Happy. Yu Sheng ran to Yi Weisheng and grabbed his hand. Dad! Yi Weisheng rubbed Yu Sheng's little head. Say goodbye to your teacher. Bye teacher. Bye Yu Sheng. The teacher looked at the back of Yi Weisheng walking farther and farther away. Cannot help but sigh. No wonder every school activity is Yu Sheng mother. If my husband is so handsome, I do not want him to go out. So a face that attracts bees and butterflies. Go out this how dangerous nah. Yu Sheng held Yi Weisheng's hand and walked towards the parking space with a bounce. Dad, why are you free to pick me up today? Wouldn't it be nice if I picked you up? Yes. It's great that Daddy came to pick me up. Then how about Daddy picks you up every day from now on? Really? Dad, you're coming to pick me up every day? Yu Sheng looked at Yi Weisheng with disbelief. If you want to, said Yi Weisheng and paused. Yu Sheng jumped up. I want to every day. Okay, Daddy will come to pick you up every day. Yi Weisheng picked Yu Sheng up and put him on his shoulders, causing Yu Sheng to scream a series of times. Yi Weisheng made up his mind that if his mother was indifferent to him, he would first take care of his son. And when he had his son in his hands, he was afraid that his mother wouldn't be able to get his hands on him. Yu Sheng carefully held Yi Weisheng's head. He had seen other children before, sitting on their father's shoulders like this, and he wanted to try what it felt like. But his dad wasn't home, so today he finally experienced it. So high, fresh and exciting. It's good to have a dad. Before the two of them could get to the car, Yu Ji came breezing in on her little electric donkey. Mom! Yu Ji today took a difficult customer late left a while. She was worried about today came too late. Yu Sheng will not be angry with her. It far away seems to hear the son's voice, which has not yet arrived at the school gate. Could it be that the son himself ran out again? Yu Sheng hurriedly braked the car and looked around. Across the road Yu Sheng sat on Yi Weisheng's shoulder and waved at her. Yu Ji's shoulders crossed. Why is he here again? Yu Ji waved his hand at his son, and Yu Sheng's voice came back. Mom, don't come over. I'll go over. Yi Weisheng took advantage of the fact that there were no cars to the left or right and ran quickly across the road with Yu Sheng on top. Yu Ji parked the car on the side of the road, just next to Yi Weisheng's Maybach. Yu Ji reached out to carry Yu Sheng down and looked at Yi Weisheng. Why are you here? Mom, Dad is here to pick me up from school. Yu Sheng stood on the ground, holding her mom in one hand and her dad in the other. So happy. Well, I'm here to pick up my son from school. Yi Weisheng, I know. You don't have to say. Yi Weisheng interrupted Yu Ji's words. He knew that Yu Ji would definitely want to tell him that Yu Sheng is not his son. Not now, does not mean that it is not in the future. What happened to them contacting their feelings first? Yi Weisheng lowered his head and looked at the little dot that was tilting his head to look at them. Yu Sheng, Daddy has prepared a gift for you. Oh. Yu Sheng's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Dad is giving me a present? Yu Weisheng opened the car door and took the phone watch out. Nah, see if you like it. Yu Sheng took the box handed over by Yu Weisheng with both hands and opened it. Wow, it's a phone watch. Yu Sheng took the watch out and Yu Weisheng took the box and put it on the floor. Do you like it? Yu Sheng took it in her hand and looked at it, and pressed it a few more times. Love it. Thanks Dad. Come, Daddy help you put it on. Yu Sheng handed the watch to Yu Weisheng and stretched out his hand. Yu Weisheng put the watch on Yu Sheng's small wrist. Yu Ji looked at Yu Weisheng's serious face a little lost in thought. She had planned to get off work today, received her son and went to buy a new watch. He was always so observant, and every time her things broke, before she even had time to go buy them herself, Yu Weisheng had already taken a new one and handed it to her. Yu Ji wanted to say something to Yu Weisheng, but when the words came to her mouth she didn't know how to speak. Yu Weisheng looked at Yu Ji's lust for words. This is my gift to Yu Sheng's little friend. You don't have to give me any money. Yu Sheng looked at his dad and then at his mom. The little hand touched the watch on the other hand, smiling like a doll. You quickly insert the phone card for him. He didn't have his son's phone number yet, so while everyone was there, save it for future contact. Mom, come on. I need to save Dad's phone number. Yu Ji rummaged through Yu Sheng's old watch from his bag and took the phone card out. Yu Weisheng took it and helped Yu Sheng insert it into the new watch. It already has Dad's phone number in it. Look, it's this one. Yu Weisheng pressed the string of numbers, and the cell phone in Yu Weisheng's pants pocket rang. Yu Weisheng took out his cell phone and saved his name, and saw the strange string of numbers in the address book that he had called yesterday. It was Yu Ji's. Yu Weisheng clicked out and edited a ruthless woman to save it. Alright, let's go. I'll send you home. Yu Weisheng put away his cell phone and was about to open the car door for mother and son. No need. I have my own car. Yu Ji patted her little electric donkey. Yu Weisheng slapped his head. How did he forget about this? There are too many cars on the road now. It's not safe for you to ride this. Put the car here. I'll have someone come and help you ride back. It's not safe to leave it here. It's not safe. I think it's better to ride it back. What's not safe about it? It's so cute looking. Of course it's not safe to leave it here. So where did you put it while you were at work? Parking lot. Why put it in the parking lot? It's so unsafe. It's so cute it should be carried to the office. Disliked online. Yu Ji was Yu Weisheng said a choke. This person was not like this before. Now that the breakup has no scruples? Yu Weisheng also realized that he had slipped up. Let's put it in the school and you can come back tomorrow to write it back. No need. Yu Ji turned around with a dashing back kick. The frame went up. His long legs flung out, straddled the car, and once he inserted the key, baby get in. Yu Sheng glanced at Yu Weisheng. Mom, our car can't fit Dad. Dad, he has his own car, so let's just mind our own business. Don't worry about him. Yu Ji finished before realizing what she said. But the words have been exported. She cannot change her mind. Lest there is no silver 302. Yu Weisheng heard Yu Ji say he was a father. His mouth was grinning to his ears. Right, baby, Daddy has his own car. You and Mom ride first. Daddy will escort you behind. Yeah, Daddy's got our backs. When Yu Sheng sat down, Yu Ji did not even look at Yu Weisheng. A twist of the electric door, leaving Yu Weisheng alone in place to breathe the sweet air. Yu Weisheng hurriedly drove up. Yu Ji riding a small donkey in front. Yu Weisheng driving 30 yards of the car and the side of the followers. The people behind the anxious horn was pressed on the ground cannot play up. Yu Weisheng cursed while carefully controlling his speed. What's the rush? You don't know how to overtake a car. Silly. The driver in the back is like, if this lane wasn't solid, I would have passed your stupid ass. Yu Ji looked at the back of the road through the rearview mirror. There was already a serious traffic jam. The intersection in front happened to be a red light. Yu Ji stopped at the side of the road and shouted to Yu Weisheng, who had parked his car. Don't follow. Go back on your own. And then turn straight right into an alley and take a shortcut home. Yu Sheng tilted his head to look back. Oh wow. Daddy can't get in. Yu Ji took his son to the nearby supermarket to buy some vegetables and snacks, and returned home to start cooking dinner. Yu Weisheng looked at the back of that cruel woman, who had taken his son away from him, and could only cast a grudging look. The light turned green. Yu Weisheng kicked the gas back home. Can't push that woman too hard. Otherwise when the time comes, he'll sneak away again with his son behind his back. This is Yu Weisheng bought a duplex apartment in the city. Convenient to go to the company to work, every day back to the old mansion to live, far away from the company and to be urged by his mother to get married. He was annoyed to death. I used to find you a daughter-in-law. You sent them away. Now you're in a hurry. Take your time and hurry yourself. In the following days, Yu Weisheng followed his agreement with Yu Sheng and went to pick him up from school every day. Yu Weisheng taught Yu Sheng to call Yu Ji as soon as school was over, telling her not to ride a small donkey to pick him up at school. Go straight home and wait for them at the entrance of the neighborhood. That way he wouldn't have to worry. Again, about being dumped by that heartless woman. At first, Yuji would still refuse, and then a few more days also lazy to say. Anyway, said Yi Weisheng also do not listen, watching his son go home happily every day. He thought for several days to tell his son not to rely too much on Yi Weisheng's words, but in the end he didn't say it. Yuji now knows that a father's love is still vital to a child's growth, and since meeting Yi Weisheng, Yu Sheng is much more cheerful than before. When the summer vacation was over in a while, she would take her son on his annual leave to travel for a while, so that she could reduce the chances of him coming into contact with Yi Weisheng. On this day, Yi Weisheng sent Yu Sheng off as usual, then returned to his apartment, poured a glass of red wine, and lay on the sofa to watch TV. Not long after the takeout arrived, was eating Lin Zijia's phone call came in. Hey, well, Mr. Yi, eat, where to eat? I'm coming to rub it in. At home, takeout? Aha, what's so good about takeout? Come out and treat your oldest brother to a meal. Those warblers of yours don't eat with you anymore? What warblers say so unpleasant? We are all friends. You're a loner for so long. Not afraid of suffocating out of the disease. Want a brother I introduce a few to you to recognize? Yi Weisheng had nothing to say to this playboy. There was no sound on the other end of the phone, and Lin Zijia thought that Yi Weisheng had hung up the phone. Hello, boss Yi? On it. You're here. Why don't you make a sound? I thought you were gone. With your flower-seeking body. I'll be there if you're not. I'm in good shape here. It's only easy to hold it in for a long time. I'm telling you, come on out. I've called a few of them. I'll see you at the usual place. I'm not going. You guys have fun. I can talk to them. If you don't come, we'll go to your house. No wife and children. Why stay at home all day? Hurry up. Hang up. Lin Zijia said and hung up the phone directly, not giving Yi Weisheng a chance to refuse. Yi Weisheng had no choice but to pick up a few mouthfuls of rice and carry the takeout box out the door. In the box on the top floor of the royal feast, Wu Sikai was already drinking with Lin Zijie, with two beautiful women sitting next to each. Yi Weisheng met Gu Shaochang in the parking lot, who had just parked his car and was preparing to go upstairs. Gu Shaochang, coming. What's the game today? Lin Zijie just loved to organize innings under various names. Who knows? I guess I just can't be bothered at home and call out for a drink. The two of them went straight up to the top floor from the special elevator and pushed open the door to hear Lin Zijie's playful laughter. How did you two get here together? Are you having some kind of adulterous affair behind both of our backs? Yi Weisheng immediately disliked him. If we have an affair, do we still need to carry it behind your back? Hey yo, I'd better carry it. I'm afraid to look at something I shouldn't and get pinholes. Fuck you. A pillow was thrown over by Gu Shaochang, which was caught by Lin Zijie and placed behind him. Why is Lin Xiao free to ask a few of us out tonight? Yi Weisheng sat down and poured Gu Shaochang and himself a glass of red wine each. I'm not like all of you who are all powerful and busy every day. My old man is on top of it, but I'm free every day. So if you don't ask me out, you won't be happy that I'm asking you out. The Lin family is now run by Lin Zijie's father, Lin Kong, who is a laid-back prince, signing in and showing his face at the office daily. And the next thing you know, he's just mucking around to pass the time. As for Wu Sikai and Gu Shaochang, just like Yi Weisheng, they have taken over the family business, busy with all kinds of projects and burnt out. Every day after work, they feel that their bodies have been emptied out, and they just want to go home and lie down, and they don't have so much time to come out and drink. Then let your old man abdicate earlier, so that you can also get busy, so that you don't just know how to hang out with flowers day after day, laughed Gu Shaochang, poking fun at him. But don't. I want a few more years of dashing around. My Wendy Lucy is waiting for me. Chapter 10, You Unethical Yi Weisheng. A few people joked a few times and laughed as they clinked their glasses together, and Wu Sikai ordered a song and sang a deep duet with the beautiful woman next to him. Gu Shaochang's family recently had a project that was in cooperation with Wei Qi, and he and Yi Weisheng were sitting on the sidelines chatting about some matters related to the project. In the middle of the day, Yi Weisheng went out to go to the bathroom and forgot to take his cell phone away when he put it on the coffee table, and just as Lin Zijie and the others were having a good time, Yi Weisheng's phone rang. As the ringtone rang, the two words baby displayed on the screen of the cell phone, especially conspicuous, immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wu Sikai turned off the music and turned on the lights of the private room. The people came together and watched as Yi Weisheng's cell phone kept ringing. The word baby kept bouncing on the screen. This was tantamount to someone dropping a thunderbolt into a calm lake, blowing Lin Zijie and the others out of their minds. Baby? Where's the baby in this unattractive bachelor's life? Just as everyone was looking at their cell phones wide-eyed, Yi Weisheng came back. As soon as Yi Weisheng entered the box, he saw that the lights were on inside and everyone was gathered around the coffee table not knowing what they were looking at. He raised his eyebrows and walked in. The cell phone has not been answered. That side hung up the phone. Wu Sikai looked up and saw Yi Weisheng walked in, jumped up and pounced on Yi Weisheng. Good you Yi Weisheng. Said that we are all single together. Your kid does not talk about martial arts. Actually behind our backs to secretly find the baby. Lin Zijie wasn't willing to lag behind. Going up and wrestling Yi Weisheng onto the sofa, pressing Yi Weisheng's neck. Say, when did this happen? Gu Xiaochang also raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Weisheng with an honest look. Yi Weisheng university period with Yu Ji love affair. These masters also know. That moment Yi Weisheng and Yu Ji feelings good. Let a few of their teeth. I thought they would get married. The results of the university graduated Yi Weisheng was Yu Ji dumped. Yi Weisheng this depressed for a while. A few of them also criticized Yu Ji a pass. Over the past few years, they have all had girlfriends one after another. But only Yi Weisheng looks like he's keeping his body for the white moonlight, and was awarded the title of H City's chief love interest by a few people. As a result, he had only just returned to China, and now he was telling them that Yi Weisheng secretly had a baby. Wasn't this a proper slap in the face of all of them? They must be given a satisfactory explanation, or else they will not want to walk out of this box properly today. Say what? What's the offense again? Yi Weisheng wanted to take away Lin Zijie's hand on his neck, but Wu Sikai pressed his hand. Are you treating your brothers like monkeys? Still not quick enough to say where the baby came from? Yi Weisheng hadn't yet figured out what kind of babies these few were talking about, when the phone on the coffee table rang again. Still the baby's on call. Gu Xiaochang picked up his cell phone and pointed the screen at Yi Weisheng's face. And a few people stared at Yi Weisheng with a look of see how you can still be sophomoric. Yi Weisheng knew at a glance that it was Yu Sheng calling, and broke free of the several people. Let me answer the phone first. I'll talk to you guys later. Wu Sikai let go of Yi Weisheng's hand. Yi Weisheng took the cell phone from Gu Xiaochang's hand. Just as he wanted to get up and go outside to answer the phone, he was pressed by Lin Zijie on the sofa. Answer it right here. Yi Weisheng was helpless, not knowing what Yu Sheng was calling about at this time. He directly connected the phone and held it to his ear. Hello? Such a gentle voice gave the onlookers goosebumps, and Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai hurriedly pressed their ears to their cell phones to eavesdrop. Daddy, are you asleep? Yu Sheng's milky voice came through the cell phone, thundering the eavesdropping duo to the outside. Not yet. Are you still awake this late? Yi Weisheng looked at the time on his wristwatch. It was almost 11 o'clock. Yu Sheng should have gone to bed long ago. I was all asleep, but then I suddenly remembered something I forgot to ask you today. So I called you. Oh, what is it? It's just that tomorrow we have a parent-child activity in the kindergarten. The teacher said it's best to bring Daddy along. I want to ask Daddy if you have time tomorrow. Can you accompany me to the kindergarten to participate in the activity? Yu Sheng asked cautiously. Her heart was nervous and expectant, not knowing if Yi Weisheng would agree. What time tomorrow? It's tomorrow afternoon. Dad, can you come? Facing Yu Sheng's voice full of expectation, Yi Weisheng had no way to refuse. Good. Dad will accompany you to attend tomorrow. Yes. Yu Sheng cried out in surprise from the phone, and there was a faint conversation between him and Yu Ji. Yu Sheng, Mom, Dad promised. I told you Dad would say yes. Yu Ji, oh okay. Say goodbye to your dad quickly. It's time for you to go to bed. Yu Sheng's voice came through the phone again. Daddy, you rest early oh. The baby is going to sleep. Yi Weisheng heard Yu Ji said he was a father. The heart flooded with sweetness. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. His voice softened a few more points. Good. Baby good night. Good night Daddy. Trojan horse. The phone hung up. Yi Weisheng's mouth smiled as he looked at the several people who were momentarily unable to come back to their senses. It took a while for a few people to slow down from the conversation. Lin Zijie stormed out. Not only did your kid hide the treasure from us, he also secretly gave birth to a child smasher. Wu Sikai pointed at Yi Weisheng with an unkind accusation in his eyes. Not only did he give birth to a son, but his son even went to kindergarten. Gu Xiaochang looked at Yi Weisheng without speaking. Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai looked back at Gu Xiaochang. Aren't you going to say anything? All this he's doing to us. There's nothing you want to say? Gu Xiaochang did not understand these two. What do I say? Let him say it. The two who were exasperated turned back and stared at Yi Weisheng with slanted eyes at the same time. Yes. You say it. Yi Weisheng was helpless. This son. I don't know if it's my son. What? This news could be even more explosive than having a son. Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai immediately sat on the left and right sides of Yi Weisheng, and Gu Xiaochang also found a seat and sat down, with an air of being all ears. What do you mean you don't know if it's your son either? Gu Xiaochang was curious. Why did you call him dad if he's not his son? Could it be a hatchet job? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai stared in horror. Who was so bold as to dare to put a cap on Boss Yi? Because he looks so much like me and called me dad the first time he met me. When did this happen? That's the day I returned to China and you guys gave me a reception. Didn't I come late for something? That's when I bumped into him on the road and sent him to the hospital. He said I looked exactly like his father. That's okay? Is there such a marvelous destiny in this world? Where's the kid's mom? Who also said you're the kid's dad? Definitely not. I would like her to say yes. If Yuji directly told him that Yusheng was his son, how good would it be? That's a bit of a brain punch. Lin Zijie and the others didn't understand what he meant by that. What do you mean you wish instead? Looking at Yi Weisheng's reaction, Gu Xiaocheng seemed to guess something. Who is the child's mother? Chapter 11 Yuji, that money-minded woman. Yi Weisheng looked at Gu Xiaocheng. Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai looked at Yi Weisheng and then Gu Xiaocheng, waiting for Yi Weisheng to answer. Yuji. Yi Weisheng helplessly spat out this name that had haunted him for several years. Yuji? Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai exclaimed in shock, while Gu Xiaocheng looked as if it was true. That money-minded woman who gave birth to a son who looks exactly like you? The name was like a muffled thunderbolt that exploded over the heads of several people. When Yi Weisheng and Yuji broke up, a few of them did not mention how surprised. Asked many times the reason for the breakup, Yi Weisheng did not say, until one day Yi Weisheng drunk, perhaps too long repressed. In this box, Yi Weisheng played a drunken madness. He dropped the bottle. Tears Hate said, in the eyes of Yuji he is not as important as 5 million. He will earn a lot of 5 million. Let Yuji regret. That day they realized that Yuji took Yi Weisheng's mom 5 million and Yi Weisheng broke up. They all said that they were wrong about this woman. Yi Weisheng in love for a few years. They often play together. Yuji is cheerful, lively and active, and they are very playful. So Yuji and their relationship is not bad. It's just that she later broke up with Yi Weisheng and had no further contact. Yi Weisheng frowned because of the adjectives Wu Sikai gave Yuji. He didn't like it when people talked about her like that. What about Yuji? Did you meet? What did she say? See, he said the son wasn't mine. Then why does the child call you father? Just because you look alike? The little kid said I look exactly like his dad in the photo. Yi Weisheng guessed that perhaps Yusheng was his son, and it was his picture that Yuji showed Yusheng. Is it really that similar? Lin Zijie was too eager to find out just how similar this likeness was. His heart was like a cat's claw. The kid does look like me. His dad's picture. I haven't seen it. And what about the dads you've asked who don't have kids? She told the child that his father was abroad on a business trip, and for so many years the child had never once seen his real father. Only photos. So when he saw me, he thought I was his father. Thinking about that day when the little kid jumped into his arms and called him dad, he really had been shocked. Suddenly appeared so big son. Even if it is true he cannot accept for a moment. Not to mention that he does not know who this child's mother is. Until he saw Yuji, it seems not so bad to accept. That kid would be a single parent. So then what happened? And then you became a dad? Well, that child is quite cute. Yi Weisheng didn't like children that much before. He even felt that children were too noisy and annoying. But Yusheng called him dad every day, chattering and talking to him non-stop, and he still felt that it was quite a good feeling. Lin Zijie saw Yi Weisheng look like he was still enjoying being a father, and for no reason he wanted to whack him on the head. No, boss, you can't be someone's father just because someone else's child looks cute. The key is that you have to figure out if this is your child or not. Wu Sikai thought about it and came up with a possibility. Boss Yi, how old is that child? It seems to be 4 years old? Yusheng was in the middle class, so he should be 4 years old, and he didn't ask. Yi Weisheng had a feeling for no reason that he had been an incompetent father, and actually didn't even know how old his child was. Wu Sikai felt the possibility of his guess is getting bigger and bigger. 4 years old? Let me analyze. Boss Yi, let me ask you, when you and Yuji were in a relationship in the first place, did you have, that? Yi Weisheng looked at Wu Sikai's ambiguous eyes. How could he not know which one he was talking about? Suddenly being asked. He was still a bit uncomfortable, and gave a fake cough. There was a time before graduation. It was his first time, and his only time, and then he was abandoned by the woman. There was a time before graduation. If that time Yuji was pregnant, the year of pregnancy plus 4 years old, this is not exactly 5 years? This child in all probability is yours. Several other people nodded. Think it is extremely likely to be so that Yuji was running with the ball in the first place. That woman can be really ruthless. Why don't you get a couple of the kids' hairs back tomorrow when you go to that whatever event and get a paternity test? Right. No matter how much they look alike. It's better to get your seed right. Lin Zijie thought that in case that woman Yuji had played some trick and found a man who looked like Boss Yi to give birth to her. Yi bosses no longer let go of Yuji, but also cannot take him as a wrongdoer. Yi Weisheng also thinks that a paternity test can be done. If the son is really his, he is not afraid of Yuji ran away. That's a lot of relationship brain disease. Also, what is Yuji's attitude towards her? Ku Xiaocheng wanted to know that Yuji had hurt Yi Weisheng like that in the beginning, and now that she had a son, how would she treat Yi Weisheng? Oppositional attitude chant. Anyway, just don't want me to meet with the child. Yi Weisheng is also helpless. When he just graduated, she left him because of money. Now he is the boss, earning tens of billions of dollars a year, and she still avoids him. Anyway, I think it's safer to have a paternity test, just in case you're head over heels here and the person's real dad comes back. Wu Sikai still felt that having a paternity test was more reliable. Aha! That's it. Thinking about their boss Ye's lifetime reputation, he couldn't afford to fall twice on this one woman. Then if it's really yours, what are you going to do? Gu Xiaocheng felt that since Yuji was unwilling for him to recognize the child, even if it was true, it wouldn't be that easy for Yi Weisheng to get back together with Yuji. Get married, give the kids a whole family, their family of 3. Is Yuji willing? Since she had said that the child was not Yi Weisheng's, it was assumed that she herself would no longer be with Yi Weisheng. What is she unwilling to do? Boss Yi did not blame her for abandoning him in the first place, and secretly gave birth to his pups. What else is she unwilling to do? Lin Zijie suddenly felt that Yuji this person is quite a heartfelt. Thinking that Yi Weisheng loved her so much in the beginning, she received $5 million from Ye's mother and ran away. And now there is such a big son who looks like Boss Yi. She was planning to return with the baby for a long time? So her telling Boss Yi now that the baby isn't his is actually an attempt to catch him? She was worried that if she brought the baby directly to the door, Yi Boss would despise him and the Yi family would disown the child. So as soon as Yi Boss returned to the country, she created an encounter between Yi Boss and the child, who looked like Yi Boss, but she said that the child was not Yi Boss's, thus arousing Yi Boss's interest. And step by step, she made Yi Boss fall deeper and deeper into it. Damn yeah, this woman is too scary. Luckily, his Lily Lucys were simple little girls. The more Lin Zijie thought about it, the more he felt that Yuji was a woman with a deep heart. Boss Yi, you have to be careful. Don't fall into someone else's trap. Chapter 12, Passing Through the Flowers, Not Sticking to the Leaves. Yi Weisheng glanced at Lin Zijie. Am I someone who falls into other people's traps that easily? Lin Zijie, you are. Others I do not know. Yuji's trap. You are 100% cannot escape. You have to be careful. Don't think about those have no. In case Yuji has her pain? Gu Xiaocheng doesn't think Yuji is that kind of person. Those years of getting along. He still thinks Yuji that girl is quite good. Just don't know why to break up with Yi Weisheng. All took the money. What else can there be bitter feelings? She is just cheating you single stupid little boys. Trust me it's accurate. Boss Yi. I'm very accurate in reading women. Lin Zijie told Yi Weisheng with his experience of more than 10 years in the flower world. Yuji has a trap. Yi Weisheng took a look at Lin Zijie who swore. I don't know who it was in the first place, who was cheated by that what's her name Wu Yuran, and cried on my shoulder and broke one of my clothes. But, Wu Sikai and Gu Xiaocheng couldn't help but laugh out loud at what Yi Weisheng said. Says you. Why are you bringing her up again properly? Wu Yuran could be considered Lin Xiao's biggest blot on his flora in this life, and from time to time, she was taken out by a few people to make fun of her. When several people met to give Yi Weisheng a break, they went to an island resort to play together, and it was on that island that Lin Zijie met Wu Yuran. Wu Yuran is 2 years older than Lin Zijie, with a beautiful face and a hot body that mesmerizes Lin Zijie. The two could be said to have met at first sight, and on the first day on the island, Lin Zijie left them behind and played with Wu Yuran, and not to mention having dinner at night, they also had a hearty and in-depth exchange. They played a total of 1 week on the island. Lin Zijie feel that he met the love of his life. To Wu Yuran for the gold pot wash away from the flowers. From now on to be a good man at home from the beginning to the end. That oath of faith spoke volumes to a few of them. Who knows that on the night before the upcoming departure from the island, after the two once again fought 300 rounds, Wu Yuran ran away with his pants. Wu Yuran also left a note for Lin Zijie, which reads, passing through all the flowers, not touching a single leaf. I didn't realize the playboy, but he tripped over a flower. After going back, Lin Zijie emo, for a long time not about his those confidants, the whole day thinking about how to find that negative woman. Nay, they are on the island, only ask about the present and not the past. Lin Zijie only know that her name is Wu Yuran, 2 years older than Lin Zijie, nothing else. When he approached the front desk of the hotel to inquire, they only said that they couldn't disclose information about the guests, and dismissed Lin Zijie. Later, a few of them analyzed to Lin Zijie, maybe just Wu Yuran this name or fake, 2C King meet, depending on who is skillful. Lin Zijie searched for a while. The country called Wu Yuran thousands of people, looking for the search and then pounced on the flowers. So your eye for women has some sharpening to do. I'm giving you ideas, and you're still squeezing me. Not talking to you. Lin Zijie finished and didn't know if he was really angry or what. He walked to the side and poured a glass of wine and drank it all in one go. Emotions unseen by a few flashed through his eyes. Wu Yuran, I will find you one day. Wu Sikai glanced at Lin Zijie, continued to say to Yi Weisheng, seriously, think about it clearly. If you still want to be with Yuji, you have to determine whether the child is yours. Some words, so you can say to her. Yi Weisheng's feelings for Yuji how deep, a few of them know. Yi Weisheng, if you still want to be with Yuji, if the child is his, then Yi Weisheng to go after Yuji again will not have so many worries. If the child is not Yi Weisheng's, then Yuji's sentence, wanting the child to be with the biological father and telling Yi Weisheng not to disturb their lives, then Yi Weisheng is cool. Gu Shaocheng felt that Wu Sikai's words made sense. If you have the opportunity, you can inquire about why Yuji accepted that 5 million from your mother in the first place. I think there must be a hidden agenda. Got it. Thanks a lot. Yi Weisheng thanked the two. Wu Sikai bumped Yi Weisheng's shoulder. There's no need to say thank you with us. Yi Weisheng looked at his wristwatch. It was already past 12 o'clock. Got up and walked over to Lin Zijie, patted his shoulder. We'll see each other if there's fate. It's not early. Go home. Lin Zijie squirmed at Yi Weisheng's words. Who wants to meet up with her? The two behind them both laughed at that. Let's go. Go home and feed the revolution. Several people went downstairs together and drove home individually. The next day at noon, Yi Weisheng ended a meeting early. Secretary Li took the minutes of the meeting and some program contracts for the president to sign. Just as he walked into the president's office, he saw that Yi Weisheng had already packed up his things and looked like he was ready to go out. Secretary Li scratched his head. President, are you getting ready to go out? Well, I'm going out now. I won't be returning to the company in the afternoon. So if there's anything important that you can't handle, leave it for me tomorrow, Yi Weisheng said as he walked out. By the way, do you know where they sell parenting clothes? Secretary Li's brain had another moment of downtime. President, you want to buy parent-child clothes? Didn't you say the CEO is single now? Then what's he doing buying the parents' clothes? Last time it was a children's phone watch. This time it's parent-child clothes. Is the CEO actually married? And even has a child? Magnificent families just love hidden marriages. Well, do you know where there is one in this neighborhood? Yi Weisheng had been back for so long, but he hadn't had time to take a stroll around the neighborhood. President, I know it's right across the diagonal from our group building. There's one on the second floor of that mall, which has parent-child and couples clothes. This is still his last girlfriend took him there. They bought the couple's clothes and went back before they could wear them and broke up. Another sad place to call home. Good. Yi Weisheng went directly to the second floor of the mall that Secretary Li said. Yu Sheng told him that it was a parent-child activity, so it must be a parent-child outfit. He and Yu Sheng didn't have any parent-child outfits, so he took advantage of this time to come and buy a set and then go directly to school. Yi Weisheng walked into that store. The shopper warmly greeted him. Welcome. Hello sir, please ask if you need to buy parent-child or couples clothes. I can recommend for you. The shopper approached only to find Yi Weisheng high and handsome. A moment to look lost. So Yi Weisheng said parent-child clothing. She did not react. Yi Weisheng looked around the store. Each a variety of colors and patterns of clothes. Do not know which wear up better look. See, the shopper did not respond. Turned his head to look at her. Hello? The shopper looked back. Oh, hello, may I ask if you're shopping for a parent-child outfit or a couple's outfit? Parent-child dress. The shopper had some regretful silence eyes. Long and handsome. Turned out to be already married. What a pity. Okay, this side is the parent-child clothing section. May I ask if the gentleman has a specific color or pattern? Yi Weisheng see parent-child clothing are 3 or 4 pieces hanging together. It should be a family of 3 or 4 to wear together. Yuji likes pink. Pink it. Okay, these are all in pink. Which style and pattern do you see that you like? Yi Weisheng looked at the sets of parent-child dresses that the shopper pointed to. There were airplane pattern ones, dinosaur pattern ones, as well as pink cat pattern ones and little monkey pattern ones. And there was also one that had a simple little heart. I don't know what Yu Sheng likes. I think I saw a small dinosaur doll in his school bag last time. Just the dinosaur one. Okay, sir's family is a little boy. Right. Yi Weisheng nodded. The shopper chatted with Yi Weisheng while paying the bill. Little boys usually like dinosaurs. I guess your wife must like pink. Aha! Yi Weisheng hooked up the corner of his mouth and smiled. Yi Weisheng swiped his card, and the shopper enthusiastically sent Yi Weisheng out the door. Thank you for coming. Please take your time. Chapter 13 Parent-Child Activities on Campus. At the agreed time, Yi Weisheng appeared at the school entrance on time. Yi Weisheng walked in to register. The teacher led him to the classroom door. Along the way saw a lot of families wearing parent-child outfits. Yuji has already arrived. And Yu Sheng, 2 people are wearing pink t-shirts, sitting on a small stool chatting about something, smiling happily. Yu Sheng, your father is here. Yi Weisheng thanked the teacher and walked into the classroom. Dad! Yu Sheng heard and jumped to Yi Weisheng and pulled him. walked over and pointed to the small stool next to Yuji and said to Yi Weisheng, "Daddy, you sit here." Yuji tilted his head and looked at Yi Weisheng. "You're here." "Aha!" Yi Weisheng sat beside Yuji, and it was only then that he saw clearly that the pink t-shirts Yuji and Yusheng wore both had dinosaur designs printed on them, much like the set he had bought. Yuji took out a bag from her other side and handed it to Yi Weisheng. "Here you go." Yi Weisheng took it curiously. "What is it?" "Dad, this is a parent-child outfit. It's the same as what Mom and I are wearing." Yusheng pointed to the clothes he was wearing and said to Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng opened and took out the clothes in the bag. Yuji pointed out the window. "Over there is the restroom. You go change into it. It's going to start in a while." Yi Weisheng got up and took the bag he brought to Yuji. "You can take this first." "What is it?" When Yi Weisheng came in, Yuji saw the bag he carried in his hand. "Parenting clothes. Dad also bought a parent-child outfit?" Yusheng was pleasantly surprised to hear that, reaching for the bag and putting her head together to look. "Same color as the one Mom bought." Yusheng took out the clothes in the bag and spread them out on the table. "Dinosaurs too. How did Dad know I like dinosaurs?" "Well, that's how Dad pinches his fingers." Yi Weisheng stretched out his hand and closed his eyes, his thumb nodding back and forth across the top and bottom of a few other hands as he mouthed the words, "Spirit of heaven, spirit of earth, the gods and immortals, quickly tell me what is the favorite animal of Yusheng's little friend. The fairy just told me that Yusheng's favorite dinosaur. Daddy will know." That appearance bluffed Yusheng, and her eyes were full of admiration for Yi Weisheng. "Dad is really great." Yuji couldn't hold back his laughter. "Alright, hurry up and go change." Yi Weisheng took the clothes Yuji gave him to go to the bathroom to change. "Put on a pink t-shirt." Yi Weisheng less a trace of harshness, more easygoing. Yusheng saw a cuddle. "Wow, Dad is so handsome." Yi Weisheng couldn't help but tease Yusheng. "How handsome is really handsome? The most handsome man in the world." "Not bad. Go back today and reward a chicken leg to you." Yi Weisheng walked over and rubbed Yusheng's hair. Yusheng tilted her head and smiled at Yi Weisheng with only her teeth visible. Yi Weisheng looked at the clothes on his body, and then looked at the mother and son. It was really like a family of three, and for no reason there was a sense of happiness. When all the parents had arrived, the teacher called everyone to gather on the playground. A pair of parents dressed in parent-child clothing, standing on both sides of the child holding the child's hand. Yusheng pulled Yuji and Yi Weisheng stood in the forefront, smiling sunny and confident. How to look at this scene, how cozy. Yi Weisheng experienced it for the first time, and Yusheng and Yuji also experienced it for the first time in person. In the past activities, other families were a family of three, and they were only two, so every time Yusheng pulled Yuji to stand at the end. Today's parent-child activity featured several games for families, for moms and dads, and for babies and dads and maybe moms. All the games they can play today. The first warm-up is the tug-of-war for the dads. In the past, Yusheng could only watch his classmates cheering for their dads, but today he can cheer for his own dad, and Yusheng shouts especially loud and hard. When Yi Weisheng and the others won, Yusheng was especially happy and ran over to give Yi Weisheng a thumbs up and a nod of approval. "Dad, you're awesome." For each game won, the teacher will put a little red flower on the winning child. For all the games that followed, Yi Weisheng won little red flowers with Yusheng. "Mom and Dad, look, we have so many little red flowers." Yuji wiped the sweat off his son's forehead. "Well, baby is awesome. Mom and Dad are great too. We all are." After the parent-child activity, the principal stood on the stage to give a speech, thanking the parents for their cooperation. After playing all afternoon, the amount of exercise was too much, and Yusheng fell asleep quickly on his mother's shoulder. After the teacher summarized, the parents could take the baby home. Yuji held the child and headed for the classroom. Yi Weisheng looked at Yusheng already asleep and reached out to take the child. "I'll hold it. You go in and get your things." Yuji was holding the child. It was really not good to carry things, so he handed his son over to Yi Weisheng, and then went into the classroom to take the clothes they changed out of, and Yusheng's small school bag. Yi Weisheng hugged Yusheng and waited for Yuji in front of the school, looking at the little head resting on his shoulder. Yi Weisheng remembered what Wu Sikai said yesterday. Should he pull two hairs to do a paternity test while the child is asleep? Yi Weisheng is a little hesitant, and also a little afraid. He is afraid that in case Yusheng is really not his child, then his feelings for Yuji can be put down? The answer was definitely no. He'd thought about forgetting her during his years abroad, but the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't. Several $100 million of contracts, he signed without blinking, to two hair pull or not. He hesitated up. In the end Yi Weisheng still did not make up his mind to pull Yusheng's hair. Yuji had already walked out with his things and the two of them greeted the teacher and headed for the parking lot. Today, Yuji didn't ride over. Yusheng called her to tell her not to ride, and when it was over they went back together in Yi Weisheng's car. Yuji got on the car first. Yi Weisheng handed over the sleeping Yusheng to Yuji. closed the car door for her, got into the driver's seat, and drove towards Yuji's home. Yuji looked at Yi Weisheng seriously, driving side face, still so handsome, so perfect, wearing a plain t-shirt as if back to the 18-year-old campus, the youthful energetic teenager. Yuji thought for a while, but still opened his mouth to thank Yi Weisheng. Thank you for today. Yi Weisheng looked at Yuji from the rearview mirror. Are you only thanking me for today? Thank you every day. Yu Sheng had become much more cheerful and confident since she met Yi Weisheng, and it was all because of Yi Weisheng. She was supposed to thank him properly, then to show your appreciation. Why don't you treat me to a meal today? Yi Weisheng took the opportunity to climb up the ladder. He just didn't know if he would be met with Yuji's merciless refusal once again. Sure, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you today. Yi Weisheng didn't earn Yuji to agree so quickly. Yi Weisheng took a look at the sleeping Yu Sheng. The child is asleep. Why don't you buy some vegetables and go home to do something random for dinner? Yuji glanced at the son in his arms. She is certainly not assured that the son will be placed in the car. They went to eat, but holding the child in and not convenient to eat. Agreed. Then a moment in the neighborhood next to the supermarket doorstop. What do you want to eat? I go to buy food. Just do something random. Yuji's cooking is still quite delicious. When the university just started chasing Yi Weisheng, Yuji often gave Yi Weisheng a love bento. Yuji did not ask again what Yi Weisheng likes to eat. She knows. Chapter 14. The atmosphere was like a family of three. Yuji went to the supermarket to buy some of Yi Weisheng's favorite dishes. Yi Weisheng drove the car to the underground parking lot, holding the child, and followed Yuji up the stairs. Just got off the elevator. Walked face to face with a man of about 30 years old. A casual dress. Short hair, clean and sharp. Saw Yuji, smiled and greeted. Xiao Ji, you're back. Then seeing Yi Weisheng holding the child behind Yuji, he asked uncertainly, this is the child's father? Yuji hurriedly explained. No, it's a friend of mine who did me and my child a favor today, so I invited him to come over for a meal. The man looked meaningfully at Yi Weisheng's face and said, oh, friends friends are good. Help us to invite people to have a meal to thank. Yuji looked at him, dressed to go out. Are you going out, Brother Wang? Yes, something's come up to go out for a bit. Okay, then you go ahead and get busy. We'll head back. Okay, see you later. The man entered the elevator. Yuji took out the key to open the door, greeted Yi Weisheng. No need to change shoes, just come in. Yuji went into the house to put the bought vegetables into the kitchen, and Yi Weisheng followed him in. Give it to me. Yuji reached out and took the child. Sit down first, I'll put the child in the room. Yuji carried the child into the bedroom. Yi Weisheng looked around. This is not very big, but by Yuji arranged very cozy home. Everywhere is the breath of life. There are some small dolls on the TV cabinet, and there are also photos of Yuji and the children. Yi Weisheng picked up a photo frame. That should be Yu Shan when he was 1 or 2 years old, and a photo of him as a child in his home is almost identical. Yuji came out of the bedroom. Yi Weisheng busy put down the picture frame, walked to the sofa and sat down. Do you drink water or juice? You don't have to be so polite. Just go make dinner. I'll do it myself. Yi Weisheng walked over to the water dispenser and opened the cabinet to look. No disposable cups? No. Usually we don't have guests at the house, so I didn't prepare. Yuji went to the kitchen and took a glass out, washed it and handed it to Yi Weisheng. You use this. Yi Weisheng took it, caught some water in the water dispenser, and went to the kitchen to watch Yuji cook. Yi Weisheng looked at the dishes Yuji bought back. There are fish, there are ribs and some other vegetables. Basically all Yi Weisheng loved to eat, so Yi Weisheng a little happy. It seems that Yuji has not forgotten his preferences. Yuji movements numbly dishwashing. Yi Weisheng put down the cup over to help. Yuji, do not let you go out of the living room to watch a little TV. I'll soon be done. There's nothing to watch on TV at this moment, and it might even disturb the child's sleep. I'm fine anyway. Let's do it together. Yi Weisheng rolled up his sleeves and started to help. Yuji watched as Yi Weisheng skillfully blanched the ribs, reminding her of her college days, when Yi Weisheng cooked for the first time. He is a young man from a wealthy family who does not know how to cook. For her to wash his hands in soup, fried all over the oil spots, and the back of his hand was burned several blisters. Yuji painfully put medicine on Yi Weisheng. Don't cook in the future. I'll do it. Where can I get you to cook every day? I can learn slowly if I don't know how. I'll know how to do it a few more times. A school bully is a school bully. Learns everything quickly. Yi Weisheng's handicraft is getting better and better, and then often cooks for her. When those diehards first learned that Yi Weisheng could cook, their eyes were almost glazed over. And the so-called love can remove all difficulties. Let Yuji straight call picked up the treasure. Yi Weisheng long handsome study and good, careful and gentle to her, and now also for her to learn to cook. Then Yuji thought, she will not be separated from Yi Weisheng for the rest of her life. But seeing the present Yi Weisheng, mature and stable, successful in his career, she does not regret her decision. Lovers were meant to fulfill each other, and she didn't want to hold him back, though it was a bit unfair to her son. And when he grew up and had someone he liked in the future, he'd be understanding, I suppose. Thinking about Yuji's suddenly eyes a little sour. There are hot tears want to flow out. She tilted her head, but afraid of Yi Weisheng see, so pretended to get something to go to the living room, grabbed a tissue, opened the fridge, and wiped the tears that were on the verge of bursting the bank against the cover of the fridge door. When her emotions stabilized, Yuji took a random thing and walked into the kitchen, continuing to wash and cut vegetables with her head down. The two were cooking in the kitchen. Yi Weisheng was in charge of stir-frying. Yuji handed something from time to time, without too much communication, but the picture was cozy and harmonious. The two appeared to be cooking seriously, but their minds were also thinking about their own preoccupations, so they didn't notice that Yu Sheng had woken up. He rubbed his eyes and came to the kitchen door, surprised to see Yi Weisheng's back, and instantly lost his sleep. Dad, you came to our house? Yes. Is Daddy welcome? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yu Sheng bounced and clapped her hands. Yuji took a rag and handed it to Yu Sheng. Then go wipe the table now and get ready to eat. Good. Yu Sheng took the rag and went to wipe down the dining table, and walked back with a bounce in her step, singing a newly learned children's song in her mouth, like a happy little bird. Mommy, wipe it off. Good. Then bring these dishes to the table. Be careful Yuji commanded her son to serve the dishes and set up the chopsticks. When Yu Weisheng's last steamed sea bass came out of the pot, Yu Sheng announced, here comes the rice. Oh, dinner's ready. Daddy, come on. Okay, here we go. Yu Weisheng washed his hands and quickly took his seat. Yuji poured a glass of juice for all three. Come on, baby, let's thank Uncle together for helping baby win so many little red flowers at school today. Thank you, Uncle. Yu Sheng raised his cup and thanked Yi Weisheng. Little Yu Sheng was now able to perfectly switch between the two titles of father and uncle. He called his mom uncle when she told him to, and he called his dad when he was having a conversation with the two of them. Yi Weisheng, you're welcome. Yi Weisheng didn't mind how he was addressed and raised his glass to clink with the mother and son. Eat your vegetables. Yuji greeted Yi Weisheng and then gave Yu Sheng a piece of braised pork ribs. Which one did Daddy make? I'm going to try the one Daddy made first. Yi Weisheng smiled and answered. All the dishes tonight are made by Dad. Which one do you want to eat first? Wow. Really? You made all these? Dad, you're really something. I can't say all of it, because Mom helped too. Tonight's dishes are all Yi Weisheng's spoon. Yuji only on the sidelines to play a hand. But some like the time in college. Yuji cooking he played a hand. He cooks. Yuji will help him to wash dishes to take the plate. Mommy and Daddy are great. And baby is going to learn how to cook too. Good. Eat. Yi Weisheng gave Yu Sheng another piece of fish. At the dinner table, most of the time it was Yu Sheng and Yi Weisheng talking. Yuji just occasionally interjected a sentence. The rest of the time he quietly ate and gave Yu Sheng food. The atmosphere was cordial and cozy, like a happy family of three. Chapter 15, First Alert. Love enemy number 1 has appeared. After dinner, Yi Weisheng wanted to help Yuji wash the dishes. Was forced out of the kitchen by Yuji. You go outside and sit for a while. You did all the dishes. Where can I let you wash the dishes again? Yu Sheng, quickly pull Uncle to the living room. Okay, Uncle. I'll show you my baby. Yu Sheng pulled Yi Weisheng to the sofa and sat down, then ran to the balcony, a burst of drumming, and then holding a small box to Yi Weisheng in front. Yi Weisheng was a bit curious about what kind of treasure this was. Look at this box, is a bit like a toy. Yu Sheng opened the box. It is really a box of dinosaurs, large and small. Yu Sheng introduced to Yi Weisheng one by one the names of those dinosaurs and their origins. The more Yi Weisheng listened to the more tightly frowned. These dinosaurs are Yu Sheng's older brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, classmates sent. Yi Weisheng heard the most names as Uncle Wang. The number of times this Uncle Wang appeared has even exceeded the number of Yuji. Uncle Wang. Which Uncle Wang is it? Could it be the man Yuji met when he came back today? The man Yuji called Brother Wang? Yi Weisheng instantly alarmed. Love rival number 1 appeared. Must immediately probe clearly. Looking at Yuji, who was still busy in the kitchen, he whispered to Yu Sheng to find out. Baby, who is Uncle Wang? Uncle Wang is the handsome uncle who lives next door to our house. Uncle Wang is very nice. Often buys me snacks and toys. Sometimes when my mom has to work overtime and it's not convenient to take me, I wait for my mom at Uncle Wang's house, mentioning the old king next door. Yu Sheng's little face was full of smiles, and she spoke extremely well of Uncle Wang. When Yi Weisheng heard Yu Sheng praising old Wang so much and saying that he was handsome, his frown tightened. Is Uncle Wang's wife good to you? There was still a need to determine if this Uncle Wang was single. Uncle Wang doesn't have a wife. He's the only one in his family. So does Uncle Wang come to your house often? No. Mom said that it's just me and Mom in our house, and it's not too convenient for Uncle Wang, who is a man, to come to our house. Then will you invite Uncle Wang to your home for dinner after he did you a favor? No. Every time Uncle Wang helps us, Mom goes and buys lots of food for Uncle Wang. Yi Weisheng secretly relieved. Fortunately Yu has a sense of propriety. Yi Weisheng still want to continue to ask. See, Yu has washed the dishes, turned off the kitchen lights toward the living room, instantly shut up, picked up a small dinosaur to tease Yu Shang. This cute little dinosaur. And who gave it to you? This is also from Uncle Wang. How come it's Uncle Wang again? Yi Weisheng decided to buy many dinosaurs tomorrow and make sure to surpass Uncle Wang. Yi Weisheng decided not to ask this question again, lest he keeps hearing about Uncle Wang and adding to his heart. What else does baby like besides dinosaurs? Yusheng thought for a moment. Building blocks. Daddy, look, this is the aircraft carrier I built. It took me a long time to build it. Yusheng brought a block toy placed on the TV cabinet to Yi Weisheng, blinking her big eyes and looking at Yi Weisheng with a look of begging for praise. Wow, baby is really good. Such a big aircraft carrier. I don't know how to build it. Next time Daddy will buy you a block and we will build it together. Okay? Good. Mommy will too. And the three of us can ride together. Yuji poured a glass of water for Yi Weisheng and sat down to watch the father and son chatting with a smile. A few people chatted for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Weisheng couldn't stay there, so he said he was going back. Yu Sheng blinked her big eyes. Doesn't Daddy live here? Yi Weisheng looked at Yuji with anticipation in his eyes. Can Dad live here? Yu Sheng listened to Yi and looked at Yuji, who broke the illusion of the two. Dad is going to go back to his own home to live. Yi Weisheng was growling in his heart. Dad didn't want to go back to his own home to live. Dad just wanted to live here. Yi Weisheng regretfully told Yu Sheng. Mom said that Dad is going to go back to his own house to live. Yu Sheng beamed. Okay, then next time Daddy must come and stay at my house. Okay, I'll be sure to come next time. Yu Sheng took Yi Weisheng's hand and sent him to the elevator entrance, pressed the elevator, and in a short while the elevator came up, and as soon as the elevator door was opened, an old king walked out face to face. Uncle Wang, you're back. Yu Sheng saw his Uncle Wang appear and screamed happily, letting go of Yi Weisheng's hand and stepping forward. The old Wang lifted Yu Sheng up and held him in his arms. Yu Ji called Brother Wang. The old Wang looked at the two big and one small and asked Yu Sheng, little fishy is going out? Mom and I sent Uncle out. Yu Sheng wanted to say he sent Dad. Yu Ji coughed at the right time to remind Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng immediately changed his words. Yi Weisheng watched Yu Sheng's intimacy with old Wang and his stomach turned sour. Old Wang politely said to Yi Weisheng, why don't you sit down for a while? Yi Weisheng remembered what Yu Sheng had said, that old Wang hadn't been to his house, and instantly balanced his heart, and calmly returned. It's getting late. We'll come back another day. The elevator went up to the top floor and came down again, stopping at the floor of Yuji's house. The elevator door opened. You guys go back. I'll just go down by myself. After saying this, he walked towards the elevator. Yuji and Yu Sheng really did not send again. Straight said uncle goodbye. Yu Weisheng was so angry that he couldn't wait to go out and grab this little heartless one and spank him, and he didn't want him to be his cheap father when he had Uncle Wang. Yu Weisheng's heart rose a sense of crisis. Yu Sheng so like that Wang uncle. The old Wang is still single, and with Yuji they live so close, or the so-called close to the water first. He had to do something about it. Yu Weisheng thought of things in his mind. A foot of gas to kill home. Kindergarten parent-child activities. For the dads or physical work. Yu Weisheng is indeed a little tired. Came home and took a shower and lay down on the bed to sleep. But there is something in his heart. How can he sleep? Yu Weisheng tossed and turned in bed. Suddenly turned over and sat up. No, I have to move to live there. Yu Weisheng took his cell phone and didn't care what time it was now. So he dialed Secretary Li over. Sleeping Secretary Li still thinking about tomorrow's weekend. Can sleep a lazy sleep it? Is dreaming of the ex-girlfriend back to find her begging to get back together? Secretary Li still want to be arrogant a little bit before agreeing, but not yet wait for him to say yes. Was woken up by the ringing of the phone. Who is it? Who is it? Can't you call a little later at night? Secretary Li annoyingly took the cell phone on the bedside table and took a look at the caller ID. President? Instantly sleepy. Hello? President? Secretary Li. Go and help me see if the house on the 18th floor of the first unit of the 6th building of Riverside Garden is for sale tomorrow. Looking at a house? President, are you going to buy a house over there? That side is quite far from the company. Well, help me see if there is one. Price is not a problem. Can a more expensive house be more expensive than a wife and child? Yes. President, you don't have to go to the office so early tomorrow. Go see the house first. What if you go late and someone else buys it? Secretary Li wondered. So urgent? But tomorrow is the weekend. There was no need to go to the company. Okay, President, tomorrow is the weekend. Do we have to go back to the company to work overtime? Doesn't the president not like working overtime? Tomorrow weekend? Yeah, don't you know? Yi Weisheng really forgot. Then go to see the house early tomorrow and count your overtime pay. Okay, President. The rich don't earn a son of a bitch. The president actually took the initiative to calculate overtime pay for him. This president. Very nice. Chapter 16, Lin Zijie misses his flower stumbling block. Since tomorrow was the weekend, Yi Weisheng turned off his alarm clock and slept a natural awakening. Since he had been unable to sleep last night, today Yi Weisheng slept until 10 o'clock in the morning before he was woken up by the ringing of the phone. Hello? Boss Yi. Are you home? Lin Zijie's voice came into his ears through the microphone, startling Yi Weisheng to turn his cell phone away from his ears. At home. What are you doing in the morning again? What morning? It's after 10. Don't tell me you're not up yet? Aha! Oh yo! Self-disciplined as you are. Now you want to sleep in too? Hurry up and open the door. Open what door? Of course it's your door. My hands are numb from clapping. And you're sleeping too much. Yi Weisheng directly hung up the phone, not bothering to listen to his jabbering. Annoyingly scratched his sleep-messy hair and lifted the covers to get out of bed. As soon as the door opened, Lin Zijie squeezed in. What are you doing in my house so early in the morning? Yi Weisheng closed the door and turned to enter the house. Lin Zijie plopped himself down on the sofa. Of course I'm here to get first-hand information. Speak human. Didn't you go to a family event yesterday? Did you get your hair? No. Why? Is it so hard to take a hair? I don't want to take it yet. Yi Weisheng didn't want to tell Lin Zijie that he was scared, or else Lin Zijie would not only laugh at him, but he would also tell the other two so that everyone would laugh at him together. What do you mean you don't want to take it yet? You don't want to know that child's birth? Lin Zijie could want to know too much. I don't think it's necessary. Whoever looks at that face of his will think it's my son. Yi Weisheng found a grandiose reason. Lin Zijie was caught by a bag on the sofa. A pink cartoon tote bag? That is yesterday's UG to Yi Weisheng through the parent-child dress. Was he took back last night by hand on the sofa? Have not had time to wash. Lin Zijie was curious as to how Yi Weisheng had such a kawaii bag in his house and what it contained. The clothes were taken out and carried in Lin Zijie's hands. Whose is this? Mine. Yi Weisheng sat on the sofa and ordered takeout. His father and son empty after sleeping for so long. Yours? Lin Zijie looked at Yi Weisheng and then at the clothes. A pink t-shirt with a dinosaur pattern. How childish it looked. And, TSK, Boss Yi, this is not like your style. You wouldn't have to wear such childish clothes just to pull strings with your cheap son. Lin Zijie's nose twitched as he brought the clothes to his nose and smelled them. Why does it smell like sweat? Have you worn it? Yesterday was a trip to a parent-child event. So of course I had to wear a parent-child outfit. So it's as a parent-child costume. What the hell are you doing here? Yi Weisheng didn't believe what he said about inquiring for information. On weekends this young Master Lin usually woke up later than him. Today he actually ran to his house so early. There was a situation. My mom had a date with her best friend and her best friend's daughter to my house today. Blind date? Several of them were pushed by their families to get married. Especially Lin Zijie Playboy 1. His parents wanted to let him get married earlier and have a daughter-in-law in charge, so that he wouldn't have to have countless confidants day in and day out. Aha! Lin Zijie didn't want a business marriage. It's nice. It's not like meeting you guys is going to get you married right away. What kinda nice? Those big ladies. Once they're stuck, they're not so easy to get rid of. Lin Zijie didn't know that he would miss out on anything this time out. If he had known who the blind date was, I'm afraid that he would just tie him out. He only knew that between these families of theirs, there is business cooperation. Two people, if they are all sprightly, okay. If they meet those difficult, the stalemate on the business of their own company is also an impact. When it will not be his father to take a shoe chasing and beating. That's true. So you're just going to keep playing around? Wouldn't you have gotten married earlier and not had this trouble? I don't want to get married yet, haven't found the one yet. The doorbell rang. Yi Weisheng's takeout had arrived. Want some? No more food. Lin Zijie was bored and crooked on the sofa playing with his cell phone when the sudden ringing of an incoming call startled him. Boss Yi. Jianghu Rescue. Yi Weisheng looked at the cell phone that was handed to him. The caller ID. Mother Superior. Pick yourself up. Quickly. Help me or I'll jump from your house. Yi Weisheng rolled his eyes at Lin Zijie, took the cell phone and just scratched the answer button. Inside Lin Zijie's mom Wei Ling's stormy voice came over. Lin Zijie, where have you run off to? Don't come back to me quickly. Yi Weisheng had the foresight to hold his cell phone far away. Otherwise his ears would be bombarded by Lin's mother and son in succession. Aunt Wei. This is Weisheng. Lin's mother's voice came to an abrupt end. It's Weisheng. Is Zijie at your place? Zijie went to the bathroom. A cooperative project between Wei Qi and Lin's is being done by Zijie. I have some ideas on my side that I would like to talk to Zijie, so I let him come to my house while it's not a problem today. What are you looking for him for? Once Lin's mom heard that Lin Zijie went to Yi Weisheng's place to do some serious business, the fire was reduced quite a bit. There are some things, but there's no rush. You guys talk first, and after you're done talking, you can just let him come home. Okay, I'll talk to him later then. Okay, then you guys go ahead and I'll hang up. Bye Auntie Wei. Hanging up the phone, Yi Weisheng flung his cell phone at Lin Zijie. Thank you Boss Yi. It's still you who are righteous. On the Lin family side, Wei Ling's best friend Shenlan, whom she hadn't seen for many years, was in the Lin family living room with her daughter. It's really unfortunate today. Just now Zijie has a project on his hands, and the person in charge of the partners side asked him to go over there to talk about things today, and I asked him to come back as soon as possible after he finished talking. Shenlan sipped her tea and glanced at her daughter, who was sitting on the sidelines, thinking that the kid was probably the same as her daughter, unwilling to come to the blind date, and purposely excused himself to hide out. If Lin Zijie was here, he wouldn't be so resistant to today's blind date, because this daughter of his mom's best friend was the very same Wu Yuran who had planted his head and searched for a long time without finding her. Young people don't like blind dates, their parents just want them to get to know each other, not forcing them to be together. I don't know where they are so reluctant. Wu Yuran raised an eyebrow when she heard Wei Ling's words. The Wu family lived in Z City, and Wu Yuran was also dead set against coming here, and she was vaguely aware of her mother's purpose for having to bring her here. Wu Yuran is a bit of jewelry designer. She engaged in a studio. Recently she has a design want to do in kind. Need funds, her mother said. Let her and her mother to come to H City on a trip to provide her with that sum of money. Wu Yuran submitted to her mother's authority down. When he was on the island, the name Lin Zijie gave to Wu Yuran was his English name Jason. So Wu Yuran didn't know that her mom's best friend's son was the Jason she had a dewy-eyed affair with. On the way here she was still wondering how to tell that Mr. Lin that she didn't want to go on a blind date. Since this Mr. Lin didn't want to go on a blind date either, it would be great and save her a lot of work. Shenlan pulled Wei Ling over to sit on the sofa. It's fine. It's good that young people are career-oriented. It's better than those cocky guys who do nothing all day, right? Wei Ling thought to herself. Her son is not the son of a man who has nothing to do all day. Today is most likely his son to find Yi Weisheng to cover for him. She is not good in front of so many people to dismantle. Wait for him to come back, to see how she cleaned up. Wei Ling thought like this in her heart. It is also impossible to talk about her son like this in front of outsiders. I was thinking that when Yuran comes over, I'll let Zijie take her to H City for a stroll. You young people have a more common language together, and this can only condemn Yuran to stay with us two old people for a piece. It's okay Aunt Wei. You're not old. You're so well maintained. If we walk on the street together, people will definitely think we're sisters. Which woman doesn't like it when people say she's young? Wei Ling was also happy to be complimented by Wu Yuran. This kid is really good at talking. A few people chatted pleasantly, while Lin Zijie didn't go back until Wu Yuran and her mom left the Lin family. Chapter 17, Yi Weisheng buys a big dinosaur. Sunday, Yu Ji had planned to take Yu Sheng to play in the amusement park. 2 days ready, not yet had time to go out. Received a phone call from her boss. She had signed a contract for a project with a problem. The B-side asked for modifications. The need for her to go to the company immediately to discuss the contents of the modifications. That project she had followed up for a long time before signing, which was also the first condition for her promotion appraisal in the next quarter. And now that party B wanted to amend the contract. She definitely had to be there. Yu Sheng helplessly watched as Yu Ji finished answering the phone. Mom, has our plan changed again? Well, there's been a change of plans baby. Mom has to make a trip to the office, said Yu Ji guiltily looking at her son. Okay. Yu Sheng took off her hat and picked up her water cup toys and snacks. I'll go to Uncle Wang's house then. Baby, I'm sorry. Mommy promises to take you next week. Yu Ji followed his son to the old Wang's house next door. Yu Sheng took the lead and knocked on the door. Uncle Wang, are you home? Not long after Wang Yanming opened the door to his room and looked at the large and small group standing in the doorway. Is little fishy going to play with Uncle Wang today? Aha. I'm sorry, Brother Wang. I'm going to trouble you again. I have some temporary things to take care of in my company. Hey, let's still talk about this. Little fish and I are good buddies. Just go without worry. Leave him to me. Then Yu Sheng will please help you look after him. I'll leave first. Okay, be safe on the road. Bye Mom. Okay, bye. Yu Ji took the car keys and went downstairs to the office. Wang Yanming led Yu Sheng into the house with the door closed. Looking at the computer that was open and placed on the table, Yu Sheng asked Wang Yanming, Uncle Wang, are you working? Well, Uncle is getting ready to start work. Then Uncle Wang, you work? I'll play with my new toy on the balcony, Yu Sheng said and carried his new toy, walked to the tatami mat on the balcony and started to entertain himself. Wang Yanming looked at the understanding Yu Sheng. He liked this little child, smart and understanding, so that he had never brought a child. He felt that small children are quite good to bring, unlike those friends of his said, a day of noisy, naughty and mischievous. Then you play by yourself for a while. Uncle will be busy for a while and then come back to accompany you. If you need anything just tell uncle. Good. Yu Sheng played with himself. Wang Yanming sat down in front of his computer and began his work for the day. Wang Yanming is a writer. As long as there is nothing to do, basically at home, Yu Sheng is very good. Usually Yu will Yu Sheng send in Wang Yanming home, Wang Yanming to write, Yu Sheng on their own to play with toys on the sidelines. Do not make noise. Yi Weisheng has nothing to do today. Thinking about the last said to buy a lot of dinosaurs to Yu Sheng, but also with him to build blocks. Today Sunday, he can just have an excuse to go to Yuji's home to find them. So he drove to the mall, toy store and a variety of dazzling toys, so that Yi Weisheng look at the eyes. These stores he was very small when he came. After 10 or 20 years he once again came to the world of toys. The sales clerk greeted Yi Weisheng. Sir, what type of toys do you want to sell? I can help you introduce them. I want to sell dinosaurs and blocks. Okay, this way please. The sales clerk brought Yi Weisheng to the dinosaur area. This side is considered a dinosaur. Which one do you think you need? All kinds of big and small dinosaur toys. Yi Weisheng do not know how to choose. If all buy back, Yuji their home that the living room must be full of not necessarily put down. Thinking about the day I saw, Yu Sheng's dinosaurs the largest is only 20 or 30 centimeters big. Small Yu Sheng already have so many. Then he will buy in the large, placed in the living room. At any time to see him this Yi uncle bought. This idea is not bad. I want that big one, and that one, that one, that one too. Yu Weisheng pointed out several big dinosaurs in a row. The smallest are 70 to 80 centimeters big. The biggest one is the most outrageous. The visual estimate has 1.67 m like, big enough to be eye-catching. This is only Yu Weisheng most satisfied with one. The clerk was stunned by him. Sir, do you want all of these? What's the problem? Look at the clerk. He's buying more land and he's not happy about it? Isn't it bad that he's giving him a performance boost? Oh, no problem. Are you running an amusement park? The clerk thought that Yi Weisheng bought so many big dinosaurs to take back for decoration. No, for the kids at home. Ha, you're so proud of yourself. Such a big dinosaur at home. He is living in a villa, right? It's good to be rich. That little house of his is probably not as big as someone's children's toy room. Okay, we'll place your order right away. You still need blocks, right? Please come over here. The clerk brought Yi Weisheng to the block area again. Sir, this side is full of blocks now. These are the new ones we just got to the store. And those ones up there too. Yi Weisheng didn't put the small ones in his eyes at all, and chose all the big ones. That castle. That pirate ship over there. Buy one each. Just these. Yes sir. Please wait a moment. I will prepare the goods for you. The clerk was happy in her heart. The gold master's father came to her door. She wouldn't have to worry about her performance this month. Yi Weisheng in the waiting time, in the store around, came to an imitation doll, especially cute. Before Yuji also liked to collect their dolls' hand-me-downs, took a go to the cash register. This also together with the bill. The clerk took a look at the doll on the counter. Her eyes lit up, smiling so much that her mouth couldn't close. Sir, you really have a good eye. This doll is a global limited edition. The whole of H City is only one. Buy it back whether it's for your child to play, or to do a collection is quite good. The most important thing is that it is expensive. This one doll is more than 30,000 yuan. Think of this month's commission. The clerk moves more numb, afraid that Yi Weisheng regret not to buy. The clerk quickly packed all the toys for Yi Weisheng. Sir, all the toys you want have been prepared for you. This side is for your bill. A total of $53,000. Swipe the card. Yi Weisheng handed over a black gold card, and the clerk couldn't wait to swipe and sign. Alright sir, please keep your card. The clerk handed the card back to Yi Weisheng. Sir, do you need us to call a car for your delivery? So many voluminous dinosaurs. Yi Weisheng's own car definitely couldn't fit. Need. You call one for me. Bring 2 more people, and help me move it into my home in a while. Yes, just a moment. Sir. The clerk quickly called a delivery truck. Help Yi Weisheng buy all the toys, all move on the car. Yi Weisheng gave the truck Yuji's home address, and first drove to Yuji's home. Arriving at the door of Yuji's house, Yi Weisheng knocked several times. No one came to open the door. Could it be that he is not at home? Yi Weisheng took out his cell phone to call Yuji. Chapter 18, Why buy me a Barbie doll when I'm a man? Yuji is still in the company with the client to talk about the program. The phone rang, saw that it was Yi Weisheng's phone, So he greeted the client and went out to answer the phone. Hello? Aren't you guys home? I'm working late at the office. What can I do for you? Yusheng brought it to the office too? No. I left him next door at Wang's. Yu Weisheng heard the old king next door. The heart of the sour water straight. Tone of complaint. How to go to trouble Wang again? You do not know to call me? It's not good for me to trouble you. Who knows if you have the time? Not to mention that brother Wang is so close. I also left on a temporary emergency. So it's still easier to ask brother Wang to help look after it. She didn't want to trouble Yu Weisheng more than brother Wang. Yu Weisheng heard a nameless fire in his heart. This woman still really treats him as an outsider. Does Yu Sheng have a key to his home? I bought him some toys and someone else sent them over right away. There. Are you at my house? Do you need me to call brother Wang and ask him to help sign for it? Yu Sheng, a small child, didn't know how to sign for goods. No need. Yu Weisheng gritted his teeth and said 3 words before hanging up the phone and dialed Yu Sheng's number again. Hello? Dad? Yu Sheng enthusiastically called Dad, successfully attracting Wang Yanming's side eye. Yesterday he was called Uncle, but today he's called Dad? Wang Yanming lived here earlier than Yu Ji. When Yu Ji moved in, she was a pregnant woman every day as a person in and out, but there is not much interaction. Later Yu Shengborn gradually grow up, the child sweet-talking enthusiastic. Every time he saw him to greet him, 1 to 2 to get acquainted. Do neighbors these years? Wang Yanming also probably know that Yu Ji is a single mother with a child. Then Yu Sheng kindergarten. Yu Ji went out to find a job. Sometimes Yu Ji need to work overtime. Cannot take care of the child. Will ask Wang Yanming to help look after. Wang Yanming's nature of work so that he rarely go out with outsiders. Female friends can be said to be no. So these years together, Wang Yanming Yu Ji heart good feeling, but usually busy each other. Only occasionally encountered only to greet and chat a few words. So Wang Yanming did not start a substantial pursuit of Yu Ji. Yesterday, I saw Yu Ji bringing Yu Weisheng and the child home together. Yu Sheng and Yu Weisheng look alike. So Wang Yanming thought he was Yu Sheng's father. But when he came back to run into him at night, Yu Sheng called Yu Weisheng uncle again. Even if they are divorced, it is impossible for a child to call their father an uncle in front of outsiders, right? Moreover, Yu Sheng is already more than 4 years old, and he has never seen Yu Weisheng come before, and yesterday was the first time he saw him. There must be a reason for this. Or is it that Yu Weisheng actually has another family and Yu Sheng is just their illegitimate child? Then Yu Ji is not a third party who interferes in other people's families? Wang Yanming cannot figure out. Yu Ji does not look like a person who will destroy other people's families. Wang Yanming was still immersed in his thoughts. Yu Sheng had already hung up the phone and ran towards the door. Uncle Wang, my dad is here. I'll go open the door for him. Wang Yanming got up and followed him. Yu Sheng opened the door and walked out to see Yu Weisheng standing in front of his house. Dad. Wang Yanming nodded his head in greeting to Yu Weisheng. Coming. Well, thank you for helping to take care of Yu Sheng. Yu Weisheng acted as if he was declaring his sovereignty. How could Wang Yanming not understand that a man's intuition was sometimes accurate? But he felt a little funny when he heard Yu Weisheng's words. If Yu Sheng was his child, then what had he been doing all these years? The child was so big before he showed up. I should. Yu Sheng is very good. Wang Yanming looked down at Yu Sheng who was pulling Yu Weisheng. Yu Sheng saw Wang Yanming looking over and raised a big smile. Yu Weisheng said to Yu Sheng, Baby, Daddy bought you a present. Quickly open the door. The gift giver will be here soon. Okay. Yu Sheng removed the key hanging around his neck to unlock the door. The elevator ding sound stopped at their floor. The elevator door opened. The first thing that came into view was a big dinosaur. Wow. A big dinosaur. Yu Sheng was excited. Daddy, is this your gift to me? Yeah. Like it? Love it. The delivery staff moved the dinosaurs out of the elevator and walked to Yu Ji's door. May I ask which Mr. Yu Weisheng? I am. Move in. Yu Weisheng made the way out. The staff moved the dinosaur towards the house. Yu Sheng followed behind and kept clapping her hands saying it was a big dinosaur. Her eyes delighted. Just a moment. We'll go and bring up the rest, the staff said and went downstairs. Yu Sheng only had dinosaurs in his eyes, looking at the big dinosaurs that were placed in the house much taller than him, touching them left and right, tooting and sighing, what a big dinosaur. It's almost as tall as a house. Dad, you're amazing. Buying back such a big dinosaur. Yu Sheng looked at Yu Weisheng with admiration in his eyes. Don't worry. There's more back there. And, as the two were talking, the staff moved some more dinosaurs up and kept meeting several times before all the toys were moved inside. Sir, your goods have all been moved. Please sign to confirm. The staff handed a bill to Yu Weisheng, who took it, signed it, paid the removal fee, and they left. Yu Weisheng looked at Yu Sheng and touched this and that. How is it? Which one is your favorite? Loved every one of them. They were so big. I've only ever seen dinosaurs that big at amusement parks. We can barely fit them in our house. And this block? Also good big But Dad, why there is a Barbie doll This is a girl-like toys. I am a man. Yu Sheng didn't understand why his dad bought him such a cute Barbie doll. Dinosaurs and blocks are for you, and Barbie is for mommy. Oh, it's for mommy. But mommy's all grown up. Does she still like Barbies? Should still like it. Yu Weisheng was uncertain by Yu Sheng's question, because Yu Ji was now not the same college student she used to be, and he didn't know if she still liked dolls. Wang Yanming looked at was placed in a room of big and small dinosaurs. Is very disdainful. The child is small and need to be taken care of when not see people, and now the child is big. The door to recognize the family. This kind of man is very irresponsible and unreliable in Wang Yanming's opinion. Wang Yanming suddenly looked down on Yu Weisheng a bit and didn't want to stay here with him for much longer. Hello, I haven't asked your name yet? Free of your surname Yi? My name is Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng said as he stretched out his hand towards Wang Yanming, who shook it back up. My name is Wang Yanming. When is Mr. Yi leaving? I still have some work to go back and deal with. Oh, Mr. Wang, if you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. I'll stay here and take care of Yu Sheng. I'm troubling you today. Since Mr. Yi wants to stay, then I won't bother. The child is in your care. I'll go back first. After Wang Yanming finished speaking, he greeted Yu Sheng. Little fishy, Uncle Wang will go back first. Okay, goodbye Uncle Wang. Yu Sheng had a new toy, and put Uncle Wang behind him again, said goodbye and lowered his head to concentrate on playing with his toy. Bye. Chapter 19, If you need anything in the future, come to me. Don't bother Lao Wang. When Wang Yanming went back, Yu Weisheng closed the door behind him and went inside to vocally complain to Yu Sheng. Baby, when mommy had to go out today, why didn't you call daddy and let him come over to take care of you? Yu Sheng didn't know why, because mom and I were going to the amusement park, and mom took a call and left before she could call you. Then from now on, if there's anything, call dad first. Don't go bothering Uncle Wang, okay? Uncle Wang has work to do. Good. Dad, let's play with the blocks. Yu Sheng saw that pirate ship block and was tempted to play. Okay, let's build blocks together. Yu Weisheng opened the pirate bar block box and poured out the small parts inside. Yu Weisheng looked through the drawings. Yu Sheng also came over. At lunchtime, Yu Ji didn't come back. Yu Weisheng made a lunch for Yu Sheng, and the two of them ate and drank enough to start their block project again. Yu Ji returned home. The door was stunned by the scene in front of her. Her living room is filled with large and small various dinosaurs. Know that she returned home. Don't know also thought that she went to the world of dinosaurs. As for Yu Sheng and Yi Weisheng, the two of them were sitting cross-legged on the floor mat in the middle of a pile of dinosaurs. A large and a small pair of identical faces leaning together, studying something seriously. I'm back, Yu Ji voiced out to remind the two that someone was coming from home. Yu Sheng turned around and looked at Yu Ji who walked in. She hurriedly climbed up and ran to Yu Ji. Mom, you're back. Look at the dinosaurs Dad bought me. And the blocks. Dad and I are building blocks. Yu Ji approached only to see many block parts piled up where they were sitting. Oh yeah, Dad also bought you a Barbie doll. Mom, look. Yu Sheng remembered the doll that Yi Weisheng had bought for Yu Ji, and ran to the sofa to pick up the doll and hand it to Yu Ji. Yu Ji took the doll handed to him by his son and held it in his hand and recognized the doll at once, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Last time she took Yu Sheng to buy toys, in the mall toy store saw this doll. She was very like, but the clerk said that the doll is a limited edition, to tens of thousands of dollars. Yu Ji did not bother to buy. I did not think that Yi Weisheng bought it back for her, but this doll is so expensive. She definitely can't accept it. I'm a mom now. Where do I still like these dolls? Take it and return it. Yu Ji's eyes of surprise. Yi Weisheng did not miss. So when he heard Yu Ji said so, he did not reach out to pick up Yu Ji handed to him in front of the doll. Buy all bought, but also what to return? The invoice I lost. Just put it at home. Yu Ji didn't know if what he said was true or not. Then you can bring it back to your house later. You can also give it to the daughter of a relative or friend. Yi Weisheng didn't want to argue with her. Gave a perfunctory and went back to building blocks with Yu Sheng. Who wouldn't have taken them away anyway? Are you eating here tonight? Yu Sheng looked at Yi Weisheng with anticipation in his eyes. He wanted to eat with his dad. Well, eat here. Yu Sheng immediately smiled. Then I'll go buy vegetables. Yu Ji went out again, and in a short while, he bought many dishes and returned. Yu Ji started cooking, and Yi Weisheng let Yu Sheng play alone while he went to help Yu Ji. The doorway sounded knocking. Yu Ji wiped the water on his hands to go through the cat's eye to see that it was Wang Yanming, so he opened the door. Brother Wang, little Ji, you're back. This is Yu Sheng's water cup and toys. I forgot to bring them over at noon. Oh, thank you Uncle Wang. It's really troublesome for you today. You even helped us to deliver it here. Yu Sheng heard his Uncle Wang came and also hurried to the door and called Uncle Wang good. Say those why? Our neighbors? Who can not have a thing we help each other should be. Brother Wang, why don't you come in and sit for a while? There was an extra person in the house today, and there was no fear that he would stir up gossip. No, I've got a date with a friend to go out for dinner. I'm going out here. Some other time. Okay, then be safe on the road. Bye Uncle Wang. Bye. Yuji closed the door and went back to the kitchen. Yi Weisheng heard Yuji invited the old king into the house, could not help but mutter in his heart, there is a one. There are two. Which has a beginning. Then the old king later to sit at home, that is a common thing. It seems that he bought a house and moved here to live. It is not enough to solve the root of the problem. Should let Yuji and the girls move elsewhere, away from the old king to decide this problem. There was also that kid Yu Shang. As soon as he heard that Uncle Wang was here, he ran over with his ass in the air, calling Uncle Wang hello. He was so enthusiastic that it made his eyes glaze over. Yi Weisheng also do not think. People Wang Yanming and Yu Shang know how long. He and Yu Sheng only know how long Yu Sheng and Wang Yanming familiar. Good relationship, that is normal. Right. With this idea, Yi Weisheng's thoughts came alive again. How to make Yuji willingly move out of here. It seems to have to think of a way to do so. Why did you buy so many big dinosaurs at once? The living room is almost filled up. Yuji looked at the room full of dinosaurs. A burst of head. Those dinosaurs are made realistically. The eyes are bright and shiny, and at night they will also reflect light. If you don't pay attention to be stared at by so many eyes, you will really be startled. When Yi Weisheng heard this, he instantly became energized. I'll get you a bigger house. This one is a bit small. Yuji speechless live. She just thinks so many big dinosaurs placed in the house in the way, and did not feel that her house is small. I and my son, 2 people live in this house is more than enough. Do not need to change. Yi Weisheng knew that he couldn't fight Yuji, or he wouldn't be able to come to her house in the future. Put some on the balcony and some in Yu Sheng's bedroom. You should be able to put it down. It can only be this way. Yu Sheng is still young. Yuji has not yet shared his bed, so Yu Sheng's small bedroom is now empty. Move all those dinosaurs to the small bedroom and forget about it. In the future, if there's anything you need help with, just give me a call. People's brother Wang also has work to do. It's not good to always go and trouble him. Yu Jianji in his heart. I'm not good to trouble him. I'm not good to trouble you. Since everyone is not good to trouble, then why should I seek far away? Today things happen suddenly. I usually do not work overtime. Yuji went to the interview, said she had a child to bring. Hope not often overtime. The supervisor also told her that their company will rarely work overtime, unless some urgent and sudden situation. Yuji has been working for so long, the company does rarely let employees work overtime. Yuji can be with Yi Weisheng at school, that the results are poor, but also to see with whom to compare. Her high school grades are still very good, so to get into the Department of Finance, University of A. The gold content of her diploma is still quite high, coupled with the university period. Yi Weisheng bet on her to take a number of certificates, as well as a number of competition award certificates. Even if Yuji graduated from the birth of a baby, there is no work experience. It's still very smooth to find this job. The two of them had a chat while cooking, and soon had 3 dishes and a soup ready, and the 3 of them finished eating around the table. Tomorrow is Monday, and children need to go to school and need to go to bed early, so Yi Weisheng didn't stay long and went back. Chapter 20, Yuji's Call. The days were spent in a busy schedule, and the task of looking at houses given by Yi Weisheng to Secretary Li ended with Secretary Li returning without any success. Secretary Li thought that the president would be dissatisfied with him, but he didn't know that the president just lightly said, no, even if. Then there was no more. Yuji, their neighborhood because of the kindergarten and elementary school are close, so the neighborhood houses are rarely sold twice. Yi Weisheng has new plans, so it doesn't matter if the house is there or not. Yi Weisheng all day long in the company to deal with a variety of large and small affairs. The recent project at hand is a critical period. Every day the size of the meeting, a variety of motions busy. At 11:30 at noon, Yi Weisheng ended his last video conference and just returned to the office, ready to pack up and go downstairs for lunch, when the phone suddenly rang. Yi Weisheng looked at a glance. Is Yuji called? This can be rare. Since 5 years ago after the breakup of the university graduation to now, Yuji never took the initiative to give him a phone call. Yi Weisheng excited heart-trembling hands. Cell phone or almost fell off the table down. Cough. Yi Weisheng straightened his voice. Hello? This phone call Yujianji. I hesitated for a long time. In the NTE Weisheng call, she worked overtime last week to change the contract program. The need to go to Y City and the B side of the field inspection before finalizing the case. That is, she needs to go to Y City on business trips, which has never been the case before. Party B asked to finalize the program this week. Tomorrow is Friday. Just the supervisor came over to ask her, want to go on a business trip? If not, then the project will be handed over to another colleague, which means that all her previous efforts will be handed over. This promotion wouldn't be hers anymore, but if she went, she would have to go on an inspection tour with Party B tomorrow, so she would have to arrive in Y-Town tonight or early tomorrow morning at the latest. If things go well, you can get a flight back tomorrow night. If not, you may have to come back the day after. If it was just during the day, she could still ask Wang Yanming to help take care of Yu Sheng, but she was leaving tonight, so it was not good for Yu Ji to trouble Wang Yanming to help her pick up the kids, and it was not good for Yu Sheng to spend the night at Wang Yanming's house. Yu Ji has no relatives in H City. All the effort in these years on the child, and did not make any friends. Previously, during the university, there are a few good relationship with classmates in H City, and then she graduated to give birth to a baby. Yu Ji is afraid that they know to tell Yu Sheng, but also not how to interact with them, and over time there is no further contact. Yu Ji can't find someone she can trust, but she also doesn't want to give up this opportunity. Everyone wants to have a good career to fulfill their values. Yu Ji also wants. She can only cheekily call Yu Sheng. Obviously every time she refuses, the person is her, but as a result, something still have to go to trouble him. Yu Ji also feel embarrassed. Hello? You now convenient to answer the phone? I have something I want to trouble you with, Yu Ji said as she blushed. Convenient. What's the matter? Yu Sheng was glad in his heart. Fortunately last time he told this woman that there was something to find him. Otherwise this time the opportunity would definitely be for the old king next door again. I need to go to Y City on a business trip. I might have to leave tonight. I don't know if you have the time. Can I trouble you to take care of Yu Sheng for me tonight and tomorrow? I should be able to come back tomorrow night. Yu Ji just finished his words. Yu Sheng couldn't wait to agree, fearing that Yu Ji won't look for his help anymore. There is time. What time is your flight? I will send you to the airport. Don't bother. I'll just take a taxi to the airport myself. You pick up Yu Sheng for me this afternoon and bring her home. I'll order takeout for you guys in the evening. Yu Sheng is a good sleeper at night and doesn't get up at night. The clothes Yu Sheng is going to wear tomorrow, I will prepare them and put them on the bedside. The clothes he will wear by himself. And I will also trouble you to send Yu Sheng to kindergarten tomorrow morning. Yu Ji said a lot at once. She was afraid that Yu Sheng hadn't brought a child before and found it troublesome. Good. What time do you leave this afternoon? I haven't booked a flight yet. I don't know yet. It's already noon. Have you eaten yet? Yu Ji is not good enough to ask for a favor. A polite word is not said. Then directly hang up the phone. Not yet. Just about to go eat. You ate? Yu Sheng was still wondering if Yu Ji would invite him to have lunch with him, when Yu Ji's voice came from over there. No. Then go ahead and eat. I'll leave you alone. Yu Sheng will trouble you for the next 2 days. Yu Sheng heart scarlet belly. Small and scrupulous? This would like to hang up the phone. Good. You also go to eat first. Work again busy. Also need to fill up the stomach first. And booked a good ticket to stay with me. I will go to send you. Yu Ji no longer excuses with him. When the time comes to buy a plane ticket and go directly. He does not know anyway. Okay. Bye. Bye. Yu Sheng looked at the beeping busy tone coming from his cell phone. Smiled and tossed his cell phone. And went downstairs to eat. If Secretary Lee hears it, he can't help but spit it out again. President, where did you get the time to go to the airport to see people off? There is still an important meeting to be held in the afternoon. It's not like you're going to dump me and leave. Yu Sheng didn't go to the company's staff cafeteria to eat. The female staff of their company were all too enthusiastic, making him a bit overwhelmed. They were all employees of his own group, and he couldn't throw off his face. He didn't want to go and be mobbed again. So that staff restaurant, he had only been there once and not again. There is a private kitchen right next door. Yu Sheng went to order 2 dishes and ate clean by himself. Yu Sheng eat while thinking. I do not know Yu Ji airfare booked or not. There is no food. Need to give her a package over. And thought of tonight will be with Yu Sheng children to sleep together. Yu Ji said Yu Sheng sleep very good. Yu Sheng is not worried. He is worried about his own sleep good or not. At that time will not Yu Sheng kicked under the bed. Yu Ji hung up the phone and let out a breath. Finally finished. And now should go to find Zhang in charge. Yu Ji does not know whether Yu Sheng has time to help her with the child, so have not yet replied to the head of the Zhang to go or not. And now the implementation of the Yu Sheng end. Zhang in charge of this side of the natural is good to say. Yu Ji went to the supervisor's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Yu Ji pushed the door in and closed it again smoothly. Supervisor Zhang. I've decided to go to Y City. I have all the information ready. Zhang supervisor heard Yu Ji said so. Very happy. She is very good Yu Ji. Do not arrogant, easygoing and eat bitter. Unlike some of the newcomers, high not low. This is not good to do, that also do not want to do. Good. Then you'll book your airfare and hotel early. And go straight back to pack your bags after work in a while. bringing all the information with you. Okay, thank you Supervisor Zhang. Yu returned to the workstation, took out his cell phone, booked a flight to Y City at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The hotel chose a company closer to the B-side. Take the required information. Yu rode a small electric donkey home to pack. Chapter 21, Daddy's been missed. Baby. Taking advantage of the noon dismissal time, Yu packed her bags while making a call to Yushang. Hello? Mom. Baby, have you had lunch yet? Just finished eating. Mom, we have chicken legs today. Yushang wiped her greasy little mouth from eating. Is it good? Yummy. Have you eaten yet, Mom? Mommy hasn't yet. Honey, Mommy is calling to tell you something. Mommy is going on a business trip somewhere else in a little while and may not be back until tomorrow night. Mom has already called Uncle Yi. Tonight Uncle Yi will be at home to take you to bed. Tomorrow morning it will also be Uncle Yi who will send you to kindergarten. The clothes you wear tomorrow, Mom will help you put them on the bedside, and you will dress yourself when you get up tomorrow. Is that okay? Mom, will you be back tomorrow? Yushang had always slept with his mom when he was growing up, and he would miss her if she didn't come back at night. Well, Mom will be back tomorrow if it goes well. Yuji didn't dare to say too much. In case he couldn't come back tomorrow, the kids would be disappointed. Well, good luck with everything, Mom. Well, thanks baby. Trojan horse Mom is not at home. You have to listen to Uncle Yi. Yuji didn't forget to once again urge her son not to be too naughty. Okay, don't worry Mom. I'll be good and listen to Dad. In front of Yi Weisheng, Yusheng had always been a good baby. Then Mommy will hang up. Bye Mom. All the best. Bye baby. Hearing the voice of such a well-behaved and understanding son, Yuji smiled happily, but when she was arranging Yusheng's clothes, she was sad again. For so many years Yusheng had always slept with her, and suddenly she was going to be separated. Even if it was just for a day, she couldn't bear to part with it. Yuji packed her bags, simply cooked a bowl of noodles and ate it. After looking at the information needed to bring all, their home is still far from the airport. Need to leave an hour and a half in advance to catch up. Yuji intends to go out early, to give themselves enough time, lest the traffic jam at the time of rushing. Yi Weisheng ate lunch back to the office, waiting for Yuji's phone. That woman will not sneak away on their own. Yi Weisheng hurriedly dialed Yuji's phone. 2 o'clock Yuji pulling suitcase out. Just downstairs ready to take a taxi, cell phone rings. Yuji saw that it was Yi Weisheng who called. Hello? Have you left yet? What time's the flight? Just getting ready to leave. I booked it for 5 p.m. What can I do for you? You wait. I'll go send you. Yi Weisheng hangs up the phone without waiting for Yuji to answer, grabs the car keys and heads out, completely disregarding Secretary Lee's dead or alive. Secretary Lee looked at the president who left like the wind inside. President, President, you just left like this. What do you want me to do for the afternoon meeting nah? Also don't say what time you'll be back. What am I going to say to the partners? Secretary Lee stiffly called Yi Weisheng. Hello? President, what time will you be back? There's a meeting in the afternoon. Yi Weisheng didn't know what time he could go back. The meeting has been pushed to tomorrow. Okay, President. Secretary Lee compensated with another smile and went to tell the partner that the meeting was postponed until tomorrow. Secretary Lee headache. This president although do not love overtime, but love to leave early. Difficult to get. Oh. Yuji looked at the beeping cell phone. Ugh. Returned to go find a shady place to sit and wait for Master Yi. About half an hour or so, Yi Weisheng arrived at the door of the neighborhood. Yuji saw dragging the suitcase over. Yi Weisheng also wanted to call Yuji. Yuji has been knocking on the car window. Yi Weisheng saw the situation, put down the phone. Get out of the car and put Yuji's suitcase into the trunk. The two got on the car. Yi Weisheng drove in the direction of the airport. Why didn't you call me? I just didn't want to bother you too much. Not to mention it's business hours. Aren't you busy? It's not busy. One can't go back on one's word again and again. And since you promised, you have to do it. Last time it was a promise to be with him all the time, only to dump him. And this time it was a promise to call him, only to try to sneak off on her own. Sorry, just don't want to owe you too much for fear of not being able to pay you back later. I don't want an apology. Just remember to do what you say next time. Yuji opened the car window and looked out. The wind lifted her hair. Yuji used to be a head of long hair, and then for the convenience of bringing children, cut a bobbed head. The wind blows hair flying everywhere, cannot be suppressed. All the way through. At 4 o'clock to the airport, Yuji took out the suitcase, said to Yi Weisheng thank you. You go back, don't need to go in. A moment back to pick up the child late. Yi Weisheng originally wanted to send Yuji in to wait for the plane. Heard her say that, counting the time is also this point to go back to pick up Yusheng after school or later than ever. Then keep yourself safe and give me a call when you land. Good. You don't have to drive back too fast. I'll say hello to the kindergarten teacher, so it's okay to be a little late. Okay, Get in. I'm going back. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yu Ji dragged his suitcase into the airport hall, and Yi Weisheng drove away to pick up Yu Sheng from school. Seeing that the time was already 5 o'clock, Yi Weisheng was blocked on the way back, and he was afraid that Yu Sheng would be anxious to wait, so he gave Yu Sheng a call. Hey, Dad, honey, Daddy just dropped Mommy off at the airport and is still on his way back. There's a bit of a traffic jam, he might be a little late. Oh, okay, Daddy, you drive safe. Okay, bye. Bye, Dad. Yu Sheng hung up the phone and chatted with the teacher at the side. Teacher Su, my dad said he sent my mom to the airport and is still on his way back, but there's a bit of a traffic jam, so he might be a bit late. It's okay, the teacher will wait with you. Yu Sheng's dad was a big handsome guy. The whole kindergarten teachers knew that. In the past, Yu Sheng's father never came to school. Everyone thought that Yu Sheng was a single parent, and that time when Yu Sheng fought, this legendary Yu Sheng's father only showed up for the first time and charmed a large number of female teachers in the school. Recently, Yi Weisheng came to pick up Yu Sheng from school every day, and the young female teachers all scrambled to drop off their students in front of the school, just to see the handsome man for their eyes. Thank you, Mr. Su. Yu Sheng looked too much like his father. Teacher Su rubbed Yu Sheng's little head and inquired about Yi Weisheng. Yu Sheng, what does your father do? This question could put Yu Sheng in a difficult position, as he didn't know either. Well, Mr. Su, I don't know about that. I didn't ask Dad. Then what does your dad like to do every day when he gets home from work? Yu Sheng's dad has such a good figure. He should be working out a lot. I wonder which gym he's at. When the time comes, she'll go and get a card too. I don't know. Dad went back to his house after sending me home. Yu Sheng did not know why Teacher Su asked this question. More than 4-year-old child where to understand what? This Teacher Su usually quite good to him. The teacher asked what he answered honestly. Doesn't your dad live with you guys? Teacher Su was a little surprised. Could it be that Yu Sheng was really a single parent? His mom and dad were already divorced. How else could they not live together? And he had never seen Yu Sheng's dad picking up his child from school before. Well, I live with mommy and daddy lives in his own house. Little bit didn't know that because of what he had said, he had gotten his dad on Mr. Su's mind. Teacher Su's eyes light up. So handsome man. And Yi Weisheng drove or Maybach. Handsome and gold. Divorced also does not matter. Then where is your father's home? I don't know this one either. Yu Sheng was a bit demoralized. The teacher asked so many questions about his dad, but he actually didn't know any of them. It seems that he'll have to ask them properly in a while. Chapter 22, I'm going to Daddy's house. When Yi Weisheng arrived, there was already only one child, Yu Sheng, in the whole school, and Mr. Su was unusually enthusiastic to see Yi Weisheng. Yu Sheng's dad, you're here, Dad. Yu Sheng ran to Yi Weisheng's side and held his hand. Well, I'm sorry teacher. Something came up at the last minute today, so I'm late. It's fine. Yu Sheng and I were chatting while waiting for you, and it doesn't feel like it's been too long before you arrived. Teacher Su looked at the tall and handsome Yi Weisheng in front of her, her eyes glowing. Yi Weisheng felt that today's teacher. How did that look in his eyes have a feeling of being like a wolf or a tiger? Thank you teacher. Then we won't delay teacher from work. We'll leave first. It's fine. It's fine. It's not delayed. I'm nothing after work anyway. Yi Weisheng said to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, say goodbye to your teacher. Bye teacher. Bye Yu Sheng. Bye Yu Sheng's dad. Having only just arrived and about to leave, Mr. Su had a feeling of reluctance. Yi Weisheng nodded his head to the teacher in greeting, then led Yu Sheng towards the parking space. Yu Sheng bowed her head and kept thinking about Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng saw that little bit was so quiet today, completely lacking the enthusiasm of previous days, and thought it was because he was late. So Yu Sheng was angry. Baby, is he angry with daddy? No. Yu Sheng looked up at Yi Weisheng and walked again with her head down. So is someone bullying you at school? And no. Yi Weisheng raised his eyebrows. Not angry. Not bullied. Then why is it so abnormal today? Is it because Yu Ji is not at home today? Is it because you can't let go of mom? Mom is working out of necessity and will be back tomorrow. No, shook Yu Sheng's head. Then why is it moping? Yi Weisheng opened the car door, carried Yu Sheng into the car, and then got into the driver's seat. Yu Sheng slumped on the armrest box of the front seat and watched Yi Weisheng start the car. Wanting to speak, Yi Weisheng took advantage of the gap between waiting for the stoplight to glance at Yu Sheng. What's wrong? Is there something you can't tell Dad? Yu Sheng shook his head. Dad, can I ask you a few questions? Of course. Are kids that young already having troubles? Daddy, what kind of work do you do? Yi Weisheng was puzzled. Why was Little Bit suddenly interested in his work? Dad's job is president of the company. President? What does the president do? Is it a tailor? There was a text in Yu Sheng's textbook about a mom who was a tailor, and how the mom herself made many beautiful clothes for her children, and how Dad could make clothes too. But, Yu Weisheng was amused by Yu Sheng's phrase Taylor. Yu Sheng was a bit puzzled. What was Daddy laughing at? Baby, president means boss, not Taylor. Oh, Yu Sheng's eyes were glowing. Wow, Dad is the boss. That dad must be great. There are a few students in their class whose dads are also bosses. And that one is so awesome. They won't even play with them. They say they only play with the boss's kids. Yu Sheng heart to be, my father is also the boss. I still do not play with them. Lu Yi Weisheng smiled. Any more questions? And Daddy, what do you do when you get home from work? Dad comes home and has dinner, watches TV, then takes a bath and goes to bed. Well, where's your home then? Dad, do you want to know where Daddy's house is? Aha! Yi Weisheng thought for a moment. Then let's go back and get the clothes you're going to wear tomorrow. Dad will take you to my house, and we'll sleep over there tonight. How about it? Aha! Yes. Yu Sheng was so happy. Not only could she know where her dad's house was, but she could also go to her dad's house to sleep. Dad, is your house far from mine? It's not far. Soon. Yu Sheng had finished asking all the questions she wanted to know, and even got a windfall, and was content to watch Yu Weisheng drive. Yu Weisheng saw that Yu Sheng didn't ask any more questions. Baby, are all the questions finished? Well, ask away. Why do you suddenly want to ask Daddy these questions? Yu Weisheng was more curious as to why the little child suddenly wanted to ask these. Because I didn't know any of these questions when Mr. Su asked me this afternoon. Yu Sheng beamed. The teacher asked Yu Sheng questions about him? Were all the students asked? Or just you? Do schools already investigate even what parents do for work and what they do at home now? Only ask me because I'm the only one who hasn't been home. Was it the same teacher who was with you today? Waiting for Daddy to pick you up who asked? Yes. Yi Weisheng realized. No wonder he felt that teacher was overly enthusiastic. He went to pick up Yu Sheng for such a long time. It wasn't like that in the past. Did she ask any other questions? Yu Sheng thought for a moment. Teacher Su also asked if Mom and Dad didn't live together. I said no. This was the only question Yu Sheng could answer. Now Yu Weisheng can be sure that this teacher Su has ulterior motives for him. That teacher Su doesn't look too old. Actually will be interested in him. In her eyes should be a divorced man with a baby? Honey, next time if another teacher asks you a question about your daddy, you tell the teacher that Daddy only loves Mommy and Daddy will only be with Mommy. Okay? Does Daddy only love Mommy and not the baby? Yu Sheng blinked her big round eyes at Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng laughed. This little nub was still bothering with him about this. Daddy only loves Mommy and baby. He won't like other women. Well, baby loves Mommy and Daddy too. Yu Sheng nodded his head heavily, grinning with a row of small white teeth. When Yi Weisheng saw that Yu Sheng was in a better state, he asked, is that why you're unhappy today? Well, because Mr. Su asked so many questions and I couldn't answer any of them. And I don't know anything about Dad. Now he knows. And he's going to his dad's house soon. Happy. Yi Weisheng felt that this Mr. Su had a big problem. How could he ask the children about their parents? In the future, if you have any questions, ask Mom and Dad directly. Don't hold it in your heart and mope about it, okay? You're still young now. It's normal that you don't know about many problems. Got it Dad. Yi Weisheng took Yu Sheng to his home, took the clothes that Yu Ji had prepared for the child, and went back to his house. Yu Sheng was in awe as soon as he entered the house. Wow, Daddy, your house is so big. Wow, Daddy, you have stairs in your house. Are they 2 stories? Dad, are you the only one who lives here? Daddy, aren't you scared to live alone in such a big house? Dad, why are all the colors in your house black? There are no flowers and no toy dolls. Yi Weisheng's place was decorated in a minimalist style, with black, white and gray colors, and he usually didn't like to fiddle with it, so he didn't buy any potted plants. So the home looks like a water of black and white gray. Every day there is a cleaning home to clean. Home furnishings placed neatly, just like a model building. Yi Weisheng look around. Indeed some too monotonous. Well, Daddy lives alone here. And if you and Mommy move here later, Daddy won't be afraid. And we can go and buy flower toy dolls together and put them in the house. Okay? Yes. Chapter 23. Mom said she wanted to find me a younger dad. Yu Sheng ran around the living room. Dad's house was so big. Just this living room was bigger than his whole house. Yi Weisheng turned the TV on. Baby, what do you want to eat tonight? He usually didn't cook at home, so there was nothing but water and drinks in the fridge. Well, I want to eat the sweet and sour pork ribs that Dad made. Yi Weisheng had planned to order takeout, but Yu Sheng said she wanted to eat what he made, so the only way was to go down and buy ribs. Luckily there was a large supermarket downstairs. Yi Weisheng turned off the TV again and picked up Yu Sheng. Then let's go downstairs and buy ribs now. As soon as he entered the supermarket, Yu Sheng transformed into a small wild horse and ran around, and Yi Weisheng told him to take what he liked to eat directly. Dad is so nice. Yu Sheng gave Yi Weisheng a big compliment. Yu Sheng took a lot of his favorite snacks, walked to the toy area. The children cannot walk again, looking at a variety of toys inside. This touch, that look. Yu Sheng walks in front. He has seen. Yi Weisheng threw into the shopping cart. Not long to fill up. Yu Sheng looked at the cart of toys that Yi Weisheng was pushing. Daddy, do you want to buy all of these? Don't you love it? I like it. But don't buy so many. Mom said you can only buy one favorite at a time. Children are 3-minute heat. This like that like, buy home and cast aside. So Yu Sheng regulations can only buy one at a time. The child cannot let him get into the habit of spending a lot of money. It's okay, Dad is paying today. You can buy all your favorites home. Yi Weisheng thought Yu Ji was unable to spend money. No need Dad, we'll just buy 2 today. Not that many. Yu Sheng carefully selected and kept 2 of the toys in the shopping cart, and put all the others back in their original places. Yu Weisheng couldn't help but show the pleased smile of an old father when he saw Yu Sheng being taught to be so well behaved and understanding. Walking next door to the doll area, Yu Weisheng thought of Yu Ji's home with a lot of dolls and dolls. His home is cold and nothing. Yu Sheng also said his home is dark. Baby, help Daddy choose some dolls to go back and put them in the house. Yeah, Yu Sheng happily accepted the task. Dad's house was really empty and he needed to buy some dolls to go back and fill it up. Yu Sheng chose more than a dozen dolls, big and small, and when the salesman saw that their carts couldn't fit anymore, he went over and asked, Sir, are you going to buy all these dolls? Yes. Seeing that Yu Sheng was still carefully selecting, Yi Weisheng politely said to the sales clerk, Can you help me take all of these to the cashier? We still need to buy some other things. Yes, please wait. The salesman turned around and went to push a shopping cart over, taking all the dolls in Yi Weisheng's cart over. When Yu Sheng saw that their car cart could no longer fit, she hugged the last doll and walked over. Dad, let's just buy these today. The salesman counted. Sir, here is a total of 16 dolls. Are you sure you want all of these? Well, all of them. All of them, all of them. Yu Sheng also chimed in to help. The sales clerk looked at the cute Yu Sheng and complimented the little kid for being so adorable. Then she said to Yi Weisheng, Okay, then I'll help you put these in the cashier's counter. Just pick them up when you check out later. Thanks. Thank you, pretty auntie. You are such a kind angel. The salesman was pleased by Yu Sheng's rainbow fart and praised Yu Sheng a few more times before pushing the cart towards the cashier. Father and son pushed the cart towards the fresh food area again. Yi Weisheng chose some ribs and pork, and bought some more vegetables and fruits. Thinking that he had to make breakfast for Yu Sheng tomorrow morning, he bought a few more eggs and milk. Yi Weisheng originally wanted to buy some flour to go back to make toast bread, but thinking that he hadn't done it for a long time, in case it wasn't done properly and delayed his children from going to school, he bought some ready-made bread. Yu Sheng looked at the cart full of food and couldn't help but marvel. Dad, bought so much, can we finish it? Mom said we can't waste food. Don't worry. Put what you can't eat in the fridge for tomorrow. His refrigerator. It was time for a change. Yi Weisheng went to the checkout. Bought so many things. Yi Weisheng also brought a child. When the staff realized that they lived upstairs, they offered to take them up. When he arrived home, Yi Weisheng put all the food he didn't eat at night into the refrigerator, and carried the ribs into the kitchen to cook. Yu Sheng, Daddy is going to cook now, so help Daddy set out all those dolls. Oh, Roger, promised to complete the task. Yu Sheng gave Yi Weisheng a military salute, and then began to rummage the dolls he had just carefully selected from out of the bag, arranging them where he deemed appropriate. Not long after, Yu Sheng's little head poked into the kitchen doorway. Daddy, I've set it all up. Good. Baby is awesome. Set it up so quickly. Yi Weisheng handled the ribs nimbly. Dad, come and take a look. Yu Sheng went in and held Yi Weisheng's coat. Yi Weisheng went outside with Yu Sheng, and the originally cold living room was instantly enriched by those colorful dolls. On the TV cabinet, on the coffee table, on the sofa, and on the tatami mats on the balcony, everywhere, the whole living room was upgraded from a model room to a residence room all of a sudden. Nice setup. Oh baby, you watch some TV for a while Daddy goes to make you some ribs. Have a snack first if you're hungry. Oh, yes. Yi Weisheng returned to the kitchen to continue making his sweet and sour pork ribs, and Yu Sheng opened the snack bag on the coffee table, which was full of the snacks he had chosen. So many. Small Yu Sheng momentarily do not know which one is good to eat first, so ordered a bag of potato chips, sat on the sofa, watching Piggy Pachy while eating potato chips. Before Yu Sheng finished eating the bag of chips, Yi Weisheng had already prepared the meal. At the dinner table, Yu Sheng outputs another round of rainbow farts to Yi Weisheng. Dad, you're really good. These ribs are delicious. Is it as good as Mommy's? Yu Sheng ate his mouth full of oil. It's just as good as Mom's cooking. It's worthy of being the dad I chose. Yi Weisheng heard the heavy. You chose it? Is there another father? Well, Mom said she wanted to find me a younger dad, and I said no. Just this dad would be fine. Yi Weisheng was like a bolt from the blue. He thought that Yuji did not let Yu Sheng call him dad because he cared about the past, but it turned out to be that he disliked him for being old. Yu Sheng completely forgot. When he said that Yi Weisheng a little old, this moment set out to hear Yi Weisheng ears. Is Yuji suspected that he is old? Want to find a young? Yu Sheng concentrated on battling with his ribs, completely not noticing Yi Weisheng's mixed face across the room. Yi Weisheng touched his face. Am I really that old? Do all those women out there like old men? Chapter 24, Dad. You have to wear Uncle Wang's clothes to look good. After a meal, Yu Sheng ate with gusto, and Yi Weisheng ate like chewing wax. That heartless woman. Thanks to him thinking of her all the time in his heart, she wants to find fresh meat. After dinner, Yi Weisheng was absent-minded in washing the dishes, and almost broke a plate. Thanks to his quick eyes and hands. He's not old. He's so agile and quick-thinking. Even the young female teachers at his son's school are hitting on him. He's really in a blessed state and doesn't know the blessings. The more Yi Weisheng thought about it, the more angry he became. He couldn't help but smash the bubbly water in the tank, splashing it everywhere, and resigned himself to wiping it clean. Yi Weisheng heard Yu Sheng's talking from outside. A few moments later he organized the countertop and walked out to see Yu Sheng talking into her phone watch. Mom, are you there yet? Yi Weisheng walked over and sat down next to Yu Sheng, and Yuji's voice came out through his watch. Mom just got to the hotel. Did you and Uncle have dinner? I ate. It's Daddy's sweet and sour pork ribs. It's delicious, just as good as Mom's. After Yu Sheng complimented Yi Weisheng's cooking, without waiting for Yuji to speak, she continued. Mom, guess where I am now? Yuji was puzzled. Aren't you guys at home now? Out for a walk? No, we're at Dad's house now, Yu Sheng said with a big smile. Yuji froze for a moment. In Yi Weisheng's house? And then reacted. Maybe Yi Weisheng is not accustomed to living in other people's homes, so he took his son to his home. Then you cannot be naughty. Oh, do not make Uncle's home too messy. Okay, Mom, Dad's house is dark and there is not a single doll. I went to the supermarket with Dad today and bought many dolls to come back and set them up in the house. All of them I set them up. Oh, well, baby is so good. You have to listen to your uncle, okay? It's time for bed in another hour. Do you have all your toiletries? Yu Sheng turned her head to look at Yi Weisheng. Dad, it seems like he didn't bring. Yi Weisheng also forgot about this, only took the clothes and left. Nothing else? His home and only prepared to have an adult toothbrush. No children's. A moment we go downstairs to the supermarket to buy. Daddy said to go to the grocery store later. Yuji was a bit speechless, instantly feeling that Yi Weisheng was unreliable. Bringing a child to stay at his house. Just a child? Have you brought the clothes to wear tomorrow? Bring it. It was the only thing they went back for. Wash your own face and brush your own teeth. And undress yourself for bed later. Okay? Mommy has taught you everything. Don't kick the quilt when you go to bed at night. And in the morning when Uncle calls you. You have to get up quickly and dress yourself. You can't stay in bed. Uncle still has to go to work. You can't dilly-dally too much and delay time. Remember? Yuji fine advice. Her son grew up. Every day is with her sleep. This is the first time to separate. She is not assured. Got it. Mom. Yu Sheng agreed obediently, and didn't forget to instruct Yuji. Mom, you have to be careful when you're alone over there. Oh, and remember to close the door at night. Son will care about people. Yuji heart warm. Good. Mom all remembered. Mother and son chatted about something else. Yu Sheng told Yuji about today's interesting incident at the kindergarten, and also said that Yi Weisheng's home was so big, it was just dark and not as nice as their home. Look at the time, almost 9:30. Yi Weisheng still have to go down to Yu Sheng to buy toothbrushes and other toiletries. Yuji no longer want to give up his son, but also to hang up the phone. Baby, it's getting late. You and Uncle clean up early. It's time for bed. Mommy will hang up first. Oh, okay. Mom get an early night too. Good night. Good night, baby. Yi Weisheng sat on the side of the whole process, did not make a sound. He thought that Yuji would say a few words to him, where I know directly hung up the phone. I should have known he would have interjected himself. Yi Weisheng looked at the time. It is indeed not early. The supermarket are almost closed. Yi Weisheng asked Yu Sheng to watch TV at home. He went downstairs to bring him toiletries. Yi Weisheng came to the children's products section of the supermarket. A wide range of goods. Just toothbrushes on dozens of kinds. Yi Weisheng do not know to buy which kind of good. If I had known that I would have brought Yu Sheng down, so that he chose his own. The supermarket is already preparing to close. The salesman saw Yi Weisheng looking at a pile of toothbrushes, scratching his head. Walked over to ask about the situation. Gave Yi Weisheng suggestions. Yi Weisheng bought toothpaste and toothbrush for Yu Sheng, washcloth pajamas, and a pair of small slippers, which he wanted to buy before dinner, but he forgot. So he bought them together at this moment. When Yi Weisheng picked the slippers, he also bought a pair of lady slippers. thinking that Yuji could wear them when she came over later. Yi Weisheng went upstairs, washed all the toothbrushes and wash pads he bought with hot water, and then let Yusheng go to wash up. The pajamas hadn't been washed yet. After Yusheng took a shower, Yi Weisheng carried the naked Yusheng to the check room and found Yusheng a t-shirt of his for Yusheng to use as a pajama. Yusheng wore it like a dress, flinging it around with his two little hands. "Daddy, your dress is so big." Yusheng ran to the mirror and took a look. "Like a skirt, because daddy's a grown-up and you're still little." Yusheng looked at the clothes in Yi Weisheng's closet that were either black or white. "Dad, all these clothes of yours don't look good. They look like old men. You need to wear that kind. The kind of clothes that Uncle Wang wears to look good." Yusheng didn't know what the kind of clothes that Uncle Wang wore that he thought looked good were called, so he could only tell Yi Weisheng that it was the kind of clothes that Uncle Wang wore that looked good. Yi Weisheng's clothes in addition to a few t-shirts, even if it is a suit shirt, there is no casual wear, and Wang Yanming because of the year-round home office, suits and other things do not come in handy. Basically all the home dress casual wear, and Yuji bought colorful clothes for Yusheng. Yi Weisheng is always in black. Yusheng feels like those grandpas in the TV set. Yusheng said that his clothes didn't look as good as his Uncle Wang's, and Yi Weisheng was zapped by Yusheng for the second time today, and was also compared to his Uncle Wang. Before, he didn't think there was anything wrong with his clothes, but when Yusheng said this, he instantly felt that those customized suit shirts of his didn't look good at all. "Then on the weekend, let's go shopping together, and baby help daddy pick out some nice clothes, okay?" "Yeah, come on, let's go to bed." Yi Weisheng hugged Yusheng and went to sleep. In the bedroom, Yi Weisheng's gray bed sheets and covers were ruthlessly disliked by Yusheng again. "Dad, this quilt of yours is too dark. Don't you get cold sleeping at night? You should use one of those pink, blue ones with cat and dog patterns to sleep well." Yi Weisheng looked at the pure gray quilt cover. He would like to change, but the house is full of gray and white. "Baby tonight will sleep for one night. Some other day we bought a new one back. Change them all, okay?" "Good." Yusheng lay down under the covers. Yi Weisheng laid down beside Yusheng and turned off the bedside lamp. "Sleep. Good night daddy. Good night." Yi Weisheng pondered in his heart that this mother and son were both face controllers, and he had to pick himself up and enhance his self-charm. Lest this big one and small one. The big one wants to find the young one, and the small one thinks he is dressed old-fashioned. Yusheng's unintentional words, but it is the charm of thousands of young girls to the whole of the great president Yi not confident. Chapter 25 It's Dad's Flavor. Yi Weisheng thought about things in his heart, listening to the even breathing of the child beside him. For the first time in more than 20 years with a small child to sleep, Yi Weisheng felt that this feeling is quite novel. Yi Weisheng thought that Yusheng had already fallen asleep, and rolled over with a small wing, when Yusheng's low voice came from the opposite side. "Daddy, are you still awake?" "Dad hasn't. Why aren't you asleep yet too?" Yi Weisheng thought Yusheng had fallen asleep long ago. In fact, Yusheng slept with her father for the first time today and was so excited inside that although her eyes were closed, she kept her slits open to peek at Yi Weisheng. "Daddy, are you so happy you can't sleep either?" Yi Weisheng was surprised that Yusheng hadn't fallen asleep yet because she was too happy and excited to sleep. He thought the little friend recognized the bed. "Baby, are you too happy to sleep?" "Well, I used to sleep with mommy. Today is the first time I sleep with daddy." Yusheng moved closer to Yi Weisheng, leaned into Yi Weisheng's embrace. Her little nose sniffed. "Daddy, the smell of your body, it's different from mommy's. So does daddy smell good? Or mommy's?" Yi Weisheng reached out and took Yusheng into his arms and patted his back. "All smell good. Uncle Wang's also smells good. Uncle Wang said he smells like fruit. What kind of scent do you have on you, Dad?" When I heard about Lao Wang for the second time today, Yi Weisheng was a bit sour. This kid also slept with Lao Wang? Didn't he say he hadn't even been to her house? "When did you sleep with Uncle Wang?" "No, I smelled it when Uncle Wang hugged me. Luckily, it was just a hug." "And what do you think Daddy smells like?" Yusheng came closer and inhaled 2 more hard breaths. "It's Dad's flavor." The child's milky reply ruthlessly poked Yi Weisheng's heart. This kid this period of time is finally not in vain to hurt you. After zapping his heart all night, he finally knew enough to send him a band-aid. "Then let me smell what flavor is on baby." Yi Weisheng made a gesture to sniff on Yusheng's small belly. Yusheng was amused by Yi Weisheng and laughed. "What flavor is it?" "Well, it's the smell of baby and mommy and daddy. I smell of myself. And mom and dad?" Yusheng looked at Yi Weisheng with wide eyes in the darkness. Did baby like it?" "Like, it means I'm mommy and daddy's boy." "Well, baby is mom and dad's child." Yi Weisheng didn't know if he was talking to Yusheng or to himself, whether Yusheng is his child or not, perhaps without the need for a paternity test. Yusheng's looks with him, and that intimacy. If he was asked to bring other people's children to sleep, he would be squirming, but not with Yusheng. Instead, He felt that it was a very peaceful and reassuring feeling. Yu Weisheng also does not know whether this is a blood thicker than water kinship relationship, or because Yu Sheng is Yu Ji's child, so he loves the relationship. In short, even if Yu Sheng wasn't his biological son, he seemed to be able to accept it. Sleep. Yu Weisheng patted Yu Sheng's back, and in a short while Yu Sheng fell asleep. Yu Weisheng tried, and this time he was really asleep. Turning on his side, Yu Weisheng pulled the quilt for Yu Sheng and closed his eyes to stop thinking about it. He still had to send Yu Sheng to kindergarten tomorrow, so he couldn't oversleep. The next day, Yu Weisheng sent Yu Sheng to school. At the school gate was again the same teacher Su from yesterday. Her eyes lit up when she saw Yu Weisheng. Yu Sheng's father, how come you have time to send Yu Sheng to school today? After all, it was Yu Sheng's teacher. Although he knew that this teacher had intentions towards him, Yu Weisheng was not in a good position to throw his face at the teacher, but he didn't greet her with a smile like he did in the past. The child's mother was away on a business trip, so I sent the child over. Teacher Su looked at Yu Weisheng's cold face and thought that he was unwilling to come to send the child, so she complained to Yu Weisheng about Yu Ji. Yu Sheng's mom is really something. She has a child to take care of and still has to go on a trip. Still have to come to trouble you. Yu Weisheng heard Ms. Su say Yu Ji like this, a face more cold for a few points. My own children have what trouble is not trouble. Teacher, you are not also at work? Teacher Su was stunned by Yu Weisheng's words and blurted out. It's not like I have a child to take care of. Of course I have to work. Teacher Su looked at Yu Weisheng's charming face. When I marry you, I won't have to work. Oh, looking at Mr. Su's age, your child should be very old and no longer need to be taken care of. Dare to crowd his sweetheart and see if he doesn't poke her in the lungs. Teacher Su was choked by what Yu Weisheng said. Yu Sheng was brought in by the other teachers, and Yu Weisheng turned around and walked away, not caring about the school's entrance and Teacher Su's stunned eyes. Teacher Su looked at Yu Weisheng's distant back and held her face with both hands. Do I look old? Until Yu Weisheng's figure was out of sight, Teacher Su turned around and went back to the lounge, looking in front of the mirror over and over again. The skin is so good, and today's makeup is something she purposely woke up early and painted for a long time. It's very delicate, or it looks like the child is very big. Between classes, Teacher Su ran to Yu Sheng again. Yu Sheng, did you make your dad angry today? In the morning, Teacher Su saw that your dad didn't seem too happy. No, he was so good. How could he make his dad mad? Yu Sheng, when did your dad and your mom start living apart? The teacher smiled like a wolf grandmother and asked another question that Yu Sheng couldn't answer. Yesterday dad said that if the teacher asks about dad again, he'll say, Mr. Su, my dad says he only loves mom and will only be with her. Teacher Su once again choked on Yu Sheng's words. No wonder Yu Sheng's father had a cold face this morning and talked to her like that. So he knew. The teacher's heart was both nervous and indignant when she thought that Yu Weisheng already knew what she had in mind for him. All are already divorced. Although a little handsome, a little money and what's the big deal, but also Yin and Yang her old. Although it was true that her features weren't as pretty as Yu Sheng's mom's, she wasn't ugly either. Was she? As far as talking about her like that? Teacher Su was said that way by Yu Weisheng. She was not as enthusiastic about Yu Sheng as before, and her face went cold. What did you say to your father? Yu Sheng looked at Teacher Su who suddenly changed her face and was a bit scared. I didn't say anything. Did you tell your dad about the questions I asked you when you got back yesterday? Well, I didn't know any of the questions you asked, Mr. Su, so I went back and asked Dad. What questions did you ask your dad? It's those questions you asked me, Mr. Su. And what did your father answer? Mr. Su suddenly became interested again. Dad says he works as a president, and when he's off work he eats and sleeps, and I've been to his house yesterday, but I don't know what the name of the place is. Your father is the president? Mr. Su's eyes were glowing. A normal small boss wouldn't be called president. Only the bosses of those big companies would be called president by their employees. Well, Dad said president means boss. Yu Sheng thought that the teacher didn't know what president meant and was kind enough to explain it to her. Mr. Su just rested his mind. And then alive. If it is the president of a large company, temper a little bit. It is understandable. Good looking and handsome, but also not generally rich. Divorced and so what? Or a diamond king. Chapter 26. Yuji traveled on business was difficult. Mr. Su changed back again. That kind and smiling teacher. Yu Sheng, so is your father's family big? Is there a lot of people in his family? Daddy's house is big, but Daddy's the only one who lives there. The big president usually lives in a villa, of course it's big. But how come there's only one person? Not even a nanny? Teacher Su still wanted to continue to ask. The class bell rang, so she had to stop. The days to come. She had plenty of time. Class is in session. Teacher will send you back to the classroom. Su teacher will Yu Sheng sent back to the classroom. Then returned to the office. Looking at the mirror left and right. Skin condition is very good, Body management is not very wrong. I do not believe that I cannot take you. Su teacher heart gorgeous when the president of the Mrs. Dream. The more Yi Weisheng thought about it, the more upset he became, and when he returned to the company, he called Secretary Li to check Yu Sheng's kindergarten. Secretary Li abides by his duty not to ask more questions. The president asked to check him to check. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Weisheng received another call from Yu Ji. Hello? Are you busy right now? Yu Ji was a bit embarrassed because her side of the work was not going well. Party B repeatedly difficult. They ran 3 venues today. The contract has been amended several times. The other party is still not satisfied. Currently on the way to the next venue. They look at the venue but also to talk about the content of the contract amendments. So it is likely that today will not be able to return. Not busy. Yes, you're free anytime. I'm a little bit not doing too well on my side, and there's a high probability that I won't be able to return tonight, so I might have to trouble you again. Can you handle it? Do you need me to help you? Oh, no. I can do it myself. It's just that I also need to trouble you to take care of Yu Sheng for me for one night. Okay, call me if you need anything. Don't be a hero. Okay, thanks. Then you go ahead and get busy. I'll hang up first. Yu Ji hung up the phone and entered the 4th venue to be looked at today with the representative of Party B. The representative of Party B was a balding man in his 40s, with a beer belly and a lurching walk. This morning, as soon as I saw Yu Ji beautiful body and good, with colorful eyes up and down to look at her. Look at the Yu Ji heart is very uncomfortable. Look at the venue on the way, but also many times intentionally or unintentionally hinted at the Yu Ji evening dinner together. Yu Ji how will not know what the bald man idea, although she is the first to enter the workplace, but have not eaten pork has not seen a pig run? I'm afraid that today she went to a hongmen banquet. And Yu Ji also remembered the son of the family refused. The bald man was rejected many times in a row. His face was a little bad. Obviously the second venue he looked at today was quite suitable. He had to find a bone in the egg, deliberately looking for fault. Ms. Yu, we still have to talk about the contract after seeing this venue. I'm afraid you can't go back to H City today. Our company also sincerely wants to cooperate with your company. Why don't Ms. Yu give us a chance to have a meal together in the evening? We can still talk about the contract over dinner. Yu Ji heart sneer. This is not eating. The contract cannot be signed. Also, since manager Zhang is so sincere, then respectfully, after signing the contract in a while, in order to show the sincerity of my company's cooperation, today my treat, Yu Ji put on a professional fake smile, should be this hongmen banquet. Having come here, she couldn't possibly return without accomplishing something, so she could just be careful herself at night. Good. Ms. Yu is a smooth talker. Manager Zhang saw Yu Ji finally agreed. This last venue was very much to his liking. Walked around and clapped his hands on it. Manager Zhang, this site is more or less the same as what we talked about before. Do you see any need for modification in the content of the contract? Don't go to all that trouble to change it around. What was there before was perfect. Just do what was talked about before looking at the venue is already very good. Negotiate the contract is also very perfect. Yu Ji has been refusing to eat, so manager Zhang has been dragging her. Now since Yu Ji agreed to accompany him to eat, then there is no need to be so much trouble. That's really great. I've been carrying the previous contract with me. Why don't we sign it now? Yu Ji's words have not finished. Was interrupted by manager Zhang. Hey, no hurry. Sign a word how fast. We looked at the venue for a day. I think Ms. Yu is also hungry. Let's first find a place to eat. Sit down and slowly sign. Yu Ji. After all, the first time in the workplace. Manager Zhang this kind of old man she cannot take him. Can only smile and respond. Yes. I am not familiar with Y City. I do not know if manager Zhang has a recommended restaurant. Not far from here. There's a private restaurant that's pretty good. Good. Then let's go to that one. Manager Zhang's recommendation is definitely good. Manager Zhang enthusiastically opened the car door for Yu Ji, and the two of them drove to that private restaurant. When they arrived at the private dining hall, manager Zhang asked the waiter to arrange a private room for them, and this private dining hall was decorated in a very distinctive and elegant way. Yu Ji kinda liked the environment. It was just the people she came to eat with that made it very unappealing. Sitting in the private room, manager Zhang gestured for Yu Ji to order. It's better for you to order. Manager Zhang, it's my first time here. I don't know which dishes are good in this restaurant. Does Ms. Yu have any contraindicated dishes? I don't have it. Manager Zhang, just press your favorite dishes. Manager Zhang looked meaningfully at Yu Ji and nodded. Reported a few dish names to the waiter, who poured a cup of tea for the two and exited. Yu Ji will take out the contract in the bag. Want to let the bald Zhang sign? Zhang manager took a look at Yu Ji as a newcomer to the workplace. Ms. Yu is just entering the workplace, right? Is just graduated freshman? Oh, no. I have graduated for 5 or 6 years. Only that I have been at home with my child before, and now that my child is in school, I was bored at home, so I came out to look for a job, Yuji thought. Manager Zhang knew that she was already a child's mother, should not still have any improper thoughts about her. Manager Zhang's eyes rolled. Ms. Yu doesn't look very old, and she's already married with children? Yes, I had my son right out of college, married right out of college. Your husband was your college buddy? Yes, that's not having been beaten and rubbed down by society. No wonder it's so indolent. Manager Zhang looked at Yuji's beautiful face, although already a mother, but looks full of collagen, like a fresh graduate. The body is concave and convex. Where there should be meat there is meat, where there should not be meat there is not a trace of excess. Delicate young woman. Is not it more flavorful than pure college students? Manager Zhang heart thinking of nasty things, face smile more obscene. In the face of Manager Zhang's unbridled survey, Yuji really wanted to splash a cup of tea on Manager Zhang's face, but for the sake of the contract that has not yet been signed can only endure. In order to cover up the embarrassment and the disgust in the bottom of the eyes, Yu Sheng picked up the cup of water and lowered his head to drink tea. Chapter 27, Let's try a toast. Within moments, the waiter came in with dishes, a full table, and a bottle of white wine. Manager Zhang took the white wine and unwrapped it, poured a cup and put it in front of Yuji. Come on Ms. Yu, let's have a drink together and celebrate a happy cooperation in advance. Manager Zhang, thank you for your kindness. I don't know how to drink, so I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. Yuji picked up the teacup and was about to make a toast. Hey, since Miss Yu said you don't know how to drink, I won't force you. Just drink this one cup. I won't pour you any more wine. This face Miss Yu still has to give, right? But I really don't know how to drink. Manager Zhang, please forgive me. Yuji didn't even talk about white wine, even beer she hadn't drank before. Manager Zhang coldly lowered his face. Ms. Yu, is this your sincerity? Just this small glass of wine. You are not willing? Yuji looked at the wine cup in front of her. The cup was indeed not big, but she had never drank wine at all before, and she didn't know how much she could drink. In case a cup fell down, wouldn't she be in danger? Manager Zhang saw Yuji's face with hesitation, and pretended to persuade. Girls bring their own 3 points of alcohol. Just this small cup is not enough for me to stuff my teeth. Miss Yu since the sincere cooperation, then drink this cup of wine. I immediately signed the contract. Yuji looked at Manager Zhang's greasy face. Manager Zhang must keep his word. Miss Yu, don't worry. Zhang, will do what I say. Manager Zhang said with conviction. Yuji looked at the wine glass in front of her. Good. Since Manager Zhang has said so, I'll drink this cup of wine to show my sincerity. After Yuji finished speaking, he picked up the wine cup and tilted his head back to drink. Ahem, so hot. Yuji drank too quickly. All of a sudden choked her throat. The taste of alcohol all of a sudden filled her mouth. Couldn't help but cough. Tears are choking out. Sorry, Manager Zhang. Yuji took a tissue and wiped it off. Manager Zhang saw Yuji's appearance. He knew that she did not lie. It is true that she will not drink. The heart is even more complacent. This wine is his special order of high concentration of white wine. Will not drink a cup of wine, even if not drunk, but also a little dizzy. Manager Zhang's face hangs a treacherous smile. It's okay, girls drink for the first time is like this. Later get used to it will be good. Manager Zhang put a chopstick of vegetables into the bowl in front of Yuji. Come on, eat the vegetables. Yuji smiled awkwardly and did not eat the dishes that Manager Zhang clamped over, but took out the contract and asked Manager Zhang to sign it. You this little girl? Really? Eat a meal and still thinking about the contract? I'm sitting here. You still afraid that I do not sign? The food is on the table. This moment took the pen and have to go out to wash their hands. Eat first, sign right after eating. Manager Zhang cold face, said also do not care about Yuji handed to the pen in front of him. Pick up chopsticks to eat the food. Yuji although the heart hate teeth itchy, but it is impossible to grab his hand to force him to sign, so he can only resentfully withdraw his hand. Manager Zhang drank a glass of wine, and did not pour himself. Yuji saw the situation and took the bottle of wine for him to fill up. The two had a chat. The table is full of good food, colorful and fragrant, but Yuji did not have the heart to eat. She was thinking about what else the manager would ask for, and how she should respond. Yuji drank a cup of high-level white wine on an empty stomach, and in a short while the alcohol came up, and his head began to feel dizzy. When Yuji was pinching the food for the second time and his chopsticks were off, Manager Zhang extended his salty piggy hands to Yuji, because to see the venue to go back and forth, so Yuji wearing a t-shirt and jeans pants. Zhang manager reached out and touched Yuji's thighs. Scared Yuji shivered and stood up quickly. Because of the attack of alcohol, Yuji is a little dizzy. His heel kicked the chair at once, and he stumbled backward. Manager Zhang quickly grabbed Yuji's hand. His other hand wrapped around Yuji's back waist, and brought it in front of him, and Yuji crashed into Manager Zhang's arms. Yuji with his hand against the chest of Manager Zhang, trying to get away from Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang hands tightly embraced the waist of Yuji. Yuji pressed in his arms, but also did not forget to out of the words of molestation. I really didn't expect Miss You to be so proactive. It makes me a bit flattered. Let go of me. Yuji struggled hard. Yuji was already weak, plus the effect of alcohol. How can not break free? Ms. Yu, wasn't it you who took the initiative to jump into my arms? How come you're asking me to let go again? Manager Zhang hugged Yuji and began to restlessly move his hands up and down. Yuji's small face was scarlet, angry and anxious. Let go of me, or I'll call out to someone. You shout. I've seen many girls like you. I advise you better be honest. Serve me well so you can get the contract. Manager Zhang said and started to kiss Yuji's face. This private dining hall in order to protect the privacy of the guests. So the soundproofing of the private room is done very well. So the movement inside the box, the outside cannot be heard at all. Which gives the manager Zhang this kind of people can take advantage of the opportunity. Let go of me. Help. Yuji was furious and slapped Manager Zhang in the face. Yuji the slap with 10% of the force. Manager Zhang ate the pain and let go of holding Yuji's hand, covering the face that was slapped, staring at Yuji with gloomy eyes. In the past, those women, in order to get the contract, although reluctant, but could not break free, and half-heartedly into the matter. Manager Zhang is still the first time to be slapped. Angry. Stinking bitch. I gave you face. How dare you slap me? Manager Zhang reached out and gave Yuji a slap. Yuji was already a little dizzy, coupled with fear. She didn't react for a moment and received a solid slap. Yuji was slapped so hard that he knocked over the chair behind him and fell to the ground. Don't know the rules at all. And you're still learning people to come out and negotiate contracts. Do you think my contract is that easy to get? Manager Zhang picked up the bottle on the table and squatted beside Yuji. Yuji fell to the ground, her elbow pinned to the floor, and it hurt so much that she couldn't react for a moment. Manager Zhang pinched Yuji's jaw, turned Yuji's face around and shoved the bottle in his hand into Yuji's mouth, pouring a few mouthfuls of hard liquor down. Yuji's face is red, choking and coughing, tears swish down. Toast to the world. Manager Zhang ignored Yuji lying on the floor, put the bottle on the table, organized his appearance, went to the restroom to look at his face slapped by Yuji. Thick enough skin, just some redness, not swollen. Then went back to the private room, the chair that was knocked over by Yuji to help up. Before pulling Yuji from the floor, Yuji has been drunk unconscious. Manager Zhang helped Yuji to sit down on the chair, let her lie on the table. These waiters come in a moment will not see Yuji's high swollen face. Chapter 28, Shrinking Yi Weisheng. Manager Zhang rang the doorbell to call the waiter to pay the bill. The waiter to see Yuji lying on the table. All the smell of alcohol. Only thought she was drunk. Come to them here to talk about business, a lot of people. Men and women often drunk. The waiter did not pay more attention. After finishing the order, Manager Zhang picked up Yuji and headed out. And when he walked down the hall, he met with Gu Xiaochang, who walked in face to face. Gu Xiaochang was not sure that it was Yuji at first, because Yuji was in H City, and this was Y City. Looking at Manager Zhang's greasy monkey face, his head was bald, and he was still hugging a girl and walking out the door. There must be something wrong. As she got closer and closer, although Yuji was leaning on Manager Zhang's shoulder with her eyes closed and her face was mostly covered by her hair, Gu Xiaochang still recognized her. It's Yuji. Gu Xiaochang stopped Manager Zhang. Does this gentleman need help? Manager Zhang saw Gu Xiaochang stopping him, dressed in a suit, but he didn't recognize it. Who are you? I am the owner of this private restaurant. May I ask what is your relationship with this young lady? She's my girlfriend. She's drunk. I'll take her back. Since it was the owner of the restaurant asking about it, Manager Zhang didn't care, thinking that a casual perfunctory comment would do. Gu Xiaochang looked at Yuji, who was held in the arms of Manager Zhang, white t-shirt and jeans with a head of short hair, like a college student. This manager is bald, said Yuji's father. No one suspected. Actually said that Yuji is his girlfriend. Gu Xiaochang's expression of apparent disbelief annoyed Manager Zhang. How come when I come to your store for a meal, you still won't let anyone go? It's not that you're not allowed to leave, but you can't take her with you. Gu Xiaochang pointed at Yuji, who was being held by Manager Zhang. She's my girlfriend. What's to stop you from letting me take her away? You're too lenient as a boss. I advise you one thing. Open the door to do business. What you shouldn't be in charge of, better stay out of it. Manager Zhang has been here not once or twice, and it's not like he's never brought someone away. No one asked in the past, but this time, are you sure she's your girlfriend? Manager Zhang knows that Yuji is from H City over here. According to her, she is the first time to Y City. In this site for no friends, Manager Zhang let out a cold laugh, his voice getting louder and louder. She's not my girlfriend. Is she your girlfriend? This is now a society of law and order. Which set are you learning from? And robbing someone in public? She's not my girlfriend, but she's my friend's girlfriend. And you're not my friend, so you're not her boyfriend. When Manager Zhang heard that Gu Xiaochang actually knew Yuji, he was a little weak at the moment, but he wasn't without words to retort. That's a rare thing to say. I didn't know that this woman actually had a boyfriend outside. Gu Xiaochang did not expect this old man to be so shameless, cold down his face. There is a kind of overbearing feeling. Manager Zhang was already weak. By Gu Xiaochang's stern eyes looked at, legs a little soft. Gu Xiaochang saw Manager Zhang somewhat unable to hold, went forward and reached out to try to hold Yuji who was about to fall. Manager Zhang was scared and took a step back. What are you doing? Sir, you must be tired after holding her for so long. There is a lounge inside. I'll have someone bring the young lady in for a rest. Gu Xiaochang finished calling for 2 attendants and led Yuji into the VIP lounge inside, then spoke to the bodyguard behind him. Please ask this gentleman to go to my office. Manager Zhang didn't want to go, but he was being held up by his bodyguards, so he could only walk inside. What do you want? Manager Zhang wanted to shout, but was stopped by the bodyguard. Gu Xiaochang went to the office and had someone access the surveillance of the box where Yuji and the girls went. Outsiders do not know. This private dining hall and each box have monitoring. Usually no one to see. Just Gu Xiaochang in order to prevent the box accident they cannot say. So they installed the monitoring. Installed very hidden general people cannot find. Gu Xiaochang saw the whole process of Yuji and the girls from the time they went in to the time they came out. Manager Zhang didn't know that Gu Xiaochang had seen the surveillance and wanted to yell, but he was stopped by a gesture from Gu Xiaochang who had finished watching the surveillance and looked to the bodyguard at the side. Waist his right hand. Manager Zhang still do not know what the situation. The bodyguard has stepped forward, only to hear a click sound of the right wrist bone broken, followed by the manager's wailing in pain. Gu Xiaochang looked at Manager Zhang who was kneeling on the ground holding his hands. This is just a small warning for you. Don't let me see you again in the future. Manager Zhang also knew at this moment that he had messed with people who should not be messed with. Now although it is a society of law, but there are so many people who are black and white. Remember? The Gu Xiaochang of this moment did not have the casualness of being with his dead friends, but had the ruthlessness of a young mobster. Yes, remember. Manager Zhang's forehead was in a cold sweat. Send this gentleman out. Manager Zhang was taken out by the bodyguards. Gu Xiaochang took out his cell phone and called Yu Weisheng. 2 hours later, Yu Weisheng appeared in Gu Xiaochang's office with Yu Sheng. Gu Xiaochang looked at Yu Weisheng who walked in exuding a cold aura. Coming. Well, what about her? Inside, Gu Xiaochang looked at the small figure following Yu Weisheng and froze for a moment. This is Yuji's son? No wonder Yu Weisheng said he didn't need to do a paternity test. Where is the need for a paternity test? This is not the childhood Yu Weisheng? Gu Xiaochang. A few of them grew up together as children. At the moment looking at the small Yu Sheng holding Yu Weisheng's hand, standing there timidly, with big eyes, looking at him, so that he seemed to see Yu Weisheng when he was a child. Aha! Yu Weisheng looked down at the little dot. Yu Sheng, call Uncle Gu. Uncle Gu. Yu Sheng's milky voice, which came into Gu Xiaochang's ears, was exactly the same as all of Yu Weisheng's childhood. He must be Yu Weisheng's son. What's going on? Yu Weisheng walked over to Gu Xiaochang's desk and stood in front of it. See for yourself. Gu Xiaochang lifted his chin slightly and pointed at the computer screen. Yu Weisheng walked to Gu Xiaochang's position. Gu Xiaochang got up and moved aside, going to Yu Sheng and teasing little Yu Weisheng. After watching the surveillance video, Yu Weisheng was so angry that he punched the table with a loud bang, scaring several people in the office. Gu Xiaochang was dissatisfied with Yu Weisheng's sudden attack. Hey, take it easy. My table is quite expensive. Yu Sheng was a little scared when he saw Yu Weisheng's green energy bursting. Dad, what's wrong with you? Yu Weisheng heard the child's cries, looked at Yu Sheng's timid eyes, knew that he had scared the child, eased his emotions and squeezed out a smile. Daddy's fine. Daddy just saw a bad guy and was too angry. He scared you. I'm sorry. Yu Sheng ran over and held the hand of Yu Weisheng who had just smashed the table. It's okay. Dad is not angry. There is a bad guy, let's call the police uncle to catch him. Good. Yu Weisheng rubbed Yu Sheng's hair. Yu Sheng looked at Yu Weisheng's knuckles. Daddy's hands are red. It must hurt. Baby, give you a huff and it won't hurt anymore. After Yu Sheng finished speaking, she huffed at Yu Weisheng's hand. Gu Xiaochang's jaw dropped in shock. No wonder Yu Weisheng said that even if this son wasn't his, he would still recognize it. Such a soft and cute son. He also wanted it. At this time, Yu Weisheng was radiating the light of fatherly love. Chapter 29, Children are unexpected. I'll go in and take a look at her. Yu Weisheng greeted Gu Xiaochang and led Yu Sheng towards the lounge inside. Yu Weisheng turned on the lights in the lounge. and Yu Sheng instantly saw Yuji lying on the bed. Mom? Yu Sheng trotted to the bed and looked at Yuji, who had his eyes closed on the bed. Dad. It's really Mom. Mommy seems to be asleep. They said so big Mommy didn't wake up. Well, Mommy is too tired to sleep. Let's keep it down and not disturb her sleep. Good. Yu Sheng lay on the edge of the bed and looked at Yuji, who seemed to be sleeping. Yu Weisheng sat sideways on the edge of the bed, looking at the other side of Yuji's highly swollen face. His eyes unconsciously have a gloomy up. That damn actually hit so hard. Fortunately, the face was hit in the inside. Yu Sheng because not tall, so can not see. Otherwise the child may want to cry. Yu Weisheng just received a phone call from Gu Xiaochang. Heartbeat missed half a beat. This woman is really not a person to worry about. An errand was filled with wine and beaten. Not all told her something to find him. Have to try to be strong. The workplace is unpredictable. To him will not be nothing. Yuji smelled of alcohol. Yu Weisheng helped her pull the quilt, and then called Yu Sheng to go out. Do you have any sober soup? Gu Xiaochang was chatting about something with Luo Yang, who was sitting beside him. When he heard Yi Weisheng's question, he turned his head to look at him. It's already been fed. Yi Weisheng nodded his head. Where is that person? His Yi Weisheng's woman was not that easy to beat. Gu Xiaochang looked at Yi Weisheng with bloodthirsty ruthlessness emanating from his eyes. Already helped you clean up. Don't scare the little kids. Yi Weisheng reacted and looked at Yu Sheng with an expression that instantly became softer. Gu Xiaochang felt that Yi Weisheng could go and perform a face change. Where's her stuff? Yi Weisheng remembered the video where Yuji asked that fat bastard to sign the contract. Here, Gu Xiaochang handed Yuji's bag over. Yi Weisheng from Yuji's bag flipped out the contract and looked at it. On such a small contract still need to run so far. Yi Weisheng will be handed the contract to come together with Luo Yang. Luo Yang, take this over to let the person in charge of their signature. Luo Yang is the real right arm of Yi Weisheng. Luo Yang's father is the housekeeper of the Yi family's old mansion. Luo Yang is about the same age as Yi Weisheng, and is also considered to have grown up together since childhood. 2 years before Yi Weisheng went abroad to receive training, Luo Yang was not only Yi Weisheng's private secretary, but also Yi Weisheng's bodyguard. Previously, there was still some finishing work to be done for the project abroad, so Yi Weisheng came back alone first. Luo Yang had just returned home a few days ago from his work there. Yes. Luo Yang took the documents handed over by Yi Weisheng and casually flipped through them, then looked at the time on his wristwatch and went out. When did Luo Yang come back? Gu Xiaochang looked at Luo Yang's back as he left and asked Yi Weisheng. Luo Yang, who exuded a cold and hard aura, had changed quite a bit after a few years of not seeing him, and was no longer the sunny teenager that he used to be. The other day. Let's all get together when we go back some other day. Luo Yang followed Yi Weisheng and was considered one of them, removing the identity of Yi Weisheng's secretary. They were still friends. Okay, just let me know when it's time. Thank you this time. Yi Weisheng sincerely thanked Gu Xiaochang. If it wasn't for him, Yuji was afraid that she would have fallen into the hands of that bald man this time. Still talking to me about this, thanks to me being met by me. Or else I wouldn't be able to see Yu Sheng's little friend today. Right, Yu Sheng? Gu Xiaochang teased the little dot that was obediently sitting in Yi Weisheng's arms. Have not yet mixed familiar point Yu Sheng. Do not know what they adults are talking about. Uncle Gu called to him. He looked up at Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng smiled at him and nodded. He also smiled at Gu Xiaochang nodded. Right. Looking at Yu Sheng's bright smile, Gu Xiaochang suddenly a little envious. This kid life how so good abroad to study for a few years back to take over the company. There is such a big a good cute son. Suddenly a gurgling sound came out of the chatter. Yu Sheng covered her stomach and smiled embarrassedly. Dad, I'm hungry. Yi Weisheng also just noticed the time. He picked up Yu Sheng home in the afternoon. And before he could cook, he received a call from Gu Xiaochang, and hoofed it to Y City on his private jet. Up to this moment there was no dinner yet. Gu Xiaochang looked at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. What does Yu Sheng like to eat? Uncle Gu will have the kitchen make it for you. Yu Sheng just met Gu Xiaochang has not yet let go. Big eyes looked at Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng gently said to Yu Sheng, Uncle Gu is a good friend of Dad. What do you like to eat? Tell Uncle Gu. Do not have to be polite with him. Getting her father's approval, Yu Sheng boldly told Gu Xiaochang, I like eating sweet and sour pork. Okay, Uncle Gu will have someone make it. Is there anything else you want to eat? No more. You all haven't eaten yet. Yi Weisheng stated that he hadn't. Then let them prepare a few more dishes, so we can all have some together. Gu Xiaochang called the waiters and asked them to prepare a few dishes. It didn't take long for the waiter to come in with the dishes. The 2 big ones and 1 small one. Eating around the coffee table. And the small bowl in front of Yu Sheng was piled high with a bowl full of ribs and chicken thighs. Yu Sheng looked worried. Dad, Uncle Gu, you don't clip me. There's too much. I can't finish it. It's okay, just eat as much as you can and give what you can't finish to Dad. Yu Sheng put the ribs and chicken legs in the bowl and gave them all to Yu Weisheng. Why did you give them all to me? Aren't you going to eat? Well, I'm full, Yu Sheng said, rubbing her bulging little belly. Okay, then you can play by yourself for a while. Good. Yu Sheng ran to the side to play with the toys the waitress lady brought in for him. That well-behaved appearance made Gu Xiaochang couldn't help but envy another wave of hard envy. Yu Ji is quite good at bringing up a child. This child is so well-behaved. Envious? Envy. You can't envy a child. So if you want one, have one yourself. Is a baby something you can have whenever you want? Yeah, that was all a surprise. Who would have thought he'd go away for a few years and have such a big son as soon as he came back? Have you taken a paternity test yet? Not yet. He wasn't ready. I think there's absolutely no need for you to waste that money. This child, I dare to make a guarantee that it's 100% yours. Gu Xiaochang had never been able to understand before how much Yu Weisheng said it was like him. He knew it when he saw Yu Sheng. It was the exact same. An enlarged version and a reduced version. Chapter 30, was she forced or not? Before a meal was finished, Luo Yang came back. You're back. Come eat some. Gu Xiaochang pushed a set of useless bowls and chopsticks in front of Luo Yang. Bring that stool over here and sit. Done. Luo Yang handed the documents to Yu Weisheng. He didn't even bother to take the stool, squatted by the coffee table and started to wolf down his food. He was really hungry. On her way over, Yu Sheng had already played with Luo Yang on the private jet, and when she saw Luo Yang squatting to eat, she ran over and dragged a stool behind Luo Yang. Uncle Luo, sit on this. Luo Yang took a bite of rice in his mouth and turned around to see the miniature boss dragging a stool over to him. A little touched. Thanks. You're welcome. Yu Sheng is so understanding and awesome. Gu Xiaochang gave Yu Sheng a thumbs up, then turned his head to look at Yu Weisheng beside him. You weren't this cute when you were little. As long as my son is cute. Yu Weisheng's Versailles expression caused Gu Xiaochang's teeth to sink. When do we go back? Leaving in a few moments. What about you? Want to come along? I still have things to do. I can't go back until 2 days later. Gu Xiaochang came over here to talk business, and was not as free to come and go as Yu Weisheng. After Luo Yang finished eating, Yu Weisheng went in to pick up Yu Ji, who was drunk and slept over. Gu Xiaochang sent a car to send them to the tarmac, and several people took a private plane back to H City overnight. Yu Weisheng did not send Yu Ji to their home, but took them back to his apartment. At this time it was already after 1 o'clock at night. Yu Sheng had already fallen asleep on the airplane. Luo Yang carried the little child to the second bedroom next door to Yu Weisheng. Yu Weisheng placed Yu Ji on the big bed in his master bedroom and called for hot water to remove the light makeup from Yu Ji's face. Yu Ji was hit, cheeks have been swollen, although Yu Weisheng has been very gentle wipe, but still caused Yu Ji frown. Yu Weisheng went to the refrigerator to get some ice for Yu Ji ice compresses to get rid of swelling. After all this is already 3 o'clock at night. Yu Weisheng sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Yu Ji, who was not sleeping peacefully, and sighed imperceptibly. Is it so hard to rely on him once in a while now that he's in a position to do so? Yu Weisheng took his pajamas and went to the bathroom to take a shower, then went next door to sleep with Yu Sheng. The next morning, Yu Ji woke up in a daze. She rubbed her temples and slapped on the bedside lamp, and in the daze was reflected in a completely unfamiliar environment. Yu Ji's brain went blank for a moment. She stretched, and a sharp pain shot through her elbow where she hit it yesterday when she fell. Hiss. Looking at everything in front of her, Yu Ji felt confused and disoriented, and she gently shook her head in an attempt to dispel her drunken daze. Consciousness gradually back to the cage. Yu Ji, dying of illness, startled to sit up. She remembered that she had dinner with the bald manager Zhang yesterday. After being slapped by the manager, Zhang was filled with a lot of white wine, and then she did not know anything. Yu Ji looked at herself under the covers, wearing only her underwear. Where were her dress pants? This isn't the hotel she's staying at. Where is she? And what the hell happened last night? Did that bald guy take advantage of her drunkenness to rape her? Her head was pounding from the hangover, and she tried to remember exactly what had happened yesterday night, but couldn't for the life of her. Yu Ji's eyes were filled with panic and helplessness, and his hands kept slapping his head in an attempt to clear his chaotic mind in this way. Ah, trash. I'm going to castrate you. Yu Ji's voice was a mixture of anger and humiliation, and there was a hint of crying when he listened closely. Yu Weisheng, who was used to waking up early, happened to hear the shriek as he passed by the door of the master bedroom. Not bothering to knock on the door, he unscrewed the lock of the room door and rushed in. Sitting on the edge of the bed, holding Yu Ji's shoulders with both hands, his anxious eyes full of concern. Xiao Ji, what's wrong with you? Is sitting on the bed with remorse. A flurry of punches. Yu Ji heard Yu Weisheng's voice, a head up, and suddenly appeared in front of the person of the 4 eyes. Think of their own at this time only wearing underwear. A moment of shame and indignation. Ah! Yu Ji pushed Yu Weisheng away and pulled the quilt over to wrap herself tightly. Get out! Little G. Yi Weisheng was pushed by Yu Ji and stumbled, almost falling off the bed. He thought Yu Ji was irritated and wanted to go up to comfort her. I told you to get out. Get out. Yu Ji didn't know why Yi Weisheng was here, but she didn't want Yi Weisheng to see her wretched appearance at this time, so she pulled the quilt over her head. These 5 years, Yu Ji has not had a boyfriend. This year there are male colleagues in the company to show her favor, but she did not move, because her heart is only Yi Weisheng, although she is the one who betrayed their feelings, but she is still looking forward to it. Yu Ji looked like she didn't want to talk to him, worrying that she was blindsided. She softly comforted, "Don't be agitated. Things are not what you think. Your clothes are on the sofa. I'll go out first." After Yi Weisheng finished speaking, he got up and walked out, and even carefully brought the door for her. Yu Ji heard Yi Weisheng's words under the covers and pondered in her mind, not what she thought? Then which is it? Yu Ji carefully felt the bodies, except for the headache, elbow pain. Other places did not have any abnormalities. If she's being forced asterisk, she should feel something different in her body, right? Yu Ji recalled the first time she and Yi Weisheng did shy things. The next day her body was very uncomfortable. Although too long had passed, she could not remember that feeling, but by no means was it like this now without feeling. Yu Ji's entire head covered in the quilt. A little breathless, a pull down the quilt to do a deep breath. But on second thought, didn't they say that it only hurts the first time? She's not her first time now. So is it because she didn't do that? Or because it's not her first time so she doesn't feel it anymore? Yu Ji only did that one time with Yi Weisheng pregnant with a son, and then did not have another. She does not know what the second time is what it feels. Yu Ji is a bit demoralized. Ran a contract did not sign not to mention, but also received a slap, and now do not know whether they have been that. Yu Ji at this time does not know that she has returned to H City, only thought that this room is the hotel where Yi Weisheng lives. Yu Ji scratched her hair in annoyance and looked around. This room was quite large. Her clothes and bag were being placed on the double sofa on one side, and on the side of the room door was the bathroom. The bathroom? Yu Ji looked at the closed door of the room. Yi Weisheng should not come in without knocking. Yu Ji lifted the quilt. The clothes do not even care about wearing. Cat, lightly run to the bathroom. Yu Ji in the bathroom, a good observation. The body is not uncomfortable. There is not any injuries that should not have. Yi Weisheng also said that it is not what she thought. Then it should be no. Yu Ji breathed a huge sigh of relief and patted his chest. Fortunately, Yu Ji smelled himself. There is still a trace of alcohol. So he took a shower, wrapped in the bath towel in the bathroom and went out to get dressed. She picked up the clothes on the couches and a strong odor of alcohol hit her nose. The bald man had spilled it all over her when he poured her drink yesterday. Yu Ji took it under his nose and smelled it. How can she wear these clothes? She has to go to the airport later to take a plane back to H City. Wearing this on the plane, she could think of getting off the plane and seeing short videos of herself spitting in her phone. The headline reads, "Families Who Know. Today I encountered a walking trash can at the airport / on the plane that hadn't been painted in months. And the smell. It made me want to vomit." Chapter 31, The Careful and Considerate Yi Weisheng. What to do? She shouldn't be kicked out of the mall for shopping in this outfit. Before Yu Ji thought only need to come over for a day of business. Did not bring much change of clothes. Wore a day of work clothes to the airport. Brought a next day to meet customers to wear. I thought I could go back in the afternoon, but I didn't know that I'd run into that kind of trash like Manager Zhang. The clothes she changed yesterday are still in the hotel she lived in before. I don't know if this place is far from the hotel she lived in, or should I ask Yi Weisheng to go over and help her bring her luggage over? Just as Yu Ji was struggling with whether or not to ask Yi Weisheng to help her with her luggage, the door to her room was knocked on. "Xiao Ji, are you up? I've bought you a change of clothes. I'll leave them at the door. Come over and take them in and put them on yourself. Then come out for breakfast." After Yi Weisheng finished putting down the bag, he went to the second bedroom to tell Yu Sheng to get up. Last night, when Yi Weisheng helped Yu Ji undress, he smelled the smell of alcohol on her clothes. So when he got up early this morning, he was ready to go help Yu Ji buy clothes. Passing by the master bedroom when he heard Yu Ji shouting, he did not bother to knock on the door to go in to see Yu Ji's situation. Through Yu Ji's eyes and expression, Yi Weisheng guessed that Yu Ji 80% is thought she was that bald man got away with it. He wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know that he was driven out by Yu Ji. After Yi Weisheng came out, he went downstairs to buy clothes for Yu Ji and brought breakfast back. This sound is like heavenly music. Yu Ji sighed in his heart. Yi Weisheng is still so careful and considerate, understanding. Yu Ji went to the door and pulled it open a crack, and sure enough there was a tote bag laying in the doorway. Yu Ji reached out and took the bag into the room and closed the door. Yu Ji took out the clothes in the bag. It was a white dress, simple and atmospheric style. Yu Ji removed the towel, was about to change into it. Out of the corner of her eye she glimpsed another pink plastic bag in the bag, placed under the skirt. She just didn't notice. What's this? Yuji put down her skirt, picked up the pink bag and opened it, and her small face instantly reddened into a pig liver color. Turns out it contained a pink bra and chaps of the same color. How did Yi Weixing even buy this? Yuji's face is hot. 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 Yuji can't help but mutter as she puts on her skirt. How did he know I wear this size of underwear? Could it be that he looked at my... Yuji covered the proud peaks on her chest with both hands, and her eyes were stunned. Last night, Yi Weixing did look, I should say visually inspected. Yuji's figure was well maintained, except for her chest. There was basically no change elsewhere. He remembered that during his college days, Yuji's white rabbit had not developed so well, probably because of the birth of a child. It was much larger than before. Yuji's drinking is not bad, and when he got drunk, he obediently closed his eyes and slept without making a fuss. Yuji softly leaned on Yi Weixing's shoulder, and Yi Weixing helped her to take off her alcohol-stained coat, probably leaning uncomfortable. Yuji frowned. Small head in Yi Weixing's neck nest rubbed, trying to find a comfortable sleeping position. Small mouth also let out a wooing. This action as if teasing, so that Yi Weixing's body instantly hot. The hot temperature that spread throughout his body through the palm of his hand holding Yuji's shoulder made Yi Weixing's throat roll, and his heart couldn't stop trembling. Yuji, however, was blissfully unaware of the fire she had lit on Yi Weixing's body, sidestepped as if he had found a comfortable position, sighed softly, the corners of his mouth unconsciously hooked up, and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Weixing didn't dare to stay any longer. He was about to lose his grip. Even if he wanted her again, it wasn't now. He couldn't become bald Zhang. Yi Weixing accelerated the movement of his hands, placing Yuji down on the pillow and pulling the quilt over to help her cover up. After doing this, Yi Weixing took several deep breaths to calm down the agitation of his body and mind. Looking at Yuji, who was lying on the bed, her eyelashes were slightly fluttering, and her red lips were muttering something from time to time. It must have been a nightmare after all that shock. Yi Weixing sat on the edge of the bed, looking at this woman he had been thinking about for 5 years. There was heartache and helplessness, and in the end, he couldn't hold back and leaned down to drop a kiss on her lips. Yi Weixing left as if he had fled, got up and went to the check room to get his pajamas, and took a cool shower. In the second bedroom next door, Yi Weixing helped Yusheng get dressed, and Yusheng asked Yi Weixing with sleepy eyes, "Daddy, where's Mommy?" "Mommy's in the next room. Is Mommy awake yet?" "I think I'm awake. Dad bought breakfast. We'll go out later and ask Mom to join us for breakfast." "Yes." Yusheng put on her clothes and was carried by Yi Weixing to the bathroom to wash up. In the master bedroom, Yuji cupped her hands around her burning cheeks. Still rambling, Yi Weixing carried Yusheng to the door of the master bedroom and knocked on the door. "Mom, are you up? Come out for breakfast." The son's milky voice through the door panel into Yuji's ears, instantly interrupting Yuji's various conjectures. Why is the son also here? On second thought, Yusheng is entrusted to Yi Weixing care. Yi Weixing are here. Of course the son is also here. I wonder if she was a drunk last night. My son wasn't scared by her. Was he? Yuji shook her head vigorously and took a deep breath. Just look. It's not like he hasn't seen it before anyway. Let's go check on her son's condition first. Her image of a good mother can't be ruined because of that scum. Baby, Mommy is up. This is coming out. Yuji went to the bathroom and washed her face with cold water, patted her cheeks that still had some residual heat, and went out to open the door to her room with feigned composure. At the door of the room, Yi Weixing was holding Yusheng, a large and small, two highly similar faces, looking at Yuji, who walked out with a smile on his face. "Good morning, Mom." "Good morning, baby." Yusheng greeted her son and then greeted Yi Weixing. "Good morning, morning. Let's go. Let's go down for breakfast." Yi Weixing turned around and went downstairs with the child in his arms, and Yuji followed. Looking at the furnishings in the house, Yuji cannot help but look around, faced with suspicion. This house decoration style everywhere threw a sense of high class, and it is not like a hotel. "Where is this?" Yuji asked, the doubt in his heart. Before Yi Weixing could answer, Yusheng had already preempted his mom's confusion. "Mom, this is Dad's house." Yuji looked at Yi Weixing. "Your home? Well, sit down." Yi Weixing placed Yusheng on a chair and sat down, and pulled out another chair for Yuji. "Mom, look at those dolls. They're all posed by me. Oh, do I look good?" Yusheng took a sip of hot milk and invited her mom for praise. Yuji brained some reaction. Yusheng to Yi Weixing posed doll home is not in H City? Shouldn't they be in Y Town by now? Where are we now? Yusheng stared at Yuji with some doubt. Didn't she just tell Mom that this is Dad's house? Why is Mom still asking where they are? Yi Weixing heard the meaning of Yuji's words. "We are now in H City." Hometown? When did I get back? Last night. Yuji thought about how she was drunk last night and didn't know anything. You brought me back? My son and I went to get you back. Well, Mom, you fell asleep and Dad carried you back. Yuji rubbed his son's head. How did you find me? She remembered that the last place she'd been seen was the private dining room. Yu Weisheng just wanted to explain to Yuji. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yu Sheng blinking her big eyes, looking at the two of them with a curious face. Let's eat first. I'll tell you in detail later. Yuji also knew that this kind of thing could not be said in front of his son, so he lowered his head and ate breakfast. Chapter 32, that's it? After breakfast, Yuji helped clear the table. Yu Weisheng let Yu Sheng go play with his toys, so he sat on the sofa with Yuji and talked about last night's events. The private restaurant you went to was owned by Gu Xiaocheng's family. He happened to have something to do over there yesterday, and met that man carrying you out, and was stopped by him. In that case, it was Gu Xiaocheng who saved me this time. Otherwise, she would have suffered for sure. Well, he took care of that man too, so you don't have to worry. How did he handle it? I didn't ask about the specifics. He said that it had already been dealt with, and that person definitely couldn't get any better. Since Gu Xiaocheng said that he had already dealt with it, he would never let that person get away with it. Well, give me Gu Xiaocheng's phone number. I'll give him a call to thank him. Yuji did not ask more. She only need to know Gu Xiaocheng helped her. Thank him properly is, they do these big brother. She a small shrimp or less prying into the good. Yuji said to take the phone to call. Touched the body wearing a skirt. She usually have to take the child. And then because of the work to ride a small donkey wearing a skirt is inconvenient. These years she is basically wearing a blouse and pants. Reacting at this moment, wearing the dress that Yu Weisheng had bought for her. The cell phone seemed to be in the room without taking it down. Wait for me. I'll go get my cell phone. Yuji finished saying a gust of wind like running to go upstairs to get the cell phone to go. Yu Weisheng looked at her back in a hurry and shook his head helplessly. He just wanted to say that he didn't need her to specially call to thank her. He had already thanked her for her. Yuji ran to the room, found her bag on the sofa, and when she took her cell phone, she also saw the room card of the hotel she stayed in yesterday. Finished, didn't check out, up the stairs in a gust of wind, and down the stairs in a gust of wind. Yu Weisheng, where's my luggage? Luggage? Yu Weisheng last night, pressure did not think about Yuji luggage. He just wanted to quickly take her home. Sorry, I forgot. Yuji was silent for a split second. Yu Weisheng also knew that he was careless, only brought people back. Luggage he really did not think of. Why don't we go get it now? Yuji was stunned by Yu Weisheng's words. It is really a rich man the luxury of human nature. She cannot afford, although she spent the first few years of the money given by their family. But that is what she exchanged for Yu Weisheng, but cannot be indiscriminately spent. Forget it. I only have one set of clothes in that suitcase. It's not worth much, and the airfare back and forth is enough to buy a couple of suitcases plus a couple of sets of clothes. No way. Those are the clothes Yuji has worn. Can't just let the hotel people throw them away. Gu Xiaocheng is still over there. I'll make a phone call to him and ask him to pick it up on the way and bring it back for you. It's not good. Gu Xiaocheng has official business to attend to. It's just a piece of clothing, so don't bother him. Yuji shook the room card in his hand towards Yu Weisheng. My room card hasn't been returned yet. I'll give the hotel a call. I'll send the room card to them, and let them express my suitcase over on the line. That's fine. Yu Weisheng had no opinion. It was quite convenient to express it over. Yu Weisheng looked at Yuji's swollen face. The swelling had subsided, but there was still a red mark. He also remembered that Yuji had a fall yesterday and asked uneasily, is there any other place on your body that is uncomfortable? When Yu Weisheng asked this question, Yuji remembered the question that she had been struggling with in the morning. And just now Yu Weisheng said that she was met by Gu Xiaocheng when manager Zhang was carrying her out of the store. Yuji deliberately looked after entering the box. Did not find the box has a surveillance. Then what happened in the box? Gu Xiaocheng certainly do not know. But she couldn't let Yu Weisheng know. So she smiled at him. No, I'm fine. Yuji finished walking to the side to call the hotel. Behind his back, Yu Weisheng saw the back of Yuji's elbow. Yesterday's fall was rubbed off a large piece of skin. Yu Weisheng instantly frowned. Last night he was so aroused by Yuji's body that he didn't notice the injury on her hand. I don't know if there are any other wounds on her body. It seems that she has to go to the hospital to check it out. While Yuji is still on the phone, Yu Weisheng went upstairs to change his clothes. When Yu Weisheng went downstairs, Yuji just hung up the phone and looked at Yu Weisheng in formal wear. You want to go out? You're hurt. Let's go to the hospital and get checked out. Yu Sheng heard Yu Weisheng said Yuji was injured, hurriedly put down the toys in his hand. Ran over and pulled Yuji's hand to look Yuji up and down. Mom is injured? I didn't. Yu Weisheng took Yuji's arm and turned the elbow injury over. Still saying no. Yuji looked down. This is it? It's just a little bit of skin. Where's the need to go to the hospital? Just rub some iodine to sterilize it later. That's just the visible ones. In case there's an invisible bruise somewhere on your body that will drag on for a long time, do as you're told and go get a full body checkup. Everyone will feel at ease. Yuji heard the need to do a full body checkup. Her heartbeat missed a beat, and then suddenly began to beat wildly again. She suddenly a little afraid to go to the hospital. Yu Weisheng saw that Yuji was still tangled up and issued an order to the young soldier at the side. Yu Sheng, pull mom out the door. Yes, mom, go. Yu Sheng dragged Yuji and headed for the door. Yuji was Yu Sheng and Yu Weisheng forcibly brought to the hospital. Yu Weisheng told the doctor that Yuji fell. I do not know whether the body were the injury, so I want to do a full body examination. The doctor gave a dozen checklist. The nurse took them through a series of tests, and after the last one, Yu Weisheng placed a large stack of test reports in front of the doctor. Doctor, please help me see if there's anything wrong? The doctor went through page after page. There are no problems. The lady is in good health. Yuji took the report card handed over by the doctor. Thank you, doctor. Yuji was dragged out by Yu Weisheng before she could put on makeup today, so the fingerprints on her face were on display. The doctor fixed his eyes. Yuji's white cheeks, that obvious 5 fingerprints. A look is slapped, and then look at the only wound on her body. Elbow rubbed a large piece of skin. Don't think this is being slapped when the fall rubbed. The doctor raised his eyes to look at the concerned Yu Weisheng. This doctor had a good relationship with his wife, and the thing he hated most in his life was men who beat their wives. Or are these well-dressed, outside men who pretend to care in front of people, who hit with a hard hand and then pretend to care when they're done? He thought that the fingerprints on Yuji's face were hit by Yu Weisheng, so he accused Yu Weisheng in a somewhat bad tone. Sir, I would advise you that there is no such thing as a husband and wife who don't quarrel, and when there are conflicting differences in the family, let's sit down and discuss them calmly, and don't move to hurt people. Chapter 33, A Beautiful Misunderstanding. Yu Weisheng and Yuji were both confused by the doctor's words. What between husband and wife? Family conflicts? They don't have any? When the doctor saw Yu Weisheng's confused look, he was even more furious. He had made it so obvious, and he still didn't know how to admit his mistake? The doctor glanced at Yu Sheng, who also looked up at him with a serious face. Look, how cute your son is. You should endure it just for the sake of the child. Wives are meant to be loved, not beaten. Look at your wife, is so beautiful. She wants to find what kind of man cannot find. She has to follow you? She is still not for your family. Two couples should understand each other. Mutual concessions. Life can be better and better. Yes, yes, yes. Although Yu Weisheng was a bit confused, what the doctor said were all great truths that he agreed with. The doctor saw that Yu Weisheng had listened in, and his attitude eased. When you go back, the two of you should have a good chat. It's not easy to marry a daughter-in-law. You have to learn to cherish it. That doctor, Yuji wanted to explain to the doctor that they weren't a couple, and that her face wasn't hit by Yu Weisheng, but was pulled back by Yu Weisheng. We know. Thank you, doctor, for your kind words. Well, the doctor finished. Yu Weisheng turned his head and educated Yuji. And you girl, when it comes to things you have to know how to protect yourself. If he said not to listen, you do not keep staring at him to say, he was angry on the head, you away from him a little farther, and so on. Everyone subsided, and then sit down to talk slowly. Yuji awkwardly squeezed out a smile. Yes, thank you. Well, you guys go back and have a good time. Thank you, doctor. Goodbye. The two of them holding the child froze out of the hospital. Yuji squinted at Yu Weisheng, who was beside him, with a smirk on his face. Why don't you let me talk to the doctor to make it clear that our relationship what's there to say? What the doctor said makes sense, and they mean well. Aren't you embarrassing people by saying it? Yu Weisheng felt that there was absolutely no need to make it clear. He loved this beautiful misunderstanding. That's what she said, but if she didn't say it out loud, she'd be the one who'd be embarrassed. Mommy and Daddy, that Dr. Grandpa said you guys had a fight? Clueless little Yu Weisheng only understood this. No, Dr. Grandpa misunderstood. Yu Weisheng was afraid of Yu Sheng's misunderstanding and hurriedly spoke out to explain. The father and son relationship that he had managed to bring closer could not be separated because of this misunderstanding. Yu Sheng nodded. Dad was so good to him. He shouldn't be hitting Mom. Mom, let me see your face. Yu Sheng pulled Yuji's arm and tiptoed up to try to see Yuji. He had just seen that Dr. Grandpa looked at his mom's face and said that Mom and Dad had a fight. Mom is fine. Yuji lowered his head and put the good side of his face in front of Yu Sheng, pausing for a split second before standing up straight in a hurry. I told you, how could Mom and Dad fight? He was with them the whole time. The three of them got into the car. It was already close to noon. Yu Weisheng looked at the time on his wristwatch. Let's eat lunch outside today, and go to the mall together in the afternoon. I'm not going. How bad it would be if people misunderstand me again in a while. And you give me Gu Xiaocheng's phone number. Yuji took out his cell phone. Yi Weisheng reported a series of phone numbers. Yuji dialed out. Gu Xiaochang had just finished negotiating a contract with a partner, and was about to go to dinner. Yuji said a lot of words of gratitude to Gu Xiaochang on the phone. It's fine. We're all friends. If you really want to thank me, be nicer to Boss Yi, so he doesn't cry in front of me again. Ha? Yuji was confused. Yi Weishan was crying in front of Gu Xiaochang? Well, that's it. I have something to do, so I'll hang up now. Oh, bye. Yuji hung up the phone and secretly glanced at Yi Weisheng. Really? Yi Weisheng felt Yuji's measuring gaze. Why are you looking at me so much? Oh, alright. Where is this going? Yuji looked at the direction forward. Not the way home. To the mall. I'm not going. I screwed up on that contract and I have to go back and figure out what I can do to fix it. Who said you screwed up on that contract? Didn't I see a signature on that? How can that be? I'm serious. Don't you kid me. I want to go back. Why not? I saw it with my own eyes. You don't have to worry. Just go back to the office on Monday with the contract and receive compliments from your boss. Yi Weisheng said with certainty. Yuji was skeptical. She remembered that the bald man did not sign off. You cannot lie to me. Yi Weisheng looked at Yuji sideways with a serious face. When have I ever lied to you? Yuji's heart choked. He has never done what he said to her. Really did not lie to her. But she lied to him. Okay. But my face. Not good to see people. Yuji covered his punched cheek. How humiliating it would be if he was mobbed. It's fine. Just buy a cosmetic to cover it up later. I said goodbye to Yusheng. I'm coming to buy clothes today. Yusheng said she wanted to buy clothes like Uncle Wang's, to look handsome in them. Aha! Mom, I have an appointment with Dad. Yi Weisheng found a large shopping mall. Handsome men and women walking on the road is always especially eye-catching. Not to mention that they also followed a little munchkin. Yuji covered his face with one hand and led Yusheng with the other. Yi Weisheng walked directly into the cosmetic store at the entrance of the mall. Yuji didn't follow him in, but stood outside with Yusheng and waited for him. The shopper enthusiastically introduced their products to Yi Weisheng. I don't know what the shopper said. Yi Weisheng pointed in the direction of Yuji. The shopper followed the direction Yi Weisheng pointed, looked at Yuji, smiled and nodded at Yi Weisheng, and took a product from the counter and handed it to Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng looked at it and asked the shopper to take a few more things. Then he paid the bill, carried the bag and walked over to Yuji, placing the cosmetics he bought in Yuji's hand. Go try it on. The shopper said this suits you. Yuji carried the bag to the bathroom, took out the bag of foundation evenly spread on the face. This color number is really quite suitable for her, and it is also very flattering to use. Yuji wipe. The heart began to sour. See Yi Weisheng that skillful look. He must have often bought cosmetics for his girlfriend in the past. In good conscience, Yuji this idea if Yi Weisheng no, will certainly be Yi Weisheng grabbed and spanked. He bought cosmetics or a big girl on the sedan chair for the first time. He had kept his body for her all these years, and a female wouldn't even look at her more than once, much less have any girlfriends. He just gave that shopper said Yuji's situation. The shopper took a look at Yuji, said Yuji is very suitable for that product. He does not understand. The shopper said suitable for him to buy for her. Chapter 34, Buying. Yuji held back the sourness in her heart. It was she who betrayed their relationship first. Yi Weisheng also deserved to have a girlfriend. She was not qualified to be jealous. Yuji covered the fingerprints on his face, organized his emotions, and then went out to shop with the father and son. Yi Weisheng first took a large and small group to find a restaurant upstairs for lunch, and after solving the problem of food and drink, he went downstairs and started to stroll up. Yi Weisheng led Yusheng to walk in front with great interest, and Yuji helplessly followed behind the two. What are you buying? Since this father and son were on a date, they must have something to buy. Buy Daddy clothes? Daddy, those clothes don't look good. Let's pick out something handsome. Dad, that dress looks good. Yusheng pointed at the model in the window and said to Yi Weisheng. Yuji looked along. It was a blue casual dress with black casual pants. Yuji also looked at the white shirt worn by Yi Weisheng. Reunited for so long, Yi Weisheng's clothes are basically suits and shirts and pants, and they are all privately customized. Yuji thought it was quite good looking, and didn't understand how they had to come to the mall to buy clothes. She has not seen him wear other clothes. Yi Weisheng is now the group president. Work must wear formal point. Yuji think there is no problem. Baby, this may not be appropriate. Yuji was afraid that Yi Weisheng would not dare to refuse, so he spoke out to explain for Yi Weisheng. Yusheng heard Yuji's words, blinking his eyes to look at Yi Weisheng and then look at the clothes. He thought it was quite good looking. How do you know if it fits if you don't try it on? Yi Weisheng pulled Yusheng into the store and asked the clerk to bring the clothes Yusheng had his eye onto him to try. Yi Weisheng walked out of the fitting room wearing a casual outfit. Wow! Daddy is so handsome. Yi Weisheng changed a straight suit. Put on this body of casual wear. The whole person's aura has changed. Less a trace of harshness, more a trace of lazy and easygoing. All of a sudden from the overbearing president into a sunny teenager. Several shoppers were also praising Yi Weisheng, who was a typical clothes rack and looked good in everything he wore. Yu Sheng chose a few more outfits, and Yi Weisheng tirelessly tried them on for him to see, and every style of clothes that he wore on his body was without any sense of incongruity. Daddy, you're the young handsome daddy now. Yi Weisheng smiled and posed a few posses to make Yu Sheng laugh when he heard that little bit finally didn't mind him being old. Yu Ji can't help it. Finally, Yi Weisheng will try the clothes all buy, and then went shopping in a circle. Children's clothing stores, women's clothing stores have not let go. Children's and women's clothing. Yu Ji said don't not buy. Yi Weisheng said to buy. Ended up with a big bag. The most outrageous is to visit the bedding store. As long as Yu Sheng said good looking, Yi Weisheng all buy. A variety of colorful cats and dogs. Bought a dozen sets. Yu Ji recalled Yi Weisheng's bedroom. Not only the decoration is dark color, bedding is also solid color and dark color. These flowers are not Yi Weisheng's style. Yu Ji tried to imagine. Dark gray bedroom. Appeared a bed of pink sheets. And Yi Weisheng lying in the pink also printed cat pattern quilt scene. The picture is too beautiful. She dare not think. Yu Ji held his forehead. These two people are crazy. Their behavior has made the salesperson in the store happy. These two are their big money makers. The stupid son of a landlord's family. A fool with a lot of money. They bought a lot of clothes before, and now buy so many bedding. The car certainly cannot be loaded. Yi Weisheng gave the shopkeeper left the home address. Let them send the goods to the home. After shopping at the mall and going for a dinner, Yi Weisheng drove the car and pulled Yu Ji and Yu Sheng home. Car Yi Weisheng and Yu Sheng two people talk about the sky, chatting unusually happy. Yu Ji did not say a word to look at the father and son's happy appearance. The heart is full of feelings. Back home, Yu Ji changed shoes and went straight upstairs. All afternoon she was thinking about the contract. She had to hurry to confirm whether it was really signed. Yu Ji ran to Yi Weisheng's master bedroom, found her briefcase flipped out of the contract inside, turned to the last page, and indeed in the position of the payment signed a name. But it is not the manager of the Zhang, but a calm Nia Yuanming. What's going on here? Who is Nia Yuanming? Yu Ji does clearly remember Zhang manager did not sign the contract. That now this contract on the signatory is Nia Yuanming. Must be Yi Weisheng help her to do. Yu Ji took the contract downstairs. Go to find Yi Weisheng to ask this Nia Yuanming is what people. The people at the mall were fast too. They had just arrived home when the shipment was delivered and were moving things to the house. After the delivery master left, Yu Ji handed the contract to Yi Weisheng. What's going on here? Who is Nia Yuanming? Nia Yuanming? Yi Weisheng looked at the contract held in the hands of Yu Ji. He also did not know who Nia Yuanming, because this matter is given to Luo Yang to do. But since he can sign this contract, it must be the person in charge of that company. Is your project? The head of the cooperation company chant. Yes? Yu Ji only knows that her counterpart is manager Zhang, and she doesn't recognize the other people in the company over there. Is this person in charge of this project? What if I take it back and the other party doesn't recognize this contract? Then wait. Yi Weisheng took out his cell phone and called Luo Yang, asking about Yu Ji's contract. Nia Yuanming is the boss of Mingyuan Group. No one dares to disown the words he signed. Don't worry. Yu Ji stunned. So a contract. Yi Weisheng actually let the boss of the other company personally give her signature. Really Weichang Group President Yi Mighty. Nia Yuanming was also taken aback when he saw Luo Yang. The other party said that he was a person from Wichita Group. Wichita Group's projects have always been only profitable. How many companies want to cooperate with Wichita have no chance? Think of him as a small company that has just started not long ago, and he has submitted several bids to Wichita without being seen by the other party. When did they have business dealings with Wichita? It was already so late, and the other party actually took the initiative to find the door. Nia Yuanming received Luo Yang with fear and trepidation. Luo Yang did not say much, directly handed the contract of Yu Ji to Nia Yuanming in front of him to sign. Nia Yuanming looked at the contract. It was a project under the company's banner. The partner was indeed a company in H City, but it wasn't Wichita. May I ask who you are? I'm the secretary to the president of the Wichita Group. Hello, the company we are cooperating with. Is it a subsidiary of Wichita? The company that Yu Ji was working for, although it was not small in size, but it was not very famous. No, this project leader is a friend of our president. She's not conveniently coming over right now, so our president asked me to help make a run for it. Please make it easy for Mr. Nia. Luo Yang spoke politely and courteously. Nia Yuanming heard that it was not a project of Wichita, but at least there is a chance to have contact with the people of Wichita, and when the time comes to get in touch with the friend of the president of Wichita, Maybe we can really cooperate with Wichita. Since ancient times, more friends have more roads. Someone to build a bridge is always better than hitting the south wall by yourself, no matter whether it can be used or not. Make this friend first. Nye Yuanming thought of this layer of relationship and smiled even more humbly. No, you're welcome. It's our honor to work with President Vichy's friend. We, Ming Yuan Group. Nye Yuanming gave Luo Yang a wave of advertisements. Chapter 35, $5 million of hurt and separation. They didn't make things difficult for you guys. Yuji was afraid that the other party had made some excessive demands. Don't worry, they can't wait to get involved with the Wei Chang group. Luo Yang is my man, they won't not give face. Thank you. Trouble you. Yi Weisheng had used his name to help her, which was equivalent to owing him a favor. Again making Yuji feel bad. If you really want to thank me, help me choose a set of bedding out. Put it in the washing machine and wash it. I want to use it tomorrow. Yi Weisheng looked at the 4-piece set piled one person high and had some difficulties. And these clothes? Wash them all. Yuji looked at the bags piled up on the ground. Washing clothes cannot be difficult for her. Good. Also, in the future, if there is anything, directly open your mouth and talk to me. Don't harden yourself and get yourself hurt. You are a mother. Don't think about yourself, but also think about the child. I have to bring up the child and pick up the people. I'm too busy to do it. Speaking of which, Yi Weisheng was also a little angry. He had asked Yuji if he wanted his help before, and was rejected by Yuji. She is new to the workplace, has not seen those private dirty. Yi Weisheng has seen a lot of, so he heard Yuji to travel will be so asked. Yuji was ashamed in her heart, but this was her own work. She couldn't rely on Yi Weisheng for everything. Originally, she had a guilty conscience towards Yi Weisheng. She didn't want to be brazen no matter what, letting Yi Weisheng help her deal with work matters. But the fact is contrary to expectations. Think of it, Yuji are a little look at her own. Set on the mouth does not rely on him. In the end, he still have to help. Learn from your mistakes and be more careful in the future. Well, said Yuji, a little disillusioned. Dad, I think this set looks the best. You can use this one first. Yu Sheng pointed to the 4-piece set with the sky blue dinosaur pattern on the bed. He chose from a pile of bedding and eventually decided that his favorite dinosaur was most to his liking. Okay, then please mom help dad wash the set. Yi Weisheng walked over and picked up the set Yu Sheng had selected and handed it to Yuji. Please. Yuji took over, rolled up his sleeves and began to dry all the clothes in the bag out, cut off the tags, and then sorted and carried to the laundry room to wash. Yi Weisheng looked at the energetic Yuji. He knew Yuji's thoughts. Let her help herself to do something. She will feel better. Well, bedding and clothes all washed already more than 9 o'clock in the evening. Yuji went upstairs to take their own things downstairs to Yi Weisheng said. All finished. You remember to collect it tomorrow. Thank you for your help. We'll go back first. Yuji finished telling Yu Sheng to clean up the toys that he had gotten all over the place, and led the child outside. Yi Weisheng knows that Yuji, it is impossible to remain in his place to live. Took the car keys and followed. I send you. No, you've had a tiring day, and it's easy for you to take the subway back here, so you don't have to give us a ride. It's so late. I don't trust you to go back by yourselves. Let's go. Yi Weisheng has already changed his shoes. Yuji knows that it's useless for her to push back, so she simply closed her mouth and followed Yi Weisheng downstairs. After sending Yuji mother and son, Yi Weisheng returned home. Took a shower. Has been 11 o'clock. Yi Weisheng, half lying on the bed out of the corner of his eye, inadvertently saw the bedside table placed a delicate gift bag. Yi Weisheng, the bedside table, 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 the bedside table. Yi Weisheng thought that this was a gift Yuji had prepared for him, and there was a hint of joy in his heart. Curious about what was inside, he took the bag. Bulging, open a look. It is a pile of cash. Yi Weisheng counted the whole 100,000. The top there is a note, which wrote the word thank you. This familiar font instantly made Yi Weisheng's forehead veins ripple. That woman betrayed him for $5 million 5 years ago, and then dismissed him with $100,000 5 years later. Did he look like he was short of money? He's now the president of the Wichita Group. Yi Weisheng looked at the money that he had thrown on the bedside table in a fit of anger. and a ray of hurt came through under his anger. He picked up his cell phone and dialed Yuji's number. At this time Yuji had just put his son to sleep, and when he saw the lit-up cell phone screen, Yuji gently got up and picked up the phone and went to the living room to answer the phone. Hello? What do you mean? Yi Weisheng's tone revealed a huff. Yuji instantly reacted. He should be talking about the $100,000 she left behind. Nothing meaningful, just want to thank you. Yuji thought about it all afternoon today. So long Yi Weisheng helped her a lot, plus these 2 days, and help her take care of her son, and help her deal with the contract. but also to pick up the drunk in her back from Y City. And I spent a lot of money on clothes and cosmetics for her and her son today. There was no use saying the word thank you too much. She knew that Ji Weisheng didn't lack money, but her ability was limited. Apart from giving him some money, there didn't seem to be anything she could do for him. If you transfer the money, Ji Weisheng will definitely not accept it. So in the afternoon at the mall, Ji took advantage of the two people to choose clothes, and withdrew 100,000 cash from the ATM. There are many ways to thank me. You chose the one that insulted me the most. Ji, you are really good. 5 years ago he was worth $5 million. 5 years later he was worth 100,000, which made Ji Weisheng furious. I know you're not short of money, but I really don't know what I can do for you to show my appreciation for you other than give you money. Ji knows that 5 years ago the $5 million thing, for Ji Weisheng is a great shame, but she really just wanted to thank him. You want to thank me that badly? Aha! Ji really didn't want to owe Ji Weisheng too much. She knew she couldn't afford to pay it back. Then marry me. Although Ji Weisheng was in a fit of anger, he was unprecedentedly serious when he uttered these words. Ji was silent. It wasn't that she didn't want to marry him, but she wasn't qualified. Although Ji Weisheng had no regard for her, it would become a bomb between them. And if that bomb exploded one day, she wouldn't even have a single thought left. These years can support her alone with children in addition to the power of the child. Is Ji heart to Ji Weisheng's thoughts? Their beautiful love. Is her spiritual support? Ji Weisheng's mother told her that the struggle of a big family is far from being as simple as it seems on the surface, and that Ji Weisheng had dodged a lot of thrilling assassinations to be able to stand in the final arena, and that he couldn't give up. Although Ji does not understand what the family fight, but she has seen Ji Weisheng back waist injury. Ji Weisheng told her that it is a child naughty fall, but she later checked the internet. That kind of wound is a gunshot wound. Ji was also scared. She was afraid that Ji Weisheng would be hurt because of her. That's why she agreed to Ye's mom's request. Although Ji Weisheng has now sat in the position of the president, but they are no longer in college. The two feelings of pure people. Rather than be afraid of fear of it exploding, it is better to start to pinch off the fuse. Ji's silence made Ji Weisheng's heart feel a dense pain, as if he was being stabbed by millions of needles. It hurt him so much that he couldn't breathe. What? I'm that much for you to look at? Chapter 36. Have you regretted any of these years? It's not what you think. How could Ji not be in pain? Which is it then? You tell me. Which is it? Ji Weisheng unconsciously hissed out. He had already lowered his stance like that. What more did he want? Just accept Ji Weisheng's good frankly? Ji could not get over that hurdle in his heart. I'm sorry. Many kinds of thoughts flashed through Ji's mind, but other than apologizing, she couldn't say anything. Have you regretted it all these years? Ji Weisheng's voice has a trace of choking. This life, Ji Weisheng take bullets have not cried, but for this woman shed an unknown number of tears. He only wanted to know she still has a trace of attachment to him. No, for that decision, Ji is really never regretted. If and let her choose once, she will still make the same decision. Ji's categorical answer was like a knife, plunging straight into Ji Weisheng's heart. His heart hurt so much that he couldn't speak. Ji Weisheng directly hung up the phone and slammed it on the carpet as a way to vent his inner unwillingness and pain. For so many years, even if he was tortured by thoughts that kept him up at night, not a day went by that he didn't think of her, and she said she never regretted it. Obviously you were the one who approached me first, but now I'm the one who's waiting so hard and can't let go. Ji Weisheng's complexion was bleak, and self-deprecation flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Oh, he's been a joke all these years, singing a one-man show of his own wishful thinking, moving himself all over the place without anyone else caring. While Ji was dumbfounded and looked at the beeping cell phone for a long time, tears flowed down in big tears. Ji's hands tightly covered her mouth. Her body slowly crouched down along the wall, hugging her knees and crying silently. It was as if there was a boulder in her chest, weighing her down. She wanted to yell, but she didn't dare. She was afraid of waking her son who was sleeping in the house. Ji had been in the living room for a long time, and after venting hard, she wiped away her tears and quickly organized herself. Wobbly as many nights during these 5 years, when she had an emotional breakdown, she crouched alone in a corner and cried silently, breaking herself down and then healing herself. The next day it's back to doing what you need to do like nobody's business. Ji Weisheng slowed down his emotions, got out of bed and picked up the cell phone on the floor and dialed Lin Zijie's number. Lin Zijie was currently having a good time with his group of fox friends in another box at the royal feast. Dazzling lights, powerful music. A group of men and women are playing a game of passing cards with their mouths. A vibration came from Lin Zijie's cell phone. Looking at the screen it was Ji Weisheng calling. You guys play first, I'll take a call. Lin Zijie turned around and exited the box, coming into the aisle, the thick box door isolating the noisy voices inside. Hello, Boss Yi. Why did you think of me so late? Did you lose? Before Lin Zijie could continue to flirt, Yi Weisheng directly interrupted him. Come out for a drink. Then he hung up the phone, changed his clothes, and then picked up the car keys and went out the door. The few of them who drank were usually in the box on the top floor of the royal feast as long as they didn't specify an address. Lin Zijie looked at the phone that was hung up, and thought to himself that this bossy had been stimulated by something again today, and that the good man of the house had not gone to bed so late, and actually asked him to have a drink? There must be something big. Lin Zijie back to the box and play with a group of people are high greetings. Those people are not dry. Lin Zijie gone who pay the bill Lin Xiao. How to drink to half of them to go. You this is also too not enough. Exactly. Did Lin Xiao have another appointment with someone more important than us? How could Lin Zijie not know what this group of people meant? Wasn't it just that they were afraid of shelling out money? I do have something to do. I'll dry this glass of wine. Everyone can play casually today. All consumption is truly put on my account. Lin Zijie grunted and dried the large glass after he finished speaking. Lin Xiao atmosphere. Young Lin is cool. Let's meet again some other day. Lin Zijie walked out of the box amidst a chorus of compliments and went straight to the top floor. Not long after Wu Sikai arrived. Looking at the box where Lin Zijie was sitting, he raised an eyebrow. Did you just come? Or didn't you leave? Of course it didn't go. I still have a bureau downstairs here. As soon as Boss Yi made a call, I rushed up. What do you think this Boss Yi is for today? Lin Zijie put one hand on Wu Sikai's shoulder while asking in a puzzled manner. I guess it's most likely not a happy event. When Wu Sikai received the call from Yi Weisheng, he had just finished a dinner party and was ready to go home. Yi Weisheng called him out for a drink, and he turned his car around to come this way. Yi Weisheng normally wouldn't ask them out for a drink this late, and the tone of the phone call just now didn't seem very good. Lin Zijie thought of the last time Yi Weisheng called them out for a drink this late, or the night he broke up with Yu Ji and got upset. Something big has happened. Yi Weisheng, who had always strategized on his work, was not bothered by official matters. Then it can only be a private matter. And a private matter that would make Yi Weisheng borrow wine to drown his sorrows would most likely be an emotional matter. It's not possible that that child really isn't Boss Yi, is it? Wu Sikai thought of this possibility and stared in amazement at Lin Zijie, who had the same stunned look on his face across from him. Other than Yu Ji, there was no other woman who could make Boss Yi have such a big mood swing. Even if it's not, that's still normal. It's not so bad that it would make Boss Yi lose control of his emotions. Besides, they've been separated for 5 years. It makes sense that Yu Ji would marry someone else and have a child. Didn't Boss Yi say that before? Even if the child isn't his he can still accept it. Yi Weisheng's love brain really stunned him. Could it be that the boy is indeed Boss Yi now? And Boss Yi is too happy? Just as the two were discussing spitefully, Yi Weisheng arrived. Yi Weisheng entered the box with a face as cold as ice and frost. Obviously just felt hot. As soon as Yi Weisheng came in, the two people in the box unanimously shivered. Yi Weisheng took off his jacket, directly opened a bottle of wine, and pounded it. Lin Zijie passed a look to Wu Sikai. Look at this. It doesn't look like it either. Wu Sikai forcibly took away Yi Weisheng's bottle of wine. Boss Yi, don't drink alone. Tell me what's going on, and we'll analyze it for you. Can I get you guys out for a drink if there's nothing else to do? Yes I can, but look at you. Do you look like you're okay? Cut the crap and drink. Yi Weisheng put a bottle in front of each of the two men, and the two men looked at each other with their bottles, watching Yi Weisheng pour a bottle of beer all the way into his stomach. Yi Weisheng finished drinking and put the bottle of wine on the coffee table while lying on his back on the sofa. They all knew Yi Weisheng's nature, and if he didn't want to say anything, he wouldn't spit out a single word even if you were to argue his teeth apart. Solely drink and vent with him, and when he wants to talk, he will naturally tell them. Yi Weisheng leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. Do I look like I'm worthless? The two of them, Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai, were confused by Yi Weisheng's mindless sentence. Where did that come from? His whole body reveals the word expensive. Disliked? Disliked by Yu Ji again? The two asked in unison. That woman wouldn't have taken anyone's money again to stay away from Boss Yi. Chapter 37, Broken Cracks and Difficulties. Other than Yu Ji, they really couldn't think of anyone who had that much guts to not put the president of Wei Qi Group in their eyes. No. Who's that? Lin Zijie looked curious. Yi Weisheng cast a sidelong glance at Lin Zijie. I mean it wasn't disliked. It was smashed by her with money. So it was a fight with Yu Ji? Wu Sikai did understand Yi Weisheng. Well, Yi Weisheng tugged at the buttons of his shirt in annoyance. Wu Sikai and Lin Zijie had a look on their faces like that. Because of what? Wu Sikai was curious about what they would fight over, knowing that Yi Weisheng and Yu Ji had been in a relationship for 3 years in college and had never quarreled, which could be considered the benchmark of a model couple. Yi Weisheng rubbed his hands on his face and spat out a word with difficulty. Money. Yu Ji sold you again? Lin Zijie stared at Yi Weisheng in surprise. This Yu-ji, the guts are really getting bigger and bigger. Boss, he is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. She also dare to sell? No. Yi Weisheng gave Lin Zijie a blank look. Lin Zijie scarlet belly in his heart. No. Then why do you ask? Do you look like you're worthless? Lin Zijie that acute. Can't stand this guessing around. You'd rather say Don't be so dawdling and itchy. Boss, he is good at everything. Killing and decisive in the shopping mall. Not surprised by changes. But when it comes to women's affairs, he is wriggling and squirming. She gave me $100,000 today. Sky. And then what? Yi Weisheng. What more then? This is just a strange shame for him. LOL, no one understands him. Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai were all ears, waiting for Yi Weisheng to tell them. But Yi Weisheng didn't say anything. Lin Zijie scratched his ears anxiously. Boss, can you finish your sentence at once? Do you have to say one sentence and leave one sentence? And then we had a fight. Why did she give you money? Wu Sikai knew that between Yi Weisheng and Yu-ji, money was a very sensitive thing. She said to thank me. Thank you? What did you do for her? Didn't do anything. She went on a business trip and I helped her with her son. Came back and went to the mall together and had 2 meals. Yi Weisheng didn't want to tell them about Yuji's business trip and almost got into trouble. You bought her something? Aha! Isn't that normal? You're buying things for people and taking their kids. It's okay for her to show it. Although Yi Weisheng is not short of money, but he is not short of anything else. Appropriate to give some money to mean a little bit, which shows that Yuji does not want to take advantage of him. This is not quite good? What is there to argue? I asked her if she had any regrets over the years, and she said no. There was a hidden watery light in Yi Weisheng's eyes, and in order to suppress the bitterness in his heart, he poured another glass of wine and drank it all in one go. The 2 men next to him were silent. So that was the point. But they, outsiders, can't get involved in emotional matters? Yuji gave Yi Weisheng money, but also showed that she did not want Yi Weisheng to have too much involvement, and wanted to use money to clear the relationship. Lin Zijie scratched his head. Do you just really have to have him? Wu Sikai crossed Lin Zijie's eyes. Aren't you talking nonsense? If you can let go, 5 years, you would have let go long ago. Are you sure Yuji she's single now? Not sure. Yi Weisheng never thought of investigating Yuji. What he thought before was that Yuji, apart from working, is bringing up her child. She shouldn't have that time to have a boyfriend. And he had secretly asked Yu Sheng before if he had ever seen another uncle send his mom home, and he said no. But at this time, Wu Sikai asked this question. He was not sure. In case Yuji really has a favorite person. Wu Sikai secretly pondered in his heart. It is also possible that Yuji has a boyfriend, so he does not want to hoard the financial resources and manpower of Boss Yi for nothing. So he gave him money to thank him. Lin Zijie then thought very simply. If you're not sure, go ask for clarification. If you're too embarrassed to ask, I can help you find out. Yi Weisheng secretly decided in his heart to send someone to check Yuji's socialization over the past few years. I think you should make sure. What if Yuji already has a boyfriend? When Boss Yi interjected himself like this, he made it difficult for himself, not to mention that it would also make everyone embarrassed. Aha! And about the baby, are you sure yet? No. Let's get these 2 things out of the way first, and if we're all single, then let's find some time to talk. Yi Weisheng thought about it, his eyes were secretive, and he decided to find a chance to do a paternity test. If the child wasn't his, and Yuji had a man she liked, then he would let her go, and even if he had a hard time himself, he would no longer bother her. If the child is his, no matter whether Yuji has a boyfriend or not, willing to be with him or not, even if it is considered to be tied, he will tie Yuji to his side. Doesn't she like money? He's got money now. After going back, Yi Weisheng called Luo Yang and asked him to check which people Yuji has been close to in the past 5 years. Weisheng Yi entered the most critical stage of the first project done by Wichita Group. This was his first shot back at Wichita, and it had to be loud and beautiful. So the week after, he was basically busy in the company to open all kinds of big and small meetings, meet the partners and so on. This week almost every day to work overtime until late. As a result, there was no time to pick up Yu Sheng from school. Yi Weisheng called to tell him that he had been very busy at work recently and had no time to pick him up. Yu Sheng graciously expressed his understanding and urged him to take care of his health and not to tire it out. Such a sweet leather jacket. It must be his kind. 3 consecutive days are Yuji to pick up Yu Sheng. Mr. Su was a little unsettled. From Yu Sheng learned that Yi Weisheng recently very busy at work did not have the time to pick him up. Mr. Su played the idea of Yuji. Thursday afternoon after school, Yuji came over to pick up Yu Sheng. At this time the teachers are basically off work. The office is empty. Mr. Su called Yuji to the office, took out a sheet for Yuji to fill out. Yuji took and looked at it, a little puzzled. Mr. Su, wasn't this list filled out before at the beginning of the school year? Oh, it's like this, Yu Shang's mom. The information on the sheet you filled out earlier was incomplete, and you didn't fill out the column for Yu Shang's dad. Do you have to fill in dad's info? Why didn't you say that before? You didn't fill this out before. We thought your child was a single parent? Since Yu Shang's father is over here, it would be best for you to fill this out. In case something happens at the school and you can't be reached, you can still contact the child's father. Mr. Su said reasonable. Yu Ji cannot refute. Just to fill in Yi Weisheng's information. She was a little difficult. If she filled out Yi Weisheng's information, wouldn't she be indirectly admitting that the child was his? Chapter 38, Mr. Su's Coercion. Yu Ji looked at the list in his hand. Some do not know what to do. Mr. Su saw Yu Ji frowning, more certain that Yu Ji and Yi Weisheng has been divorced. Teacher, my phone is open at all times, so there shouldn't be a time when I can't be reached. As soon as Teacher Su heard Yu Ji's words, she immediately pulled down her face and questioned in a cold voice. Yu Shang's mom, even though you and Yu Shang's dad are divorced, it doesn't negate this fact that Yu Shang's dad is the child's father, does it? Ms. Su's words made Yu Ji frown. Who told you that I divorced him? Neither of them had ever been married. So where was the talk of divorce and who was spreading rumors around the school? She didn't want her son to get hurt again because of the adults. Mr. Su froze. Isn't it? No. Teacher Su felt that Yu Ji was making excuses because she didn't want people to know that she was divorced. Then why did Yu Shang say that his father didn't live with you? Yu Ji had a moment of dismay. Her stupid son actually even said these words to the teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Su. It's not convenient to disclose the child's father's information. If there's anything going on at school, just contact me directly. But the baby's father has a right to know, too. I'll pass it on to him. Yu Shang's mom, Teacher Su, was relentless. She had to know Yu Shang's dad's phone number today. She hadn't seen Yu Shang's father for many days, and in the past 2 days she had followed the devil. Her mind was filled with Yu Shang's father's upright and slender figure, as well as his cool and reserved face. Looking at Mr. Su's look, a thought flew through Yu Ji's mind, which was keenly captured by her. It seems that this Mr. Su is hitting his idea on Yi Weisheng's head. There are plenty of single kids in kindergarten, and the school doesn't require that you have to write information about both mom and dad. Today this Teacher Su uncharacteristically had to ask her to write Yi Weisheng's information, but also said that his son told her that he and his father did not live together. And now it seems that it should be this teacher to go to set the words with Yu Shang. Recently, Yi Weisheng has been picking up the kids every day, mesmerizing this teacher. What a man who attracts butterflies. Yu Ji's eyes were dark. The corners of her lips were slightly hooked. Although she and Yi Weisheng were separated, she would not let a scheming woman like Ms. Su pester him. As a teacher, it's not the behavior of someone who was a teacher to hit on a student's dad and go swindling kids to set them up. Not waiting for Ms. Su to finish her sentence, Yu Ji interrupted her with a hint of coldness in her voice. Ms. Su, does the principal know about this matter? Teacher Su's heart thumped. This was what she wanted for herself. Even Yu Shang's homeroom teacher didn't know, let alone the principal. Ms. Su's eyes dodged, but pretended to be calm. Such a small matter. She did not believe that Yu Ji will still go to ask the principal. Mr. Su did not answer Yu Ji's question positively, but said vaguely, this is our school rules. Parents should give the school information about their children, as well as the parents' contact information. Yu Ji sneered in his heart. It should, not must. Why does Mr. Su have to let me fill in the information of the child's father? Teacher Su was a bit speechless and muttered in a low voice. We're doing it for the children's sake too. Yu Ji hooked his lips and smiled coldly. Then thank you, teacher. When I ask Yu Shang's homeroom teacher tomorrow, I will come back to fill out this form for you. Sulking anger flashed across Teacher Su's face. Other children's parents, when teachers told them to do something, they did it without saying a word. Why was Yu Shang's mother so nosy? Wasn't she afraid that her son would be treated differently at school? Her son is in the hands of his teacher every day, and all the other parents are trying to curry favor with the teacher in the hope that she will be more attentive to their child. Yu Shang's mom, don't be so selfish. But Yu Shang has to come to school every day. There was a strong threat in these words. How can Yu Ji not hear the meaning of Mr. Su's words? His face instantly changed. No wonder just now when Yu Ji wanted to bring Yu Shang in, Ms. Su insisted on letting Yu Shang stay in the security room at the entrance to wait for her. Was she also afraid that her child would see this ugly eating scene of hers? Being a teacher, but threatening parents with their students to fulfill their personal desires. Such a person does not deserve to teach. I wonder how the principal will feel when he finds out what Mr. Su said today. Teacher Su saw Yu Ji to take the principal to threaten her. Sneered. Her uncle is in the education bureau. The principal still have to give her 3 thin face it. She thought she would be afraid? I advise you not to waste your efforts. Even if the principal knows, he won't do anything to me. But it's your son. If there's any bumps and bruises in school, don't you have to die of heartache? Mr. Su looked like a small man. eyes containing sneer at Yuji. You're despicable. Yuji was so angry at her words that his face turned blue and his chest rose and fell violently. Teacher Su condescendingly admired Yuji's constantly changing face. A smirk of triumph flashed across his face. How am I despicable? I told you nicely. You nonetheless didn't listen. Isn't this what you call honoring a drink and refusing to eat it? Yuji's face abruptly gloomy down. Pursed lips, wrinkled eyebrows. Looking at the table on the table set of forms, drooping eyes contemplation. Teacher Su sat behind her desk with her legs crossed, admiring the manicure she had done yesterday. Yu Sheng will not only be going to kindergarten, but will also be going to elementary school, middle school, high school, and college in the future. She's a mother now, so she needs to think more about her child. Yuji clenched her fists. Mr. Su's words were equivalent to telling her that she had someone above her who could threaten all of Yu Sheng's future studies. Yuji's mind quickly thinking, if she went to report Mr. Su, as the saying goes, officials protect each other. Her letter of report is likely to be Mr. Su above the people to be suppressed. Her son was everything to her. She could care less about anything herself, but she couldn't disregard her son's future academic prospects. At present, the person who has the ability to deal with this matter in a short period of time, so that his son will continue to go to school unaffected. Yuji has only one name in mind, Yu Weisheng. Yuji thought of Yu Weisheng cannot help but heartstrings trembling. Last Saturday night after that phone call, they have not seen each other, and not in contact. She knew that Yu Weisheng was in a bad mood at that time. Yu Weisheng did not know the reason. Yuji could not tell him. She was afraid that the Yi family knew about Yu Sheng's existence, afraid that the Yi family would take her son away from her. Yuji was not worthy of Yu Weisheng, but the Yi family would certainly not let Yu Weisheng's flesh and blood stray. By then, the fact that she had received money from Ye's mother would also be spread. Her son was growing up now. She didn't want her son to know about this. She didn't want her son to look down on her as his mother in the future. She prefers not to have her son labeled as a bastard. So even if you know that Yu Weisheng's sad, Yuji is also very guilty. Very painful, but she did not dare to call Yu Weisheng, did not dare to tell him the truth. She had only wanted to stay as far away from Yu Weisheng as possible and live their lives with her son. Later on, when the kid is a little older and won't be clamoring for his dad with her, tell him that his dad was gone when he was very young. Who knew that Yu Weisheng had returned to China and even met with his son by mistake? Chapter 39. When did the president get married? But now that she was faced with Ms. Su's difficulties, she had no other choice but to give her Yu Weisheng's phone number directly? She can't do it, and she now knows that Mr. Su is not a good person. If she really let Mr. Su hit on Yu Weisheng, in the future they will get married and have children. The Yi family is a big family. Mr. Su will surely give Yu Sheng trips in the dark. It will have an even bigger impact and blow to my son when the time comes. The only way to solve this problem is to think of a way to completely solve the hidden danger of Mr. Su. She alone is definitely not a solution. Or to find Yu Weisheng, although it would be shameful for her to do so, but for the sake of her son, nothing about face or honor is as important as her son's future. And this was originally a bad romance caused by Yu Weisheng. Well, have you thought it over? I'm getting off work. Mr. Su looked like he was winning. Yuji's eyebrows rose slightly. I'll have to discuss this matter with the child's father. If he agrees, I'll have him call you. You give it to me now. Yuji's eyes flashed with sarcasm. Since you want it so much, then give it to you. Yu Weisheng's phone is not that good. Yuji picked up a pen and wrote down Yu Weisheng's phone number, and Mr. Su couldn't wait to take it over. His eyes contemptuous. Okay, you can go. Remember to do things in the future to be more sensible. Yuji turned out of the office and jogged to the security room to pick up Yu Sheng. On the way home, Yuji has been thinking about whether to give Yu Weisheng a call now. Yu Sheng told Yuji Yu Weisheng recently very busy to work overtime. I do not know whether it is true or not. In case it is true, is not disturbing his work. So she decided to send a WeChat to Yu Weisheng first. She parked the small electric donkey on the side of the road and took out her cell phone before she remembered that she and Yu Weisheng didn't add each other's WeChat. Son, quickly send a WeChat to Dad to ask if he's off work now. If you betray someone, you have to tell them in advance, or he'll lose his temper again. Yes. Yu Sheng found out Yu Weisheng's WeChat and sent a voice. Dad, are you off work yet? At this time, in the conference room of Wichita Group, the department manager was explaining the program. Yu Weisheng's eyes were staring at the computer screen. His brows were locked. His face was gloomy. The employees underneath were listening quietly, not daring to breathe. This last week their entire department has been filled with low pressure, and the conference room is as cold as an ice cellar. The president is not happy. Everyone is careful as if walking on thin ice, fearing that if they do not pay attention, they will step on the president's thunder point. The computer screen in front of Yu Weisheng flashed out a WeChat message. He smoothly clicked on it. It was from Yu Sheng. Yi Weisheng forgot that the computer in front of him was casting the screen at this time, and directly clicked on the voice bar, and a milky voice immediately spread throughout the conference room. "Dad, are you off work yet?" The department manager who was speaking passionately was suddenly silenced, and the other employees looked incredulously at the display behind Yi Weisheng, and on top of the project PowerPoint, an open WeChat dialog box, with the note "baby" on it. Everyone had a million reasons in their hearts, but they didn't dare to ask. The department manager stood there at a loss for words, neither standing nor sitting, not knowing whether to continue to speak, but only slightly embarrassed to look at the president. Yi Weisheng was also startled by the sudden voice. He was not in the state of the meeting in the past few days, often distracted, and just forgot that the computer is casting the screen and directly clicked on the message. He ignored the staff underneath, who were stunned by the news, and quickly exited WeChat and stood up with his cell phone. "You guys go on." With that, he turned and left the conference room. The moment the door to the conference room closed, the conference room erupted in a chorus of gasps. "The president is married? Isn't the president single? When did the president get married? Not only is the president married, he even has a child? Not only do you have all the kids, but the kids will be tweeting." No one answered their questions. Luo Yang sat on the right lower hand seat of the president in an old-fashioned manner, flipping through the project proposal, turning a deaf ear to the murmurs in the conference room. The crowd turned their attention to the left and right presidential secretaries sitting at the front, who were the closest to the president. Luo Yang has only just come to the company, and usually do things harsh and unsmiling. The crowd shook their heads, not daring to ask. Secretary Li, opposite Luo Yang, had long since gotten into a fight with them, and thus became the object of questioning. "Secretary Li, say something." Secretary Li's brain was still confused at this point, and he was also blown away by the news. Although the president had asked him for a children's phone watch earlier and asked him where to buy a parent-child outfit, making him guess that the president might be married. It was just a guess because everyone said the president was single. Or is the kid a bastard? This news is so powerful today. The president is really married and has kids. What did I say? The president is really married? When did the president get married? There was another flurry of questions from everyone, facing all the colleagues in the conference room, like a group of children waiting to be fed, full of eager eyes watching him. Secretary Li gulped. "I don't know. Che, I really don't know." "Why don't you?" Secretary Li's eyes glanced at Luo Yang, inquiring wordlessly. "Ask this one?" The crowd nods. "Ask." Cough. Secretary Li turned his body towards Luo Yang. "Secretary Luo, is the president really married?" Luo Yang looked up at the circle of curious baby-like people. "You guys want to know?" The crowd nodded frantically. "Then you guys can ask the president when he comes in later." The crowd was instantly deflated. Give them a few more guts, they wouldn't dare. Luo Yang had a smile on his lips. He was more surprised than them when he came back that day and saw Yu Sheng beside Yi Weisheng. You know that after Yi Weisheng went abroad, they ate and lived together, and for no reason Yi Weisheng gave birth to such a big son, but he did not know it. I don't know how the owner did it. Did the boss drug him at night and sneak out to give birth himself? When was it born? Luo Yang's eyes were wide open at that time, and his mouth was able to stuff down an egg. It would have been 4 years ago. Should have been 4 years ago? Why should it be? Because I'm not sure. Isn't that what it's supposed to be? You're not sure? Then this child is illegitimate. Before he could finish the word illegitimate, Luo Yang was braked by a glare from Yi Weisheng. Don't talk nonsense in front of the children. Well, when did you recognize each other? Who gave birth? Luo Yang didn't doubt if this child was Yi Weisheng's. He doubted if this child was a plot by those in his family. It's only been a while, and the baby's mom is Yu Ji. Yu Ji, this name. Luo Yang's mind popped up 2 words. Security. Yu Ji is Yi Weisheng's ex-girlfriend. Just they did not break up 5 years ago. How could there be such a big son? And it looks like Yi Weisheng only just found out about it. Luo Yang did not know the reason why Yi Weisheng and Yu Ji broke up, and could only imagine it out of thin air there by himself. Since Yu Ji is pregnant, why did they break up? Yi Weisheng is not the kind of people who give up. There is no reason to get pregnant, do not want her. Is it Yu Ji cannot think? The breakup? Yu Sheng really looked too much like his boss, and he didn't even need Yi Weisheng to introduce him. He knew that it was Yi Weisheng's child. It couldn't be that Yi Weisheng's mom also gave him a younger brother who looked exactly like him. Luo Yang couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. Feelings are so hard to understand. Luckily he didn't have a favorite. Now it was also the turn of the others to be surprised a handful of times. Luo Yang looked at the expressions and words of his co-workers. It was like seeing himself at that time. The people in the conference room were discussing the topic with you and me, and now the matter of when the president got married was more important than their project. Chapter 40, Dad, it's Mom for you. Yi Weisheng left the conference room and went straight back to his office. Dialing a call over to Yu Shang. Hello? Dad, are you off work yet? Although he is angry with Yu, the child is innocent. He will not ignore the child. Not yet. Daddy has a meeting to go to. Why? Is there something you need to see Dad about? I'm fine. It's Mom looking for you. Suddenly Yu froze for a split second. His breathing slammed, and his heart nearly stopped. Yi Weisheng also froze. His heart couldn't stop throbbing. Yu is looking for him. Why don't you just call him? Yu hurriedly took out her cell phone and whispered to Yu Shang that she was going to use her cell phone to call Yi Weisheng. Dad, Mom said she sent it to you. Good. Yi Weisheng looked at being hung up by Yu Shang and waited for Yuji's call to come in. Yu walked to the side and looked back at his son, dialing Yi Weisheng's number over. The hand holding the phone trembled slightly, as if his heart was about to jump out of his heart. Hello? Yi Weisheng's low voice entered Yuji's ears, as if an electric current had passed through her body, causing goosebumps to rise all over her body. Yuji spoke cautiously. I have something I want to talk to you about. I'm not interrupting your work, right? What is it? Yuji took the initiative to look for him. Yi Weisheng was still very happy, but not knowing what she was going to say to him. His heart was a little nervous, and his hand holding the cell phone was already wet with sweat. Yi Weisheng thought to himself, you better say something I love to hear for me. In a while, Miss Su from Yu Shang's kindergarten might call you. There's really nothing to it. You cannot answer if you're busy. Yuji did not dare to directly tell Yi Weisheng not to answer Mr. Su's phone. After all, the phone number was given by her to Mr. Su. She was not so justified. Although that Mr. Su, although he has a bad heart, is good-looking, cute and young. In case Yi Weisheng wants to take it, there's nothing going on. What is it? If it was a school matter, Yuji couldn't have made a special call to tell him not to answer the phone. Yuji didn't know what to say. Just a few days ago he had hurt someone and now he was causing trouble for them. What a big face she has. She was a little ashamed of herself. Yuji has not yet organized the language. Yi Weisheng has been a little impatient. Do you say or not? Do not say. I hang up. Something came up for him and she was being abrasive. Had she forgotten that he was still angry? Yuji thought. Anyway, the phone has been called. Side by side is to say. So why not eyes closed? Began to complain. It's that teacher Su, she seems to like you. She asked me for your phone number. If I didn't give it to her she threatened me that Yu Shang would bump into it at school, and said that it would be useless for me to tell the principal, and that the principal wouldn't be able to clean her up, and that there was someone above her family. Yuji's tone was like a schoolboy looking for a teacher to complain. The corners of Yi Weisheng's mouth rose, and the pent-up anger that had accumulated in his chest over the past few days dissipated quite a bit, but he still suppressed his voice and questioned in feigned anger. So you told her? She was the one who threatened me first. Yuji's tone was a bit aggravated. She didn't want it either. So it's still aggravating? You called this number over just to tell me this? Yi Weisheng probably guessed the purpose of Yuji looking for him, but he wanted her to say it herself. No. I wanted to apologize and then ask you for a favor. Yuji said at the end of the voice has been low to some inaudible, but Yi Weisheng still heard. What's the favor? That is, can you please help me with Mr. Su? Yuji inquired in a small, tentative voice. Why should I help you? Haven't you always wanted to draw a line in the sand with me? And that teacher already has my phone number so she won't bother you again. He's still angry, and she doesn't know how to coax him, and she's so sure he'll help her as soon as she comes here? That teacher Su isn't a good person. I don't want you to get stuck with her. Yuji's tone was a bit anxious. Yi Weisheng raised his eyebrows. If you don't want me to get stuck with her, why did you give her my phone number? Because she threatened me with my son. Fire bubbled in Yuji's eyes. It's your son, not mine. So why should I do this for you? Hadn't she always shunned him? Yi Weisheng made up his mind to have a good fight with this woman today. Hearing Yi Weisheng say this, Yuji knew that Yi Weisheng was still angry with her and hurriedly spoke. He is also your son, Buzz. He's your son too. These words exploded in Yi Weisheng's ears, causing his ears to buzz, causing him to become dizzy, and causing his heart to blossom. Yuji said it was his son. Starlight appeared at the bottom of Yi Weisheng's eyes, and his ink-colored eyes bloomed with surprise. Yi Weisheng trembled his hand and asked again with some uncertainty. What did you say? She swallowed nervously. I said, Yusheng is your son. Yi Weisheng got an affirmative answer and was instantly overjoyed. He had long felt that his son was his, but he was also a little angry. Since his son is his, why Yuji repeatedly denied it? Why he was so distant from him? Thinking of this, Yi Weisheng arrogance disease again. He decided to take advantage of today Yuji initiative to find him to do things. All the things out to say clearly, lest after things are done, this woman again turn her face away. Yi Weisheng suppressed the ecstatic emotions within himself and questioned in a deep voice. You woman really can say anything. Who was the one who said that the child was not mine? Now that you want me to help you do something, you are saying that the child is mine. I really don't know which words in your mouth are true and which words are false. It's true. The son is really yours. And if you don't believe me, we can get a paternity test. Yuji did not care about anything at this time. He thought that Ji Weisheng asked so because after the last phone call, her own answer has made Ji Weisheng completely dead to her. This is good. After this matter is dealt with, she can go and beg Yi Weisheng, begging him not to let the Yi family know about Yu Sheng's existence, and she can bring Yu Sheng to a different city and live quietly. If Yi Weisheng was unwilling, if the Yi family wanted their son back, they would definitely give him a reasonable identity and would not let him be criticized in the future. If my son is mine, then why did you keep denying it before? This matter is a long story that can't be explained in a sentence or two, and since it's already started, Yi Weisheng will definitely pursue it to the end. Yuji does not want to stand on the side of the road to talk to him now. One is that there are a lot of pedestrians and vehicles here. They have been parked on the side of the road is not safe. And the second is that she is afraid that she will lose control of her emotions if she talks. She does not want to be seen by her son, and she does not want to be surrounded by passers-by. Can we talk about this later? We are now. Yi Weisheng, however, refused to let her go, interrupting Yuji's words and insisting on hearing her explanation. I want to know now. Chapter 41, This baby is awesome. Yuji tightened her lips for a moment and softly inquired. My son and I are on the road right now. Can you let me take my child home first? And when you finish your work, we can talk slowly? Hearing Yuji's careful tone, Yi Weisheng's heart, which had just toughened up, instantly broke defense again. Yi Weisheng was silent for a long time, and Yuji only heard an imperceptible sigh coming from the cell phone, immediately followed by Yi Weisheng's speaking voice. Alright, you guys be safe on the road. I'll call you when I'm done. Yuji is like an amnesty. Hooked the corner of his mouth. Thank you. Then you first busy. I hang up first. Now if she really wanted to talk about it, she wouldn't know where to start, so she'd go home and organize her thoughts first. Aha! Yi Weisheng looked at the phone that had hung up, his mood unable to calm down for a long time. He was both excited and a little nervous that he was about to get an answer to the knot that had been pent up in his heart for 5 years. That is, he wants to know, but he's afraid to know, and he's afraid that the answer will be harder for him to accept than the breakup 5 years ago. But things were not made clear, and there was always a thorn in his side. His heart had been pierced with holes, and he desperately needed an answer to heal the wounds deep inside him. Yi Weisheng took a deep breath, quickly organizing himself and turning to the conference room. He wanted to end this meeting as soon as possible so that he could go and look for answers. Just as Yi Weisheng was on his way to the conference room, his cell phone rang again, an unfamiliar number, and he didn't need to think about it to know who it was. Yi Weisheng hung up the phone without hesitation, put the phone on mute and pushed open the door of the conference room. The conference room, which could be described as a crowded room, suddenly became silent as the door to the conference room opened. All the employees in the conference room, their eyes brushed together to look at the president who walked into the conference room. Although the face could not see any emotion, but everyone could clearly feel that the president's breath became different. Recently this week, the president has given people a sense of danger that people do not approach. But at this moment, from the president's brisk and a little eager pace put in, what the people feel is that the president's mood is very happy. This baby is awesome. Yi Weisheng walked to the front of the boss chair and sat down. Where did the discussion go? In fact, this meeting has been opened almost. Just Yi Weisheng has been distracted before. The staff underneath the introduction of the project program, with the eyes of Yi Weisheng asked Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng always collapsed face, give a person a very dissatisfied feeling. Then the employee says with trepidation that there may be room for improvement, and sits down to continue looking at the program they have in their hands, which has been deleted and altered to perfection. The employees didn't dare to speak because the president had been out for so long, and they had been discussing the matter of when the president had gotten married, not discussing the program at all. If the president knew that they had taken advantage of his absence to fish around, wouldn't he be angry again? The others dared not speak. Some dared. Luo Yang turned the computer screen in front of him towards Yi Weisheng, and on it was the program he had organized. It's pretty much been discussed. Here's what I've put together. Check it out. Yi Weisheng quickly skimmed through it and pushed the computer back to Luo Yang. It's very good. Let's follow this program. That's it for today's meeting. Good work everyone. Adjourned. The crowd was amazed and once again felt that baby was really something. Not only did it make the president's mood instantly change from cloudy to sunny, but it also made the program, which had been discussed for the whole afternoon without any result, pass instantly. Yi Weisheng thought of something and clapped his hands. By the way, I don't want anyone else to know about today's matter other than the people in the conference room. Yes, President. Although Yi Weisheng didn't explicitly say what it was about, we all knew clearly that it was of course a baby matter that couldn't be divulged to the public. The president is secretly married with a baby. suddenly know the first-hand news of the president. The hearts of the people like a cat scratching, strange itching, just waiting for the meeting to go after the meeting to share with good colleagues. As a result, he was given a voice band by Yi Weisheng. I want to say it but I can't. It's suffocating. One by one, everyone else exited the conference room. Yi Weisheng returned to his office and found a piece of information on his desk and handed it to Luo Yang. This was the information on Yu Sheng's kindergarten that he had asked Secretary Li to find out earlier. It was a private aristocratic school. You go and acquire this kindergarten. In addition, go and check out a person. There is a teacher surnamed Su in this school who is teaching Yu Sheng's class. Find out what characters their family is related to. The faster the better. Yes. Luo Yang took the information handed over by Yi Weisheng and flipped through it. It wasn't hard to run a private school. As for checking on an individual, it was even easier. Yi Weisheng explained a few more words to Luo Yang, and then he couldn't wait to take his phone and take the special elevator downstairs. He wanted to go and listen to Yuji give him a clear explanation face to face. After Yuji exited the school, Ms. Su also carried her latest Chanel bag, stepped on the latest high heels, head held high, smiled and walked out of the school to the parking lot outside the school. Mr. Su drove his car every day, commuting to and from work under the envious gaze of other teachers, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. In fact, Mr. Su's family is not well off. His parents are ordinary company employees, earning a few $1,000s a month to live on their salaries. Her job is still her uncle who works in the education bureau to help her arrange. This kindergarten is not only a high salary. The selection requirements for teachers are very strict. If she relies on her own, certainly cannot get in. She'd wanted this car for a long time, but her dad had refused to buy it for her until she got this job and asked her dad for it, on the grounds that she couldn't embarrass her great-uncle's family. Her parents thought the same thing and bit the bullet and bought it for her. As for the Chanel bag she carries and the beautiful high heels, all of them were bought with credit cards in order to fall for Yi Weisheng. Teacher Su sat in the car and couldn't wait to take out his cell phone and start calling Yi Weisheng, but the calls came one after another, all prompting that the other party was on the phone. Listening to the cell phone again. The number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Teacher Su slammed the steering wheel in anger. What the hell? It's been on the phone. After hanging up, Teacher Su began to wonder if this number was real or not. Could it be a fake phone number from Yu Sheng's mom? Teacher Su looked at the phone number on his cell phone that had been called several times but didn't get through. Impossible. It must be Yu Sheng's mom calling Yu Sheng's dad to snitch on him. Mr. Su undauntedly dialed again. This time no longer prompted calls. Mr. Su heart a burst of excitement, clearing his throat ready to speak. Who knows that the other party hung up directly? What Mr. Su began to get progressively cranky and dialed again. And the other party kept going unanswered. It made Mr. Su so angry that he lost his expression management and kept slapping the steering wheel to vent his anger. About 10 minutes later, Mr. Su gradually calmed down. Yu Sheng said that his father has been very busy at work lately, and has to work overtime every day. That's why he didn't have time to come to school to pick him up. Then he didn't pick up the phone most likely because he was busy at work and didn't have time to pick up. The big president is just busy. Ms. Su smoothed out her big wavy curls. Then we'll call later. With that, he put down his cell phone, started his car, and drove home. Chapter 42, The Secret of 5 Years Ago. Yi Weisheng drove straight to the Yuji neighborhood underground garage, parked the car and went upstairs in a light manner. Yuji had just finished making dinner when he heard a knock on the door. Yu Sheng put down the dishes in her hand and ran to open the door. May I ask who is it? It's Daddy. As soon as Yu Sheng heard that it was Yi Weisheng coming, she quickly opened the door. Dad, you came just in time. Mom and I are preparing dinner? Yu Sheng's excited voice came into the kitchen, and Yuji's heart jumped so hard that the plate he was carrying in his hand almost didn't hold it. He's coming so soon? She hasn't even thought about it yet. Yi Weisheng's voice came from outside the kitchen again. Really? Is there any share for being a father? Yes, there is, and I'll even give you half of it. Yu Sheng, a horse's ass, said and shouted towards the kitchen. Mommy, Daddy's here. Yuji took a few deep breaths and stabilized his mind. Feigning composure, he walked out with his plate and met Yi Weisheng, who had emaciated quite a bit in a few days. You're here. Aha! Yi Weisheng held Yu Sheng and walked to the dining table. Now that he was sure that he was his son, Yi Weisheng was even more in love with Yu Sheng. Looking at the two pairs of bowls and chopsticks on the dining table, Yu Sheng got off of Yi Weisheng. Dad, I'll go get the bowls and chopsticks for you. Saying that, he ran to the kitchen with his ass in the air and took a set of bowls and chopsticks and set them in front of Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng looked in his eyes, joy all over his face. Such a lovely and understanding son is his. Yuji did not know how to face Yi Weisheng. Wooden face greeted him. Sit down, eat and talk. Yi Weisheng also did not say much. Daughter-in-law sent word. He listened to do as. Yuji was thinking about things in his mind. not much appetite. So he didn't eat much, and kept giving Yu Sheng dishes. Yi Weisheng similarly did not have much heart to eat. 3 people at the table. Only the ignorant Yu Sheng ate deliciously. Yu Sheng chatted with her mom and dad every now and then about interesting things at school, and although there wasn't much to talk about between the 2 adults, there was no coldness. At the end of the meal, for 1 large and 2 small people, 2 large and 3 small people to eat still left a lot. Yu Ji went to wash the dishes, and Yi Weisheng took Yu Sheng to watch cartoons in the living room. Yu Ji gathered out the garbage in the kitchen and prepared to go out the door to throw it. She had to think about how to talk to Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng watched Yu Ji come out carrying a bag of garbage, stood up and said to Yu Ji, "Let's go together. Yu Sheng ate a lot tonight. Go out for a walk to kill some food." "Yes, yes." Yu Sheng jumped off the couch, turned off the TV, and ran to help Yu Ji clean up the trash in the living room and dining room again. Yu Ji sighed silently. It seemed she had no say in the matter. Her little leather jacket was leaking. Yi Weisheng carried the garbage bag. The 3 of them went downstairs together. Along the way met familiar uncles, aunts, grandparents and children, all warmly greeted. The 3 of them walked slowly through the neighborhood, and the 2 of them didn't talk about that incident because of the presence of the children. Strolling not a moment, Yu Sheng met another child in the same neighborhood. The 2 went to the neighborhood children's play area. Yu Ji and Yi Weisheng and the child's grandmother went with the playground. At this time there are already many children inside the playground equipment. Yu Sheng often play with the child, so Yu Ji and the child's grandmother is also familiar with. Yu Ji greeted the child's grandmother and asked her to help keep an eye on Yu Sheng, and then strolled along the green belt of the neighborhood with Yi Weisheng. "Can we talk now?" Yi Weisheng eyed the front and took the lead in opening his mouth to break the silence between the 2. "What do you want to know? Just ask. Otherwise I don't know how to say it." Yi Weisheng asked and she answered just fine, lest she didn't know where to start. "Why do you keep denying that your son is mine?" "Of course it's because I don't want you to know that we have a son between us, and we've been separated for so long. Even if we are separated for a longer period of time, my son is mine. He is mine, and he cannot cease to exist just because you deny that blood relationship, because I have the baby right next to me. What if your family finds out and wants to take custody of the child?" That was her biggest worry. Yi Weisheng heard Yu Ji's answer. Really want to give her a brain eat a melon boom. Day after day blindly think what? He is the kind of people let them mother and child separation? I'll settle the score with her later. But for now, let's clear up the other questions first. So Yi Weisheng went on to ask his question. "So when did you find out you were pregnant?" "Just a couple days before graduation." Yi Weisheng was shocked. "You already knew you were pregnant before graduation. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you break up? Why did you have the baby if you'd already broken up?" In the face of Yi Weisheng's series of questions, Yu Ji at this moment was calm, and did not know how to open his mouth before the words came out. "Once you've started, it feels like there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I was going to tell you, but haven't gotten around to it yet. Is it because of my mom? My mom didn't let you tell me?" Yi Weisheng felt a bit unbelievable. His mom knew that Yu Ji was pregnant and still wanted them to break up? "No, your mom doesn't know either. Then why didn't you tell me? Why did you?" Yi Weisheng never believed that Yu Ji really left him for money. "Why did you take your mom's money, right?" Yu Ji turned his head to look at the bewildered Yi Weisheng, laughed silently, turned his head to look at the distant lights, as if he saw himself 5 years ago. "I remember it was like the 3rd day before graduation, and that morning I found out I was pregnant, because my aunt was always on time. After that time, it was delayed for a week and still hadn't come, so I secretly went to buy a yin test stick. When I got back to my dorm and took a test, I was definitely pregnant. You know what? It made me so happy at the time that I went to you with that yin test stick and wanted to tell you the good news." As if Yu Ji could still feel her joyful mood at that time, he playfully glanced at Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng wanted to speak. Yu Ji raised his hand to stop him, and continued to say, "Right after I had only just gotten out of the dorm and hadn't gone far, I ran into a black-clad bodyguard who told me your mom wanted to see me. I thought about the fact that this was my future mother-in-law, and even though I didn't know why she had approached me, I went along out of politeness. That day in the cafe across the street from the school, your mom told me that you are the youngest son of the Yi family, that you have a great future ahead of you, that you have to go abroad to receive succession training, or else you won't be able to accept the company. Your mother says that the open warfare in the extended family is deadly. She said you can't get married until you take over the company, and you need a wife who can give you a boost. She also said that you've been through a lot of dangers, and if you don't become the heir to successfully take over the company, then you'll face more unknown dangers later. I was scared. I was afraid that you would be in danger because of me. I didn't want to hinder your future, so I promised your mom to break up with you, but I happened to be pregnant, and it was a child that belonged to both of us, and I couldn't afford to abort him. I wanted to have the baby. So, When your mom offered to give me $5 million, I took it. Because I just graduated. Even if I go out and get a job, I can't earn much money. And I need money for the birth of the child, and the child's subsequent upbringing, and I don't want the child to suffer after me. So I took the money your mom gave me. Your mom is doing this for your own good. Don't blame her. Yuji finished in one breath. Pent up in the bottom of the heart of many years of secrets finally get catharsis. At this time unprecedented ease. Chapter 43, Yi Weisheng slapped himself ruthlessly. Yuji was surprised that he actually did not cry. Not even tears. As if he was talking about a very rare and ordinary thing, he finished the whole thing. She figured it was probably because she'd cried so much by herself over the years that she'd already dried up her tears on the matter. Yuji always had a smile on her face. In fact, strictly speaking, she was also thinking about Yi Weisheng. She shouldn't feel so guilty. Yi mother is just a mother for their son's future considerations. Yuji himself has a son, can better understand Yi mother's feelings at that time. So even though she was sad and upset later, she didn't think about going to Yi Weisheng, let alone telling him the truth. And she also hoped that Yi Weisheng would become better. But because of the $5 million thing, it put a thorn in Yi Weisheng's heart. She knew that Yi Weisheng would hate her for this and think that she was a money-minded person. So she didn't dare to face him, didn't dare to look at Yi Weisheng's eyes that were so disappointed in her. She lost her favorite person. Telling him this now is also because her son is threatened. As a mother, she would not allow her babies to have their futures ruined because of their selfishness. Yi Weisheng, after listening to Yuji's words, face flashed many kinds of emotions. There are stunned, surprised, heartache, and guilt. It turns out it was all because of him, and he was blaming her all the time for why she abandoned him and why she betrayed their relationship. And it turns out it was all because of him. Yi Weisheng rubbed Yuji fiercely into his arms. His hands tightened again and again, as if he wanted to rub Yuji into his blood and bones. Yi Weisheng buried his head in the neck of Yuji's nest. The circles of the eyes quickly reddened. Crystal bright teardrops came out of the sockets. The bottom of the eyes is a deep self-reproach, as well as endless heartache and love. I'm sorry. Why are you so stupid? You should have told me. We can go abroad together. Yi Weisheng's dark and mute voice rang in Yuji's ears, and there was a slightly hot and moist feeling on his neck. In these 5 years, Yuji, a recent college graduate, will have to face pregnancy and childbirth alone, and then bring the child to such a big. Yi Weisheng cannot imagine how much Yuji has suffered in these years, how much tired. Things were so sudden. I didn't think that much at the time. Moreover, at that time, Ye's mother said that Yi Weisheng needed to marry someone from the right family to help him. If Ye's mother knew about her pregnancy, she would definitely tell her to abort the baby, which was the most direct reason why she didn't tell Yi Weisheng. It's my fault for making you suffer. If he had known earlier and become strong earlier, Yuji wouldn't have had to work so hard to bring up the child alone, and his son wouldn't have been ridiculed by his classmates at school. Yuji hugged Yi Weisheng back and patted her hand on Yi Weisheng's back, just like she coaxed her crying son. It doesn't matter. Now that I'm looking at my son being so well behaved, I feel that everything is worth it, and I'm content with my life now. That's why I don't allow that teacher Su to threaten my son. Speaking of Mr. Su, Yuji's gentle voice cooled down. The appearance of the teeth and claws, like a lion protecting a cub. Yi Weisheng raised his sleeve and secretly wiped his tears before lifting his head from Yuji's shoulder. Rubbing the top of Yuji's hair, he soothed her. Don't worry, I won't let her threaten our son. Aha! With his words, Yuji was relieved. Yi Weisheng looked at Yuji with a gentle smile. This girl turned out to be behind the scenes, silently did so much for him. He had actually been blaming her all these years. Damn it! Yi Weisheng thought in his heart and suddenly reached out and slapped himself. Yi Weisheng's move startled the other two strolling couples, who looked at the two Yuji with a look of surprise, probably because they had a fight. The slap also confused Yuji. What are you doing? It's okay. I just felt like I deserved a beating, so I'll take one out on you. Yuji glanced at the couples who were still frequently looking back at them, pulled Yi Weisheng and quickly walked forward. Shame on you. The corners of Yi Weisheng's mouth unconsciously rose as he looked at the two men's interlocked hands. It shouldn't be too late to start making it up to the mother and child today. Yi Weisheng backed to hold Yuji. A quick step, and Yuji side by side. Yuji pumped twice, did not pull out, so just let him. Thank you, little G. Yi Weisheng looked sideways at the tranquil woman beside him, his eyes full of deep love as if they were about to overflow. It's okay, you just need to get your son's affairs in order. Now that the words are open, Yuji feels that the heavens and the earth, the sun is the biggest. The past, let it pass. As long as the present thing to do well on the line. I promise to complete the mission. The two looked at each other and both burst out laughing, probably the most openly they had laughed in the last 5 years. Neither spoke again, holding hands as they walked under the streetlight, the light stretching their shadows long. Gigi, It's been hard on you all these years. It's okay. It's not very hard. Yu Ji's words, which were light as a murmur, seemed to be said to Yi Weisheng, but also seemed to be said to herself. Except for the time when she was just born, Yu Sheng was often sick, and sometimes when she had a fever in the middle of the night. She did feel tired when she was carrying her son alone in a hurry and taking a taxi to the hospital in the middle of the night, but after her son got better, she felt quite accomplished as he went from teething in her arms to running and jumping. Where are your parents? Do they know about you having a baby? Yi Weisheng had never seen Yu Ji's parents for so long. Her shoe cabinet at home only has a large and small 2 pairs of slippers, and did not hear Yu Sheng said about grandparents. Is it possible that all these years Yu Ji's parents have not come to their place? Yi Weisheng knows that Yu Ji is not H-city people. Her parents are working in the old country. The older generation of the marriage is very careful. I do not know that they know Yu Ji unmarried pregnant. There is no angry blame Yu Ji. They know. It was because they knew she was unmarried and pregnant that they kicked her out. They didn't blame you, did they? Let's find a time to visit them together someday, shall we? Daughter unmarried first pregnant, but also a person to bring up the child. Yu Ji's parents. This irresponsible man must have deep stereotypes. No, they won't see you. They don't even want to see their daughter yet. Yu Ji that time after coming home out so many years, her parents never gave her a phone call. Sometimes she misses home. Call them back. They do not answer. After a few times, not so much. Just once a year on New Year's Day we'll call them, but never answered through. Yu Ji know they think she is ashamed. Yi Weisheng detected the cold detachment in Yu Ji's tone. Are they unable to accept your unmarried pregnancy? Well, Yu Ji could not hide his despondency. Facing his parents' lack of understanding, Yu Ji was helpless. If they didn't want to see her, she wouldn't go back so she wouldn't give them a hard time. Chapter 44, Have you never doubted me? I'm sorry. Yi Weisheng remembered that Yu Ji's parents still loved her. When she was in college, she used to send her special products from home, and she had to call every now and then to shush her. All because of him, which caused her to fall out with her parents. That's okay. I was a little selfish, but I have such a cute son. She didn't regret having her son at all. The selfishness that Yu Ji is talking about here is not only not listening to her parents, but also the fact that she secretly gave birth to their child alone without telling Yi Weisheng. Yu Ji was planning to wait until the child is a little older. The parents are also older. The anger should also be almost subsided. She then take her son back to visit them. Maybe they'll forgive her for the sake of such a cute grandchild. Yi Weisheng also in his heart silently note this matter. Find a time some other day. Go to Yu Ji's parents' home to visit them. Give them an apology. Pray for their forgiveness. Thank you for taking so much pressure, giving birth to our son, and teaching him so well. Yu Sheng was not only cute, but also well-behaved and understanding. This is my son. Where is the need for you to thank me? Speaking of her son, she was also very proud. It's our son. Yi Weisheng righteously corrected Yu Ji's wording. And you didn't suspect me? After meeting Yi Weisheng in the hospital, Yu Ji secretly thought about how Yi Weisheng would look at her if he knew the child was his. Is going to think she's one of those scheming women who purposely breaks up pregnant, then in a few years, comes to her door with a child and takes her son to the top. Or will she think she's a vain woman who used her pregnancy to blackmail his mom into giving her money? Suspect you of what? Why would I give birth to your son? Didn't you just ask me why I would have a child if I had broken up? After all you've done and sacrificed for me, and I still doubt you, haven't I become a wolfish man? Yu Ji was quite satisfied with Yi Weisheng's answer. Worthy of the man she fell in love with. What if I had a child with another man later and deliberately blackmailed you to get you to do something for me? After all, it takes time to do a paternity test. Look at your son's face. Do you believe this yourself? Yi Weisheng felt that there was no need for any paternity test at all. Yu Ji thought of Yu Sheng's cool little face that resembled Yi Weisheng's, and smiled blandly. Also, in fact, when I first met my son, although he looked like me, I didn't suspect that he was my son. After all, people are similar. Although Yi Weisheng thought it was amazing, he didn't suspect it. After all, he only did it once with Yu Ji before he graduated from college. He didn't expect Yu Ji to run with the ball. This girl really should be educated. Then why do you still let the child call you father? Yu Ji looked at Yi Weisheng with a suspicious face. Since he doesn't believe the baby is his, is he the father just because he looks like him? So if someone else has a kid that looks like him and comes up to him and calls him daddy, he'll be a dad to someone too? Can this man be a little too hasty about becoming a dad? After all, people are similar, and so many of those celebrities clearly aren't related but look alike. As soon as Yi Weisheng looked at Yu Ji's skeptical expression, he knew that her mind was racing again, raising his hand and bouncing it on Yu Ji's forehead. That's because the child's mother is you, and although there's no paternity test, I've always been convinced that Yu Sheng is my child. Ah hiss. What are you doing? This hurts, do you know that? Yu Ji rubbed her forehead. This person's hand was also too heavy. Her tears were coming out. Who let you have a net of nonsense all day long to make you hurt and remember? Obviously you said it yourself. Blame me. Yuji rolled his eyes. Okay, I apologize. Let me see if it's red. Yu Weisheng made a move to peel away Yuji's hand covering his forehead. Yuji sidestepped and dodged, stepping forward sharply. Who wants you to pretend to be sympathetic? Looking at the figure of coaxing forward, Yu Weisheng cannot help but laugh out softly. So Yuji is really cute to no end. Hearing the man's laughter coming from behind her, the tips of Yuji's ears began to redden. Suddenly realizing how she had played a little game with Yu Weisheng wouldn't think she was still pretentious at her age. Yuji is still secretly chagrined. Do not know in Yu Weisheng's heart, Yuji can play a little sex to him, that she has begun to accept him. Yu Weisheng happy not too late. How would she think she is pretentious? He would only feel that his vivacious, loving, daring baby, Yuji, had come back to him. Yu Weisheng 3 steps and 2 steps to catch up with Yuji. Still hurt? Said to look down and observe Yuji's white forehead, some slightly red, instantly some remorse. Their own shot how so heavy. Yuji is stubborn. It doesn't hurt. I'm sorry. Yu Weisheng was heartbroken and blamed himself. Yuji said in a conspiratorial manner, if I'm sorry is useful, the police uncle will be laid off. Otherwise, then, why don't you flick me too? Let's call it even. Yuji stopped in his tracks, looked up at Yu Weisheng. His eyes were eager to try, fought for a moment and gave up. Forget it, this is too childish. Yuji turned around and continued to walk forward. Yu Weisheng lobbied on the side. How can it be? This is called to use the way of others, but also to treat others. How can it be called childish? That's true, Yuji said when it was too late, turned around and raised his hand to pop Yu Weisheng on the forehead. Ah, how do you greet without playing? Yu Weisheng touched the place where Yuji had popped his melon crash. It really hurt a little. This woman hits hard. I don't like greetings. Yuji arrogantly glanced at Yu Weisheng out of the corner of his eye. I'll let you off the hook this time, but next time, no more of that. You want there to be a next time? Don't want to. There's no next time. The two of them laughed and joked for a while, as if they had returned to the two youthful young boys and girls in their college days. The gap in each other's hearts dissolved. Two hysterically long shadows, walking slowly down the road. After laughing and joking, Yu Weisheng talked about the child again. We'll raise our son together in the future. Yu Weisheng would not let Yuji leave him aside now. No, I can do it myself. Yuji's is now working and gradually getting better. Plus there is still a lot of money left from Ye's mom. She is confident that she can raise her son well. Yu Weisheng heard that Yuji is still so raw with him even now. He looked down at Yuji, his brows knitted lightly and his thin lips pursed into a straight line. Our son is both of ours, so of course we're raising him together. Oh, Yuji lowered his head and pondered for a while, raised his head and gazed at Yu Weisheng, his tone earnest. Yu Weisheng, can you promise me one thing? Chapter 45, don't tell your family yet. You say, can you not let the rest of the Yi family know about Yu Sheng's existence? He could still have many children when he got married in the future, but she only had one son, Yu Sheng. Yu Weisheng frowned tighter. Why? I don't want to be separated from my son. The capabilities of them plutocrats were not comparable to her as a small-time laborer. Why do you have to separate when the Yi family knows about it? No one can make you separate. Our family of 3 has to live together all the time. The words a family of 3 pierced Yuji's heart. Ye's mother said, Yu Weisheng needs a family to help her, and she is obviously not that person. No, we can't be together. Why can't you? You already have a boyfriend? Yu Weisheng's heart lifted. Yuji really fell in love with someone else? No. Yuji couldn't open her mouth to say that it was because she didn't deserve him, which made her ashamed. Since we don't have one, let's get a license tomorrow and give our son a complete home. Don't be impulsive. I'm not impulsive. You know, I wanted to marry you 5 years ago. Yuji sighed lightly. Perhaps they were just destined for each other. Yuji was still trying to persuade Yu Weisheng to say a few words, but Yu Sheng had already run towards them, and Yuji quickly ended the conversation. Anyway, don't tell your family yet. Let me think about it. How to persuade you? Yu Weisheng sat on his face. Yu Sheng ran in front of him and immediately changed to a smiling face. Mommy and Daddy, where have you been? He was playing and he didn't see his mommy and daddy. Yu Sheng's small face was red, and her forehead was beaded with fine beads of sweat. Mommy and Daddy walked around the neighborhood. Are you tired of playing? Yuji took out a tissue and wiped the sweat on Yu Sheng's head. Aha! I want to take a walk with Mom and Dad too. Yu Sheng held her mom in one hand and her dad in the other, walking in the middle with a smile on her face. Yuji brought Yu Sheng to say hello to his grandmother, and the 3 of them paced along the green belt. Between the 2 long, slanting shadows, a tiny figure joined, 2 small hands holding them together. That's a family of 3. Yi Weisheng thought of another thing and asked the bouncing Yu Shang, "Son, is there anyone in the kindergarten, other than Teacher Su, who asked you about mom and dad?" Yu Ji glanced at Yi Weisheng, instantly understanding his intentions, and also turned his head to look at his son, wanting to know how many butterflies Yi Weisheng had attracted in addition to Mr. Su. Yu Shang heard her father's words and thought back. It seems like nothing. Yi Weisheng thought that in case there was more than one Mr. Su in the school, he would ask in advance so that they could solve the problem together. In the future, if anyone asks you about mom and dad, just tell them you don't know and let them ask mom and dad. Yes, now the children in the kindergarten are envious of Yu Shang, often saying that Yu Shang's mother is the prettiest and Yu Shang's father is the most handsome. Yu Shang's heart is full of pride. The 3 of them talked and laughed, and as they walked Yi Weisheng's phone rang in his pants pocket. Yi Weisheng took it out to see that it was an unfamiliar number and glanced at Yu Ji. Yu Ji wordlessly inquired, "Mr. Su?" Yi Weisheng took the cell phone screen to Yu Ji to see. It was a string of numbers. Yi Weisheng wanted to hang up directly. Anyway, already let Luo Yang to do it. I believe it won't take long to solve it. There is no need to pick up that kind of person's phone to disgust himself. Yu Ji quickly stopped Yi Weisheng, who was about to hang up the phone. Listen to what she wants. Yi Weisheng knew what Yu Ji was thinking as soon as he looked at her mischievous expression. Dare to threaten her with a child? Then let Yu Ji tease her. Yi Weisheng held Yu Shang and turned his head towards the children's playground. "Baby, you go to the amusement park for a while longer first. Mom and dad have something to take care of." Yu Ji understood Yi Weisheng's intentions. There are some things that are not good to say in front of the child, but Yi Weisheng wanted to let Yu Ji listen together, and could only send the child away first. Yu Shang is an obedient and good boy. Mom and dad have something to do, so he can play by himself for a while. There are still a lot of kids there. Yu Shang ran to play by himself, and Yi Weisheng stood on the periphery watching his son run in. Mr. Su over there was already waiting impatiently before he picked up the phone. "Hello?" Looking at the phone call that was suddenly answered, Teacher Su was overjoyed and asked in a cupped, whiny voice, "Hello? Is this Yu Shang's father?" Yi Weisheng pretended not to know as he inquired, "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Yu Ji stood on tiptoe and pressed his ear to listen. Yi Weisheng led Yu Ji to a bench and sat down, and then turned the cell phone sound to the maximum. Now that they were in a public place, there were a lot of people walking to and fro in the neighborhood, and they couldn't just put it on speakerphone. In case Mr. Su said something about a tiger or a wolf, the 2 of them would be the ones who would be embarrassed. Yi Weisheng raised the cell phone flat to his ear, and Yu Ji listened carefully through the phone on the left and right, and Mr. Su's voice was clearly transmitted into the ears of the 2. "I'm Su Jing, Yu Shang's teacher, Yu Shang's father. You're really a busy man. I've called you several times today but I couldn't get through. Are you off work now?" Yi Weisheng suppressed the disgust in his heart and pretended to explain. What is it that you want?" Teacher Su didn't answer Yi Weisheng's question. Instead she was concerned about Yi Weisheng. "Yu Shang's father, you're off work so late. Did you have dinner?" Yi Weisheng picked up with an expressionless face. "I've eaten. Is there anything you want? Why is it so noisy at your end? Have you not come home yet?" "Well, outside." Yu Shang's father, still out talking business? Bosses of big companies just have a lot of socializing. It's really hard for you. "Fine, what can I do for you?" Teacher Su cursed. "This person doesn't understand the situation. It's that there's something about Yu Shang that I want to communicate with you, and I haven't seen you come to pick up Yu Shang for several days, so I took the liberty of calling you and disturbing you." Mr. Su said it was about Yu Shang, and Yu Ji instantly became nervous. Did something happen to Yu Shang at school? And Teacher Su used this to get in touch with Yi Weisheng without telling her? What is it? Yu Shang's father. Yu Shang is a boy. He needs more companionship and guidance from his father. You've never come to school for a parent-child interaction class before. Yu Shang's mom only participates in the mother's portion of the class, and you probably don't know about the dad's class yet. I wonder when you have time for me to explain dad's classroom. This was still quite attractive to first-time father Yi Weisheng, who also wanted to know how to better accompany and guide his child and be a good father. "You can say it now." The receiver came from Ms. Su's petite laugh. That coquettish voice, the man heard surely have to be played by her as a dog. Yu Ji's body rose a layer of goosebumps. She quietly glanced at Yi Weisheng, his face expressionless with little reaction. Chapter 46 Mr. Su's phone call. Immediately after Ms. Su's even more delicate voice came. "Yu Shang's father. This course can't be explained clearly in a sentence or two, and it's best to communicate face to face. You're busy with your work during the day. I wonder if you have the time at this moment. So let's meet and talk? You can also give me your address if you're too tired to go out and I'll come over to you." Yu Ji looked at Yi Weisheng with a complicated face. This person's charm is so great? Mr. Su sent it straight to your door? No euphemisms or subtleties? This Mr. Su is also too monkeyish. Wasn't she a Sima Sito? A single female teacher in the middle of the night, taking it upon herself to go to her student's father for who knows what class. And when Yi Weisheng was abroad in the past few years, he hadn't seen Ms. Su's kind of initiative to throw herself at him. Those foreign women had hot bodies and were even bolder than Ms. Su, but Yi Weisheng didn't even take a look at them. Ms. Su can be said to have looks but no body in front of those people. So what does she have? Yi Weisheng noticed Yu Ji's unkind gaze and glared at Yu Ji, thinking, what do you take me for? I'm devoted to you. How dare you doubt me? Yi Weisheng did not answer Mr. Su but said to Yu Ji, who was beside him and listening with her sideways ears, wife, Mr. Su said he wants to come to the house to give us lessons. Yu Ji was listening carefully to the movement on the other side of the cell phone, and when Yi Weisheng said this, he looked up at Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng winked at her. Yu Ji understood in a second and cooperated with Yi Weisheng's acting. What is the lesson so late? Still want the teacher to come to the house personally? It says it's a parenting class about dads. Let me ask. What the two said across the cell phone left and right. All of it reached the ears of Mr. Su across the room. When Mr. Su heard Yu Ji's voice, his brain started buzzing. Didn't he say they were divorced? Why are they still together at this late hour? Teacher Su was pondering. When Yu Ji's voice came from his cell phone, hello? Mr. Su? Teacher Su finally stopped speaking in a whiny manner, a hint of suspicion in her voice. It's me. You're Yu Sheng's mom? Yes. My husband said you were coming to the house to give us lessons? The address of the home is on the school registration data, you should already know. We are now taking the children for a walk outside. When are you coming over? So we can go home and wait for you? Yu Ji's provocative words annoyed Mr. Su. You live together? Mr. Su said that. We are family. Yu Ji said in ambiguous words, but heard Mr. Su's ears is, we are a family of course. Live together. Yu Sheng's mom. You're full of lies. And you've taught Yu Sheng not to have a single word of truth in his mouth. What credibility does such a person have to speak of? And how will he be able to mix in society when he grows up in the future? Yu Ji was Mr. Su this backward words to laugh. Mr. Su, things can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. When was I full of lies? When did my son tell a lie? On the contrary, it's you, Mr. Su, who has a bad heart. So I'm afraid you won't be able to mix well in society. Yu Ji now has Yi Weisheng backing. Hardened waist, talk hard, fox and tiger who will not. She Su teacher above someone. She Yu Ji behind someone, but also harder than her backing. Isn't it a lie when he says his dad doesn't live with you guys? No, his dad lives at work when he works late, but doesn't that mean he doesn't live together? Yu Ji said lightly, as if it really is that way. That tone of voice made Mr. Su furious. Yu Ji did not give Ms. Su the opportunity to speak. Continue to flirt with her. Also, Ms. Su is young and think of shortcuts. This is not good. Oh, crooked road is easy to turn over the car. What's it to you? Yu Ji bared her teeth, threatening her son, hitting on her baby's father, and asking what's it to her. You have hit my husband's head, and said it's none of my business. You young girls, you really don't have any sense of shame at all. Words have been said to this point. There is no need to cover up. She herself has no face. I still care about what you face inside. Teacher Su was furious and laughed. What husband? Is that your husband? I think you're a mistress. And your son is a bastard. Otherwise, how could Yi Weisheng never go to school before? The kindergarten rumors Yu Sheng is a wild child without a father this matter. Also not a day or two. In the past Yu Ji pulled his son to apologize to the other parents. This time things got so bad that Yu Sheng beat the nosebleed out of someone else's child before this father that Yu Sheng talks about showed up. Yu Sheng's dad is so handsome and rich. Yu Ji was asked to fill out an information sheet on the child's father, and Yu Ji was reluctant to do so. Mr. Su now more and more thought the more certain. Yu is the evening of the big money. To Yi Weisheng as a mistress. Otherwise their own children's school to fill in a parent information. Even if the divorce, there is nothing difficult. Yu Ji is still reluctant to do. She's afraid of exposure. I think. Miss Su thought she had caught Yu Ji's handle. Her eyes flashed a sneering smile. She was working as a mistress, but still dare to taunt her? Keep your mouth clean. Hearing Mr. Su say that his son was an illegitimate child was what Yu Ji was most afraid of. And her body couldn't help but start trembling. What? Irritated by what I said. You're just an adopted mistress. What qualifications do you have to clamor in front of me? If you dare not listen to me, I'll post your scandalous story on the internet, and see how you and your son can still behave in the future. Teacher Su was still provoking over there. Mr. Su's words were getting harder and harder to hear. Yi Weisheng's face was somber, and a cold light flashed in his ink-like black eyes. Seeing that Yu Ji was infuriated, he didn't want him to argue with the likes of Mr. Su again. Patted Yu Ji's back, took the phone in Yu Ji's hand over. Morose and cool voice into Mr. Su's ears. You're wrong, Mr. Su. The child's mother is not my adopted mistress. I'm her adopted lover. She's now giving me $1 million a month in pocket money plus a Maybach. If you want to keep me too, give me $2 million a month plus a Rolls Royce and I'll be with you. How about it? Yi Weixing had Mr. Su in a daze. If she could afford a Rolls Royce and get $2 million a month, why would she still be looking for him? Yu Sheng's father. Don't laugh. Teacher Su felt that Yi Weixing's temperament was reserved and he looked like a rich man. How could he be adopted? He must have deliberately blocked her with his words. Do you think it's funny? Yi Weixing's tone was icy cold, like ice pounding on his face. And Mr. Su shrunk his shoulders and gulped. Not funny. That's right then. I'm never one to joke. I'm paying up front here. Do you need me to send you the account number? Yi Weixing's tone was so cold and terrifying that Mr. Su felt that the air around him suddenly became cold, and the sweaty hairs on his hands stood up. No need, Teacher Su said, quickly hanging up the phone, her palms already breaking out in cold sweat. What a man he is. It's horrible. Chapter 47 The Story of the Little Dinosaur. Yuji's face turned pale, his hands on his thighs tightly clenched into fists as he puffed out a ragged breath. Yi Weixing's face is also not good, but see Yuji full of anger, and cannot help but reach out to hold her small fist, softly comforting. Don't get angry with someone like that who has no bottom. It's not worth it to get angry at yourself. Slightly cold fists were suddenly wrapped in a burst of warmth. Yuji's cold heart is also colored with a trace of warmth. Miss Su said she was a mistress, she was not so angry. But her sentence, "Your son is a bastard," deeply stung Yuji. In a sense, Yu Shang was indeed secretly born to her. And again, Yuji had a sense of frustration that she couldn't refute. Will her son blame her for being a selfish mom later? Thinking about this, Yuji's big black and white eyes gradually rose water mist. Yi Weixing's bony fingers picked Yuji's fist apart, held it in his hand and squeezed it, looked at Yuji's weeping little face, and swept her into his arms. Alright, don't be angry. I'll take care of Miss Su and won't let her have a chance to talk nonsense. Yuji's head rubbed against Yi Weixing's arms, but some of the things she said weren't just nonsense. She shuddered to think of the consequences of those words if her son found out. Yi Weixing patted Yuji's back to comfort him silently, and the hot, wet temperature at his chest burned into his flesh. His heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by a large invisible hand, blocking his breath. All this girl had endured now was to fulfill him, and he could never repay this friendship in his life. After venting for a while, Yuji finally stopped her broken tears and left Yi Weixing's embrace with some embarrassment. Looking at the large tear stain on the man's chest that she had dampened, the small blushing face opened her mouth, her tone still nasally from crying. I'm sorry for getting your clothes dirty. See, Yuji's face has returned to normal. Yi Weixing, imploring light smile, pinched Yuji's white and red cheeks. You dirty. You wash. Yuji sniffled. Good. In the distance, Yu Sheng saw his mom and dad hugging and excitedly jumped off the trampoline and ran towards them. Mommy and daddy. The baby wants a hug too. Running to mom and dad, Yu Sheng saw Yuji's eyes red. There are still some not yet subsided waterlight. The small face immediately tensed up. Mom, what's wrong with you? Did dad bully you? He said and glared at Yi Weixing. Yi Weixing was inexplicably glared at by his son and looked at the two with an innocent face. No, how could daddy bully mommy? Then why is mommy crying? Yu Sheng looked like a protective tiger mom, watching his son defend himself so well that he could even say he glared at his own favorite dad. The heart was quite comforted by the fact that her little leather jacket still loved her more. Yuji broke into a smile and raised his hand to rub Yu Sheng's angry little face. Daddy just told mommy a very touching story and mommy was moved to tears. The anger on Yu Sheng's face disappeared in a second and was replaced with a curious baby face. Really? What's the story? I want to hear it too. Yu Sheng's big, grape-like eyes looked at Yi Weixing without blinking. Daddy, quickly tell the baby a story. What story does baby want to hear? Yi Weixing picked Yu Sheng up and sat her on his lap. Yu Sheng wrapped her arms around Yi Weixing's neck. The one you just told mom about. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Weixing with an expectant face. His father had never told him a story before. Looking forward to it. No, that's a story for grown-ups. Kids can't listen to it. Yu Sheng frowned with a small frown and looked at Yi Weixing suspiciously. Then at Yuji. Yuji nodded. Yes. Well, then dad will tell me about it when I'm older. Then daddy tell me about the little dinosaur. Yi Weixing, a head too big. The son for the first time wanted to listen to his story, but he did not know any small dinosaur story. Yu Sheng but told his classmates that his father can do everything. His image of a good father will not collapse, right? Yi Weixing looked to Yuji for help. Yuji saw Yi Weixing's embarrassed face, snickered a little. Baby, that's a bedtime story. Let's go back and wash up. Then let daddy tell you. Yu Sheng clapped his hands excitedly. Yeah, today daddy will read me a bedtime story. Come on, let's go home. Yuji said and stood up. Yi Weixing put Yu Sheng down and got up with him, and the three of them returned home together hand in hand. Yuji went to the bathroom to help Yu Sheng give bath water. Yi Weixing touched in and whispered in Yuji's ear. I don't know how to tell the story of the little dinosaur. You quickly teach me. Yi Weixing had an inquisitive expression that made Yuji laugh. Don't laugh. I mean it. Can't lose face in front of my son. Don't worry. It's in the storybook. Just read it later. That's okay. My son won't think I'm perfunctory. Will he? It's the first time in his life he's told a bedtime story. The point is that when he was a child he was babysat to put him to bed. He had never heard of it himself and didn't know what to say to his son's satisfaction. No. I read it all by heart at first, then I read it more and memorized it. Okay. Mom. I'm wearing little dinosaur pajamas tonight. Yusheng appeared at the bathroom door with his dinosaur pajamas. Good. Take off your clothes. Aha! Yuji greeted the small, and then greeted the big. The storybook is on the nightstand in the bedroom, so you can go ahead and check it out. It was mainly their bathroom, which was usually fine for her and her son alone. Yi Weixing people and tall, to this small bathroom station, all of a sudden seems small and crowded. Yuji can only greet him out. Good. Yi Weixing readily accepted and warmed to his daughter-in-law's understanding. Yi Weixing hurriedly went to the bedroom to clasp his feet. Yuji's master bedroom is not big. Inside bar furnishings are also very simple. A bed, nightstand, dresser, a closet is full, pink cloud pattern comforter sets, pink curtains, and when you look closely even the walls are painted with pale pink latex paint, with many dolls on the floating windows. Yi Weixing sat at the head of the bed with a stack of storybooks on the nightstand. There was also a picture frame with a photo of Yuji and Yusheng. In it, Yusheng looks smaller than he does now, and it must have been taken a year or two before. Yusheng is sitting on a big panda doll. Yuji is standing next to him, and the two of them are smiling happily. Yi Weixing took it over and stroked his fingers from Yuji and Yusheng's big smiling faces one by one. He seems to have missed a lot over the years. Yi Weixing looked at the photo frame and froze for a while. The sound of the hairdryer had already come from outside. Yusheng should have already washed up. He hurriedly put the frame back and looked at the stack of storybooks, scratching his head. So much that Yuji didn't say which book Dinosaur Jr. was on. He couldn't be bothered to ask again now, so he could only take the topmost book and start flipping through the catalog. This one is the oldest and should have been turned over the most. Sure enough, I found Gollum's Little Dinosaur in the catalog. Chapter 48, Our Family is a Big Dinosaur. Yusheng ran back to the bedroom in his little dinosaur pajamas with gusto. Daddy, look at my tail. Yusheng turned around and wiggled his little butt, the little tail behind him swaying from side to side with him. Yi Weixing teased Yusheng. What's your name? Dragon? Yusheng replied in a fervent voice. My name is Baby Dragon. Hello Baby Dragon. I'm your daddy dragon. Papa Dragon? Yusheng climbed onto the bed and looked at Yuji, who walked into the bedroom. Mommy, Daddy is the daddy dragon. So you're the mommy dragon. Yuji looked at the father and son with a smile. Aha! Yay! Daddy dragon, mommy dragon, baby dragon. We're all big dinosaurs. Yuji's smile lurched. This description, not good. Yuji glanced at the bedside alarm clock. It was almost 11 o'clock. Okay, baby, it's time to go into sleep mode. Roger that. Yusheng stood at attention and saluted, then pulled back the quilt and lay in, blinking her big eyes at Yi Weixing. Yuji looked at the storybook in Yi Weixing's hand. Did you find it? Found it. Yi Weixing unfolded the page of small dinosaurs for Yuji to see. Well, that's it. Read it. I'll go out and clean up first. Yuji dimmed the bedroom lights and went out. Yi Weixing sat at the head of the bed and began to read a bedtime story to Yusheng from a storybook. Yi Weixing was reading seriously when he suddenly heard Yusheng say, Dad, why don't you learn how to scream like a dinosaur? Mom can scream like a dinosaur. Dad will not. Why don't you teach Dad? Yi Weixing modestly asked for advice. 3 people must be my teacher. Just ow. Yi Weixing followed Yusheng's example and let out an ow. Imagine Yuji's wow look. It must be as cute as Yusheng. Yusheng was very satisfied, smiled cheekily twice, climbed up and came to Yi Weixing's ear and said mysteriously, Daddy, do you want to see me and Mommy's baby? Yi Weixing raised his eyebrows. This mother and son's baby? Would you like to show Daddy? Willing. Wait a minute. Yusheng climbed out of bed, opened the closet and took out a photo frame from the drawer below, sticking it to her chest as she walked towards Yi Weixing. Yi Weixing was curious about what kind of photographs were the common treasures of both mother and son. Here. Yusheng handed the photo frame to Yi Weixing. Yi Weixing reached out and took it, and inside was a face he couldn't be more familiar with. Yi Weixing thought back carefully. This should be his sophomore or junior year when Yuji took a picture of him. The photo of Yi Weixing with short broken hair, face is still slightly green, wearing a white t-shirt, sitting in the audience in the stadium, eyes gazing ahead, should be watching some kind of game when Yuji secretly photographed. At that time, Yi Weixing was completely a big sunny boy. Could this be the photo Yusheng was talking about? Baby, is this the picture of daddy that mommy showed you? Aha! Daddy! Don't you think this daddy is handsome? This dad? Isn't he me? Is he you? They used to tell him no when he said yes. This one is from when dad was young. And I was the only dad you had. You know? Yu Sheng took the photo and looked left and right. You were still very handsome when you were young. Yi Weisheng had a heart attack. Isn't dad handsome now? Yu Sheng looked Yi Weisheng up and down once. It's also a bit handsome now. Okay, kinda. Then wouldn't mom have been more beautiful when she was younger than she is now? Mommy is as beautiful now as she was when she was young. Although Yuji has already given birth to a child, her appearance really doesn't look any different from her college days. It's just that the eyes aren't as bright as they used to be, mostly light as water with a hint of fatigue and sadness occasionally showing. Probably being alone with the kids and having the edges smoothed out by the years. Why haven't I seen my mom when she was young, and where was I then? Mom wasn't young enough to have you. You weren't born yet. I wasn't born, so where was I? Didn't mom want me then? Baby, it's not that mommy doesn't want you. It's that you haven't come to mommy yet. Then where am I? He was so young. He couldn't do anything. And where had he run off to when he wasn't with his mom? At this time, Yu Sheng's little brain had 10,000 reasons in it, and her big, ignorant eyes were full of curiosity. How do I explain this to him? That he's still inside his dad? Or a tadpole? That's a big question. Baby, that's something you'll know when you're older. Yu Sheng beamed, obviously dissatisfied with Yi Weisheng's perfunctory behavior. Fine. Yuji finished cleaning up and walked in, looking at the large and small sitting on the bed. Why aren't you asleep? Yu Sheng's inquisitive little eyes looked at Yuji. Her mother must know. Mom, where was I when you were young? Yuji looked at the father and son. Weren't they telling a bedtime story? And what was this chatting about that triggered Yu Sheng's knowledge blind spot? Dad said that when you were young. I wasn't born yet. So where did I go? Yuji gave Yi Weisheng a blank look. You're asked to tell a bedtime story about the origin of whatever person you're talking about. Baby, do you remember the story mommy told you? About the tadpole looking for his mommy? Remember, because you were still a little tadpole then, and you hadn't found your mommy yet, so you were still out there swimming and looking for your mommy everywhere. Yi Weisheng's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of this story? Although he also thought of tadpoles. Tadpoles are not tadpoles. Yu Sheng seemed to understand. Oh, it's still my good eye. I didn't look for a frog as a mom and found such a beautiful one. Well, go to bed. You have kindergarten tomorrow. I'm going to spank you if you can't get up. Oh, I'm going to bed. Yu Sheng rolled under the covers. Yi Weisheng stepped aside and Yuji helped his son tuck in, patting gently through the covers, and before long there was the sound of Yu Sheng's even breathing. Go out. Yuji got up and greeted Yi Weisheng in a small voice as he went to the living room, turned off the lights, and gently brought the door to the room with him. Yuji looked at the picture frame that Yi Weisheng had been holding in his hand. Give it to me. Yi Weisheng handed it over. When was it taken? Don't remember. At that time, her cell phone is full of photos of her and Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng belongs to the 360 degrees of no dead angle. How to shoot all good looking, where she walks to shoot to where. How did you choose this picture? They had plenty more photos together. Doesn't it look good? Yuji was still quite satisfied with her photo-taking skills. The model was well chosen, and every photo taken looked good, so she just shuffled one around. Nice. It would look even better if they were in a photo together. Chapter 49, If she tells you to get out, you get out. Yuji looked at the time. It's already late. You should go back. Yi Weisheng muttered in his heart. Why do you want me to go back when it's already so late? It's so late. I'll take that little bedroom. I use that one as a storage room. It's too messy to live in. It's fine. We'll be fine for the night. We'll clean up tomorrow. Yuji looked at Yi Weisheng's chest in a circle of black tear stains. But there is no change of clothes here. You still have to work tomorrow, right? It's fine. Just have Luo Yang send it over to me in the morning. It's really messy in there. There's no way to make do. Believe it or not. Yuji opened the bedroom door, and when the light was turned on, it was so dark that the lights were blocked. There were Yu Sheng's toys everywhere in the small bedroom. The most was the big dinosaur that Yi Weisheng bought. When Yi Weisheng, in order to win Uncle Wang, bought several large dinosaurs, put in the living room is too much space, so Yuji all moved to the small bedroom. The small bedroom is stuffed to the brim. When Yuji moved in, it took a lot of effort, not to mention the height. There are two as wide as the bedroom door. To move out at this time of year, there is no sleeping tonight. Yi Weisheng took a look. It turned out to be the big dinosaurs he bought to block his own back road, and hated that he couldn't smack himself two big mouths. Why did he buy such a big one? How about? Yuji glanced at the sofa in the living room. Her family's sofa was 1 meter 8. Not as long as Yi Weisheng. The couch doesn't seem to work either. Ha, said Yuji, scratching his hair awkwardly. Well, I'll be heading back then. Yi Weixiong resignedly walked outside. You rest early, don't worry about school matters. I'll take care of it. Yes, thank you. Fool, say thank you to me. I'm leaving, you rest, don't come out. Be safe on the road. Yu Ji closed the door. Today after a day of work and emotional ups and downs. Really tired. Wash up and go with your son in your arms sinking in. Yi Weixiong went downstairs and called Luo Yang. How are things at school? Don't worry, it's already been settled. We'll do the formalities tomorrow. Anything that can be solved with money is not called a matter. And the last thing Yi Weixiong lacks is money. That principal was reluctant at first, but he couldn't resist Luo Yang's money bombardment. Tell the principal to fire that Mr. Su tomorrow morning. Yes. Luo Yang nodded his wax for Mr. Su. It's not good to mess with anyone. To mess with Yu Ji. It's only strange if Yi Weixiong doesn't get mad. Miss Su had a nightmare last night, and she went to school today without makeup and listlessly. Just as I entered the school, I was called to the principal's office. Mr. Su's heart thumped. Did Yu Ji really go to complain to the principal? She wasn't scared though. It's not like the principal would dare do anything to her. Miss Su walked while complaining in her heart. The principal is really, just find a reason to send off is. She still want to go to the office to make up for it. Early in the morning also asked her to personally go over. Mr. Su Hatchet came into the principal's office. Principal, what's the matter with calling me so early in the morning? The principal looked at the female teacher who, though inquiring, had no respect in her tone. Relying on the fact that his family has some connections, he usually bosses him around as the principal, and he has long looked at Mr. Su with disdain. But nah, he didn't dare to offend. Now it's good. Wichita Group paid a high price to buy the kindergarten, and also named Mr. Su to be fired. It must be that this teacher Su, who doesn't know the sky and the earth, has offended someone she shouldn't have offended, and maybe even the people behind her are going to suffer as well. Deserved it. Mr. Su, I called you here to inform you that you've been expelled. Go back and pack your things and leave. What? Teacher Su shrieked out in shock, his face full of disbelief. Did she hear right? The principal was going to fire her? How dare he? Principal, you're firing me? My eldest is. Miss Su attempts to pull the same stunt by bringing up her great-uncle to force the principal to back down. The principal grunted. It's none of my business who your eldest is. I'm informing you now. The principal's emboldened look made Mr. Su panic, feigning composure as he continued to fox around. Aren't you afraid I'll tell my great-uncle and have him come after you? You go ahead and sue. He just can't find me if he wants trouble. The kindergarten has been bought out by the Wichita Group, and I'm just a punching bag now. So if the boss tells you to get lost, you have to get lost. The principal leaned back in his chair and rested his hands on the armrests in a you can't do anything else look. Ever since this plague came to his kindergarten, there hadn't been much trouble for him, and he finally didn't have to suffer from these people's nastiness anymore. This feels so good. The Wichita Group not only bought the kindergarten at a high price, but also hired him at a high salary to continue to be the principal. The principal originally opened the preschool because he loved children and he couldn't afford to have his own for personal reasons. It was fine at first. It just needed just a little bit of a hit. Later, as the development of his kindergarten is getting better and better, some young female teachers cannot meet their own requirements. They look for relations. Hard to stuff him in. Under pressure he also had to accept. He felt that this school is getting more and more tasteless. The other teachers who came in by relationship, but also know to restrain, do things seriously, he also even. Only this teacher, Mr. Su, looks like a superior, often late and leave early for various reasons. Now it has also messed with someone from the Wichita Group, rumored to be Yu Sheng from Form 1. The president of the Wichita Group is surnamed Yi. I don't know what relationship this Yu Sheng's family has with President Yi. However, since it was possible for Witcher to pay a high price for an entire kindergarten directly for one child, it must be an unusual relationship. The principal came early in the morning to check Yu Sheng's enrollment information, and there was only mom's information, not dad's, and Yu Sheng took her mom's last name. The Yi family is the top big family in each city, and there are a lot of secrets in these big families. The principal guessed that the boy was probably the young prince of the Wichita Group. It makes sense why Yu Sheng's dad never came to school before. The big president of the Wichita Group is busy talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of business every day, so of course he doesn't have time to come to school for any parent-child activities. Mr. Su's face was a shade of green and a shade of red. Threat Group bought the kindergarten? Who doesn't know about Wichita Group in hometown? Mr. Su, a person bent on catching a kaiju to marry a rich family, naturally knew about it. It was just that Yi Weixiong had only come back from abroad to take over the company, and he rarely showed up in front of the media. So apart from Weichang's own employees, outsiders basically didn't know what the current president of Weichang Group looked like. Yu Ji actually has a relationship with Wichita Group? Is that man a senior member of the Witcher group? Until now, Mr. Su hadn't thought that Ji Weishan was the president of Wichita. In her eyes, Yu-Ji is just like her, just an ordinary wage earner. How could she possibly come into contact with a big shot like the president of Wichita? Yu-Ji is pretty, so she must have been adopted by the executives of Wichita. With Yi Weisheng's overbearing aura last night, and the cold and reserved temperament he exuded, only a fool would believe that he was an adopted gigolo. Chapter 50, You Can't Die Without Doing Something. On what grounds? Ms. Su is mad with jealousy. She is not bad looking. Why is Yu-Ji so lucky? Jealousy turns people's faces. Mr. Su secretly vowed in his heart that he would make Yu-Ji and Yi Weisheng pay. So what about the Wichita people? How many of them are dying under the weight of public opinion now? As the saying goes, the people don't fight the government. The school was always under the authority of the Education Bureau. And even if he was a witcher, he had to look at his eldest uncle's face to do his work. Teacher Su glared viciously at the principal and put down harsh words. Just you wait. I'll make you regret it. With that, he stomped off in a rage of hate. When the principal saw Mr. Su's vicious and twisted face, he only felt amused. People who don't know the high ground, all of them make their own death. Mr. Su returned outside the office and kicked open the office door. The noise startled several teachers in the office and they thought something had blown up. Looking up, turns out it was Mr. Su who blew up. They were all used to it. Ms. Su had been at the school for less than 2 years, and she had broken several of these doors. Whenever you have a bad day, you take the door to take the air. At first there were people to talk about her, but without exception, they were disliked, and then they all shut up. Who let people backstage hard? If you can't afford to mess with them, just stay away, lest you be used as cannon fodder. Mr. Su quickly packed up his things, hugged the paper box full of miscellaneous items, and exited the office with his head held high. The group froze in shock. This god is gone? But it's gone. This is a person who even the principal can't do anything about her. Those who don't know would think that this school is run by her family. I don't know which righteous person who saw the road. When Mr. Su walked to the entrance of the school, he happened to bump into Yu-Ji sending Yusheng to school. She thought Yu-Ji would fall on her, but it turned out that Yu-Ji didn't even bother to look at her. This action fell in Mr. Su's eyes, that is, naked contempt. She walked in front of Yu-Ji and gave a fake laugh in a conspiratorial manner. What are you complacent about? Something that can't be upstaged. Just wait, I'll make you pay. Yu-Ji saw Mr. Su's gloomy face, holding a cardboard box to the outside of the school, thinking that this Yi Weisheng action is quite fast, which let Mr. Su packed away. She didn't want to talk to Ms. Su, but some people just like to get on top of each other, and Yu-Ji was still too busy to go to work to play smart with her. This was the entrance to the school, so if she was angered, there was no telling what nasty things she would say, which would not be favorable to her son at that time. Yu-Ji ignored her and turned around as he watched his son enter the classroom. Mr. Su chased after him. Why are you running? You were quite talkative last night, weren't you? Why don't you talk anymore? Afraid I'll spread your scandalous story in front of the school and you and your son won't be able to face anyone in the future? Yu-Ji walked to a less crowded place to stop, turned to face Mr. Su. Mr. Su, I advise you better control your mouth. Be careful of the trouble comes out. This sentence did not play a little persuasive effect on Ms. Su. In the eyes of Ms. Su, Yu-Ji is to show off to her. Think she found a man capable of driving her out of school. Teacher Su sneered with a grimace. Heh, what woe is it? What's wrong with you? I'm just telling the truth. What woe can there be? Don't think that you're great just because you've fallen for the big money of the Wichita group. Just wait. There'll be a time when you'll regret it. Fine. Then I'll wait. Yu-Ji said lightly, turned around and walked towards her little electric donkey. Teacher Su saw Yu-Ji riding a small donkey, contempt in the eyes of the more thick. Evening the big money, so what? Not even a car for her to buy, but also in front of her pretending to be noble. He's so rich, why don't he buy you a car? Ride a broken electric bike all day to pick up the kids, and let you go out to work. So stingy man. You can also see. Yu-Ji glanced obliquely at Mr. Su. I'd love to. Teacher Su was about to sneer again. Yu-Ji twisted the electric door, and the electric car instantly drove forward. Teacher Su looked at Yu-Ji's suddenly distant back, so angry that he stomped his feet in place, gritted his teeth and yelled at Yu-Ji. You'll regret this. Yu-Ji had already walked out a long way, did not hear. Ms. Su was furious, carrying her case to the parking lot. As soon as he threw the suitcase into the trunk, he got in the cab and pulled out his cell phone and began to post a thread on Twitter. She directly named a certain kindergarten parent's Yu-Ji. Evening big money also gave birth to illegitimate children, using the power of big money, bullying kindergarten teachers, forcing teachers to leave. After posting, she called her great uncle over again and hung up without answering on the other side. Teacher Su didn't think much of it, thinking that her eldest uncle was busy at work. so he didn't have time to answer. So he put down his cell phone and waited to call again later. She drove back to her rental house and beautifully pulled out her cell phone to see if her post had hit the hot seat yet. Now the netizens' favorite is all kinds of melon, especially this kind of evening big money, packaged junior news, a hair quasi-fire. She lay back on the couch, crossed her legs, and clicked on Twitter. Where's the post I made? How come it's not there? Ms. Sue refreshed several times in a row without showing the post she had just made. Undeterred, she refreshed it a couple more times and it still wasn't there. Did it click wrong and not send? She edited another one, clicked send, and immediately a dialog box popped up with the message. Account abnormality. Unable to publish. How can the account be abnormal when it was used yesterday? Could it be a bad signal? Mr. Sue checked the cell phone network and made sure it was fine. Then logged out of Twitter again, logged back in, edited the post, and it still prompted an exception. Mr. Sue looked for customer service inquiries. Customer service said she posted inaccurate information was reported by the user. Mr. Sue angry cursing, clicked on the complaint and gave her a straight-up failed complaint and blocked the account. Mr. Sue's eyes are sinister. Weibo can't send it out, so I'll send a video. Mr. Sue clicked on the short video software. As soon as he went in, it prompted the account has been blocked. Last night Yu Weisheng had found someone to keep an eye on Ms. Sue's social account. If she honestly did not make anything out of it, then this matter would be so over. But she was not willing to do it. She had to do it. And as soon as the microblogging was sent out, it was discovered by the people arranged by Yu Weisheng, and was immediately taken down and deleted for her. He also reported the matter to Yu Weisheng, who told them to directly block all of Ms. Sue's social accounts so that she wouldn't be able to make another demonic act. Mr. Sue's eldest uncle, Su Chang, also received greetings. Luo Yang threw a whistle-blowing letter, reporting that the Education Bureau Su Chang used his position to embezzle and accept bribes. Early this morning, someone from the Discipline Inspection Commission went to the Education Bureau to investigate the matter. When Mr. Su called, he was under investigation, and he was still thinking that he hadn't done anything recently. So why was he suddenly investigated? Mr. Su called him early in the morning again. This niece of his usually seldom called him unless there was something to ask for. As soon as this phone rang, Su Chang immediately hung up as if he had heard a life-suppressing spell. After a little thought, he realized that it must have been his restless niece who had gotten him into trouble. I should have known better than to get her that job and get him in trouble all day. This niece has been high-minded since she was a child. Not very capable, but with a temper. If her father hadn't begged for it, he wouldn't have bothered with her. Chapter 51. Teacher Su tinkered with various social software for a while and realized that none of them worked. So she called her eldest uncle again. Su Chang excused himself to go to the bathroom and went out to answer Mr. Su's call. As soon as Mr. Su saw the phone connected, he immediately began to aggravate, snitching on Su Chang with a sobbing voice. Uncle, our kindergarten was bought out by the Wichita group. They asked the kindergarten principal to fire me. He also said that even you can't control them, and that they're too much for you, and you're the one who teaches. Mr. Su was still rambling and adding fuel to the fire. Su Chang's temples jutted out as he listened, which now affirmed his suspicion that it was this niece who didn't know the sky and the earth that had caused him trouble. Su Chang interrupted Teacher Su's words and gave her a scolding. Su Jing, you've got nothing to do all day long. You've been causing me trouble everywhere. I'm losing my job and you have the nerve to call. Where did you get the nerve to mess with the Witcher group? I have a grudge against you, do I? And you're going to hurt me like this? Teacher Su was too frightened to squeak by Su Chang's series of scolding sounds. Su Chang does not smile. To children is also very strict. Su teacher in front of their parents can be arbitrary, but do not dare to make a mistake in front of Su Chang. She grew up most afraid of this uncle. Usually do not dare to call him. And what's with Su Chang saying he's losing his job? She didn't do anything. How can uncle blame her? Mr. Su was thinking that Witcher, no matter how big it was just a company. So how could it possibly be in charge of the affairs of national civil servants? Usually it was these merchants, saying nice things and stuffing money, begging his eldest uncle to help with things. But Teacher Su didn't dare to choke her eldest uncle and could only mutter in a low voice, "It's not like I did anything." Su Chang was infuriated by Mr. Su's unrepentant words, and was infuriated with an inverted dowel. You didn't do anything? You didn't do anything. Why did they fire you? What didn't you do? Why would people rather pay for a school than expel you? I'm telling you the truth. Did they pay you to get in trouble? Those people on the strength of a few stinking dollars? You shut up. If others don't know, doesn't Su Chang himself know? To bring him down, where is the need to spend money? What he has done in private over the years. Just find out two things would be enough to make him lose his name and go in for life. What's the truth? The truth is you messed with the wrong people. You vermin. Don't ever call me again. And don't ever go out and do anything under my name. If I find out about this, I'll make it impossible for you to eat and walk around. After Su Chang finished his warning, he simply hung up the phone. Su Chang really wanted to go to Ms. Su's house and give her a few big mouthfuls to wake her up. Su Chang thought that the Discipline Inspection Commission just came over to go through the motions. Where do you know? They quickly threw out the evidence of his corruption and bribery. Direct fall. Not to mention that, but also will face jail time. Miss Su has been at home for the past few days and hasn't gone out. She doesn't dare to go home for fear that her parents will find out about her expulsion from school. She also knew about her eldest uncle's fall from grace for corruption and bribery from the internet. Now she finally knows to be afraid. She really kicked the iron plate this time. I did not expect that Ji Weisheng is so powerful. Even her eldest uncle can be made to go to jail. She doesn't go out, but some people will come to her door. After Su Chang's verdict came out, Su Chang's son and daughter rushed straight to Ms. Su's house and beat her violently. You vermin! My father was kind enough to help you find a job. You don't know how to be thankful, and you put him in jail. Mr. Su's cousin Su Yan went over and slapped Mr. Su across the face. Ah, it's not me. It's the eldest uncle who embezzled himself. How dare you talk back? If you hadn't messed with someone you shouldn't have, how would my father have gotten into trouble? Papa was another loud slap. These two men were merciless, and Mr. Su's face was soon red and swollen. You've victimized our whole family. Let's see what I'll do to you. There was a burst of curses from Su Yan's two siblings in the room, and Mr. Su's screams for mercy. Be careful from now on and don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Su Chang's two sons and daughters also fell in love with each other. Su Chang arranged for them to have a very good job, and live a good life. Colleagues in the company know that their fathers are high-ranking officials in the Education Bureau, and those who have children at home come to flatter and please them. Suddenly their identity, from the children of high-ranking officials to the sons and daughters of embezzlers, they these days in the unit by colleagues pointing out, but also to endure all kinds of cynicism. Both couldn't take it and left the organization. How many people used to flatter them, and now they have to suffer from how many cold stares. They were ready to leave H City and look for a job in the field, and they were holding a belly full of anger in their hearts, so they came running to beat up the person who started it all before they left. Teacher Su was originally a bully, and used to go around bossing people around under the banner of Su Chang's niece. Now that she had no backing, she was like an eggplant in frost, resting. As for the little sisters who used to surround her and try to get Miss Su to ask her eldest uncle to help introduce her to jobs, they now shunned her as well. Miss Su's parents didn't know where their daughter lived, so they had to call and scold her. Miss Su was now hiding in her house with her door, not even daring to go out for fear of encountering Su Chang's family and beating her up right there on the street. As for those who said before to take revenge on Yu Ji, but also do not even dare to think about it again. Yu Shang's little friend was unaware of what had happened. All he knew was that they had a new teacher, and that the old Mr. Su never showed up again. Another weekend came, and after a busy week, Yi Weisheng's project finally went smoothly. Yi Weisheng will be all the information finishing has been 10 o'clock in the evening, did not go to Yu Ji's side. After a whole week of work, Yi Weisheng was tired enough to return to the apartment to comfortably take a bath, pour a glass of red wine, sit on the sofa and Yu Sheng on the phone. Dad, are you working tomorrow? Daddy's off tomorrow. He's not working. Really? So do you have any plans for tomorrow? Yu Sheng wanted to go find Yi Weisheng, but Yu Ji said that there was a possibility that Yi Weisheng would have to work overtime or have some other arrangement. Yu Sheng then called to talk to Yi Weisheng. No, do you and Mom have any plans? Could it be that the mother and son were going to ask him to go out with them? Then how about I go with Mom to your house to play with you? Mom said you're tired from working overtime lately, it's not suitable for you to go out. Yi Weisheng was elated, not expecting them to plan to come to his side. Good. Then when will you guys come over? Wherever I can be with them. We'll go over there when we wake up. Yu Sheng was a lazy sleeper on weekends, and he didn't know what time he woke up. Yu Ji's voice came vaguely from the phone, probably far away. Yi Weisheng didn't hear it. Yu Sheng's voice came again. Mom said we'll go over at 10 o'clock. Good. Then Daddy will wait for you at home. Daddy, get an early night. Good night. Good night. Yi Weisheng downed the last sip of red wine, then got up and went upstairs. Tomorrow is sure to be a very pleasant weekend. Chapter 52. The Two Musketeers are better than Zhuge Liang. Yi Weisheng's biological clock is very regular. Waking up at 7 in the morning on time, washing and exercising for half an hour, breakfast at 8 o'clock, then wait for the wife and kids to come to the door. The waiting time is long. Yi Weisheng waited for 9 o'clock, so he went upstairs to change into a casual dress that Yu Sheng had chosen for him, picked up the car keys and went out. There is still an hour before 10 o'clock. Simply go over to pick them up, so that Yu Ji will not have to ride her little donkey over again. When Yi Weisheng arrived, Yu Ji and Yu Sheng were preparing to go out. Yu Sheng wants to see his father. Yu Ji does not stop. Anyway, now that the words have been said, it is impossible for Yi Weisheng not to see his son. As for the future, let's take it one step at a time. Children need happy and joyful environments to grow up in. The elevator doors opened and the three came to a six-way stop. Dad, what brings you over? Yuji and Yusheng both looked at Yi Weisheng in the elevator in surprise. Didn't we say they were going over? Why did Yi Weisheng come over? So are we still going? I'll come over to pick you up. Yi Weisheng walked out and took the bag Yuji was carrying, which contained Yusheng's toys. Yuji looked at a casual dress Yi Weisheng. The feeling is to look younger than when wearing formal dress. Since you're all the way over here, why don't you stay over here? No, the deal was to go to my side of the house. That house of his needed more of their mother and son scent. Daddy, you're dressed so handsome today. Yusheng felt that his young handsome dad had returned. Really, it's still my son who has a good eye. From now on, you'll be the one to choose all of dad's clothes for him, okay? Yes. The elevator went up and down, and several people walked into the elevator and went straight down to the negative floor, and took Yi Weisheng's car to his side. What do you want to eat for lunch? Yi Weisheng parked the car in the underground garage and asked Yuji while parking the car. On the first floor was the mall, so they could buy the groceries they were going to have for lunch on the way back. I'm good. What do you want to eat? Yusheng then didn't mince words in expressing her thoughts. I want to eat hot pot. Yuji looked at Yi Weisheng. What about you? I can. As long as I ate with them, I could eat anything. Do you have an induction cooker at home? There is. In fact, Yi Weisheng has not been used. He rarely cook at home. Anyway, he remembered that household appliances are complete. First promised to come down. A moment without and then come down to buy his. He did not want to spoil his son's fun. There is, isn't there? Is there or isn't there? I remember it was there, but I haven't used it yet. Let's go back and see if there isn't one before we come back down and buy it. Well, then we'll have fondue. Yeah. Yusheng jumped up and down happily. The three of them went to the supermarket to shop for ingredients together and bought a cart full of them. Back home, Yi Weisheng put the ingredients in the kitchen and went to look around for his induction cooker. Sure enough, he found it, still in the box unopened. Yi Weisheng took it apart and tried to see if it worked. Yusheng played with toys in the living room, and Yi Weisheng went to the kitchen to help Yuji wash dishes and prepare ingredients. Looking at Yuji, who was seriously washing vegetables with his head down, it was as if he had returned to the good old days of his college days, when Yuji was washing vegetables and he was cutting vegetables. They now also have a little baby. Yi Weisheng does it while feeling something in his heart. This is a family of three. A beautiful day in an ordinary life. Yusheng was playing with the blocks that Yi Weisheng had bought for him, and was playing seriously when suddenly a cell phone rang. Yusheng looked around and saw the cell phone that was ringing on the coffee table. He picked it up and looked at it. It's Dad's cell phone. So he picked up his cell phone and went to the kitchen to give it to Yi Weisheng. Dad, your cell phone is ringing. Yi Weisheng was slicing beef, and with a handful of oil that was inconvenient to hold, he asked Yusheng, who's calling? Aha! Yusheng carefully recognized. Kindergarten learned some words. Yuji taught him a lot at home. Yusheng can now recognize a lot of words, and those are the words he happens to recognize. It's Lin Zijie. What could Lin Zijie want with him on the weekend? He was the one who had to be with his wife and kids now. He didn't have time for him. This side never answered, and before Yi Weisheng could say anything, Lin Zijie's side hung up. Oh, come on. I'm hanging up. Just hang up and forget about it for a while. Yusheng took the phone out and just as she reached the kitchen door, she called in again. Dad, it's still Lin Zijie. Yi Weisheng was also inconvenient to pick up. Baby, tell him that Daddy is not available to pick up right now. Call him later. Yes. Yusheng picked up the phone and her milky voice came into Lin Zijie's ears. Hello? Hello? My dad can't answer the phone right now. He said to call you after he's busy. Lin Zijie was thunderstruck by the sound. Boss Yi, what's going on? Didn't you have a fight with Yuji? Why are you still helping her with the kids? Is he addicted to bringing up children? Although Lin Zijie was dissatisfied with Yuji, he couldn't be mean to the kids. He unconsciously lowered his voice and asked softly, who are you? I'm Daddy's boy. Where are you now? We're at Daddy's house. Are you and your mom there? Aha! Okay, then Uncle hang up first. Oh, bye Uncle. Bye. Lin Zijie decided to go and help Yi Weisheng to probe the enemy, to see what this Yuji is really playing. A few days ago, they were dying to be taken home, and it's only been a few days. Lin Zijie was a bit indignant. This Yuji has played Boss Yi for a fool. Lin Zijie hurriedly went out, and on the way, he didn't forget to call both Wu Sikai and Gu Xiaochang, and agreed to go over and take a look together. 3 ignorant cobblers add up to a genius. Gu Xiaochang had heard about Yi Weisheng and Yuji's quarrel, and he felt that there should be some misunderstanding between them. Only Lin Zijie felt that Yuji had a heavy heart and was teasing Yi Weisheng. The 3 of them almost arrived at Yi Weisheng's doorstep together. and Lin Zijie rang the doorbell. Dad, someone's coming. Yu Weisheng walked out with his hands full of oil and looked through the cat's eye. Oh, it came pretty fast and it's pretty much in one piece. Yu Weisheng opened the door, and the three of them looked at Yu Weisheng dressed in a flower apron. TSK, Boss Yi. What kind of look is that? The domineering president transformed into a good family man nah. But you look pretty good in this. You're instantly younger. Lin Zijie began to comment on Yu Weisheng. A long time did not see Yu Weisheng wearing casual wear. Suddenly wearing such a body. Really feel a lot younger. The other two also nodded their heads in agreement. This one is really youthful. Turn around and they also go to make a few sets to wear. Let me see your big baby. Lin Zijie squeezed into the house and immediately saw Yu Sheng sitting on the carpet playing with toys. Yu Sheng was also looking up at the three people coming in through the door at this time. Suddenly came strangers. Yu Sheng curiously looked at a few people. Only one Gu Xiaochang was the one he had seen. The other two did not recognize. Chapter 53, All I Need is a Dad. Gu Xiaochang had seen Yu Sheng before, and was not very surprised at this time. Looking at Yu Sheng's milky and cute little appearance, his heart was going to melt. Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai is different. They are the first time to see this legendary baby. The two were stunned. Really too much like. Yu Sheng sat on the ground and looked up at them. Wasn't that a scaled-down version of Yu Weisheng? This is Yu Ji's child? Lin Zijie's tongue-tied in shock. Who said anything about a paternity test? What's the need for a paternity test with those looks? Lin Zijie forgot all about it at the moment. When he said that the paternity test was done, he was the one who made the most noise. Aha! Yu Weisheng couldn't help but laugh out softly. Lin Zijie's stunned expression was hilarious. Boss Yi, I've appraised it for you. It's absolutely 100% your child. No need to spend that wasted money again. I know. Yu Weisheng was a little smug. This was originally his child. Wu Sikai looked at Yu Weisheng with suspicion. You know? You did that? It's not good to talk about paternity tests in front of the kids. Kids these days are all spooky and know everything. No. Yu Ji told me. She told you that? She said that this is your child? Lin Zijie's voice instantly rose a few decibels, staring at Yi Wei with some incredulity. Didn't you say last week that you had no regrets about leaving him? And this week why did you say it was his? Could it be that Yu Ji wants to refuse to welcome? Deliberately set a trap? However, on second thought, it seems like there's no need to set up a trap based on the kid's looks. Aha! Yu Weisheng smiled like a fool. The woman he loved gave birth to their child. Happiness suddenly came to him, smashing him a little. Gu Xiaochang patted Yu Weisheng's shoulder. It seemed that the two of them had made it clear, and Yu Weisheng smiled back. Lin Zijie rubbed his hands together, walked towards Yu Sheng, squatted in front of Yu Sheng and said, Little friend, what's your name? Lin Zijie's eagerness resembled that of a child trafficker. Yu Sheng was a little scared, climbed up and ran behind Yu Weisheng, hugged Yu Weisheng's legs, opened her big round eyes and peeked at Lin Zijie. Baby, don't be afraid. That's Uncle Lin. Only with Yu Weisheng's introduction did Yu Sheng timidly open her mouth. My name is Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng? Good name. Lin Zijie raised a big smile and extended his hand towards Yu Sheng in what he thought was an affectionate manner. Yu Sheng, I'm Papa Lin. Come over and give Papa Lin a hug. Yu Sheng's milky and cute appearance teased Wu Sikai. Yu Sheng, I'm Papa Wu. Come give Papa Wu a hug. Yu Sheng didn't understand how so many dads suddenly appeared, and ducked behind Yu Weisheng. All I need is a dad. Yu Sheng's childish words caused everyone to laugh. They're all weird uncles. It's better for Uncle Gu to hold them. Uncle Gu. Gu Xiaochang and Yu Sheng had met before. Gu Xiaochang reached out. Yu Sheng called out Uncle Gu and walked over to Gu Xiaochang for a hug. On what grounds? Old Gu, did you secretly see it? Lin Zijie was unconvinced. He was clearly the one who reached out first, so why wouldn't he be allowed to hug? Yeah, we've met a long time ago, haven't we Yu Sheng? Yes. Yu Sheng revealed a row of big white teeth in Gu Xiaochang's arms. Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai rubbed their fists together. Good you Gu Xiaochang. You don't talk about martial virtues. You actually sneak around alone to see the treasure. A few people came to the sofa and sat down. Yu Ji came out from the kitchen. After years of not seeing each other, the three of them seemed to have changed. And then again, they didn't seem to have changed. Seeing Yu Sheng, Lin Zijie's preconceived notions about Yu Ji disappeared without a trace. Seeing Yu Ji come out and take the initiative to greet sister-in-law. Hearing this name again, Yu Ji was suddenly a bit at a loss. She could no longer frankly respond to this title now, but in front of Yu Weisheng, she didn't know how to rebuff it. All that could be done was to smile awkwardly. You're here. Wu Sikai also called out to his sister-in-law. Gu Xiaochang didn't call out after them, but just nodded his head in friendly greeting at Yu Ji. His mind was more delicate than Lin Zijie's too, and when he saw Yuji's hands and feet, he knew that the title of sister-in-law was a bit awkward for the current Yuji. Boss Yi, what are you guys doing? Yi Weisheng was wearing an apron with grease stains on one hand and Yuji came out of the kitchen also wearing an apron. We're going to have fondue for lunch and are preparing the ingredients. Fondue? I want some too. Come what may. We all want to taste Boss Yi's handiwork. In the past, when he was in college, Yi Weisheng, the young master, learned to cook for the love of cooking, but they were shocked off their jaws. They also had the honor of following Yuji to feast. Now that he hasn't made it in 5 years, I wonder if his cooking skills have regressed. It just so happens that it's almost lunchtime. So let's eat together. Are there enough ingredients? Or should we go down and buy some? Gu Shaocheng hadn't eaten with them for a long time either. And taking advantage of the fact that Yuji was also there this time, everyone was considered to be together again after 5 years. Enough. We bought a lot. Just get some more, Yuji said and went back to the kitchen. Come and make your own if you want to eat. Yi Weisheng slanted a glance at these uninvited guests. Their family lunch was rubbed out by these people. Wu Sikai rolled up his sleeves and headed for the kitchen. Gu Shaocheng followed, and only Lin Zijie, a rascal, didn't go. Young Master Lin was never one to enter the kitchen, and he even gave himself a perfect excuse. How boring for baby to play alone. You guys go ahead. I'll stay here with our baby. Everyone was aware of his virtues and didn't bother with him. Lin Zijie is a mixer since he was a child. He is still very good at dealing with children, and soon got acquainted with Yu Sheng, and the two of them had a lot of fun. Baby, if you have one more daddy, you have one more person to love you. Isn't that good? No good. Mom says you can't be greedy or you won't have any of them. When Yuji took Yu Sheng to the supermarket to buy things, Yu Sheng chose too much, and Yuji would say that he couldn't be greedy or his mom wouldn't buy any of them. Lin Zijie continued to think of ways to lure. Then let's play a game. If you call out to Papa Lin will give you $100. Lin Zijie think this method must be useful. Those nieces and nephews in his family. As long as the money coaxed, anything for him to do. Yu Sheng thought for a moment and said, my father has money. Dad said he had lots and lots of money and that Dad would buy him anything he wanted. Lin Zijie was tigerish. If you don't call me Papa Lin, then I'll sneak you away now and take you to my house. Yu Sheng stared at Lin Zijie for a few seconds. You won't be able to take me away. My father will come out and beat you up. Dad said. Whoever bullies him, Dad will help him beat them up. When Lin Zijie thought about it, it was really possible. Yi Wei had never been merciful when he beat him up, and he couldn't help but shiver. Forget it, it doesn't work. Yu Sheng's softness and hardness frustrated Lin Zijie. No matter how Lin Zijie tried to lead Yu Sheng to call him Papa Lin, Yu Sheng insisted that he only wanted one father. And no matter how many big cakes Lin Zijie drew, Yu Sheng just didn't take them. But it also confirms the saying that like father, like son, they are all people who only recognize one tree. Real father and son no doubt. Chapter 54 I treat you like a brother and you want to have a child with me. And with 2 extra helpers in the kitchen, the dishes soon filled the table. Finally, tip the bottom of the pan on and it's ready to go. Come on, serve. Lin Zijie carried Yu Sheng to wash his hands. When she came out, Yu Sheng ran to sit next to Yuji. Lin Zijie came over to Yi Weisheng's ear and whispered, this Yu Sheng child is as dead-hearted as you are. Determine one and don't let go. Yi Weisheng snorted coldly, knowing that he was talking about Yu Sheng's refusal to call him Papa Lin. If you want to be a father, have one yourself. Yo, you're the only one who's marvelous. Lin Zijie's exaggerated expression amused everyone here. Anyway, there's nothing to do in the afternoon, so let's all have a drink. Wu Sikai ran to the wine cabinet and took a bottle of Yi Weisheng's collection. Bossy, this wine can be full on. Wu Sikai poured a cup for several people, while Yuji and Yu Sheng both drank milk. The bottom of the pot quickly boiled up, and Yi Weisheng helped place the dishes. The table ate and chatted, and most of the time the topic was about Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng listened to Yuji tell interesting stories about his childhood. Some of the things he did when he was 1 or 2 years old, he himself does not remember. Listen to it all, feel amazing. Come, let's have a drink together to celebrate our reunion. And welcome to our newest member, Yu Sheng. Everyone raised their glasses together, and Yu Sheng also carried his small cup and stood on the stool to clink glasses with everyone. Cheers! Cheers! Putting down the cup, Wu Sikai began to tease Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, drink up. We'll be good friends from now on. Aha! Yu Sheng nodded with a smile. Then from now on I'll call you baby and you call me Papa Wu. Okay? Yu Sheng blinked her big eyes and looked at Yuji. Then at Yi Weisheng. There are too many people calling outside baby. You'd better call me Yu Sheng. Otherwise I don't even know who you're calling. Ha ha ha. Yu Sheng's answer made everyone laugh. That little wit. Boss Yi. This son of yours follows you. Of course my son follows me. A few people talked and laughed and ate for an hour or two. with Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai drinking the most and smelling of alcohol. Yu Sheng poured them all a cup of tea, and Lin Zijie enjoyed it to no end. It's still our Yu Sheng baby, that's good. In the past when we came to Boss Ye's place, we still had to pour our own water to drink, but now there are people serving tea in water. Boss Yi, you're enjoying the blessings. What? Envious? Envy. Who wouldn't want such a cute baby? Give birth to one if you're envious. If Lin Zijie wanted to get married and have a child, then there were plenty of women willing to give birth to him. Is this something you can just say you can have? If I could have one myself, I'd be high and low to have one with you. Lin Zijie collapsed on top of Yi Weisheng. This kid, he treats him like a brother and he wants to have kids with him? Yi Weisheng pushed him away with one hand, and the other two also looked disgusted and hid away. Lin Zijie was not happy. What are you hiding for? Don't you want to watch a child who looks exactly like Boss Yi call you father all day long? Wu Sikai and Gu Shaocheng turned their faces to the side. Was this something that could be taken out and said in front of Boss Yi? The two of them waxed over Lin Zijie in their hearts. Yi Weisheng rubbed his fists together and swung his fist onto Lin Zijie's butt. Good you Lin Zijie, I treat you like a brother, but you want to be my father. Calling who daddy? Lin Zijie got his ass kicked. Call your father. I'll call you dad. Alright. Ouch. Yi Weisheng picked up Lin Zijie's ear. Call out for a listen. Lin Zijie called out in a jarring voice. Dad. Yu Sheng, however, refused to do so and ran over to hug Yi Weisheng's thighs, beaming, dissatisfied that Lin Zijie had snatched his dad from him. This my dad. Look. Your son won't let you scream. Let go. Let go. Yi Weisheng rubbed Yu Sheng's little head. It's okay baby. Uncle Lin is joking and fooling around with daddy. Oh. Yu Sheng looked at Lin Zijie with a curious face. He was so old and still called him dad. Lin Zijie couldn't fight Yi Weisheng since he was a child, but he had to mess with it. And every time he was beaten up and screamed. Yi Weisheng retracted his evil claws, and Lin Zijie covered his ears with an accusing face. You two only know how to watch the show from the sidelines. You don't even know how to come and help me. Wu Sikai flirted with him. You sing a good opera and don't pay for it, so why don't we watch it? No, pay up. My Lin Xiao's play isn't that good, Lin Zijie said as he lunged towards the two men. Wu Sikai and Gu Shaocheng dodged to the sides at the same time. Lin Zijie pounced. Lin Zijie slumped to the ground and began to grunt. You two heartless ones. Thanks to me thinking of you for all the good things, you're actually bullying me along with this evil man. Gu Shaocheng came in salty. It's called an evil man has his own evil man. Lin Zijie looked like he had instantly grabbed Gu Shaocheng's handle. Boss Yi, he called you an evil person. You can tolerate this? Lin Zijie even slanted Gu Shaocheng with a smug look after he finished, waiting to be cleaned up by Boss Yi. Yi Weisheng also returned with a nonchalant. I was originally evil. Lin Zijie spat out a fragrant #and %. Wu Sikai gave Lin Zijie a brain crash on the back of his head. What are you talking about you? Teaching the children bad things. Ow, said Lin Zijie, glaring viciously at Wu Sikai. Yu Sheng smiled the entire time as he watched these uncles. You and I talking. He thought it was too funny. Especially Uncle Lin, sitting on the floor like a little kid taking the piss. Yu Ji came out of the kitchen with a plate of fruit and placed it on the coffee table. Lin Zijie began to be conspiratorial again. To say that in this family there has to be a mistress. Look at Boss Ye's house. It used to be so cold and quiet that I had to have a cold shower when I came in on a hot day. Now come on. Not only is there hot pot to eat and tea to drink, but fruit too? Yi Weisheng took an apple and stuffed it into his mouth, cursing him with a laugh. You still can't block this mouth of yours with food. There was another plate of fruit in the kitchen and Yu Ji was about to go in and bring it out when Lin Zijie smiled and ate the fruit and called out to her. Sister-in-law, don't be busy. Come and sit down for a while. I have incriminating evidence against Boss Yi to reveal to you. When Gu Shaocheng and Wu Sikai saw Lin Zijie like this, they knew that he was drunk today. Lin Zijie drunk. The words in his mouth cannot hold a word. No one can stop. The more you stop him the more vigor, the more uncontrolled his mouth. The two covered their faces and moved in surprising unison. LOL, you kid. Fend for yourself. Oh, what is my offense? Name it for me to hear? Yi Weisheng looked at Lin Zijie, revealing his morose white teeth. Yu Ji felt trance and amusement. It was a scene that often appeared in their college days. When Lin Zijie was bullied by Yi Weisheng, he would come to her to complain. Chapter 55. What if he's unisex? Lin Zijie is a typical dish and fun-loving. Can't beat Yi Weisheng but still have to mess with it. At that time, Yu Ji had once wondered if Lin Zijie was secretly in love with Yi Weisheng. Hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. Without hitting and scolding, he doesn't feel pain. Lin Zijie attempted to get Yi Weisheng's attention in this way. Later, Lin Zijie began to date a variety of girlfriends. Yu Ji is a little more at ease. Then one day, Yu Ji inadvertently told Yi Weisheng about this matter. Yi Weisheng came to say, what if he is a man and a woman? Yu Ji was scared enough again. I didn't realize he was still the same after all these years. Lin Zijie patted the seat next to him. Sister-in-law, why are you sitting so far away? Come sit over here. Yu Ji sat without moving. She was also curious. Lin Zijie and to burst Yi Weisheng, what information? I sit here quite good. You say it. Then I'll sit over a bit. Let's keep our voices down. Don't let Boss Yi hear us. Lin Zijie moved over to Yu Ji's side and moved over to say in what he thought was a very low voice. I'm telling you, after you guys broke up, Boss Yi said he was going to make a lot of money and then use it to knock you out. Yu Ji was stunned for a moment, followed by some shame. She knew that the money matter had hit Yi Weisheng hard. Wu Sikai forehead. This kid really dared to say. Really is a wine-strong courage nah. Gu Xiaochang simply didn't have the eyes to see it, and he decided to stay away from the battlefield, lest blood be spilled on him. He stood up and walked towards Yu Shang. Yu Shang baby, what's that you're building with your blocks? I'm building a pirate ship that daddy bought me. An oversized pirate ship. Really? Will you take uncle to see the blocks you built? Yes. Yu Shang gleefully pulled Gu Xiaochang to look at his blocks. The child was taken away by Gu Xiaochang. Lin Zijie had even less regard. He also said that he's now the president of Vichy. He has a lot of money. Even if you have a child with another man, he'll still take you. Wu Sikai covered Lin Zijie's mouth to prevent him from saying more shocking words. He's drunk. I'll take him upstairs to sober up. Lin Zijie was still struggling. When Wu Sikai finished speaking, he shouldered Lin Zijie and ran. Yu Sheng watched with amazement as Wu Sikai carried Lin Zijie up the stairs. Baby, let's go see your Uncle Lin playing drunk. Gu Xiaochang saw the two of them. Yi Weisheng and Yu Ji should have something to talk about, picked up Yu Sheng and headed upstairs. Yu Ji and Yi Weisheng, who were left at a loss for words, stared at each other wide-eyed. Yu Ji could imagine what Lin Zijie hadn't finished saying. She had always thought that Yi Weisheng had been chasing after her all this time because of the grudges and unwillingness in his heart. I didn't realize that after so many years, Yi Weisheng's feelings for her were still so deep and persistent. So much so that even if Yu Sheng wasn't his child, he was willing to be Yu Sheng's father for her sake. Yu Ji heart mixed feelings. Internal struggle for a long time suddenly released. In her eyes when she looked at Yi Weisheng, there was also no longer the detachment that had been causing Yi Weisheng's heart to panic for so long. If it was in the past, when Yi Weisheng heard Lin Zijie flip out these words, he would definitely be angry. But now that he knew the truth of the matter, Yi Weisheng only felt self-blame and shame. Yu Ji for his sake, alone to bear the pain of the breakup, the pressure of public opinion, the heartbreaking pain of bringing up children, and he talks about her like that behind her back. Blames her, even hates her. Yi Weisheng walked over to Yu Ji and sat down next to him, holding Yu Ji's hand in his heart. I'm sorry, I apologize to you for the asshole things I said before. It's alright. If you don't know, let bygones be bygones. You can't always hold on to the past and live every day with memories and regrets. Regardless of the past, she just wants to take her son and make the best of every day ahead. Yi Weisheng quietly gazed at the Yu Ji in front of him, deep eyes more gentle like water, the tightly pursed corners of the mouth into a smile. Good. I will double the good to you and your son in the future, to make up for all the past. Yi Weisheng's deep eyes were as serene and deep as the ocean, making Yu Ji unable to resist indulging in them. Yu Ji pushed down the fluttering in her heart and hooked her lips into a smile. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind and her smile briefly froze for a moment before returning to normal. Yi Weisheng had been gazing at her, and even though it was only a short moment, it was still captured by him. Any more concerns? Let me know if you have any ideas and we'll work it out together. No. Yu Ji smiled a far-fetched smile. Yi Weisheng didn't want to be so perfunctory. Since it was all said and done, let's take out all the problems and solve them, so they can live their lives in peace. Yi Weisheng faced sullen and solemn. Xiao Ji, you still do not believe me, is it? No. Since there isn't, then we'll go get a marriage license on Monday. Yi Weisheng's attitude hardened. He must put all the concerns in Yu Ji's heart away. No way. Yu Ji didn't even think about directly refusing. Yi Weisheng's brows furrowed. Why not? Yu Ji's lips moved without looking at him. There's no reason. It just won't work anyway. Did my mom ask you for something else? In addition to breaking up, did his mom also ask her not to be with him again in the future? No. Don't think too much. Yu Ji brushed away Yi Weisheng's hand with some annoyance and walked to the balcony. Yi Weisheng immediately followed up. How can you make me not think more like this? Don't you understand my heart? I just want to be with you and raise our son with you. You don't love me anymore? That's why you don't want to be with me. And you came over today all because of your son? Was it because her son wanted to see him that she had to come along? No. Yu Ji looked out the window at the traffic. This noisy world. There are too many bodies. Then why exactly? Yi Weisheng's brow was furrowed to the point where he could pinch a fly. Yuji's heart of defense completely collapsed. Because I do not deserve you. I cannot help you. So I can't be with you. Do you understand? Yi Weisheng's heart contracted fiercely as if he had been knocked on the head. Who said you don't deserve me? There's no one. It's me who thinks I don't deserve you. Yuji's fingertips trembled slightly. Yi Weisheng couldn't help but knock Yuji's head. Yuji held his head with both hands in pain. What are you doing? To keep you awake. Listen carefully, Yuji. Yi Weisheng, will only take you as my wife in this life. You're so good. So great. You're the only one who deserves me. And don't even think about looking for any handsome young boys. I wouldn't approve. Yuji muttered in a small voice. Who needs your permission? You still really want to? Yi Weisheng was furious and raised his hand to flick her in the head. Yuji covered his forehead to avoid it. No. Yi Weisheng withdrew his hand. It's better if there isn't any. Yuji beamed. But I can't help you. I can take care of the company on my own. And I'm already the president of Wichita now. Do you think I still need a business marriage? Yuji thought about it. He has now successfully inherited the company and become the president of the company. But, his family would never approve. Especially his mom. No buts. All those jumbled thoughts in your head. Knock it clean or not? If not, I'll knock it again. Yi Weisheng gestured to knock again. Yuji hastened to hold his head a little farther away. Clean. Chapter 56, 5 years. Still the same taste. If Yi Weisheng's mom knew that Yuji had taken her money and was now with her son, wouldn't her lungs explode? When are we going to have the wedding? So sudden? Speaking of marriage, Yuji is a little timid. A little confused. She really can marry him? Wouldn't it be too soon even if it were possible? Neither parent knows yet. Yuji's parents, although conservative thinking, but the couple love. And Yuji was also very good since childhood. Yuji also listened to her parents. The birth of a child is the first time Yuji against the wishes of her parents. Marriage was about her lifelong happiness. So she could understand her parents' opposition. If it's just an unmarried pregnancy, it's okay to have the wedding before the belly gets big. But in Yuji's case, the baby's father doesn't know about the baby. And Yuji will have to give birth to it all by herself. That's what Yuji's mom and dad can't accept. And Yi Weisheng's parents, if they can't accept her, then she'll take the child and live on her own. If Yuji is going to get married, she still wants to be recognized by her parents. And having a harmonious and fulfilling family is what she is looking forward to. Yi Weisheng squinted at Yuji. But I've already proposed to you. But I didn't say yes. Give birth to all my children and still no yes? Wait a little longer. How long? Yi Weisheng couldn't wait a moment. He wanted to hug his wife and children. I'm not ready yet. After all, we've been separated for 5 years. Yi Weisheng knew that 5 years was enough time to change a lot of things. My heart for you is still the same as it was 5 years ago. No, it should be more and deeper than it was 5 years ago. It's okay, I'll wait for you. Yi Weisheng also still has some things to do. Yuji's parents. He has not yet taken the time to go over. If you want to marry their daughter, you must surely obtain their forgiveness and approval. There was also his parents' side, and he had to go back and talk to them face to face sometime. Yi Weisheng no longer pressed. Yuji breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. It is I who should thank you. My great future wife. That's a little too soon to call it that. What? You want to back out? It's not that I want to go back on my word. But, your parents. Would they agree? Especially your mom. She had taken money from his mom. Leave this to me. They will agree. Even if they didn't agree, he would still marry Yuji. Besides, he had ways to get them to agree. Well, Yuji had no idea in her heart. In the eyes of Mother Yi, she should have a bad image. Yi Weisheng stepped forward and swept Yuji into his arms. Yuji embraced Yi Weisheng's narrow waist, leaning against his chest. Yi Weisheng does not like to use perfume. Only the fragrance of laundry detergent on the clothes. The smell of light and light especially good. Yi Weisheng use of laundry detergent are imported. Yuji cannot afford to buy. Every time she washes clothes in the past few years, she will think of Yi Weisheng clothes on the scent. It's been 5 years, and it still tastes the same. At this moment Yuji's apprehensive heart finally fell steadily. At this moment, Yi Weisheng's cell phone rang. Yi Weisheng took it out and looked at it. The caller ID is Ms. Li. Yi Weisheng's mom's name is Li Manli. Yi Weisheng connected in front of Yuji. Hello, Mom? The word mom made Yuji's heart flinch. Really afraid of what will come. She had just talked about how she wouldn't agree. And the next second the call came in. Most of the time it was Ye's mom's side talking. Yi Weisheng just listened quietly. Aha! Got it. Yes. Yi Weisheng's tone grew impatient. I know. Hang up. Yi Weisheng hung up on Ms. Yi and put his phone in his pants pocket. Yuji opened his eyes wide and looked at Yi Weisheng without blinking. What's wrong? It's okay. She asked me to come back to the old house for dinner tomorrow. Yi Weisheng just returned to China. The weekend to go back to the old house to eat twice. After that has been living in this side of the apartment, coupled with the recent busy work, even less time to go back. Yi mother wants her son, but also knows that the company has been very busy recently. Yi Weisheng entered the company to do the first big project. Must be done beautifully, so Yi mother did not call Yi Weisheng, for fear of disturbing his work. Luo Yang's dad is the housekeeper of the old mansion and Luo Yang goes back to the old mansion to see his dad. Yi's mother then found out from him that Yi Weisheng's project was already busy and hurriedly called her son. Yi Weisheng did not let the nanny live at home to take care of, and there is no cook at home. The company is so busy, eat takeout every day and no nutrition. Yi's mother then wanted Yi Weisheng to go back and have the cook make something delicious for him. The main thing is that she wants to introduce her son to a blind date, and if there is nothing going on and she just calls Yi Weisheng to go back for dinner, Yi Weisheng will definitely guess what she intends to do and will definitely not go back. This time, let's take this opportunity to call the girl and the two of them meet and get to know each other. Oh, Yu Ji was a little envious. She could go back to her parents' home on weekends. She was now unable to go back to her home, afraid that her parents would be furious. Want to come back with me? Yi Weisheng saw the despondency in Yu Ji's eyes. It seems that Yu Ji's parents have to arrange a trip as soon as possible, so she can also go home to reunite with her parents. Yu Ji was shocked and hastily returned. Don't! The voice was a bit shrill because of fear, and Yi Weisheng was a bit stunned for a moment. Yi Weisheng, who reacted, couldn't help himself. So scared? Aha! How can you not be afraid? That was Yi Weisheng's mom and dad. Yi Weisheng did not expect Yu Ji to be so honest. Don't be afraid. They won't eat you. That's not necessarily true. Yi Weisheng's mom and dad were both very serious people. Yu Ji has seen Yi Weisheng's mother. Yi Weisheng's father Yu Ji has only seen on TV. Yi Weisheng's eyes like his mother. Nose and mouth like his father. Yi Weisheng knows that Yu Ji cares about the previous incident and is afraid that his mother will not approve of her. In fact, it is still Yi's mother begged Yu Ji. Yu Ji is considered to help her favor. His mother should thank Yu Ji is right. It's okay, they just seem serious, and after spending time with them, you'll realize they're pretty nice. I'm not going anyway, at least for now she wasn't going to go. People at the top of the pyramid can't talk to anyone below them, so how can they get along? Yi Weisheng is not difficult for her. He knows that Yu Ji will not go with him now. The defense in her heart has not really put down. He just wanted to tease her. What if she wants to? That would be a surprise. Fine, then don't go. We'll go when you're willing to see them. Yu Ji flashed an awkward yet polite fake smile. Chapter 57, Li Mushi. Upstairs, Lin Zijia sang and danced, making so much noise that he couldn't be bothered, and was forced to turn off the phone by Wu Sikai. Gu Shaochang took Yu Sheng upstairs to play with Wu Sikai in the lounge for a while, and feeling that the two downstairs should be almost done talking, they went downstairs together. Seeing Yi Weisheng and Yu Ji holding hands, Wu Sikai joked, Yu Sheng baby, it looks like you're going to have a brother or sister soon. Yu Ji's small face reddened and she panicked, pulling her hand out of Yi Weisheng's palm. Yu Sheng looked at Wu Sikai with wide eyes with a face of surprise. Really? Really? If you don't believe me, ask your mom and dad. Yu Sheng ran to Yu Ji. Really? Mom, I'm going to have a sibling? Yu Sheng had always been alone, and he envied the other kids who had younger siblings, or older siblings to play with. No, Uncle Wu was teasing you. Yu Sheng instantly wilted, beaming her small unhappy mouth. Fine. Yi Weisheng picked up Yu Sheng. Baby want a younger sibling? Yu Sheng spread her face and smiled. Want? Then tell mommy to give you one. Mom, have one. How about it? Cough. Yu Ji gave Yi Weisheng a blank look. How could he also follow the blind coaxing? Baby, mommy has you all to herself, but the baby wants a sibling. Then when your siblings find mommy will introduce you to each other. Okay? Yes. Yu Sheng prayed in his heart that his younger siblings would come quickly to find his mom. Gu Shaochang and Wu Sikai did not know what Yu Ji played dumb. In front of small children, it is not good to ask more questions, so they talked about other things. The next morning, the early morning sunlight hits the kitchen. Yu Ji is having breakfast. Yu Sheng said last night that he wanted to eat toast omelette. She got up early this morning and made it for her son. Yu Sheng, get up yet. If you don't get up, we won't be able to go to the amusement park today. Oh, Mom, I'm up. Yu Sheng's voice came from outside. Hurry up and wash up. It's time for breakfast. Yu Ji moved nimbly to put the fried eggs on the freshly baked toast bread. Not long after, Yu Sheng ran to the kitchen door. Mom, I'm ready. Good. Let's have breakfast then. Yu Ji brought the two of them breakfast on the table. Yu Sheng asked Yu Ji while eating breakfast. Mom, will Dad talk to me about going together today? Daddy has something to do today and can't go with us. Wait until the next time Daddy is free. Then ask Daddy to go with us. After returning last night, Yu Sheng asked Yu Ji if he could take him to the amusement park today. Yuji thought of the last time I said to take my son to go, but before going out to get a call from the company, went to work overtime. Anyway, I had nothing to do today, so I agreed to take him for the day. Okay. After breakfast, Yuxing took his son hat, a small water bottle, and coolly went out. On Yi Weisheng's side, he was woken up early in the morning by the sound of the phone, and Ye's mother got up early in the morning to remind her son that he must remember to return to the old mansion today. She had made an appointment with Li Mushi, the daughter of the Li group, to come to the house today, so she couldn't be stood up by that brat again. Li's group is also ranked in H City. Wei Qi also has business cooperation with them. Yi Weisheng if he can be with Li Mushi, it is a strong combination. This Li Mushi is pretty and sweet-mouthed, very good at pleasing the elders, and every time she comes over, she coaxes Ye's mother into a smile. Li Mushi is 2 years younger than Yi Weisheng, is the only daughter of the Li family, in the future is to inherit the family's company, so after finishing high school in the country, was sent to study abroad to study finance and business management. When Yi Weisheng was abroad, he happened to be in the same school as Li Mushi. Li Mushi has seen Yi Weisheng many times in school. They come from the same country. Yi Weisheng looks tall and handsome. Li Mushi is secretly in love with him. She had also looked for a chance to meet Yi Weisheng by chance, but unfortunately it was useless. Yi Weisheng didn't look at her at all. At that time, there were too many girls who wanted to have a chance encounter with Yi Weisheng, but Yi Weisheng didn't pay any attention to them. Every time he saw those clumsy tricks, Yi Weisheng only felt amused. These actions had already been used on him during his college days. That's how Yuji got him. He wasn't going to fall for another trick. So they are in the same school but haven't spoken a word yet. After a long time without seeing Yi Weisheng, Li Mushi went to inquire to know that Yi Weisheng has returned to China, so she came back immediately as well. The school they attend, many are the heirs of the families of major corporations. Yi Weisheng temperament is noble. In and out of the bodyguards follow. A look at the big head. People in their circle knew each other quite a lot. Li Mushi was not familiar with the people in H City because she had studied abroad for many years, but her good girlfriend, she knew the cockneys in your circle very well. It was easy to find out that Yi Weisheng was the current president of the Weichang group. Li Mushi was thrilled. She didn't expect Yi Weisheng to come from such a big place. Only such an excellent man with a good family background would be worthy of her. After she returned to China, she entered her own company, and when she familiarized herself with the business, she found out that their family also cooperated with the Yi family. So she found the opportunity to get to know Yi Weisheng's mother. She had visited Ye's mom at home a few times, but she hadn't seen Yi Weisheng. Yi mother said that Yi Weisheng has no girlfriend. Yi mother words outside the field asked her a few times. There is no boyfriend. There is no favorite person. See her that means she wants to set up her and Yi Weisheng. So she wasn't in a hurry. People like them were all about the right family. Their family still had a partnership with the Wichita group, and as long as she had Ye's mother's approval, then she would be halfway there. No. The opportunity presented itself. Yesterday, when Ye's mom knew that her son was free, she called Yi Weisheng, and after Yi Weisheng promised to come back for dinner, Ye's mom immediately called Li Mushi over and told her that Yi Weisheng was coming home for dinner today and asked her to go over and have dinner together as well to make friends. Li Mushi packed up early and came to the Yi family's old mansion, and Ye's mother complimented her on her outfit. Cici is so beautiful, capable and pretty. Whoever can marry you home will really be blessed for several lifetimes. Li Mushi was already tall and diminutive, and today she specifically picked an apricot-colored slim-fitting dress, making her even more graceful. V-shaped collar, revealing her slender swan neck, a simple silver and white necklace hanging between the neck, face slightly powdered painted a beautiful light makeup, warm atmosphere, feet a pair of high heels of the same color. A look is the sense of the luxury family Tianjin. Li Mushi smiled blushingly. Auntie, you're also too good at complimenting people. Compared to you, I'm at most a small family girl. You're the gentle and atmospheric lady of the world. When Lai Manli was young, she was a famous beauty, and Yi Weisheng could be said to have inherited all of his mom and dad's good qualities. Ye's mother was flattered. I'm old. I can't compare with you young people. Where? Auntie is not old at all. When we walk on the street together, people will think we are two sisters. Ye's mother was already beautiful, plus well-maintained. Her husband is considerate to her. Her son is also worry-free, and she has nothing to worry about. All day long is shopping and beauty and playing cards. The mind is good, so it looks younger too. But it's impossible to show any more youthfulness than a 20-something-year-old. Mother Yi knew that Li Mushi was paying her a compliment, but it was something she loved to hear when she said it. It's a woman's nature to love beauty, and it's also the nature of all people to love to hear nice things. Chapter 58. Mr. Yi still has more suitors. What flavors of dishes does Cici like to eat? I'll have the kitchen prepare them for you. Auntie, I'm not a picky eater. Any flavor will do. It's the ones who aren't picky eaters who are blessed with a mouthful of anything tasty. Li Mushi feigned annoyance and said, Auntie, you can just say that I'm a good eater and want to eat a little bit of everything. Then, according to you, Auntie is also a good eater. Really? No wonder Auntie and I hit it off so well. I can't believe we even have the same tastes. While the two of them were laughing and joking, Ye's mother glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. Why hadn't that brat of hers come yet? Ye's mom excused herself to go to the bathroom and called Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng was driving on the road. Hello? Brat, why haven't you come over yet? Coming. 10 minutes. Okay, hurry up. Yi Weisheng hit the steering wheel and entered the mountain highway. The Yi family's old mansion was located in the Yunsan mountain villa area. Here are all private garden villas. The more you go inside the villa point, the larger the area of the land, which also means that the richer, the higher the status. When he arrived at the door, the gate opened automatically and Yi Weisheng parked his car in the garage. Butler Luo had watched Yi Weisheng grow up since he was a child, and he knew Yi Weisheng's temper quite well. If he went in later and saw Ms. Li inside, it was unlikely that Yi Weisheng would turn his head away again like before. This time, this Miss Li seems quite nice, and her ladyship likes it too. The housekeeper greeted him and decided to give Yi Weisheng a heads up first, so that he wouldn't be at all psychologically prepared in a while and make things awkward for everyone. Young master, you're back. Madam and Miss Li have been waiting for you in the house for a long time. Yi Weisheng caught the keyword. Ms. Li? Yes, it's the daughter of H City's Li Group, said to have only just returned from abroad, and has been coming over to see Madam a lot lately. Li's group also has cooperation with Witcher. This Ms. Li just came back from abroad, and she's so close to my mom, and comes over to his mom a lot? The daughter of Li's group should not be too old, and still only just came back from abroad. How did she get together with his mom? Yi Weisheng reacted to the feelings of his mother's heartache and miss him as false. Using this reason to trick him back to the blind date is true. Yi Weisheng suddenly didn't want to go in. I don't know about this. I see. Ms. Li is specially dressed up today. Young master, you'd better go in quickly, and dressed up for the occasion. Yi Weisheng just wanted to turn around and leave. He thought so and did so. Housekeeper Luo hurriedly pulled Yi Weisheng. Young master, you've come. You have to go in and say hello, or else it won't be easy to explain to Madam. Yi Weisheng doesn't care. Ye's mom is the first to decide, but she won't allow him not to go to this banquet? Seeing that he couldn't pull it off, Butler Luo yelled out at the top of his voice. Madam, young master is back. When Ye's mother heard this, she knew that Yi Weisheng was going to run away and quickly got up to welcome him. Brat, why don't you go inside when you're back and stay outside? Yi Weisheng said without a word of humor. What do you think? Yi mother glanced at the butler, who nodded silently. Quickly go inside. Mom introduces a new friend for you to meet. Not interested. Son, listen to your mom. This Ms. Li is quite nice in every way. And you're still alumni, so you'll surely have a lot in common. She's going to take over Li's group soon. And Li's is a partner with us. Wichita, you go in first and get to know each other. Just as a friend. Or else mom won't be able to explain. Yi mom finished looking pitifully at Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng's brows were knitted tightly, and Ye's mother looked at him blearily, and even nodded at him when she saw Yi Weisheng looking over. The fact that the owner of Li's group only had an only daughter was something that Yi Weisheng had also heard about, and if this Ms. Li took over Li's, then they would meet sooner or later. Yi Weisheng sighed imperceptibly. I'll talk to you first. I'm only meeting with her as a partner. Don't get any wrong ideas, or I won't give you face. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, all at your service. Ye's mother was instantly delighted. Li Mushi is beautiful, sweet-talking and capable. She believes that as long as Yi Weisheng goes in and meets him, he will definitely like it. Let's go. Don't keep the guests waiting. Yi mother was in a beautiful mood and took the lead in turning around and walking towards the house. Yi Weisheng reluctantly followed, looking at the tall figure that walked into the living room one after the other with Ye's mother. Li Mushi unconsciously stood up from the sofa. Her eyes flashed like starlight, and there was undisguised joy between her eyebrows. Yi Weisheng closer and closer. Li Mushi heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Inwardly excited. Half a year has not seen. Yi Weisheng still like convergence. Temperament. Mother Yi enthusiastically introduced the two. Cici, this is my son Weisheng. Son, this is the daughter of the Li group. Ms. Li Mushi Li. Yi Weisheng politely gave a slight nod to Li Mushi. Hello, Ms. Li. Suppressing the surging emotions inside, Li Mushi guffawed. Hello, Mr. Yi. Ye's mother greeted the two people to sit down. Yi Weisheng sat down on a sofa furthest away from Li Mushi, his legs folded cold and detached. Ye's mother sat beside Li Mushi and found a topic for the two of them. Weisheng, Cici also studied at Oxford University before, and she's still an alumnus with you, yes? Yi Weisheng was non-committal. Yeah, and Cici just came back home, So maybe you guys even met at school, right? See? Mother Yi passed the words to Li Mushi, who raised her eyes to look at Yi Weisheng across the table and smiled knowingly. Auntie, when you say it like that, I really remember. Mr. Yi and I did meet at school. It's just that we didn't know each other at that time, so we didn't greet each other. Hearing this, Yi Weisheng probably guessed why Li Mushi, a young girl who had just returned from abroad, was so close to his mom. So it's using his mom as a springboard. This Li Mushi should be one of those women who have a crush on him. Ye's mom glanced back and forth at the two of them, her face full of surprise. Really? Then you guys are really destined for each other. Li Mushi secretly glanced at Yi Weisheng, smiled lightly, and did not answer. When Ye's mother saw Li Mushi's expression, she knew that she liked Yi Weisheng, so she continued to look for words without words. Cici is so pretty. She must have a lot of suitors at school, right? Li Mushi steered the topic towards Yi Weisheng. Speaking of which, that's still Mr. Yi who has more suitors. Isn't that right, Mr. Yi? Yi Weisheng raised an eyebrow. I have a lot of business to do every day, so I didn't notice any suitors that Ms. Li was talking about. Ye's mother was still quite confident in her son's looks and charisma, and he had been liked by girls since he was a child. Yi mother stared exaggeratedly and asked with feigned curiosity. Oh, Cici, you know all about this? Yes, Auntie. Mr. Yi has an outstanding temperament and is very popular in the school. Our dormitory classmates are all Mr. Ye's admirers. We often hear them mentioning Mr. Yi, and I never thought that Mr. Yi would be your son. Yi Weisheng laughed coldly in his heart. Really a woman with a heart of gold. Yi mother looked at Li Mushi with ulterior motives and threw out a question. Then what does Cici think of our Weisheng? Chapter 59, My girlfriend will be angry if she finds out. Li Mushi blushed and smiled, raised his eyes and secretly measured the opposite side of the Yi Weisheng. Eyebrows like a distant mountain nose, thin lips pursed, upright posture, hands and feet show elegance and nobility. Now sitting quietly with lowered eyes, he revealed a sense of crisp detachment. Your son, Auntie, is naturally the best. Yi mother slapped Li Mushi's hand folded in her lap angrily. You girl is really good at talking. Li Mushi smiled wryly and looked at Yi Weisheng with a burning gaze. But Yi Weisheng was like a log and didn't look at her at all. Yi mother again looked at her son who was sitting by the side without saying a word. Weisheng, Cici has now taken over Li's group. Our Weichui and Li's are also old partners who have been working together for many years. The company is now in the hands of your young people. The two of you need to be more in touch and communicate more in the future. That's natural. Work-wise I hope Ms. Li will teach me more in the future. Yi Weisheng had a business-like appearance, and Mother Yi smiled sardonically. The nanny tells Ye's mom that lunch is ready, and Ye's mom greets the two of them as they head to the dining room for dinner. The long dining table was filled with all kinds of delicious food. Yi Weisheng's father was not at home, so it was only Yi Weisheng's three people eating. Ye's mom arranged for Li Mushi to sit next to Yi Weisheng. While she sat across from him, the three of them began to eat, and several of them had been taught advanced table manners, so the dining room was extraordinarily quiet, with only the occasional clink of spoons against plates. Creak. Feel free to chuck whatever you like. No need for guests. Yes, Auntie, I won't be polite with you. Li Mushi helped Ye's mother to clip a piece of spare ribs over. Auntie, your cook is really good. This sweet and sour spare ribs are made crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. You should also try it. Yi mother took the ribs that Li Mushi clipped to her. Cici also likes eating sweet and sour pork ribs. Ah, our Weisheng's favorite since he was little is sweet and sour pork ribs. Li Mushi looked at Yi Weisheng with surprise in her sideways face. Really? Yi Weisheng grunted out a word So Mr. Yi is a sweet tooth? Yi Weisheng didn't answer, chucked a piece of fish and lowered his head to eat it. Li Mushi was a little embarrassed, and Ye's mother hurriedly picked up. He can eat anything sweet and spicy, but his favorite dish is sweet and sour pork. Li Mushi smiled. She could already tell that Yi Weisheng didn't want to make conversation, so she didn't say anything else to avoid embarrassment, and finished the meal quietly. Several people returned to the living room. Yi mother wanted to let Yi Weisheng and Li Mushi spend some time alone, so she excused herself to go upstairs to take a nap. Don't be offended by Cici. Auntie is getting older, and she feels dizzy every day when she doesn't take a nap for a while. Weisheng, help me greet Cici. Having the opportunity to be alone with Yi Weisheng, Li Mushi was too happy to be happy. No, Auntie, you don't need to care about me. Go and rest now. Weisheng, Cici, you all stay and eat dinner over here before you go back. I'll come down after resting for a while. Yi Weisheng didn't pay any attention to Yi mother's little bit. I still have things to do, so I'm leaving. Miss Li, please make yourself at home. Ye's mom and Li Mushi both froze. Ye's mother pulled back Yi Weisheng, who turned around and wanted to leave. Wait, aren't all the company's affairs finished? What else is there to do on the weekend? There's something else. Li Mushi knew that Yi Weisheng didn't want to be alone with her, and that she would be bored here if Yi Weisheng left. So in order to get more time with Yi Weisheng, she proposed that she wanted to go with Yi Weisheng. Since Mr. Yi has something to do, I'll also go back first. Can Mr. Yi give me a ride on the way? Li Mushi's almond eyes were filled with anticipation. Mother Yi also felt that this plan was feasible. That's fine. Wei Sheng, you can send Cici back. Sorry, it may not be convenient. I'll arrange for a driver to take Ms. Li back. Li Mushi's cheeks burned slightly. A little groundless. Yi Weisheng's rejection was already obvious. Ye's mother's eyebrows knit tightly. Her face scolded. What's so inconvenient about this? You're going back to the city anyway. It's all on the way. My girlfriend might be upset. Yi Weisheng turned around and left after saying that, while the two people behind him had been stunned in place by Yi Weisheng's words. Girlfriend? Wei Shanyi has a girlfriend? Son has a girlfriend? When was that? Li Mushi's face turned from red to white with an embarrassed expression. Her hands hanging down at her side clenched into fists. After Ye's mother came back to her senses, she looked back at Li Mushi with some embarrassment. Cici, I'm sorry, Wei Sheng has only just returned to the country and is busy with company matters. It's always been very repulsive to me setting him up on a girl blind date, so he probably misunderstood you and said something angry on purpose. So don't take it personally. Anyway, they didn't explicitly say that today was a blind date, so explaining it this way was kind of like giving each other a leg up. With a step down, Li Mushi felt better, slowed down his expression, pulled out a far-fetched smile, and, it's okay, auntie, nowadays it's all about free love, and I don't like my parents arranging blind dates for me. And since Mr. Yi and I are meeting for the first time today, it's no wonder that Mr. Yi misunderstood. Yi mother pulled over Li Mushi's hand. Cici is really understanding. Some other day I'll definitely talk to him properly. He really doesn't understand anything at all. He takes everything out and talks nonsense. Auntie is serious. You go and rest. I'll go back first. Regardless of whether Yi Weisheng said it in anger or not, rejecting it to her face like this made her feel embarrassed. Good. Then auntie will arrange for the driver to send you. Leaving Li Mushi here at this time would be adding to the embarrassment. So Ye's mom didn't say much. Thank you auntie. Li Mushi did not drive over. She expected that Yi Weisheng, even if he was not willing, in the way of Ye's mother's face, will also send her home. Who knew that Yi Weisheng's so unkind? Mother Yi sent Li Mushi out. Cici, it was Wei Sheng's fault today. I apologize to you on his behalf. Some other day auntie will ask you to come over and play again. It's okay auntie. You can go in. Li Mushi got into the car and waved goodbye. Bye auntie. Bye. Ye's mother watched the car drive out of sight before turning back to the house and picking up her cell phone to call Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng was already on the road back to the city. Hello? Bastard. What's wrong with giving someone a ride on your way? Why would you say something like that to embarrass someone? Can't I just be honest? What truth? When did you get a girlfriend? Yi Weisheng has only been back for 2 to 3 months and has been so busy lately. Where is he going to get a girlfriend? Ye's mom doesn't believe it at all. Many years? Many years? You had a girlfriend abroad? Where is that girl from? How come I didn't hear you say anything about it before? Wouldn't you not believe me even if I told you? Then why did I tell you? And don't let that woman fool you. She approached you with an agenda. Can I not know? Isn't it you she's after? I don't think there's a problem, right? My son is so good. And the fact that she's trying to get close to you shows that she has a vision. Che, your son is so good that a blind man would love him. What kind of vision do you need? If it wasn't for his status, would that self-appointed woman take the initiative to come to his door to please his mom? Although it was indeed possible that Li Mushi was coming for Yi Weisheng's identity, Li Mushi's identity wasn't bad enough to be worthy of her son. Brat, answer my question properly. Let's leave it at that for now, and I'll bring her back to you and dad when I've talked it over with her. Still got it? Yi mother is a little unbelievable. These years, Yi Weisheng has always refused to blind date. Yi mother thought he was unable to forget the first love of the university. I did not expect his already have a girlfriend. So otherwise there's a fake? Chapter 60, Who is Yi Weisheng's girlfriend? Ye's mom went back and called Luo Yang, who was Yi Weisheng's secretary and bodyguard and followed Yi Weisheng all day long. So he must know. Luo Yang was arranged by Yi Weisheng to secretly protect Yuji mother and son. At this time is in the amusement park. Madam, Luo Yang, Wei Sheng said he has a girlfriend. Is that true? You'd better ask the boss about that. I don't know if it is or not. According to what he knows, Yi Weisheng and Yuji are ex-relationships, but they have a child together, and Yi Weisheng has been chasing Yuji. So Luo Yang doesn't know what kind of relationship Yuji and Yi Weisheng are now. You don't know if it's true or not. So that means there are indeed girls who are close to Wei Sheng? Aha! Yesterday, Yi Weisheng gave Luo Yang a vacation. So Luo Yang didn't know that Yi Weisheng and Yuji had already cleared the air. He felt that it should be that Yi Weisheng wanted to get close to Yuji, but Yuji was still guarding against Yi Weisheng. Ye's mother was surprised and happy. Yu Weisheng are not like to contact with girls. Since there are girls close, it must be the girlfriend undoubtedly. This brat, he doesn't know to give her a hello when he has a girlfriend, causing her to spread around for him, not knowing how her son's girlfriend is as a person. Ye's mother is quite satisfied with Li Mushi, thinking that she wouldn't have agreed if she wasn't as good as Li Mushi. I guess I'll have to find a chance to meet what my son calls his girlfriend. Have you seen the girl? Seen. What's it like to look like? How's it like to be a person? Pretty good. Yuji did look pretty good, and the boss liked it, so it shouldn't be too bad. Luo Yang still trusted Yu Weisheng's eye for people. What does she do for a living and where does her family live? Luo Yang's alarm bells were ringing. What is Madam trying to do? Madam, you'd better ask the boss. It's not good for me to ask about the boss's personal matters. No matter what you're going to do, you can't start with me, or else Yu Weisheng might make it so that he can't get out of bed for a few days. Last time at school, Luo Yang was pestered by a girl to ask for Yu Weisheng's phone number. Those foreign women are so open that they really dare to do anything, and actually vacuum seduced him. Luo Yang has been cultivated by the Yi family over the years, and usually has a lot of things to do, and has no time to fall in love, resulting in him not even holding a girl's hand until now. Where has he seen these? The girl wanted to exchange her body for her phone number, and the fruit body cornered Luo Yang, and those who didn't know thought that the girl was going to lord it over him. Luo Yang was forced to give Yu Weisheng's phone out, thinking that anyway is to give Yu Weisheng a phone call. Yu Weisheng does not want to answer on the line. I didn't know that Yu Weisheng was harassed by all kinds of phone calls during that time, and he changed the phone number he used before in a fit of anger. Later, I don't know where Yu Weisheng learned that it was Luo Yang who sold his phone number in order to preserve his innocence. Yu Weisheng made Luo Yang do 2,000 frog jumps and 500 push-ups. Luo Yang did not feel 2 legs are already his own, lying in the dormitory for 2 or 3 days to walk without trembling. From then on, whoever asked Yu Weisheng about his affairs, he didn't know, and he didn't say anything even when he was forced. Ye's mom didn't make things difficult for Luo Yang anymore, and after saying a few irrelevant words, she hung up. Ye's mom's call had just hung up when Yu Weisheng's call came back in. Hello, boss? Yu Weisheng had already returned to the city and was about to find Yuji and the girls. Where? Amusement park. Beep beep beep. Luo Yang slipped his cell phone into his pants pocket and leisurely sipped the chill juice in his hand. Yu Weisheng navigated the amusement park and arrived at the entrance in less than half an hour. Luo Yang's phone rang again. Took it out to see that it was Yu Weisheng calling. 80% to the door. Could not find their location. Without waiting for Yu Weisheng to ask, he directly gave the location. Here at the roller coaster. Toodaloo. 5 minutes later, Yu Weisheng's tall figure appeared near the roller coaster. Yuji and Yu Sheng are screaming on a roller coaster. Luo Yang pointed to him. In the first row. Yu Weisheng thought to himself, those two are quite bold, daring to sit in the first row. Yu Weisheng had been egged on by Lin Zijie to sit in the first row once, and his heart was in his throat. The point is that he came down and threw up, and he hasn't been on a roller coaster since. As the roller coaster slowly approached the end, Yu Weisheng walked to the exit and waited for the mother and son to come out. The security officer helped them unlock the latch, and the two of them walked toward the exit with their hosted mugs and hats. Yu Sheng's eyes pointedly saw Yu Weisheng waiting for them. His eyes erupted with surprise, let go of Yuji's hand and ran towards Yu Weisheng. Dad! Yuji was suddenly thrown off and was about to call out to her son when she heard Yu Sheng's exclamation of surprise, and following her son's small figure, she also saw the man outside the guardrail. Yu Weisheng directly picked up Yu Sheng from outside the parapet. Dad! Why are you here? Daddy wants to play with you and mommy. Yu Sheng hugged Yu Weisheng's neck and twisted his head to look for Yuji. Mom said you had something to do today, otherwise we would have asked you to come along in the morning. Dad! Are you done with everything? Yeah, it's all busy. Then you can play with us. Yeah, happy or not? Happy. Yu Sheng cracked up with joy. Mom, Dad is done with everything. He came to play with us. Yuji looked at Yu Weisheng. Didn't he say to go back for dinner? Finished eating. Eat and go? Don't you ever talk to your parents or anything? Then what? Stay there and chat with a woman with evil intentions? Yuji was speechless. Every family has his way of getting along. Yuji, they came to the amusement park early in the morning. I do not know whether these two people play to waste their sleep. What did you eat for lunch? I'm eating a burger with my mom, an amusement park staple and a favorite among kids. Well, what are you going to play next? I want to play pirate ship. Okay, let's go play pirate ship. Yu Weisheng lifted Yu Sheng onto his shoulders and sat up. Yu Sheng hugged Yu Weisheng's head and shouted excitedly. He was envious of the many kids he saw sitting on their dad's shoulders in line before, and now he has what the other kids have. Yu Weisheng grabbed Yu Sheng's calf with one hand and led Yuji with the other, and the three of them walked in the direction of the pirate ship. Encountering other children sitting on their dad's shoulders, Yu Xing happily greeted them. Yu Ji looked at Yi Weisheng's shoulder son. He smiled so sunny. Used to play out with her, although also very happy. But the eyes of other children's envy cannot be hidden. It's simple for children to be happy. Parents' companionship is the best education for children. And Yu Sheng is now becoming more and more confident. Yu Ji is no longer selfish. Cannot be selfish to his son. She couldn't let her son have a father's love so easily and then lose it because of her selfishness. That would hit him even harder. Chapter 61. What is the relationship between Mr. Yi and Yu Ji's mother and son? The family played in the amusement park until 5 p.m. When Yu Sheng's little friend left with his mom and dad, played a whole day. Are thrilling and exciting projects? Yu Ji and Yi Weisheng are feeling exhausted. Yu Sheng got on the car not long fell asleep. Today's amusement park projects, Yu Sheng basically played once, before Yu Ji alone with his son to come. Some projects Yu Ji is really afraid. Do not dare to go to sit. Yu Ji doesn't go. And Yu Sheng doesn't go by himself. Today there is Yi Weisheng. Yu Ji dare not go. All by Yi Weisheng took Yu Sheng to experience once. Yu Sheng happy bad. It's nice to yell straight to daddy. Yu Ji turned back to look at his son in the back seat. Eyes full of love and let out a light laugh. It seems that today is really tired of playing. Yu Weisheng saw in the rearview mirror that his son had already fallen asleep. And Yu Ji's face also showed his fatigue. You also squint for a while. I'll call you when we get home. I'm okay. I worked hard for you today. With Yi Weisheng joining her in the afternoon, she was much more relaxed. Most of the time it was Yi Weisheng leading Yu Sheng in playing, and Yu Ji taking pictures of them from below, leaving many beautiful moments between father and son. Yi Weisheng's appearance did make up for a lot of Yu Sheng's shortcomings. You brought up your son for so many years. You're the one who worked hard. These are what I should do. In the future, don't ever say something like that to me again. That would seem like I'm an outsider as an incompetent father. You are very competent. Since meeting Yu Sheng, even if Yu Ji didn't recognize Yu Sheng as his son in the beginning, he had given Yu Sheng a lot of companionship and fatherly love. I'm doing a passable job as a father, aren't I? Pass. Give you a 99. Not getting a perfect score seems like there's room to rise. Mostly because I'm afraid you'll be proud and get carried away. Then I'll strive for 100%, and I'll be not only a competent father, but a competent husband to you and the children. Sudden confession makes Yu Ji somewhat do not know how to answer. Can only look sideways at the window car outside. Yi Weisheng glanced sideways at Yu Ji's side face. Let me know when you've thought about it, and we'll formally give the child a complete home. None of those problems you're worried about are going to happen. You don't have to worry about my family. I'm in control of my own affairs now. It was our Yi family that wronged you in the past. I just want to make it up to you and to my son. Yu Ji turned his head to look at Yi Weisheng's side face, the person he used to think about day and night. In fact, I can't say that I am aggrieved. After all, I took the money. I could have gotten rid of the baby to live my own life in the first place. It was my choice to have the baby. You don't have to feel guilty. Yi Weisheng's eyes grew softer and softer. A touch of deep love poured out. Because the child is ours. You love me. That's why you gave birth to both our children. And how can I live up to a piece of your deep love? Gee, we all love each other. You can be selfish. Don't think about so many external factors. We ourselves and our children are happy and happy. Isn't it? Is it okay? Is it okay to do what you want regardless of other people's feelings? She'd already let herself go once, and that time had resulted in her not seeing her mom and dad for 5 years. Any more capriciousness and I don't know what will happen. Yi Weisheng knows that in Yu Ji's heart, his son is the most important. Of course, aren't you afraid that your son will be said to be an illegitimate child in the future? As long as we form a good family, those things won't happen. From now on, you only need to think about how we can live happily as a family, and leave the rest to me. Trust me. Okay? Give me a moment. Yu Ji's brow furrowed gently as he looked down and pondered the possibilities of this matter. Good. Yi Weisheng didn't intend to force her to make a decision. He would give her time to think clearly and release her mind slowly. Yi Weisheng will Yu Ji mother and son directly to a restaurant in the city. Play a day both are very tired. Lazy to go back to cook. In the so-called outside to eat and then go back. After having dinner and sending Yu Ji's mother and son upstairs, Yi Weisheng went downstairs alone. And only after leaving the elevator did he meet Wang Yanming, who had just returned from outside. Mr. Yi, are you leaving? Yi Weisheng hadn't seen this Uncle Wang for a long time. He was said to be a writer who stayed at home all year round. Yes, long time no see Mr. Wang. It has indeed been a long time. Is Mr. Yi in a hurry? I would like to have a chat with Mr. Yi. Yi Weisheng raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. What does Mr. Wang want to talk about? I didn't expect Wang Yanming to take the initiative to look for him to chat. And I didn't know what he wanted to say to him. There's a tea house upstairs. Why don't you go up and have a seat? Yes. The two of them went upstairs together. Went to the tea house outside the neighborhood. Found a quiet location to sit down. and each of them ordered a cup of tea. Wang Yanming was the first to speak. I'm sorry Mr. Yi, for taking up your time so late. Since I'm sitting here with Mr. Yi today, I'll be straight to the point. I have some questions I'd like to ask Mr. Yi. Yi Weisheng nodded. If Mr. Wang has any questions, feel free to ask. May I ask what is the relationship between Mr. Yi and Xiaoji's mother and son? Yi Weisheng has long felt that this Uncle Wang is interesting to Yu Ji. Just did not expect that he would come directly to ask him, rather than to ask Yu Ji. I'm sure Mr. Wang knows that I'm Yu Sheng's father. Wang Yanming said he did know. Just when he first met Yi Weisheng, although Yu Ji introduced Yi Wei as a friend, he knew that this friend was the child's father. What I am puzzled about is why Mr. Yi has never appeared in these 5 years, and she has brought the child up to such an age alone before you came to her door? Is your presence in their lives now for the sake of Gigi or simply for the sake of the children? Ji is a very good girl. It's been hard for her to raise a child alone all these years, and this child is very important to her as well. Yi Weisheng understands that Wang Yanming thought he came to the door for the sake of the child, and he was afraid that he would steal the custody of the child with Yu Ji. I understand what Mr. Wang means. I'm not here to steal the child from Xiaoji. Yu Ji and I were college classmates. When we broke up, I didn't know Yu Ji was pregnant. I've been abroad for the past 5 years and only recently returned home, and I realized I had a son when I met Yu Sheng by chance. And is Mr. Yi married? No. Yu Ji is my first love. When we were separated because of some misunderstandings, after we came back we have explained clearly. We haven't been in touch over the years, but I've never let go of her, and now that I know I have a son with her, I'm even less likely to let go of her. Yu Ji hasn't had a boyfriend all these years either, and we both have each other in our hearts, so we plan to get back together and give our children a complete home. Chapter 62 Yi Weisheng went to Yu Ji's parents' home to make amends. Wang Yanming blew on the tea leaves floating on the teacup and took a shallow sip. If what Mr. Yi said is the truth, then I'm relieved. I've been neighbors with Ji for more than 5 years, and I can say that I've watched that kid grow up, and I like him a lot. Ji has had a hard time bringing up her children alone these past few years, and sometimes when they have a fever in the middle of the night, she takes them to the hospital alone. She wouldn't help me if I wanted to. She's a very independent, self-reliant woman. Xiaoji is willing to give birth to your child and raise it alone. It also shows that she has you in her heart. You have to cherish her. Don't let her down. I will. From the moment Yi Weisheng knew the truth, he made up his mind to love her twice as much. Yu Sheng lacked a father's love since he was a child. You need to care for him and be there for him more. He's a very understanding child. Thank you Mr. Wang. Thank you for taking care of their mother and son all these years. In the future if there is a need for me to use Yi Mao's place, you can just tell me. As long as I can help, I will definitely help. I just hope that Mr. Yi treats Yu Ji's mother and son well. If I know that you're not treating them well, no matter what Mr. Yi's status is, I'll take them away from you. Yi Weisheng exudes an air of superiority, and Wang Yanming knows that Yi Weisheng's identity is not simple. Thanks for the warning. I won't let you have that chance. I hope so. Wang Yanming drank the last mouthful of tea and put down the teacup. Mr. Yi is a smart person. Our conversation today, I'm sure Mr. Yi will not let Yu Ji worry in vain. Mr. Wang, don't worry. This is between us men. Wang Yanming acted openly and honestly, and Yi Weisheng was only grateful to him. Good. Then this cup of tea is on Mr. Yi. I'll go back first. Wishing Mr. Yi and Yu Ji happiness. Thanks a lot. After the two finished speaking, with a slight nod, Wang Yanming turned around and left the tea house. Yi Weisheng called the waiter to settle the bill and went to the underground garage to drive away. Yi Weisheng Company's new project has been finalized. While things are not much, Yi Weisheng let Luo Yang find out the address of Yu Ji's parents' home. Yi Weisheng went to the mall and bought many gifts and went to Z City. After getting off the private jet, Luo Yang transferred a commercial car and moved all the gifts prepared by Yi Weisheng onto the car, stuffing the trunk to the brim. The two drove to Yu Ji's parents' home. Yu Ji's parents have to work during the day, so Yi Weisheng chose 6 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, Yu Ji's parents are already off work at home. They found the address they had looked up in an old residential building. Luo Yang looked at the address on the card in his hand and carefully compared the door number to confirm that this was the one. Boss, this is the one. The first time he came to meet his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, and still came to make amends. Yi Weisheng was a little nervous, straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and let Luo Yang knock on the door. Buckle up. Coming. A female voice came from inside the house. Then the door opened from the inside. To open the door is Yu Ji's mom Jiang Shuachin. Yu Ji's mom looked at the door stood 2 young men in suits. Tall, handsome, extraordinary temperament. There were also large gift bags in their hands, which the 2 men couldn't hold in all 4 hands, and there were some hanging from their elbows. Yu Ji's mom was puzzled. Their family does not seem to have this number of relatives, so she asked politely, may I ask who you are looking for? Yi Weisheng revealed a polite smile. Hello auntie, may I ask if this is Mr. Yu Qinghua's house? Once Yuji's mom heard that they were guests who came to see her husband, she politely invited them into the house. Yes, Yu Qinghua is my husband, please come in, both of you. Yi Weisheng carried the gift bag into the house, which is a 3-bedroom. Some years ago, the walls are a little peeling, but the house is clean and tidy, spotless. At first glance, you can tell that the people who live in it love cleanliness and are very particular about it. Yi Weisheng handed Yuji's mom the gift he was carrying in his hand. Auntie, this is my small token of appreciation, I hope you and uncle don't mind. Yuji's mom took the gifts in Yi Weisheng's hands. The coffee table could not fit, so they were all placed in the corner of the wall next to the TV cabinet, piled up all over the place. Young man so polite to do what? Bring so many gifts to. Both of you have a seat. Yuji's mom greeted the two of them as they took their seats, while calling out in the direction of the kitchen. Hubby, there are guests looking for you. A middle-aged man in his 50s came out of the kitchen in response, wearing a simple plaid shirt, a flowered apron tied around his waist, and his hair meticulously combed. Yu Qinghua looked at the two unfamiliar young men sitting in the living room with a puzzled face. Who are you two? Yi Weisheng hurriedly stood up, his tone respectful. Hello uncles and aunts, my name is Yi Weisheng. I'm Yuji's boyfriend and her child's father. I'm specially here to visit you two today. Yuji's parents' face immediately became incredibly ugly. This is the negative man who harmed his daughter's life? Yu's father had a cold face. What are you doing here? My daughter ran away from home for you and hasn't returned for years. You're looking in the wrong place. Mother, you also lost her good looks and said she was going to kick people out. That's right. Carry your things and hurry up. Uncle, auntie, please listen to my explanation. I know that the matter of Yuji having a child by herself has made you all angry. I came to the door today to make amends to you too. In the eyes of Yuji's parents, Yuji is doing is a deviant muddle, and the culprit is this irresponsible man. I don't need you to explain, and I don't want you to make amends. Take your things and hurry away. Don't let me see you again. Yuji's father turned around and was about to leave after saying that. Yi Weisheng pulled Yuji's father. Uncle, I know that in your hearts I am an irresponsible man, but I also have a reason. Please listen to my explanation, okay? Yu's father brushed away Yi Weisheng's. Explain what to explain. The child has been born. Explaining is of no use. Mother, you pushed Yi Weisheng and the two of them towards the door. Just hurry up and go. You have harmed my daughter's life, and face the door. I didn't take a broom to drive you away. I've already been polite to you. Luo Yang couldn't look away, and said the words in a brain, lest one of them have to explain and the other not listen. Uncle and aunt, this matter can't be blamed entirely on the boss. He also didn't know that Yuji was pregnant with his child. The boss has been abroad all these years, and only recently returned to the country. As soon as he knew that Yuji had given birth to his child, he immediately brought gifts to the door to look for you guys. And you're not being fair to him like this. Luo Yang's words so that Yu's mother did not push them again. But Yuji's father is still in the heart of the indignation. In the eyes of their generation, cohabitation is to get married. Do not intend to get married. Why ruin people's innocence? Unfair? Why would he have sex with my daughter if he's going overseas alone? Chapter 63, Boss, are you sure Madam will agree? With a chance to speak, Yi Weisheng hurriedly explained to the two. Uncle and aunt, you can rest assured that I'm not irresponsible. I was planning to marry Yuji. I even proposed to her on the day of college graduation. Just something happened in the middle. We had a misunderstanding, quarreled and broke up. I didn't know she was pregnant at that time, so I left the country in a huff. These years, I have not forgotten Yuji in foreign countries. Not long ago I returned to China. A chance I learned that Yuji gave birth to me and her child. I know my aunt and uncle can't accept that Yuji is a girl who got pregnant out of wedlock and has to raise a child on her own, but Yuji cannot abort the child. The two of us truly love each other. It is the crystallization of my love with her. Yuji all these years has been missing the too old. She knows that you are angry with her. She is afraid to put you out of breath, so she dared not go home all these years. I came here today to make amends to the two elders. Please forgive Yuji and forgive me. I promise my two elders that from now on, I will cherish Yuji, love and care for me and her children, and I will be filial to my uncle and aunt together with Yuji. Uncles and aunts, will you please forgive me? Yu's father snorted coldly. So you guys break up whenever you have a fight and go far away whenever you break up? Then how are you going to live for the next few decades? Luo Yang mouth alternatively cannot see the boss angry. Hurriedly add a sentence. Is Yuji non-stop breakup? Our boss also sad for a long time. Yi Weisheng crossed Luo Yang a glance. This is not to Yuji pull hatred? Yuji's parents were already angry with her. If they know that Yuji is bent on doing, then it is not even more angry? Luo Yang smacked his lips. What can be solved with a few words? Why should the boss hide it to make himself suffer? Uncle, we had some misunderstandings. That's why we broke up. Now the misunderstandings have been solved. We will cherish each other more. Please uncle and aunt give me a chance. Since there is a misunderstanding, we have to make it clear face to face. Moving to break up. What's going on? It's us who spoiled her. Since it's Yuji herself who made a fuss about breaking up, why did she still want to give birth to a child? Yu's mother can't afford to be angry with her silly daughter. Auntie's lesson is right. The two old men also please don't blame Yuji. She is just too kind. She made that decision for the sake of my future considerations. Now that I have returned from my studies, I will not fail Yuji's heartfelt love for me. Put it this way, Yuji's mom and dad are not good to make things difficult for Yu Weisheng. Blame it on their daughter's willfulness. How can people be responsible for having this child when they don't even know it? So many years. Yuji's parents, although angry, but also worried. Yuji, a fresh graduate college student alone outside, but also with children, do not know how to live. The old father, who had been a strong man all his life, and who was used to being stubborn, and who had a blocked breath in his heart. Yu's mother sent WeChat to Yuji to let her go back to abort the child. Yuji refused. So angry that Yu's father directly deleted Yuji's WeChat in Yu's mother's phone. Yuji won't come back, refuses to bow down, and won't even give them a call. So let her be stubborn and let her suffer a little bit so she knows what it means to think twice about things. Yuji's parents did not know that their daughter did not come back, actually afraid of angry them, so do not dare to return. Yu's mother said and pestled Yu's father. It's all your fault that you didn't allow me to contact my daughter. If we had opened up the conversation, my daughter wouldn't have stayed away for so many years. Although Yu's father was used to being macho, he couldn't refute Yu's mother at this time. The family holds it all to themselves, one without saying a word, yet they look forward to their daughter coming home. One is afraid to go back and upset his parents, so he dares not go back even if he is homesick. Yu's mom poured a glass of water for Yu Weisheng and Luo Yang, and Yu Weisheng took it with both hands. Yu's father looked Yu Weisheng up and down. He was a good-looking man, and then he looked at Luo Yang. This kid called him boss, should be his subordinate. Yu Weisheng said he just returned to China. That is just started a new company? So are you planning to marry Yuji now? Yes, uncle. And I asked the two old men to agree. Yu's father didn't say whether he agreed or not, and asked about something else directly. Where is your family from and who are your family members? Since he was going to marry his daughter, he always had to find out more about him. Uncle, I'm from H City. My family includes my parents and me. Housekeepers and nannies shouldn't have to be counted. What do your parents do? Uncle, my family owns a company, and now that I've taken over the business, my dad visits the company once in a while. Sometimes he goes out fishing, and my mom is a full-time wife. What is the main industry your company operates in? How many personnel? How much profit do you make a year? Yu Weisheng could only say a rough figure. Where would he, the CEO, care about the total number of employees in the company? Our company is very involved in a wide range of industries. The personnel, the head office plus the local branches, there are probably more than 100,000 people. If we make a profit a year, we can't say sometimes tens of billions and sometimes hundreds of billions. Yu's father was stunned by the number. Yu Weisheng said, that was not an ordinary company, but a big enterprise. No wonder this kid has an extraordinary temperament through and through, and the clothes on his body are worth a lot of money at a glance, and he is even more elegant than the old president of their company. But would such a big boss look at the daughter of their common clerk's family? Would his family agree? Xiaoye, let me say the ugly words in advance. You can see the condition of our family. It's just an ordinary working family, not as rich as your family, but my daughters are not bad-looking or capable in every way. If you marry, you must love and care for her. If the people of your family dislike her and bully her on account of her low rank in the family, I will not spare you. Uncle, don't worry. It's my good fortune to marry a girl as good as Yuji. I will do my best to love her. What about your parents? Do they agree too? Uncle, don't worry. Yuji is so good. They won't disagree. Luo Yang looked at Yu Weisheng and thought, are you sure? Yu's father got a satisfactory answer and his face eased up quite a bit. Yu's mother inquired about the balance. Xiaoji is doing well now? How is the child? Auntie, Xiaoji is very good, taking good care of herself and the child. The child is a boy, called Yu Shang, now 4 years old. Very cute, now in kindergarten. Yuji also found a job at work. Yu Weisheng opened his cell phone album, flipped out the photos of Yuji mother and son to the two elders to see. Uncle and aunt, you see, this is a few days ago. Xiaoji and the child to play together in the amusement park to take pictures. You parents, you mom rushed over. The phone Yuji and a little boy in the amusement park, both holding an ice cream, looking at the camera smiling happily. Yu Sheng has a pair of big round eyes, and when he smiles, he looks a lot like Yuji. But if you look closely, you will realize that it is more like Yi Weisheng. Yu's parents. Yu's mom. Praised. This kid is so cute. Like mom. More like dad. Yu Xing does look like his father and mother. Perhaps Yu Ji and Yi Weisheng are what people often call husband and wife. Chapter 64 Misunderstandings are cleared up. After looking at a few of them one after another, Yu dad and Yu mom held their cell phones lovingly and couldn't get enough of them. Uncle and auntie, I'll add a WeChat for you. I'll send you all these photos, so you can take them out and look at them when you miss them. Fine. That adds up. The couple quickly took out their respective cell phones, and Yi Weisheng added each other to WeChat, and Yi Weisheng sent the photos to both of them. After helping them save the photos into the album again, the two of them looked at the photos of their daughter's son-in-law and grandson on their cell phones, and only then did they put down their cell phones with satisfaction. It's a relief to see that she's having a good time, and she must be blaming us for being cruel and not caring enough to contact her for the last couple of years. In fact, Yu's mom has secretly called Yu Ji. Just call the empty number every time. Yu Ji changed the phone number and sent her parents WeChat, but it shows that it has been deleted. So Yu Ji's parents do not know Yu Ji changed the phone number. Yu Ji with the new number to call them back. Yu Ji's parents see it as an unfamiliar number out of town. They just hung up and did not answer. So many missed calls by mistake. Auntie, Ji never blamed you guys. She was just afraid that you guys were still mad at her. For his parents, Yu Ji always feel indebted. 5 years did not go back to see them. Did not care about them. Do not know how they are doing. We stopped being angry a long time ago. We just hope that she can have an easy life in the future. As the saying goes, people's words are fearful, and we are also worried that she will be criticized in the future. Yi Weisheng said he could understand their feelings as parents. Yu's mother went on to say, when things happened too suddenly, her father and I could not accept it for a while, so we said some angry words, and then she left. I called her after I slowed down, but her phone never worked, and I thought I was angry that we didn't understand her, so I didn't want to contact us. Yi Weisheng remembers talking to Yu Ji once. She said she would call home every New Year's Eve, but never got through. Uncle and auntie, Xiao Ji changed her phone number. She didn't use the old one anymore. Before Xiao Ji told me that she would call you guys every year on New Year's Eve, but you all didn't answer. Yu mom exclaimed. What? So it was Xiao Ji who changed her phone number? I thought it was because she didn't want to contact us, so she blacklisted us. Yu's father also remembered that there was always an unfamiliar number that called them in the past few years. Yeah, no wonder there was always an unfamiliar number from H City that called in the past few years. It turned out that it was Xiao Jiji who called, and I never answered it because I thought it was some kind of scam call. Yu's father immediately took out his cell phone and found the strange number that called them every New Year's Eve, handing it to Yi Weisheng to look at. Look at it. Is Xiao Ji this number? Yi Weisheng came over to take a look. Yes, uncle. This is the number that Xiao Ji is using now. Yu's mom punched Yu's dad. You call every year. Why don't you answer? Causing your daughter to be afraid to come home. Yu's father muttered. I don't know. The community is not everyday propaganda. Said that fraudulent phone calls are rampant. Let us not answer strange phone calls. So I did not answer it. Yi Weisheng hastened to comfort the two elders. It's okay, uncle and aunt. It's not too late now. The misunderstanding is said to be open. We find an opportunity to meet and get together. In the future, I will accompany the small G with children often come here to see you. You can also go to our side of the residence. As long as you guys are doing well, it doesn't matter if you see us or not. Your mother knows that Yu Ji heart must be complaining about them. She is a person who has been there. How difficult it is to bring up children. She knows better than anyone. Yu Ji alone without help must be very hard. All they wanted was for their daughter to have a happy and joyful life, and there was nothing more they could ask for. Uncle and auntie, Xiao Ji hopes that your family will be reunited and beautiful. Yu Ji's mom and dad looked at each other. And why would they not want their daughter to be happy? Yi Weisheng saw a gentle smile spread on Yu Ji's parents' faces, so he went on to say, Uncle and auntie, next month, Xiao Ji's birthday. I would like to invite the two of you to go there together, to give her a surprise. Is it possible? Yu Ji's father said in unison. Good. It's been 5 years since I've given little Ji a birthday, so I'll make sure to give my daughter a good one this time. Uncle and auntie, you guys don't call little Ji yet. I'll send someone over to pick you up at that time. And we'll give little G a surprise together. Okay, I'll listen to you. Just let us know when you've made the arrangements. Misunderstandings had been resolved, and after chatting for so long, Yu's father was quite satisfied with this son-in-law. Mother Yu stood up. You guys chat. I'll go make dinner. Yu's father quickly answered. Right. There are still some dishes in the refrigerator. See if it's enough. Not enough, I'll go buy some more. Yi Weisheng uncle and auntie, don't get busy. I'll just have someone send some meals over. Yi Weisheng gave Luo Yang a wink. Luo Yang understood and went to the side to make a call. That's not good. When you come to the house you have to eat the family's food. You don't mind our home-cooked meal on the line. Why yes. Meals at home taste better. Yu's mother knew that Yi Weisheng was speaking politely. Nowadays young people like to go to restaurants and order takeout. In a while you try your uncle's handiwork. Not that I'm boasting. The taste of the food he makes is not bad. Really? Then we're in for a treat. I'll give uncle a hand later. Yu's father saw Yi Weisheng in a high-fashion suit. And at first glance, he was not a kitchen person. Where do you need you to play a hand? You guys sit down for a while. I'm going to do the dishes. Yu's father said and got up to head to the kitchen. With Yi Weisheng following closely behind. I don't need your help. Go sit down. I'll be done in a minute. Yeah, Yi. Sit down and rest for a while. Don't get your clothes dirty. Yi Weisheng took his jacket off and pulled up his shirt sleeves. Uncle and aunt, don't be polite to me. I know a little bit of cooking too. Saying that, he went into the kitchen with Papa Yu. Luo Yang wanted to follow him in, but the kitchen was too small, and with Papa Yu and Yi Weisheng both inside, there was no place for him. Mother Yu greeted Luo Yang. Young man, I don't know how to address you yet. Our kitchen here is too small. Why don't you go sit in the living room for a while and watch some TV? The non-spoiling Mother Yu seemed amiable. Luo Yang nodded politely. Auntie, you can just call me Luo Yang. Yu's mom took the gift bag on the coffee table to one side and took some fruits from the refrigerator and washed them and put them in front of Luo Yang. Luo Yang, eat some fruits. Thank you auntie. Chapter 65, Mr. and Mrs. Yi are satisfied with Yi Weisheng. In the kitchen, Yu dad had already prepared almost. Yi Weisheng went in and took the initiative to take the helm. Yu dad didn't fight with him when he saw it. He just played the hand on the side, watched Yi Weisheng skillfully frying action, nodded with satisfaction. Yi Weisheng looks like a young man who has been raised in a respectable manner, and his business is so big that he must have a nanny at home to do the housework. I didn't expect him to really know how to cook, and the fried dishes are full of color and flavor, and it looks like he's made an effort to learn. This is good. Not that kind of rich people high and mighty look. Daughter with him life, also lighter. Yi Weisheng and Yu's father made 4 dishes and 1 soup, and when the last egg soup was left, Luo Yang's order was delivered. Yu's mom looked at the several meal bags delivered to her door. Why did you buy so many? Yu's mom helped take the dishes from the lunchbox and take them out to set up a full table. The 4 of us definitely can't eat it all. The boss got the approval of his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Luo Yang was happy for him. It's okay auntie, happy today. Let's talk while we eat. Eat more. Yi Weisheng carried the egg soup to the table. Yu's father took off his apron and followed him out. Seeing a large table of dishes. Ooh, so many dishes. Then we have to have a good drink. Yu's father said and went to take out his aged wine and poured a glass for each person. Come on, let's not get drunk tonight. Luo Yang hurriedly waved his hand and refused. Uncle, you guys drink. I still have to drive later. I won't drink. Yu's father was not in a hurry. What's the rush? You'll stay here tonight and go back tomorrow. Come and drink. Yu's mom also helped persuade. Yes, this wine is brewed by your uncle himself. Try it. The taste is not inferior to those brand name wines. The wine smelled really fragrant. Luo Yang was a bit tempted, but he had to get permission from the boss. So he looked at Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng knew that Luo Yang liked to drink. Since it was brewed by uncle himself, I have to drink it anyway. Let's join together. Luo Yang picked up the wine cup and took a small sip. His mouth lingered. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It's really good wine. Uncle, you are really good. Mother, you greeted the 2. Come and eat the food. Don't be polite, just like your own home. Yu's father pointed to the dishes that Yi Weisheng had fried. Old partner, try this. These dishes are all fried by Xiao Yi. Yu's mother looked at Yi Weisheng in surprise. This son-in-law is really good. Good-looking family, and can also cook. Yu's mother clamped a piece of ribs made by Yi Weisheng, and after a bite, the outside was crispy and the inside was tender, and Yu's mother couldn't stop praising it. That's great. Yu's mom nodded slightly to Yu's dad. Both of them were quite satisfied with Yi Weisheng. The phrase really good is as much a compliment to the ribs as it is to the person. After dinner, Yi Weisheng took the initiative to help clean up the dishes, brushing up in front of his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Yu's father. Yu's mother smiled from ear to ear, praising Yi Weisheng. Who wouldn't like a capable and hard-working son-in-law? When everything is packed up, Yi Weisheng proposed to leave. You parents, you mom strongly retained. Let them stay a night before leaving. It's so late and you've been drinking. You can't drive. It's okay, uncle. I called a chauffeur to take us to the airport, and I have work tomorrow at the office. So I'll come back to see you guys another day. Once Yu's father and mother heard that they still had official business to attend to, they no longer stayed and sent them to the entrance of the neighborhood. Uncle and auntie, when Yuji's birthday comes around, I'll call you in advance and send someone over to pick you up, so you can schedule your work hours. Okay, we'll wait for your call. The unit I'll ask the leader for a vacation in advance is. It's been a few years since they've seen their daughter. This time they'll go over whatever they say. The driver had already pulled out and parked on the side of the road. Uncles and aunts, you go back. We'll leave first. Yu's parents waved goodbye to the two. Take care on the road. Watching the car gradually drive away from the neighborhood, Yu dad and Yu mom turned around and walked inside the neighborhood. Yu's father lamented. This kid's character looks pretty good. It's not in vain that our daughter made such a big sacrifice for him. Yu's mother agreed. He was able to go behind Xiaoji's back and find himself at the door to apologize to us. He's also a thoughtful one, showing that he values Xiaoji. Let's hope they have a smooth, down-to-earth life from now on. They said those heavy words in the beginning, forcing their daughter to leave home. These years they are also very guilty, pent up in the heart of 5 years to open the knot. Two people in the heart of the big stone finally fell to the ground, are much more relaxed. Yuji 5 years did not go home. Around the neighbors, relatives and friends asked. They all use her busy work did not have time to come back as a reason to put off the past. As time passed, the worry within them grew heavier and heavier, and now that they knew she was doing well and the baby's father had returned to them, their daughter was in a bittersweet place. On the basis of Yi Weisheng's behavior today, he is also considered to be sincere to Yuji. Everything is fine. Both were thrilled at the thought of meeting their daughters and grandchildren in a short time. The driver carried Yi Weisheng and Luoyang to the tarmac, and the two of them took a private jet and went back to H City, truly coming and going in a hurry. Yi Weisheng, the president, had a full schedule every day. It's nearing the height of summer and it's getting hotter and hotter. This day at noon Yi Weisheng went out to eat lunch, just out of the company building. A heat wave came. The hot sun exposed skin sunburned pain. Yi Weisheng looked at the traffic on the road. The occasional delivery boy riding an electric car sped past, reminding Yi Weisheng of Yuji riding a small donkey to and from work every day, but also to pick up and drop off children. Couldn't be bothered with lunch and turned my head to the nearby 4S store. There was a pink Mercedes-Benz on the stand in front of the store, which attracted Yi Weisheng's attention, and was Yuji's favorite color. Yi Weisheng pushed the door and walked in. It was lunchtime, and the 4S store had fewer people looking at cars in the store, and the clerk was dozing behind the bar. The 4S store clerks are professionally trained, and one look at Yi Weisheng's attire, they know that it's a rich man coming to the door. Instantly putting on a professional smile, he busily greeted them. Hello sir, welcome to the store. May I ask what type of car you would like to see? Yi Weisheng scanned around the store, but the one at the entrance was the most to his liking. Yi Weisheng walked towards the pink Mercedes-Benz. The sales clerk followed him up with a glint in his eye. Sir, are you buying for your wife, or girlfriend? For my wife. Sir, good eye. This car is very suitable for a lady to drive both in terms of model and color. Just this face value. Your wife absolutely love it. Yi Weisheng surrounded the car to survey a circle. The clerk opened the door to Yi Weisheng, introduced the interior. Really good. The clerk was still mouthing off about the car's various features and value for money in order to take the order of the day. How much? What? The clerk froze for a split second. He hadn't finished describing his performance. Chapter 66, Yi Weisheng, I won't allow you to give up the treatment. Sir, depending on what configuration you need. This car is priced in the 250 to 400,000 range. The clerk crossed his fingers and hoped that this golden father would be a bit more brash and just come with the top of the line. Yi Weisheng lived up to his expectations and said what the clerk was expecting in his heart. I want the highest match. Have a seat over here, sir, and I'll detail the configuration for you. Yi Weisheng looked at the wristwatch on his hand. No need, just say how much. The clerk saw that Yi Weisheng looked like he was in a hurry, so he didn't talk too much. Sir, this car is the most top of the line. We will do all the formalities for you for a total of 399,000 yuan. If you are a full payment, this side can apply for a discount for you. 380,000 yuan can be taken. The clerk was waiting for Yi Weisheng to bargain with him, but Yi Weisheng directly pulled out a black card. Swipe. The clerk was handsomely turned over by Yi Weisheng's move. Excited, and with a trembling hand took the card and invoiced and swiped it for Yi Weisheng. When the clerk handed Yi Weisheng's card back to him, there was still an unreal feeling that Yi Weisheng had entered the store and swiped his card in less than 15 minutes. That's the deal? There goes his commission for the month. The clerk handed the card back to Yi Weisheng. Your card, sir. Yi Weisheng put away the card. When will you pick up the car? Sir, your car will be in the store tomorrow afternoon. Will you come and drive it yourself, or will we deliver it for you? Yi Weisheng took a pen and paper to write down Yuji's phone number and cell address. Tomorrow after 6 o'clock in the afternoon to send to the cell. Car keys to my wife. Well, sir, you're very kind to your wife. Yi Weisheng smiled in response. Compared to what my wife did for me, this is nothing. What a wonderful bond you have as a couple. It's so enviable. The clerk sent Yi Weisheng out of the forest store with a smile. Watching Yi Weisheng's figure disappear outside the store, the clerk couldn't help but sigh. The feelings of the rich were just grandiose. In recent days, Yi Weisheng was a little busy, so Yuji went to the kindergarten to pick up the children after school. Mother and son riding a small electric donkey just arrived in the neighborhood, parked the car, was about to go upstairs. Yuji's cell phone rang in the bag. Yuji handed the helmet in her hand to her son. Baby, help mommy with this. Then I took out my cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? 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 Is this Ms. Yuji? Yes. Which one are you? Hello? There's a gift for you delivered over here. Could you please come over and sign for it? Yuji was puzzled. My gift? Who gave it to you? It was given to you by your husband, and we are now in the underground garage of your neighborhood. My husband? Yuji thought for a split second. It should be Yi Weisheng. What did he send himself? Mysterious. What part of the garage are you in? I'm at the elevator entrance of the second unit of the 6th building. It was the unit where Yuji lived. Okay, wait a moment. I'll be right over. Yuji led his son towards the elevator entrance of the second unit of the 6th building. Yusheng heard Yuji phone that someone gave her a gift. Curious to ask, Mom, who gave you a gift? It's from Dad. Yuji showed his teeth and smiled at his son. Anyone would be happy to receive a gift. Yusheng's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, what kind of gift did Dad give Mom? Dad was so nice to give so many gifts to him and then gifts to Mom. Mom doesn't know right now, so let's go over there together and find out. Mother and son happily arrived at the door of their unit, only to see a man in formal attire standing at the elevator entrance looking around. Yuji walked over. Hello, may I ask if you were the one who just called me? The man immediately raised his smiling face. Are you Ms. Yu? Yes. The man immediately took out the car keys and handed them to Yuji, directly behind the pink Mercedes-Benz, and said, Ms. Yu, this car is given to you by your husband. Please sign for it. Car? Yuji looked to the pink sedan parked in the parking space. Yi Weisheng gave her a car for what? Yusheng also looked at the car the man was talking about. Wow. Mom, it's your favorite pink color. Yeah. Dad is so nice. The man delivering the car also complimented the couple on their wonderful relationship. Yuji smiled awkwardly, holding his forehead inside angrily. This car is also too eye-catching, and it is not cheap at first glance, but send all sent. Cannot be asked to drive away? Yuji first signed the list, sent away the man who sent the car. Yuji took the car keys to the car for a while, holding his son upstairs, entered the house and called Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng had just finished a meeting and was on his way to Yuji's house. Hello, Ji, are you off duty? Down. On the road now. Home in about half an hour. You gave the car away, didn't you? Yi Weisheng was silent for a split second. Could there be someone else claiming to be her husband? It's me. Why did you give me a car? Don't you have a birthday coming up? An early birthday present for you. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Isn't pink her favorite color? It's not that I don't like it, but this is too expensive. It's just a car. And I didn't even say it was too expensive when you gave me such a big son. Yuji choked. How can he compare his son? The key is that I don't know how to drive. She did have a driver's license, or during the university period Yi Weisheng forced her to take the test, but she hadn't driven a car for so many years, and had forgotten almost everything. Where would she dare to drive on the road? She's even more frightening than those roadkill women drivers they talk about on the internet, and it's the kind she's afraid of herself. Didn't you get your driver's license? Or did he get it by urging her to go to practice every day? Yuji scratched his hair, said somewhat sardonically, the driver's license is taken, but have never driven a car. I forgot all. Weisheng, yeah, it's okay, I'll teach you. Are you sure? She thought it was too hard to learn to drive. Other students got their licenses in 3 to 5 months and 6 months. And it took her a year to get her license. Sure, you just haven't driven it in too long. You're rusty, just practice more. But I don't usually drive. Her little electric donkey was easy and quick to ride. Why would she need to drive? Not to mention being wary, and having to find a parking lot was not convenient at all. It's getting hotter and hotter, so you can drive to work and pick up the kids from now on. Don't get a stupid sunburn. It's okay, I've been stupid. Being able to know that you've been stupid means that you're not stupid enough to be salvaged. I want to give up therapy. No, I won't allow it. As long as there was breath left, it had to be treated. Why is this guy still so bossy? Yi Weisheng continued to poke fun at her. It's fine that you're such a big person and already have a husband, but your son is still so young and hasn't gotten a wife yet. What if he's stupid? Yi Weisheng. Yuji died speechless. The more this person said, the more outrageous. A muffled laugh came from the other side of the phone. You, Chapter 67, The car Dad gave Mom is so nice. Well, my silly daughter-in-law. I'm in the garage. So get upstairs right now and put my dinner on. Yu Weisheng hung up the phone without waiting for Yuji to speak. The smile at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. Yuji looked at the phone that was hung up, and a sweetness flooded his heart. She put down her cell phone and saw Yu Weisheng obediently sitting at her desk to do her homework. So she took out the dishes for the evening from the refrigerator and went into the kitchen. Not long after a knock sounded outside. Yuji shook off the water on his hands and went out to open the door. As the door to the room opened, it was accompanied by Yu Weisheng's giddy voice. I'm back. Yuji retreated to the side and Yu Weisheng walked inside the house. Dad. Yu Weisheng ran to Yu Weisheng with his little book. Daddy, look at the homework I wrote. Yu Weisheng took it, and there were some simple Chinese characters written on it in a crooked manner. Yu Weisheng carefully recognized it, as if he knew it, but also as if he didn't. What the heck? Let's start with a compliment. Baby writes so well. Pust. Yuji couldn't help himself. When did Yu Weisheng become a horse's ass? Just a few words from his son. It's not bad if he can recognize what is written, but it's also really well written. How he said it. Yu Weisheng slanted a glance at Yuji. What do you know? Kids need to be praised more to be more confident and motivated to learn. Yuji didn't doubt it and turned to the kitchen. Yu Weisheng told Yu Weisheng to go on with his homework while he went to the kitchen to help Yuji cook. Yuji washed the green vegetables and put them in the vegetable basket, and Yu Weisheng began to stir the fire to stir-fry the vegetables with natural and skillful movements. This is an image that Yuji has fantasized about countless times. With his favorite and most adorable son at home, Yu Weisheng cooking, she playing, and then the family of three eating around the small dining table. As soon as Yu Weisheng turned around, he saw Yuji looking at him dumbfounded and giggling, just short of drooling out of the corners of her mouth. So he couldn't help but tease her. Doesn't my cooking look particularly handsome? Yuji came back to his senses and pretended not to care. It's okay. Just okay? I see you're drooling over my charms. Which is not. Yuji turned sideways and raised his hand to touch the corner of his mouth. Indeed there was none. Realizing that she had been tricked, a blush ran across her small face, and she was instantly annoyed. Yu Weisheng pursed the corners of his lips and let out a low muffled laugh. Yuji turned back and gave Yu Weisheng a punch, causing Yu Weisheng to laugh. Yuji's face was even more red like a boiled shrimp. Feigning huffiness. No laughing. Yes. Yu Weisheng pressed down the corners of his mouth and coughed softly sideways. The corners of his lips couldn't help but hook up again. At this time Yu Weisheng's little head appeared in the kitchen doorway, looking curiously at the two people in the kitchen. Mom and Dad, what are you guys talking about that's so happy? Yuji crossed Yu Weisheng's eyes and turned to go out. It's okay. Dad said he's going to eat 3 bowls of rice tonight. Have you written your homework yet? Well, it's written. Please check it, Mom. Yu Weisheng handed the workbook to Yuji to read. Yuji took the book and took his son to the living room. Looking at his son's dog-crawling word's forehead, she really cannot boast. A word that flies all the way to the sky. Baby, let's write our homework slower next time. 1 word at a time. Like in the book. Okay? Although some of the words written really some cannot see, Yuji did not ask Yu Weisheng to rewrite. His son is still small, just learning to write. Everything has a process. Yuji does not want to be too strict with him. Good. Yu Weisheng knew that his mom meant by this that he didn't write very well and didn't get any compliments from her. Yu Weisheng wanly put away his workbook. Yu Weisheng brought the fried dishes to the table. Dinner is ready. Yuji took Yu Weisheng and washed his hands and started eating. Yu Weisheng noticed his son moping. What's wrong, baby? Yu Weisheng glanced at Yuji and didn't say anything, lowering his head to pick up his meal. Yuji knew that it should be that his son was unhappy because he didn't get a compliment today. It's that word of his, fly. When Yu Weisheng heard it, he thought it was something. If it flies up, it flies up. Baby, your mom doesn't know how to appreciate it. The font we wrote is an artistic one. It must be different from others. We'll write the same one for Mom someday. Not only can we fly, we can also stand up. Yuji let out a light laugh. Although Yu Weisheng did not know what Mom and Dad meant by flying up, but when Mom laughed, it must be a good thing, so she also laughed along with her. Don't be so strict with little kids. Baby is only 4 years old to learn slowly. Yu Weisheng gave Yuji and his son each a slice of meat. Yuji lowered his head to eat. I know. Yu Weisheng encouraged his son. Our baby will definitely be very, very good in the future. Isn't that right, baby? Aha! I'm going to be a very good man like Daddy. Does baby think Daddy's great? Well, Mommy says so, and Daddy is super awesome. So I want to be as awesome as Dad. As the saying goes, dads are their sons' role models. And Yuji often told Yu Weisheng that his dad was a super awesome school bully. Yu Weisheng smiled and looked at Yuji, grateful that Yuji had put in a good word for him in front of his son. Yuji gave his son some dishes and smothered his rice again. Yu Weisheng proposed. After dinner later, Let's go out and practice. That fast? She wasn't mentally prepared to drive yet. Of course, the car was bought to be driven. It was getting hotter and hotter, and learning early would eliminate the need to ride that little electric donkey of hers. As soon as Yu Sheng heard his mom and dad talking about the car, he hastened to voice his opinion. Dad, the car you gave mom is so pretty. Really, daddy's got a good eye, doesn't he? That's great. Yu Sheng gave Yu Weisheng a thumbs up. What's nice? That color is too eye-catching. It's definitely an eye-catching bag to drive around in pink. Why don't you buy a white or black one? Where's the eye-catching? It's just pink. It's not big red. Yu Weisheng felt that car suited Yu both in terms of model and color. Aha! Pink is so pretty. Yu Sheng said that she liked it. Mom, don't you like pink the most? Yu Sheng blinked her big eyes at Yu Weisheng deflated. Yeah, is it because I bought the car so you don't like it? Yu swallowed the rice in his mouth. The corner of his mouth hooked up a fake smile. I like it very much. Yu Weisheng made an aggrieved look. Really? Really? I really like it so much. After Yu finished speaking, he even winked at Yu Weisheng, his exaggerated expression amusing Yu Weisheng and Yu Sheng. But what about the son? We can't let him be in the car too. What if her son is scared out of his wits and never dares to ride in her car again? It would be a shame if something happened to her if she didn't have control. Chapter 68, Rookie Driver. Yu Weisheng also thought of this. I'll call Luo Yang to come over and play with my son. Is that good? Does Luo Yang have a girlfriend yet? What if he's dating? No, that 10,000-year-old single dog of his. He's either at the office or at the gym. Where to get a girlfriend? Yu Weisheng said and made a call to Luo Yang, asking him to come to Yuji's house to bring the child. Luo Yang heart scarlet belly. The night of the two couples do not take the baby. To go to do what bad things will be thrown to him to bring the child. He is a bodyguard and not a nanny. Luo Yang, who had been single for 10,000 years, had another task from then on, and that was to bring Yu Sheng. Mom and Dad, can't I go? Yu Sheng beamed, obviously very upset that Mom and Dad weren't taking him to play. Baby, Mommy is going to study. When Mommy learns how to do that she can drive you to school. You just stay home and play with Uncle Luo Yang, okay? Then why does Daddy get to go? Because Daddy was Mommy's teacher. Does Daddy teach Mommy? Yeah, baby, Daddy can do everything. Daddy is awesome. Yu Sheng could now be considered a die-hard fan of Yu Weisheng. Yu Sheng's flurry of compliments had bullied Yu Weisheng. After dinner, Yuji just cleaned up the dishes. Luo Yang arrived. Yuji and Yu Weisheng then went out the door under Luo Yang and Yu Sheng's grudging gazes. Yu Weisheng drove Yuji to the suburbs of an industrial area. Factory workers have long been off work. This time the road is basically no pedestrians and vehicles passing by. It is suitable for Yuji to practice. Yu Weisheng parked the car on the side of the road. Let's go here. There are very few cars on this road at this time of the day. It's safer for you to practice. Yu Weisheng unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Oh, Yuji nervously switched to the driver's side, trying to recall the process of getting into the car taught by the instructor when he was learning to drive in the past. Yu Weisheng sat in the passenger side, not in a hurry to rush her, watching Yuji adjust here, touch there, and then fasten the seatbelt. Yuji gripped the steering wheel with both hands, finally took a deep breath and looked sideways at Yu Weisheng. I'm ready. Okay, let's get started then. Oh, Yuji gulped and pantomimed left brake, right gas, starting to lighten up on the gas. Yuji was fully focused on the front. His right foot carefully stepped on the gas pedal and gently pressed down. A few seconds later, Yuji frowned and muttered in a small voice. Ha? Yu Weisheng looked at Yuji who was sitting upright and asked, what's wrong? Why isn't it moving? Yu Weisheng had just driven over. It couldn't have run out of gas. Yu Weisheng looked at the dashboard, which was still black, and was suddenly speechless. Baby, it hasn't been ignited yet. Oh, excuse me, Yuji suddenly realized. Immediately blushing, she thought Yu Weisheng just stopped the car. Did not expect to also turn off the engine. It's fine. Don't be nervous. Step on the brake and press here. Yu Weisheng pointed to the ignition button. Yuji did as he was told, looked at the dashboard that lit up momentarily, put it into forward gear, and once again took a deep breath. Just as she was about to step on the gas again, she heard Yu Weisheng's voice ring out again. Put the handbrake down. This car is different from the one she learned in the beginning. I don't see the handbrake lever. No. Step on the brake and press this. Yu Weisheng tapped the electronic handbrake. Oh. Yuji has not driven since he got his driver's license. So far it has been the past 6 or 7 years. What should be forgotten should not be forgotten or almost forgotten. And she learned to drive a manual. This car is an automatic, which is supposedly much easier than a manual. Yuji, in accordance with the steps taught by Yu Weisheng, a flurry of operation down. The car finally slowly forward. Turtle speed forward for a short distance. Familiarize yourself with the car's various operating procedures. Yuji back has been soaked in sweat. Forehead is also a fine bead of sweat. Palms are beginning to slip. Yuji was so nervous that his tongue tied. I can't. I need to stop. Pull over a little. Yuji parked the car on the side of the road, opened the window to ventilate the air, and then pulled a paper towel and wiped the sweat on his forehead. When Yu Weixing saw Yuji's look as if he had been pardoned, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Are you as nervous as this? I didn't see you this nervous when I was learning to drive before. It used to be in school, now it's on the main road. Can it be the same? And I used to have an instructor to help me with the brakes, and you don't have this one. Then why don't we go back and get your coach to teach you again? No. How humiliating that would be. Yi Weisheng laughed lightly. Relax. You just haven't driven for too long and you're a bit rusty. Drive for a while and you'll be familiar with it. This car is merely 2 more wheels than your little electric donkey. The reasoning is the same. Go when you need to go. Stop when you need to stop. And pay more attention to what you need to pay attention to when traveling. I'm sure you can. Yuji squeezed out a far-fetched smile and took another deep breath to adjust his emotions. I'll try again. Relax your whole body and begin. Yuji once again drove on the road. Has just familiarized himself with the car. At this time, although still nervous, but also able to smoothly on the road. Accelerate slowly. Yuji followed Yi Weixing's instructions and slowly pressed the gas pedal down. And the car became faster and faster. Yuji's heart that had just been put back in his stomach lifted again. Ah, no. It's too fast. You let off the gas when you think it's too fast, and lightly apply the brakes. Ah, Yuji stepped on the brakes. The car issued a sharp friction sound. The 2 people in the car at the same time lunged forward, and fell heavily on the seat. The car also stopped in the middle of the road. Honey, when you slow down, apply the brakes gently, not all at once. It's dangerous. Oh, go on. Yuji once again drove forward. This time she was more careful, accelerating, decelerating. Although the 2 still shrugged when braking or starting, the number of times was slowly decreasing. This is a good sign. Yuji mentally cheered himself up. Empty road, there is only Yuji, a car running forward at a time. And occasionally you can hear a sound or two. The girl screamed in terror. Traveled to a turn. Yuji, a steering wheel hit the past. Yi Weixing threw in the direction of the driver's seat. Yuji's body is also unconsciously tilted to the left. The car came adrift. Yi Weixing grabbed the handlebar and stabilized his body. When turning, if the car is going too fast, slow down in advance. Oh. Yuji gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and sat upright, his eyes not daring to turn freely. Take a deep breath and relax. There's another turn ahead. Watch left and right to hit the turn signal and change lanes. Yuji did as he was told. Isn't the car going a little fast? Aha! You don't have good control now. You need to start slowing down early. Yuji followed Yi Weixing's prompts. Felt the speed of the vehicle. Slowly adjusted. This time the turn is very smooth. Yi Weixing gave encouragement at the right time. Not bad. It's good this time. Yuji heart to steal joy. More and more relaxed. Driving more and more comfortable. Well, I told you you could do it. The corners of Yuji's pursed lips widened into a smile. Chapter 69. Yuji drives like he's taking an exam in Beijing. After driving around a plant a few times, Yuji relaxed a little. And there were far fewer situations. Yi Weixing found another street parking space. Let Yuji practiced a few times to reverse into the garage. This is much more difficult than driving a straight line. Yuji was Yi Weixing, a moment to look at the left, a moment to look at the right. Yelling ahead too big. Looking at the car parked crooked again. Yuji cried. This is also too difficult. And that's in a place that's empty all around. If she were in a downtown parking lot with cars parked on both sides, wouldn't she have to play bumper cars? Yi Weixing did not expect Yuji to forget the reverse parking so cleanly. Coupled with the actual use and the training ground is different. So Yuji gradually cranky. Yi Weixing only had to softly pacify the tiger on the verge of going berserk. It's okay, let's practice slowly. This car has an automatic parking function. At first you can't park well. You can park with the help of this function. When you park, you observe the angle around the car more, and then control it yourself, and it will be natural for a long time. Yuji scratched his hair. Bitter face. Can we not practice today? Yi Weixing raised his hand and glanced at the time on his wristwatch. It was almost 10 o'clock, and he still had to go back to take his son to bed. Alright, we'll practice here today. And continue tomorrow. Yuji's brain hurts. She really thinks riding a small electric donkey is quite good. Just as Yuji was going to unbuckle her seatbelt and get out of the car, Yi Weixing's sentence broke her whole defense. Yi Weixing, old god, looked at Yuji and said, "You drive back. I don't dare. There are so many cars downtown. I'm scared." There were no people or cars here. She could barely drive. For her to drive home now, Just the thought of it made her legs tremble. It's okay, let's just drive slower. Tomorrow I'll get a new driver sticker and put it on you. When others see you, they will automatically stay away. Yu Weisheng couldn't help the corner of his mouth from tickling when he thought of that scene. Yu Jike couldn't laugh. I really can't today. Tomorrow I'll drive back. Please, okay? Yu Ji looked pitifully at Yu Weisheng, hoping that he would be merciful and let her go. Yu Weisheng is not going to let her off the hook. The more you are afraid, the more you dare not drive. Be bold. We bought the most expensive insurance. Not afraid. You're not afraid. I am. What will happen to my son in case of an accident? What will her mom and dad do when they find out? What will happen to Yu Weisheng's parents? Yu Ji simply cannot dare to think. Yu Weisheng encouraged her with a straight face. There are very few cars on the road at this hour. Don't be afraid of me, just relax and drive a little slower. You'll be fine. You don't care if people honk at you or not, or if they overtake you or not. You just go your own way. Guts are practiced, and you'll never dare until you break through and take the first step. Yu Ji was breathlessly lying on the steering wheel, looking at the serious Yu Weisheng. But I just touched a car for the first time today. You've been touching it for a year when you got your driver's license. Yu Ji's speech blocked. Cannot mention the past. That has been a long time ago. When you were learning to drive, didn't you pass subject 3 with a perfect score? So just review it for you now and come up with the same mindset you had on test day. Yu Ji test subject 3 that day was divided into a high traffic volume of the test section. Looking at the vehicles coming and going, Yu Ji panicked very much, but she is still steady test, and took a full score. Yu Ji buried his head in silence for a while, then looked up with a fierce face at Yue. Are you sure you want me to drive? Yu Weisheng held his chest and nodded. Okay. Don't you regret it? No regrets. Yu Ji pointed at Yu Weisheng's nose and said, I'll tell you first, don't blame me if you get scared in a while. You forced me to open. No, I believe you. Yu Ji smacked his lips, and cursed in his heart. Who wants you to believe, and scare you to death later? Yu Weisheng stretched his long legs. Let's go. Let's go home. Don't keep your son waiting. Yu Ji resigned to start the car. Slowly drive towards the city. The city is full of traffic. With more and more traffic, Yu Ji also more and more nervous. Hands have been wet with sweat. Step on the gas, the leg are beginning to tremble. Yu Weisheng saw Yu Ji highly nervous look, so he wanted to play a light music to help her ease her anxiety. How do you know that Yu Ji suddenly let out a roar, startling Yu Weisheng's hand that was playing music trembled. Don't play music. It affects my attention. You're too nervous. Listen to some music and relax. I don't want to relax. She was afraid that if she relaxed, the two of them would gah. Yu Weisheng could only turn off the music unhappily. Yu Ji two hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. All the way to the fearful eyes do not dare to blink. It's true what they say. Others drive as casually as if they were playing with a toy car. She drives as nervously as if she were taking an exam in Beijing. Not to mention rushing to the exam. Yu Ji was not so nervous when she gave birth to a child. Yu Weisheng can only language guide. Do a deep breath. Don't car with too close. See, the front car brake light is on. You also need to step on the brake slightly to slow down. Yu Ji all attention on the car in front of the front car brake lights did not light, but also suddenly accelerated out. Yu Ji then also followed the acceleration. Did not notice the front indicator has begun to flash yellow lights. Yu Ji then a foot on the gas. The car in front of the intersection. The intersection lights from green to red. Yu Weisheng did not expect Yu Ji to suddenly accelerate and only had time to shout, "Red light!" Yu Ji came back to his senses in a flash. A foot on the brake. The car made a sharp scuffing sound, and then stopped at the crosswalk. Yu Ji and Yu Weisheng in the car at the same time flung forward. Fortunately bolted the seatbelt. They were pulled back. Yu Ji heartbeat missed a beat. Small face white. The whole body cannot stop starting to tremble. Fortunately, the rear car to see is a red light in advance to slow down and stop, so there is no traffic accident. Yu Weisheng patted her hand to calm her down. It's fine. At this time the sidewalk began to have pedestrians passing by. Everyone is around the front of the car, looking into the car, curious about what kind of person drives a car. Red light is not slowing down. Rush to the crosswalk to come to a stop. Some of the people who were traveling in groups of 3 or 2 began to talk about it. So it's a woman driver. Should be a newbie. Some people also see the passenger side sitting a man then said, maybe with a license usually did not drive. Today the man drank alcohol, only to let the lady temporary drive. Well, it's possible. Yu Ji felt embarrassed and his face turned from white to red, burying his head in the steering wheel and gasping for air. Dozens of seconds after the red light, Yu Ji slowed down, gently stepped on the gas to drive through the 10-mile intersection. Yu Weisheng saw Yu Ji is about to cry, hurriedly told her to stop. Pull over in front. I'll drive. Yu Ji but suddenly stubborn. Do not. Chapter 70, Yuxing inherited her father's ruthlessness. Yuji held her breath and kept driving the car home carefully, and when she reached the underground garage, she didn't force herself to park for fear of knocking the cars in front and behind her. After sitting in the driver's seat for a while, Yuexing got out of the car to help her open the door before she lifted her foot out of the car. Yuji stepped out of the car door, 2 feet soft, almost paralyzed on the ground. Yuexing quick to catch her, and held Yuji in his arms, patting her back to calm her. It's okay. Yuji suddenly burst out crying. It's all your fault. You had to let me drive. I was scared to death. Yuji really felt that her heart stopped at that moment. After saying a burst of fear, even more aggrieved, vigorously slapped up Yuexing. Yuexing hugged Yuji and didn't hide, letting Yuji's fists fall on him. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Yuji vented and had less fear in her heart. I don't want to drive. Yuexing also do not want to force Yuji. Today that way she is really scared. Good. Do not want to open, we do not open. I'll pick up and drop off you and my son. The big deal is to have another driver and have him pick up the mother and child when he's busy. Soothing Yuji, Yuexing parked the car in the parking space, and the two of them went upstairs hand in hand. When he opened the door of his home, he saw Yuexing zipping around in the living room. Yuexing suffocated, a small red face sweating profusely, both legs shaking badly, still gritted his teeth and insisted. Seeing Yuji and Yuexing back, he glanced towards the door, called out Mom and Dad, and then continued to hold his breath and stopped talking. Luo Yang, on the other hand, sat on the sofa getting high on melon seeds. Back. Yuji looked at Yuexing curiously. What is this doing? What's with the horse stance in the first place? Luo Yang finished knocking down the handful of melon seeds in his hand and clapped his hands. Yuexing said he wants to learn kung fu from me. Luo Yang didn't know how to bring a small child, and he didn't know when Yuexing and the two of them would come back, so he simply took Yuexing to watch TV. Yuexing looked at the male lead in the drama fighting with a face of adoration. Luo Yang said that he could do it too. Yuji instantly gave his adoring gaze to Luo Yang. Uncle Luo, do you know martial arts too? Do you know that uwu of his? Yuexing said and gestured a few times. For sure. Luo Yang said and made a few gestures, which stunned Yuexing and straight away said that he wanted to worship Luo Yang as his master. Luo Yang said, practicing kung fu is tiring. Are you afraid? Yuexing's little head shot up. I'm not afraid. Learning kung fu all starts with the basics, so you'll start with half an hour of horse dances, and I'll teach you if you can do it. At first Luo Yang thought that Yuexing, a 4 or 5-year-old kid, had a 3-minute fever and said that learning kung fu was all a joke, so he deliberately said that to tease Yuexing. I didn't expect Yuexing to really hold on. Her little face was red, her legs were trembling, she fell down a few times, climbed up and continued to hold on. Luo Yang said in his heart, this kid is as ruthless as his father. No wonder there are the saying that a tiger's father has no son. Luo Yang is only Yuexing so big. It is not so good stamina. He is 10 years old, began to follow Yuexing training together. At first could not even hold on so long. I didn't expect Yuexing to do it. Yuexing looked at Yuexing's fussiness, similar to when he learned kung fu as a child, giving Yuexing a thumbs up. Baby is awesome. Yuexing grinned hard. Luo Yang looked at the time. Almost half an hour. Okay, you've reached your mark. Take a break. Phew, Yuexing fell to the ground at once. So tired. Luo Yang looked at the little dot on the ground. Learning kung fu was very tiring. Oh, do you still want to learn? Yuexing hurriedly climbed up. Yes, I want to learn. Yuji looked at his son's serious little face and asked with some curiosity. Baby, why do you suddenly want to learn kung fu? She hadn't even realized that her son had this hobby before, or she would have definitely enrolled him in an interest class a long time ago. Yuji is ready to open-ended son. Do not want to, like other parents, to enroll their children in a large number of interest classes, whether the child is willing or not. Must go to learn. Yuji's main focus is one of spontaneity. His son learns what he likes and doesn't like it. So at present Yuexing did not enroll in a hobby class. The weekend at home Yuji will teach Yuexing writing, play with blocks and toys, or take him outside to play. I want to become powerful. In the future if someone bullies me or bullies mommy, I'll beat him up, Yuexing said waving his little fist. Yuji hastened to educate his son. Baby, we are now a society of law and order. We must convince people with reason. You cannot hit people at will. Mom, don't worry. I won't just beat up anyone. I only beat up people who don't listen. Some people you give him reason and he won't listen. Beat him up and he'll behave. It's like that uncle on TV. He was bullied and talked sense for half a day. Not a single person paid attention to him. After he beat those people up, they gave him kind words and begged for forgiveness. If someone bullies him in the future, he'll just punch that person out. Ha! Luo Yang was not calm when he heard it. This kid learned kung fu originally to talk with his fists. Yi Weisheng's face was full of smiles when he heard Yu Sheng's words. He squatted down and began to teach his son the truth of being a human being. Son, remember one thing. We don't mess with things, but we are not afraid of things, and we don't have to be polite to those who take the initiative to mess with you. Dad, I'll teach you another idiom. It's called be courteous before you fight. When it comes to anything, we have to think calmly first. We can't just do things on impulse. Doing things too impulsively will inevitably end up with some irrational behavior, and every decision we make should be made to ensure as much as possible that we won't regret it later. Understand? Yu Sheng scratched her hair, looked down and thought for a while, looked at Yi Weisheng and nodded firmly. Dad, I understand. Yi Weisheng rubbed his son's little head. So good. Daddy's baby is so smart. Getting a compliment from her dad. Yu Sheng revealed a row of big white teeth and smiled happily. Yu Ji looked to the side of Luo Yang. Luo Yang, thank you for today. Ms. Yu doesn't have to be polite. Luo Yang looked at Yi Weisheng and said, the boss is going to give me overtime pay, right? Yi Weisheng raised his eyebrows. I'll calculate twice the overtime pay for you. Luo Yang grinned. He was originally joking. He didn't expect Yi Weisheng to really give him overtime pay, or twice as much. Who would mind too much money? It is a big fool not to take money. Such a good opportunity to make money. More is better. So Luo Yang said to Yu Ji, Ms. Yu in the future. What is the matter despite the command? I will certainly do for you beautifully. Yi Weisheng scoffed at Luo Yang. This kid himself gave him a lot of salary. Why still look like a fall in the eye of the money? Did you have a girlfriend? So expenses are higher? Chapter 71, a junior wife is also a wife. This kid all day in the company. The phone did not see him look at more than a few eyes. After work ran to the gym. Where to find a girlfriend? It is not to engage in office romance. This kid is hiding deep. If you touch fish and fall in love during work hours, you'll have to dock your paycheck. It was getting late and Yu Sheng wanted to get ready for bed. So Yi Weisheng and Luo Yang went downstairs together. In the elevator, Yi Weisheng looked up and down at Luo Yang beside him, and Luo Yang was uncomfortable by Yi Weisheng's naked eyes, hands on his chest, cowering in the corner. Boss, if you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to think you're in love with me. Yi Weisheng gave Luo Yang a big blank stare. I have a normal sexual orientation. Then why are you staring at me without blinking? Isn't it just asking for some overtime pay? Not to mention that I helped unlock one of your son's potentials today. It's not a bad payment. Luo Yang in front of outsiders do not smile. And Yi Weisheng in the company is the relationship between the boss and subordinates, but in private is to get along with the mode of good friends. After all, grew up together. The relationship is ironic, and occasionally joking and so on is normal. Are you in love? How come I didn't realize this kid loved money so much before? Luo Yang froze. Falling in love? What is that? Luo Yang's appearance fell in Yi Weisheng's eyes. That is, he secretly fell in love and was caught by Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng long patted Luo Yang's shoulder. You are not small. It is time to fall in love. There is an object on the big square to bring out to let a few brothers to give you a look. You kids so single stupid. Don't be cheated. Since he was a child, Luo Yang's favorite thing was cars. During the years of studying abroad, Luo Yang's tuition and living expenses were all given by the Yi family. The Yi family would give Luo Yang a sum of living expenses every month. Not as much as Yi Weisheng's, but not too little. Luo Yang frugal, and occasionally go outside to do part-time work. Save all the money taken to buy a car. Really not much savings. After returning to China, Luo Yang is Yi Weisheng's private secretary and bodyguard. Yi Weisheng did not treat him poorly. Luo Yang is now also an annual salary of more than $1 million. Just now in the workplace, there are a lot of good girls, and a lot of scheming women. Luo Yang has no experience in love. Don't be cheated, a passion for the waste, and then fall into a person's money too empty. This kid is a person who bleeds without tears. I don't know if he will cry. Yi Weisheng imagined how Luo Yang cried bitterly after he lost his love, and couldn't help but feel a vicious chill. I'm not. In his condition, girls still walk around in fear when they see him. Where would anyone fall in love with him? Not to mention that falling in love costs so much money, and he hasn't even saved up enough money to buy the new sports car he's looking at. So where's the money for a relationship? I'm serious with you. Don't be embarrassed. Boss, I'm not embarrassed. I'm really not in love. Really no? Yi Weisheng looked askance at Luo Yang. Luo Yang said firmly, there really isn't. I see you look like you're short of money. I thought you had a girlfriend and thought I'd give you a raise so I could take it on a date with my girlfriend. But since I don't have it, then forget it. Ha? Luo Yang was dumbfounded. He actually pushed out the opportunity to increase his salary? The elevator door opened in the underground garage, and Yi Weisheng lifted his leg and walked out. Luo Yang hurriedly followed up. No, boss. People say that a car is a man's little wife, and a little wife is also a wife. I've recently taken a fancy to a car. And I'm still short of quite a bit of money, so this salary can still go up. You've bought so many cars. It's better to save up some money for future love and marriage. Luo Yang followed behind Yi Weisheng step by step. A good car is not too much. The girlfriend is not there yet, but the car is already like it. Yi Weisheng turned back to look at Luo Yang. Can a car give you a child? Can't. But the kid can't carry me around either. Weisheng, yeah, don't you feel lonely driving around alone? Wouldn't it be more fun to have your wife and kids with you? Luo Yang thought of the little cutie Yu Sheng. It would indeed be quite nice to have such a soft little kid to go for a ride with him. However, his girlfriend is nowhere to be found yet, let alone getting married and having kids, which is all a long way off. Boss, do you think girlfriends are that easy to find? He's so good at standing around. He got himself a good deal when he went to college and came back from studying abroad with a kid that big. Where is he going to find one that fits? Yi Weisheng thought about it. Casually playing is good to find. If you want to find a marriage and start a family, you still have to be careful. It's okay. Slowly find. Will find. If you're in a hurry, you can ask Lin Zijie to introduce you to a few. Luo Yang's head motions like a rattle drum. I'm not in a hurry. Those confidants of Lin Xiao are not something anyone is blessed to enjoy. Lin Zijie's side of those women are all demonic open. All day either bubble in the bar, is with a group of men and women hanging around, chaotic very. Luo Yang suddenly felt that Yi Weisheng was quite good at choosing a girlfriend, and Yu Ji was very suitable for living at home. No wonder that 5 years abroad. Even after the breakup, Yi Weisheng also for Yu Ji body as jade, let those women outside how to seduce. He sensed the stalwart. It's hard to find a woman as good as Yu Ji. Yi Weisheng was amused by Luo Yang's expression. The warblers and swallows around Lin Zijie were indeed not suitable for Luo Yang, much less for marriage. Then next time you go home, I'll ask my mom to help you find a few? Luo Yang had a wooden face. Boss, let's not bother the lady with this matter. We can just solve our own matters ourselves. Luo Yang's scalp went numb at the thought of his wife introducing him to someone. Yi Weisheng lived in the old mansion when he first returned to China. Ye's mom asked girls to go to Ye's house and meet with Yi Weisheng for 3 days, a scene that Luo Yang found incredibly embarrassing. Later, Yi Weisheng could not stand Ye's mother's streaming matchmaking, so he bought an apartment near the company and moved out on his own on the grounds that the old house was too far away from the company and that he wasted time on the road every day. Luo Yang also took advantage of that opportunity to rent a house near Yi Weisheng's apartment. Living alone at ease, no longer have to listen to his dad nagging. If Yi Weisheng asked his wife to introduce him to a girl, wouldn't that be tantamount to telling his father that he was in a hurry to get married? The last time he went back to the old mansion, Luo Yang's father also urged him to get married. At that time, Luo Yang said that Yi Weisheng had just entered the company. They had a lot of things to do, and they didn't have the time to fall in love right now, and fooled his dad. If the missus starts introducing him to people, then his dad will be in a hurry to get him everywhere. The lady and his dad bombarded him with successive attacks, and it was scary just to think about it. He doesn't want to go on a blind date, let alone get married. He just wants to drive his favorite car and go to work jerking iron around. Chapter 72, Yi Weisheng's Little Plan. Yi Weisheng turned around and was about to get into his car when Luo Yang pulled him back. Boss, are we still coming tomorrow? Yu Sheng even said she wants to learn kung fu from him. Why not take on an apprentice and earn some overtime pay on the side? His beloved princess is still waiting for him at the 4S store. He has to save up enough money to bring it home before he gets itchy thinking about it all day long. Yi Weisheng thought of Yu Ji scared today. Tomorrow will not necessarily still go to practice. Tomorrow afternoon wait for my call. Okay. Back. Luo Yang turned toward his beloved car. Yi Weisheng had just gotten into the car when he remembered Yu Sheng's desire to learn martial arts. By the way, why does my son suddenly want to learn martial arts? Luo Yang had just taken 2 steps when he heard Yi Weisheng's voice. His footsteps gave way and he turned back. He was watching TV at home after you guys left, and the guy in that TV show was being bullied, and the guy beat the bully to the ground in a few blows. And Yu Sheng saw that and thought it was awesome and wanted to learn. That's it? Nothing else? Luo Yang nodded. This is it. What else would be the reason? The boss wouldn't think he compelled it. He just couldn't be more short of money than to go after a child that young. Luo Yang, half lying on the driver's side window, said to Yi Weisheng, let me tell you, boss, this son of yours has perseverance, strong learning ability, and is a good piece of material for learning martial arts. Yu Sheng just watched the guy in the TV show fight once, and he was able to learn a general idea, so it was evident that he had a strong ability to imitate. A few more tricks and some force and you'll be able to learn it tenfold. Yi Weisheng also learned a lot of self-defense, just usually can't use it. My son is naturally the best. How is it, boss? Yu Sheng learned some self-defense skills for his benefit. I teach Yu Sheng is better than you send him to the outside of the training course, but also one-on-one tutoring. By cannot lose by cannot be fooled yo. Luo Yang said and threw a wink at Yi Weisheng. He didn't have much to do after work anyway, and with this business deal, he'd be able to make a lot more money coming in each month. Yi Weisheng saw Luo Yang's behavior and became suspicious again. Your kid lacks money to this extent? You've even started to use winks on me. I have every reason to suspect that you're not compelling my son at home. Luo Yang brushed his chest and said indignantly, in all conscience, you and I have known each other for more than 20 years. Am I that kind of person in your heart? Ha, boss, you're chilling. If you don't believe me, go back and ask your son if I ever half-forced myself on him. Yi Weisheng was non-committal. Wait until I Ming discusses it with you Ji. Okay, wait for your news. Yi Weisheng started the car. Luo Yang also returned to his car, and the two drove home. Yu Ji inquired while bathing his son at home. Baby, do you really want to learn Kung Fu? Yu Sheng sat in the bathtub and blew bubbles. Well, Mommy, I want to learn. I want to become powerful. I want to become as powerful as Uncle Luo. How do you know that Uncle Luo is very powerful? Although Luo Yang didn't look like he could be messed with, he was quite nice and calm. Had Yu Sheng seen Luo Yang fight? Speaking of this, Yu Sheng's two big eyes flashed with adoration. The Kung Fu that awesome uncle on TV today knows. Uncle Luo knows it too. He must be awesome. So it is. Learning Kung Fu is hard work, and you might get hurt. Are you afraid? Yu Ji childhood learning dance have been injured. Not to mention martial arts such as the need to fight skills. Injuries are inevitable. She was worried that her son 3-minute enthusiasm, not 2 days to learn and refused to learn again. Uncle Luo also told me it would be hard. I'm not afraid. Mom, I practiced for half an hour today. Mom, believe me, I can do it. Seeing his son said seriously, Yu Ji heart feel ashamed. She practiced once today. She was too scared to go again. Her son is so small, but not afraid of hard work, willing to learn martial arts. She decided to set a good example and continue to go to practice tomorrow to get her car skills up to speed, so that she would no longer be afraid of the wind and rain when she took her son out. It was rare that her son had his own interest and was willing to take the initiative to learn. So of course she, as a mom, supported it. Then will mommy enroll you in a hobby class? Anyway, it's almost summer vacation, so I'll be able to drop my son off at a training school during the day, so I won't have to find a separate daycare, so I'll be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yu Sheng looked at her mom with an eager face. Can't I learn from Uncle Luo? Yu Ji nudged Yu Sheng's little nose. Uncle Luo is tired from having to work during the day and needs to rest after work. Yu Sheng wiped off the foam that Yu Ji had nudged onto his nose. But Uncle Luo has promised to take me as an apprentice. Yu Sheng wanted to learn from Luo Yang. He didn't want to go to a training school. Yes? Yu Ji didn't realize that Yu Sheng had already made an agreement with Luo Yang. Luo Yang had to work during the day, and it was too late after work, and everyone wanted to rest after retiring day. She could teach Yu Sheng on weekends, but she didn't have a training ground at home. If you practice martial arts in the house, you may get complaints from your downstairs neighbors in less than half an hour. Aha! Really, Mom? Uncle Luo really promised. Then Mom still needs to discuss with Dad and Uncle Luo. Practicing at home is too noisy. It will disturb the neighbors downstairs. We still need to find another place for you to do your training ground. Yu Sheng obediently agreed. Good. The next day after work, Yu Ji picked up her son and went home, made dinner early and waited for Yi Weisheng to come back. Ever since the last time they talked it out, Yi Weisheng basically came over to have dinner with them. After Yi Weisheng came back, Yu Ji brought food to the table while telling Yi Weisheng about Yu Sheng's idea. My son said he wanted to learn martial arts, and I was going to enroll him in an interest class, but my son said he wanted to learn from Luo Yang. Yu Sheng was afraid that Yi Weisheng wouldn't agree, so he hurriedly told Yi Weisheng about his agreement with Luo Yang. Dad, Uncle Luo promised everything. He said that as long as I can do horse stance for half an hour, he will take me as his disciple, and I did it yesterday. Yi Weisheng once again asked Yu Sheng for confirmation. Baby, have you really made up your mind to learn? As long as you start learning, you can't give up halfway. Yu Sheng patted his chest and assured Yi Weisheng. Dad, don't worry, I won't give up. Good. Then Dad talk to Uncle Luo and ask him to teach you. Learning martial arts would be good for Yu Sheng in the future. Yi Weisheng also started learning Kung Fu at Yu Sheng's age. Thank you, Daddy. Yu Sheng's big eyes shone brightly. He was now starting to look forward to his changed awesome self. Yu Ji saw Yi Weisheng has decided, then said the current problems faced. Now on the issue of the training ground, there is no way to practice at home, and so on the weekend, I'll go to the neighborhood to see if there is suitable to be used as a training ground for the house. You first talk to Luo Yang, and so on, when you find the site and then let Luo Yang begin to teach. Yi Weisheng had a bright idea. I have a special gym on the 2nd floor over there. It won't affect the neighbors. My son can practice over there. Why don't you all move over there? Save yourselves the trouble of traveling back and forth. Chapter 73. Don't be silly. Your sister-in-law wants you to come over for dinner. Yi Weisheng looked at Yuji with anticipation, hoping that she would agree. Then he would not have to go back and forth every day, and in the morning when he opened his eyes, he could see his wife and children. How nice! Yuji how could not see Yi Weisheng's little plan, did not hesitate to break his fantasy. No, anyway, now my son is not yet summer vacation. Luo Yang also have to work, so go to your side to practice on the weekend, Monday through Friday even. It's pretty exhausting to work and go to school, and it's time to take a break. Yi Weisheng, that house is a leap. Gym on the second floor does not exist to affect the neighbors downstairs, since he has a ready-made training ground. Yuji will not have to go to another house. Just fine. Yi Weisheng let out his breath. Alright, just follow your arrangement. Yuji guffawed. But I still need to ask Luo Yang to come over and help look after the kids today. I'm going out to practice in a while. Yi Weisheng looked at Yuji in surprise. You're not afraid anymore? Fear. Should I give up if I'm afraid? Then won't I even be inferior to my son? Yuji finished looking at Yu Shang. Isn't that right, son? We have to be unafraid of difficulties and move forward. Yuji wants to set a good example for his son. Yes, Ali gives. Yu Sheng clenched his small fists, and Yuji cheered each other on. Yi Weisheng looked at a large and small group of energetic people, and a smile grew on his face. Then I'll give Luo Yang a call. Well, ask him if he's had dinner yet, and if he hasn't, tell him to hurry over and I'll fry up 2 more dishes. When Yi Weisheng called, Luo Yang was jerking iron at the gym. Hello, boss? What for? Working out. Don't be healthy. Your sister-in-law wants you to come over for dinner. Luo Yang was momentarily speechless. What words did the boss use? Why does this sound so awkward? Boss, need babysitting services tonight? Aha! Okay, here we go. Luo Yang put down the dumbbells, wiped a handful of sweat on his face, went to the shower room to take a shower, and walked out of the gym refreshed. Yuji turned back to get the dishes from the refrigerator. Yi Weisheng pulled her back. You rest for a while. I'll do it. Yi Weisheng took out the dishes from the refrigerator and went to the kitchen to wash and cut the vegetables, and his movements were smooth and flowing. Yuji leaned against the doorframe and looked at Yi Weisheng, who was seriously cooking with his head down. Perfect jawline, exquisite cold hard, broad shoulders and narrow waist, long legs, ascetic and noble. Even the posture of cooking is so gentle and elegant, attracting people's attention. Such Yi Weisheng seemed to glow in Yuji's eyes. Yi Weisheng inadvertently met Yuji's gaze, raised his eyebrows and teased. Fascinated by your handsome husband again? Yeah, who made Mr. Yi so showy? Getting along for a long time. Yuji also began to slowly change back to the previous kind of cheeky mode of getting along with Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng smiled evilly. Want to eat? Yuji walked in and hugged Yi Weisheng from behind, standing on his tiptoes and murmuring softly in Yi Weisheng's ear. Want to eat? Yuji's breath sprayed on Yi Weisheng's ears, causing a tingling sensation to run through his body. His fingertips trembled slightly, and his ears gradually colored red. Yuji saw Yi Weisheng's reaction. The corner of his mouth raised with a mischievous and successful smile. You did the dishes. Ha ha ha. The meandering atmosphere was broken all of a sudden. Yi Weisheng's ears flushed red. Good on you. Your guts are getting bigger and bigger. Yi Weisheng turned back and tried to pinch Yuji's little face, but Yuji dodged over with a dodge and ran out of the kitchen with a few steps. Quickly do the dishes. In a moment Luo Yang should arrive. Yuji turned back and made a face, then went to the living room to play with his son, leaving Yi Weisheng alone with an itch. What's the difference between Yuji's behavior and that of a hooligan? Yi Weisheng thought in his heart, daring to tease him like that in the kitchen. He must find a chance to clean up this girl who doesn't know the sky and the earth. Not long after, the doorbell rang, and Yu Sheng ran like hell to open the door. Mom, I'll get the door. It must be Uncle Ro arriving. Yu Sheng opened the door and sure enough, it was Luo Yang. Yu Sheng happily called out, Uncle Luo. He can practice Kung Fu with Uncle Luo again today. My little disciple, let Master hug you, Luo Yang said, bending down to carry Yu Sheng into his arms. Master? Yu Sheng stared with wide eyes and a look of excitement. Didn't you want to learn Kung Fu from Uncle last night? Why did you back out today? Yu Sheng hurriedly shook her head. No, I want to learn. I want to worship Uncle Luo as my teacher. So good. Luo Yang hugged Yu Sheng and sat on the sofa, nodding Yu Sheng's little nose. Yuji poured a cup of water and placed it in front of Luo Yang. I have to trouble you again today. Luo Yang. Hey sister-in-law, that's a bit of an insult. I'm the boss's secretary and I'm on call 24 hours a day. Luo Yang looked around. There were only Yuji and Yu Sheng in the house, and he didn't see Yi Weisheng's figure. On the contrary, there was the sound of stir-frying in the kitchen. Luo Yang didn't think much about it. It was clearly Yi Weisheng who called him to come over for dinner. Could it be that Yi Weisheng hadn't arrived yet? Sister-in-law, Hasn't the boss come over yet? Yuji and Yusheng's voices sounded at the same time. Here it is. Master, Daddy's frying in the kitchen. What? The boss is frying? Luo Yang hurriedly put down Yusheng and took 2 or 3 steps to the kitchen. As soon as he arrived at the kitchen door, he saw Yi Weisheng wearing an apron and frying vegetables in the kitchen. Luo Yang's pair of eyeballs stared as big as copper bells. His mouth opened wide in surprise. It looked like he could stuff an egg in. Boss, when did you learn to cook behind my back? Yi Weisheng slanted a glance at Luo Yang. What do you mean behind your back? I'm many years old at this. Luo Yang walked into the kitchen and looked Yi Weisheng up and down. That posture. That movement. As if a teacher who had been in the kitchen for many years. As Yi Weisheng stir-fried, a mouth-watering aroma emanated from the pot. Luo Yang couldn't help but gulp. His boss not only knew how to cook, his cooking skills were quite good. Years? Why did I just find out today? Luo Yang and Yi Weisheng have been in and out of the same apartment for 5 years abroad, and the apartment they live in has a kitchen. But Yi Weisheng has never cooked. They didn't hire a nanny either, so they just either went down to the restaurant or ordered takeout every day. And the food in England made him vomit. Yi Weisheng himself followed Luo Yang in complaining about the difficulty of takeout in the UK. Boss, you have such good skills. Why did you have to eat that awful takeaway every day when you were in England? Why didn't you cook? Yi Weisheng gave Luo Yang a puzzled look. Why should I cook? Didn't you also say that takeout in England is hard to eat? Hard to eat, you won't cook it yourself? Luo Yang was because he couldn't cook himself. Don't want to do it. Except for his wife and children. No one could make young Master Yi wash his hands and make soup. Alas, Luo Yang looked at Yi Weisheng with an accusing face and shook his head straight. This person who was being heavily colored, he would only be courteous to his sister-in-law, never caring about the life or death of his brother who was born to die. Luo Yang said with a face full of indignation, I'm going to expose you to my sister-in-law. You'll only pretend to be hard-working in front of her, but in reality you're just a lazy batch. Chapter 74, Yi Weisheng can work in the house and kitchen. Yi Weisheng didn't care. Go! You go now! Think of his Yi young master. Cooking is for Yuji learn. If not Yuji in, where they have that mouth. If you have something to eat, you should be happy. And you're exposing him? Bastard. Watch out for him to get angry and uncover his heavenly head. Luo Yang nodded his chin. So emboldened. Is it true that in this house, you cook every day? What's the problem? Luo Yang and Yi Weisheng grew up together. Before Luo Yang went abroad, Yi Weisheng does not know how to cook. Which means that after Luo Yang went abroad, Yi Weisheng learned to cook for Yuji. The power of love is so great. I can't imagine the domineering president of his family turning into a homebody in seconds after work. It's really up and down. Boss, did your sister-in-law force you to do it? His boss wouldn't still be a rakier, would he? Cooking for my wife and kids is my job. You single dogs won't understand. Yi Weisheng super enjoys the self-sufficient life of a family of 3. This is the fireworks of the world. Yi Weisheng's rightful tone of voice made Luo Yang admire Yuji. Yuji can be really powerful, actually able to make Yi Weisheng willingly cook for her. Yi Weisheng served the dishes from the pot onto a plate and handed it to Luo Yang. Take it out. Luo Yang took the plate and placed it on the dining table. Going back to continue chatting with Yi Weisheng? No problem. I'll come over every day from now on to dine. Come on if you dare. Sister-in-law invited me. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Luo Yang now knows that when he can't say Yi Weisheng, he will bring out Yuji, which is guaranteed to work. Yi Weisheng continued to fry the second dish. Then you'll be the one cooking from now on. Luo Yang clasped his hands to his chest and leaned against the doorframe. It's not like I know how to. That's okay. I can teach you. Tuition comes out of your paycheck. Yi Weisheng said lightly. Luo Yang shocked eyeballs out. This evil capitalism. Do you have any humanity left? It's only right that you pay tuition for teaching you your craft. How am I inhuman? Then I choose not to learn. It's not like he's interested in cooking. Think about it. It's your loss to miss such a good master like me. This skill can help you keep your girlfriend's heart. It's not like I have a girlfriend. Money can keep my beloved consort's heart. He's going to save the money to buy a car. Yi Weisheng wanted to slap a shovel on his head. The oldest is not small anymore. Don't know all day long, just car. Uncle Luo heart anxious. You tell him to hold his horses for a while. He can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. He's only 28 this year. He's still young. You could be in a hurry too. Everyone is in a hurry for you. Why don't you? Luo Yang looked indifferent. Then you guys hurry. One less than me is no less. I won't participate. Yi Weisheng was too lazy to talk to him again. After frying a plate of green vegetables, Luo Yang carried the plate out. Yi Weisheng took off his apron and came to the dining room. Dinner. Yuji took Yusheng to wash his hands and get on the table. Yuji didn't drink, so there was no alcohol in the house, so she poured Luo Yang a drink. At the dinner table, Yi Weisheng tells Luo Yang about teaching Yusheng martial arts on his side over the weekend, and Luo Yang agrees wholeheartedly. After dinner, Yuji and Yi Weisheng went out and Luo Yang stayed home with the children. This time Yuji, no longer timid, took the initiative to ask to drive out, slowly and leisurely all the way to the industrial park last night to practice. Yuji was still nervous, but she had gained courage from her son today and had been psyching herself up to not be in the same situation as yesterday. Yi Weisheng, afraid of Yuji yelling at him again, came all the way, did not say much, quietly sitting in the passenger side to observe Yuji's movements, all the way to the industrial park. Yuji parked the car on the side of the road to rest. Yi Weisheng only began to praise Yuji. Look, I told you that you can do it. Today you drove over by yourself. There is no condition. Yuji sat on the seat and moved her neck and wrists. Although this journey is not out of the situation, but her heart is really apprehensive. Her whole body was tense. Her legs were trembling when it was crowded downtown, and she was sweating after such a long drive. But I'm still nervous, Yuji grimaced bitterly. As soon as she sat in the car, her whole body couldn't help but tighten up. Yi Weisheng's eyes were full of smiles. Were you nervous on your first day at work? Nervous. It was not only her first day on the job, but also her first job after graduating from college, and she was both looking forward to and apprehensive about stepping into the workplace for the first time. So are you still nervous about going to work now? Not nervous anymore. Now the company is mixing it up. Yuji and departmental colleagues are quite good relations. Every day is full and happy. Isn't that right? It's all the same thing. You drive a few more days. Naturally you won't be nervous. Yi Weisheng reached out and ruffled the broken hair on Yuji's face behind his ear. With a doting face, this unintentional action teased Yuji's ears red. What the two people didn't know was that behind the factory building not far away, a man wearing black clothes and a black duck-tongued cap, with a camera in his hand, had just fixed that action of Yi Weisheng in the camera. That person had been hiding in the shadows, secretly filming the various interactions between Yi Weisheng and Yuji. Yuji, in Yi Weisheng's guidance, began to practice, slowly more and more familiar with the car, driving more and more skillful. Yi Weisheng occasionally chat with Yuji. The whole person relaxed. Yuji can also be divided to deal with Yi Weisheng. Tonight's practice was much smoother than yesterday's, with parking being the main practice tonight. Unconsciously it was 10 o'clock at night. Yuji consciously drove Yi Weisheng to the city. Behind their car, a black sedan trailed them at a distance. Practiced more than one night, Yuji's trainability to improve a lot, although the traffic is still inevitably nervous, but the left and right vehicles, traffic lights, etc. can be observed in a timely manner. Yuji steadily drove the car to the neighborhood underground garage, found a parking space. Yi Weisheng get off to give her practical guidance. As well practiced as you can be in the suburbs, that's where it's empty and deserted, with no cars to the left or right, so you can turn in any way you want, diagonally and crookedly. The parking lots in the neighborhoods are a bit more of a test of skill, with cars parked front and back, and you have to be careful. The first time in the garage parking, Yuji, in Yi Weisheng's command, carefully adjust the angle, repeated a few times, before the car narrowly into the parking space. Yuji sat in the car, took a paper towel and wiped the sweat on her palms and forehead, and Yi Weisheng helped her open the door, making an inviting gesture. Princess, please get off. Yuji smiled sweetly, lifted his leg and got off the car. The two walked into the unit building hand in hand, the black-clad men trailing them, hiding behind a black sedan, pressed their camera shutters one after the other, locking a scene of the two of them and their cameras. When Yuji and Yi Weisheng's silhouette disappeared in the elevator entrance, the man in black got up and returned to the car, flipping through the results of this evening. Every angle is mastered very well. The black man's mouth hooked up a triumphant smile. Put the camera down and drive away. Chapter 75. So it's Ye's mom's private detective. The city of H has been enveloped by high temperatures for the past few days, with the hot sun baking the ground to a non-scalding temperature. People walking outdoors, as if in a large furnace, every inch of the body, are baked by the heat of the hot pain. In an upscale cafe in the city, in an inconspicuous corner, sitting in a black man wearing a duck-tongued cap. A closer look will tell you that this is the man in black who secretly photographed Yuji and Yi Weisheng a few days ago. The man in black sipped his coffee slowly and methodically, glancing up at the cafe door every now and then, as the hands on his wristwatch drew closer and closer to the appointed time. The heavy glass door of the cafe was pushed open from the outside in. Immediately after that, a lady with pulled back hair walked into the store. A woman wearing a pair of wide sunglasses on her face, a tailored beige dress and a pair of nude-colored high heels. A strand of large and round pearl necklace around her neck mirrors the pearl ring on her right finger, and she carries a limited edition LV handbag of the latest model in her left hand, setting the woman off in a more expensive but not tacky way. The woman looked around the store from the doorway, then headed toward the corner where the black man was. The man saw the woman approach and raised his hand in a gesture of invitation to sit, and the woman complied by taking a seat opposite the man. The waitress came up to the woman and asked her what she wanted to drink, and she casually ordered a cup of coffee. After the waiter left, the man lifted the brim of his hat upwards, the corner of his mouth curling into a professional smile. "Madam is indeed on time." The woman nodded slightly. "Well, did you find out? Since your ladyship believes in me and has offered such a high price, I'm sure I won't let your ladyship down either," the man in black said, sidling up and taking out a craft paper bag from a backpack placed aside, placing it on the table and pushing it towards the woman across from him. "Madam, please take a look." The woman couldn't wait to pick up the craft paper bag and unwrap it, taking out a stack of photos from it, on which was clearly the scene of Yuji and Yi Weisheng practicing the car in the past few days. The woman exclaimed with some uncertainty, "It's her?" The black-clothed man's eyebrows peaked slightly. "Your ladyship knows?" The woman didn't answer, quickly flipping through the photo in her hand, the hand holding it, squeezing it tighter and tighter, the tips of her white fingers whitening from the excessive force. The woman's breath became more and more urgent as she flipped through the motions. The woman flipped through all the photos, then dumped them all on the coffee table, her tone full of anger. "Looks like I underestimated her." The woman was filled with indignation, but the man in black was unmoved and took another slip of paper out of his bag and pushed it in front of the woman with a string of numbers and a name. "Your ladyship has offered a high price, and this is a free gift from me to your ladyship, in the hope that it will help her." The woman picked up the note and looked at it. It said Yuji and a phone number, as well as the address of Yuji's home and business. Looking at the name, the woman's hand holding the note trembled slightly, then clenched into a fist, and the note was crumpled into a ball of paper and yanked hard into her hand. The corners of the black-clothed man's lips hooked slightly. "It seems that this number is useful for women. The final payment, madam, can just call my account directly. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." The woman nodded as the man lowered the brim of his hat and stood up with the backpack he had set aside. "My cup of coffee is on the lady." The woman squeezed one word through her teeth. "Yes." The man in black exited the cafe with his book bag. Only then did the waiter come to the woman's table with the coffee she had ordered. "Here's your coffee order. Ma'am, enjoy." The waitress, seeing the woman's angry face, put down her coffee and turned to leave. The woman was none other than Yi Weisheng's mom, Monli Lai. Last time at the Yi family's old mansion, Yi Weisheng said he had a girlfriend in front of Ye's mother and Li Mushi. Later, Yi Weisheng said that he would bring it back to Yi dad and Yi mom to see it, but it has been so long, and I haven't seen Yi Weisheng have any movement. Yi mother seriously doubted that Yi Weisheng was using words to basket her, but Yi Weisheng said it with such certainty. Ye's mother really couldn't wait. She was too eager to know whether her son had a girlfriend or not, and if he did, what kind of girlfriend he had. So even though Mother Yi knew that if Yi Weisheng knew that she had found someone to secretly look into Yi Weisheng's private life, Yi Weisheng would be upset and would even get angry and lash out. But Ye's mom still couldn't hold back a curious heart, so she found a private detective to check out Yi Weisheng's girlfriend. This check led to Yuji. General private detective is not dare to check the Yi family. Yi mother spent a lot of money, and to the private detective again and again to ensure that, even if Yi Weisheng know that he is investigated, he will not be okay. That person is relieved to take the work of Ye's mother. Ye's mother took a shallow sip of her coffee and eased her emotions, her gaze once again resting on the stack of photos on the table. The top one is the scene where Yi Weisheng opens the car door for Yuji and asks Yuji to get out of the car. Yi Weisheng gentlemanly raised his hand, looked down with a smile on his face at the woman in the car. Yuji's delicate face hung a light smile. Yi mother once again picked up the photo. The one below is Yuji get off the car, the two hand in hand when they walked into the unit building. Yi Weisheng is tall and handsome. Yuji is tall and sweet looking. It looks like a man and a woman. Yi mother looked down one by one. Each photo reveals the sweetness of the two people in the photo. Looking at such a harmonious pair of people, Yi mother's body's anger, me so upward. Ye's mother clenched the grooves of her back teeth and hummed a name from between her lips. Yuji. Yi mother looked out of the window at the endless stream of vehicles on the road. Her tone was full of contempt and ridicule, muttering to herself, "I thought I'd never see you again in my life. But I didn't realize it's only been 5 years and we're meeting again. $5 million ran out so quickly?" Weisheng just returned home and hooked up again. Yi mother sat alone for a while, slowly finishing her cup of coffee, before she gathered her emotions and withdrew her sight. Ye's mother put the photos into a craft paper bag and then into her handbag, turned around and beckoned the waiter to pay the bill, and then walked out of the cafe with her bag. As the door to the cafe opened, a heat wave hit her face, causing Ye's mother's newly suppressed grumpiness to rise again. In front of the cafe, the suited bodyguard held a wide black umbrella, sent Ye's mother to the limousine parked at the curb, closed the door, and drove away. In the private car, Ye's mother took out the note given to her by the private detective and rubbed it repeatedly in her hand, her eyes flickering with a meaningful light. A few minutes later, Ye's mother hooked a sneer at the corner of her mouth. To the driver who was driving, read out the address of Yuji's company. Chapter 76. Ye's mom meets Yuji. At this time on the lunch break, Yuji with colleagues ate lunch, then back to the office ready to take a nap. Yuji had just taken out her little lunchtime blanket when her cell phone, which was sitting on her desk, rang. Yuji took a look at the cell phone. It was an unfamiliar number. She did not think too much before she answered the phone. Hello? Hello? A middle-aged lady's slightly cool voice came from the opposite side. Hello, may I ask if this is Ms. Yu Ji-yu? Yes. May I ask who you are? Ms. Yu. I'm Yi Weisheng's mother. I'm currently in the cafe across from your company. Is it convenient for Ms. Yu to come over for a chat? Hearing the other side said I am Yi Weisheng's mother at that moment, Yuji's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. As violent as a drum, face flashed a flash of panic. Her eyes suddenly froze. Her body froze. Her whole body looked frozen like a wooden chicken, and a trace of coolness suddenly ran up on her body, causing her to shiver. Yuji's eyes constantly flashed before her eyes 5 years ago, the scene of her first meeting with Ye's mother. Yuji's ears kept echoing the words I am Yi Weisheng's mother, and she felt that her ears had gone deaf for a moment, making her unable to hear all the sounds of the outside world, and she could only feel her own pounding heartbeat. Ye's mother sat in the cafe, holding the phone in her hand, and never waited for Yuji's reply. Ye's mother's face flashed with impatience. Ms. Yu, are you listening? As if he was frightened, Yuji gave a jolt, holding the cell phone with both hands somewhat unsteadily, carefully inquiring, hello Auntie Yi. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said just now. Yi mother rubbed her temples and patiently repeated what she had just said. Once again, I said that I am now in the cafe opposite Miss Yu's company. Is it convenient for Miss Yu to come over for a chat? Oh good. You wait for me for a while. I'll be right there. As soon as Yuji's words fell, Ye's mom's side directly hung up the phone. Yuji stared blankly at the cell phone in her hand, although she knew that this moment would come sooner or later, but she did not expect it to come so quickly, so that she was caught off guard, as if in a dream. Yuji took several deep breaths in succession to stabilize his pounding heart. In the heart to cheer themselves, do not panic, should face, sooner or later have to face. Just like what Yi Weisheng said, 5 years ago, she agreed to break up for the sake of Yi Weisheng's future. Although it was wrong of her to secretly give birth to the child, she didn't want to find Yi Weisheng, she just wanted to bring up the child alone. It was Yi Weisheng who had to intrude into their mother and child's world. Anyway, stretching one's head is also shrinking one's head. So let the soldiers come to stop and water to cover the earth. Yuji majestically walked to the elevator and went downstairs straight to the cafe across the street from the company. Walk out of the company's door. Outside by the hot sun rolling hot. So hot sun. Sunshine on a few minutes to keep black 1 or 2 degrees. Yuji down in a hurry. Forget to take the umbrella. At this time it is not good to go back to get, so as not to let Yi mother waiting. Yuji can only face the sun. Hard. 3 steps to the opposite side of the cafe. Yuji lowered his head in a burst and came to the door of the cafe, pushing it open as he did so. Cafe turned on the air conditioning. Suddenly from the heat of the outdoor into the cool indoor, the huge temperature difference between inside and outside made Yuji involuntarily shiver. Ye's mother was sitting in the doorway by the window, so Yuji rushed over in the blazing sun, and she recognized it at once. Today, Yuji is wearing a white casual shirt, black slim-fit 9-minute pants, a pair of small white shoes on the feet, simple and atmospheric. A short, sharp, shoulder-length hairstyle makes a person look competent. After Yuji adjusted to the temperature of the room, he raised his eyes to look for Ye's mother's location. Ye's mom took off the sunglasses on her face and waved to Yuji. Yuji took a deep breath. The corners of his mouth lifted up in a smile, and he walked towards Mother Yi. Yi mother looks about the same as 5 years. Rich people well maintained. Yi mother although already in her early 50s, but looks like 38 or 94 years old. Hair coiled on the back of the head. Face painted with light makeup. Beige dress lined with people very light. The neck of the pearl necklace is large but not vulgar. Show the elegance and nobility between the hands and feet. As Yuji was sizing up Ye's mom was also sizing up Yuji. Just now when Yuji ran over, Yi mother could only see her hurriedly running figure. At this time calm and collected, she walked towards her side, dressed in a way that had both the vigor of a young person and the competence of a mature woman in the workplace. The skin was fair. The face was painted with proper professional makeup. The features were exquisite and atmospheric, and the corners of the mouth were wearing a light smile. One gets the impression at first sight that she is well-tempered and easygoing. Yi mother remembers that 5 years ago Yuji was a waist-length hair, face with a bright smile. A glance can be seen as a lively and dynamic college student's. Now this short hair, but it makes Yuji more workplace elite aura, fading away the baby fat. Yuji's features are even more stunning than they were 5 years ago. I have to say, Yuji's appearance is very good, and it does match his son. I heard that back then. My son and this girl were still the model couple in their school, and their relationship was so good. However, 5 years ago, Yuji gave up the 3-year relationship between her and Yi Weisheng for $5 million. Ye's mother only thinks that Yuji is a vain girl who can do anything for money. Such a girl, no matter how pretty she looks, it's still a curse to stay around. Maybe one day someone else will give her a large sum of money and she will leave her son again. There are some people who always think they are right about everything, and as long as it doesn't go their way, it's someone else's fault. Ye's mother is forgetting, when she was looking for Yuji, said a lot of Yuji and Yi Weisheng together will be detrimental to the future of Yi Weisheng. Words pleaded with Yuji to leave Yi Weisheng. Yuji also heard those words from Ye's mother and chose to break up with Yi Weisheng in order to fulfill him. Ye's mother felt that it was Yuji's fault if he took the money she gave him. Since Yuji had promised her to take the money and leave Yi Weisheng in the first place, why did she go back to Yi Weisheng now that her son had returned from his studies? Yi mother's heart decided that Yuji not only adore vanity, but also not trustworthy, bad character, not worthy of his son. Thinking about this, Ye's mother's affirmation of Yuji's appearance turned into disdain. While taking her money to leave Yi Weisheng under false pretenses, while secretly dating Yi Weisheng, Ye's mother feels that Yuji is a scheming woman who uses her beauty to seduce Yi Weisheng. Thanks to her, she felt that she had broken up her son's relationship with her and felt indebted to her, so she gave her $5 million to make it up to her. Had I known that Yuji was such a person, I should not have given her the money, but just ordered her to leave her son. Chapter 77, Yuji's bottom line. Yuji forcefully pretended to be calm and came to Mother Yi. Hello auntie, long time no see. Mother Yi withdrew her measuring gaze and grunted expressionlessly. Sit down. Yuji heart drumming. Good behavior to sit opposite Yi mother. She knew that Ye's mom would definitely be angry. She just didn't know what she wanted to tell her when she called her over today. The waiter came forward to ask as usual. Yuji ordered a cup of American. Today is unable to nap. Do not come to a cup of coffee in the afternoon work designated doze off. Yi mother's eyes stared straight at Yuji. Yuji's voice is gentle. Her attitude is modest. And the smile on her face is generous and appropriate. So it is hard not to let people like such a girl. But it's the girl who is so outwardly svelte and polite who cheats on her behind her back. Yuji was stared at uncomfortably. A little bit of urgency to open his mouth to inquire. I wonder what auntie called me out. Want to talk to me? Mother Yi asked back with a smirk. Doesn't Miss you know why I called you out? Yi mother's attitude. Let Yuji a little embarrassed. Yi mother today to find her. Must be aware of her and Yi Weisheng together again. Just do not know how much Yi mother know Yu Shang's existence. Yuji still wore a polite smile. Please ask auntie to speak clearly. Ha, sneered Mother Yi. Good. Since Ms. Yu doesn't know, let me ask Ms. Yu. May I ask Ms. Yu how you promised me in the first place? Yuji folded his fingers in his lap and pinched them, answering softly, promise you'll break up with Yi Weisheng. I thought Miss Yu would have done things beautifully when she accepted my money so cleanly in the first place. Why did Miss Yu go back on her word? Yuji hurriedly defended. I didn't. See, Yuji denied. Yi mother heart angry, began to aggressively. You did not? At first no one forced you. It is your own willingness to accept my money. Agreed to leave. Now why with my son together? I had underestimated Miss Yu in the beginning. Miss Yu looks like an innocent beauty, but in reality, she is so scheming and tactful. My son was young and ignorant. He was fooled by you in college. You willingly left him for money, and now that he has returned from his studies, you see that he has a successful career, and you are sticking it to him again, taking my money and still wanting my people. Does Miss Yu think that my Yi family members are so good to be taken by you? Yi mother said without mercy. Yuji face smile a little hanging. Auntie, I admit that I took your money in the first place, but I did it because I had no choice. Yi mother laughed softly, directly interrupted Yuji words. Full of ridicule questioned Yuji. Bitterness? Since you have bitter feelings, then why didn't you directly say it in the first place? You've taken all the money, and now you're telling me you have a hard time? I've seen a lot of girls like you. What? $5 million spent so quickly? The smile completely disappeared from Yuji's face, and his face turned from green to red, tinted with a touch of sullenness. Auntie, you are Yi Weisheng's mother. I respect you. The fact that I received $5 million from you is a fact, and I won't argue anymore. And I don't agree with you when you say that I'm not what I seem to be, but I'm playing a trick on you. When you found me, you told me to break up with him for the sake of Yi Weisheng's future. I loved Yi Weisheng, so I was willing to sacrifice our 3-year relationship for a better future for him. I can also empathize with your concerns as a mother about your child's future. So I said yes. After the breakup, I also did. Did not bother Yi Wei-sheng? From the day of the breakup, I never thought I would be with Yi Wei-sheng again. And it wasn't because of the money you gave me that I agreed to leave Yi Wei-sheng. Rather, there were some other reasons why I needed the money. Which is why I took the money while promising you to break up with Yi Wei-sheng. As for why Yi Wei-sheng is with me now, please ask your own son. Auntie. Yu Ji's heart was annoyed, when it was Ye's mother who bitterly ran to her, said good words, prayed for her to think more about Yi Wei-sheng, let her break up with Yi Wei-sheng. Now she is saying that she is vain and betrayed Yi Wei-sheng because of money. Now it is Yi Wei-sheng himself begging to be with her. From Ye's mother's mouth, it is Yu Ji because of the money to find Yi Wei-sheng again. Yu Ji does not take the blame for that pot. In the eyes of Ye's mother, she's a salvage girl who'll do anything for money? Do rich people get to be so condescending and insulting? She also has her own temper and bottom line. Ye's mother was disliked by Yu Ji, thinking that it was Yu Ji who stopped pretending and finally revealed his true colors. Ms. Yu is really eloquent. No longer pretending to be good? I thought you could put up with anything for the sake of money, but you can't stand it after just a few words about you? I don't know how your parents raised you, to think of taking the wrong path. Yi mother's words finished, Yu Ji suddenly burst into a rage, said she can. What right to say her parents? There is no doubt that Ye's mother touched Yu Ji's bottom line. Yu Ji straightened his back, no longer coy, groveling. Some people and some things, not you can be resolved by retreating and tolerating. The time to be tough or tough up. Auntie, you said I could. My parents are fine. They haven't done anything wrong. And please don't make any wild accusations of climbing. My parents taught me from a young age to be grateful, to be bold, and to always remember when someone helps me, no matter what. I don't have to fake my good behavior either. The respect is all mutual. I recognize what I've done, and what I haven't done. I'm not going to take that fall. Since you already know that I am with your son, please go back and ask your son why I am with him. Ye's mother was dumbfounded by the dislike. Yu Ji said justifiably. Yi mother's heart also has thought, maybe Yi Wei-sheng cannot forget Yu Ji, so after returning to China and contacted Yu Ji. But no matter what, Yu Ji received her money as a fact. She does not care whether Yu Ji has any bitterness. In short, she wouldn't allow a woman who loved vanity to become her daughter-in-law. No matter what the reason is, you have to break up with my son. I will not let me in the door of my Yi family. Yi mother said nonchalantly, and Yu Ji's temper came up. Then please mind your son. I don't really want to enter your Yi family's door either. The one who begged her to break up in the first place was Ye's mom. And the one who is begging her to be together now is Yi Wei-sheng. It's all the Yi family who messed up. So why should they all be blamed on her? Yu Ji is a typical soft food, but not hard. If Ye's mother said properly, she as a junior, may still be able to think of her, persuade Yi Wei-sheng to go to his family, but Ye's mother trampled on her dignity like that without mercy, and talked about her parents. Who cares whose mom you are, as long as it's not her own mom? Dislike it first. Chapter 78. Yu Ji has been living well with his son for the past few years, and although his son occasionally asks for his father, Yu Ji is still able to cope with it, but it is Yi Wei-sheng's appearance that has broken the previous calm. Although today's incident had nothing to do with Yi Wei-sheng, Yu Ji still couldn't help but relocate her anger, and the two times that Ye's mother had approached her, it was because of Yi Wei-sheng. Yi mother was enraged by Yu Ji's words. Good enough. You remember what you said today. The two of them were red in the face as they spoke, and Ye's mother threw down those words and whisked her sleeve away. Yu Ji sat in her seat, calming the remaining anger in her heart. In a few moments she will be at work. She cannot bring her emotions to work. After sitting alone for a few minutes, Yu Ji got up and went to the front desk to pay the bill. Ye's mother was angry and left directly. Yu Ji helped her pay for the coffee. After paying the bill, Yu Ji smacked his lips. Whoever goes first will be able to drink the bully coffee. Yu Ji once again ran back to the company in the hot sun. Ye's mother returned home with a full of anger and immediately called Yi Wei-sheng. At this time, in the office of the president of Wichita, Luo Yang and Secretary Li were giving Yi Wei-sheng an explanation of the information they had prepared for the afternoon meeting. Seeing his mom's call, Luo Yang and Secretary Li wisely took the information and left. Yi Wei-sheng leaned on his boss chair and picked up the phone. Hello? Mom. Yi mother's remaining anger had not yet subsided, and along with it, she was also somewhat dissatisfied with Yi Wei-sheng, so her tone was a bit cold and hard. You're coming back to the old mansion after work today. Something wrong? Aha! What is it? It's too much to talk about on the phone. Come back and we'll talk in person. Yi mother understands his son. If it is really Yi Wei-sheng initiative to find Yu Ji, Yi mother if she said to let them break up, certainly cannot say two sentences Yi Wei-sheng will hang up the phone. Since Ye's mom already knows that Yi Wei-sheng and Yu Ji are dating, then Ye's mom can't hide the fact that she's looking for a private detective to check on Yi Wei-sheng. Yi Wei-sheng knows for sure angry, probably a long time will not return to the old house. Ye mother want to have a good chat with Yi Weisheng, do not know how long it will take. The matter of the family. Ye mother and impossible to run to the company to find Yi Weisheng. If this matter spreads out to Yi Weisheng a great impact, maybe Weisheng's stock will also be affected. That's why his mom wanted to call Yi Weisheng home first, so that she could make things clear in person. I've got something going on tonight. I don't have time. Tomorrow, Saturday, is also Yuji's birthday. Yi Weisheng has already made an appointment with Yuji's parents this evening to pick them up to come over tomorrow to Yuji's birthday. Ye's mother retreated. Then come back early tomorrow morning. I've got something tomorrow too. So do you want to talk now? Ye's mother frowned. There's something else at the company tomorrow, Saturday? Aha! What about the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow is always okay, right? The day after tomorrow? Can't be sure yet. If you don't have time to come back, what time are you home? I'll come over to your side. Yi Weisheng was full of doubts. Do you have to say it in person? Isn't it the same on the phone? This matter must be cleared up only in person. Yi mother said solemnly. Yi Weisheng thought that something important had happened at home. Yi mother only asked to say it face to face, but did not say it was urgent. Yi Weisheng thought for a moment. Then I'll go back later tomorrow night. Okay, I'll wait for you. I have to go to a meeting, so I'll hang up now. Yi Weisheng hung up the phone and got up to head to the conference room. Yuji was lost in thought all afternoon. Although she said that she could not bring her emotions to work, the words that Ye's mother said still broke into her mind from time to time, causing her to work in the afternoon frequently make mistakes. The co-worker at the next workstation several times called her. She was fuming. Colleagues see Yuji's face is not good. Thought she is not feeling well. Full of concern asked, Xiao Ji, are you not where you are not feeling well? Yuji pulled out a far-fetched smile. I'm fine. I see you don't look well. If you're not feeling well, I'll go get you a leave from your supervisor and you'll go to the hospital? I'm really fine. Maybe I didn't take a nap in the middle of the day. I'm a little sleepy and out of it. Thanks for your concern. That's good. The body is the capital of the revolution. If you don't feel well, don't push yourself and go to the doctor in time. Yes, thank you. Why are you being so polite when we're in a relationship? Colleague feigned anger. She is a recent college graduate. Yuji although graduated a few years ago, but this is also her first job. The two entered the company together and were assigned to this department together, and their workstations are still next to each other. Yuji is beautiful, good character. The two small newcomers to help each other together through the company's probationary examination, but also a revolutionary friendship. Colleagues so concerned. Yuji heart warm. Face smile is also true. Colleague finished and continued to bury his head in work. Yuji patted his cheeks, picked up a cup of water to go to the pantry to brew himself a cup of coffee to wake up. Yuji while receiving water, while wanting not to give Yi Weisheng a phone call, thinking too absorbed, did not pay attention to the water in the water cup has overflowed. Hot water running out of the cup. Hiss. Scalding hot water flowed over her fingertips. The burning pain made Yuji snapped back to her senses. She hastily turned off the hot water, and then messily cleaned up the hot water that flowed everywhere. Looking at the time, Yi Weisheng should be busy at this hour. Forget it. Anyway, Yi Weisheng will go to her side after work. Let's talk about it later. Yuji shook off his head and returned to his workstation with the organized cups to continue the afternoon's work. In the afternoon when he was almost off duty, Yi Weisheng sent a WeChat to Yuji, saying that he had something to do in the evening. Let Yuji go to pick up the child, and he did not go over for dinner in the evening, so that Yuji did not wait for him. Yuji did not think much about it. Anyway, tomorrow is the weekend. There is plenty of time to talk to Yi Weisheng's mother, so he returned an okay emoticon. The boss of their company is often too busy to be seen, not to mention that Yi Weisheng is also the president of a large multinational company like Wichita. It is normal to work after work or go out to socialize. After work, Yuji drove. Yi Weisheng bought her a pink Mercedes to pick up his son. This year's summer seems to be particularly hot. Are already more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Walking outdoors, the heat wave, as if to evaporate all the moisture in the human body. Yuji is suddenly somewhat fortunate. Fortunately Yi Weisheng forced her to practice. Sitting in the car blowing the air conditioning, how comfortable. Or she and her son riding a small donkey to go home will not be sun-dried people. In fact, Yuji had thought of buying a car before, but she was at home every day with children, and could not be used, so shelved, until later, when Yusheng started kindergarten. Yuji also moved to buy a car, but she did not dare to drive, so she has been riding a small electric donkey. Chapter 79. Yi Weisheng picks up Yuji's parents to celebrate Yuji's birthday. After Yi Weisheng got off work, he took a private plane directly to the city where Yuji's parents were. Arriving at Yuji's parents' home, Yi Weisheng just went upstairs before he had time to knock on the door. The door in front of him was opened from the inside. Yuji's mom stood inside the door with a smile on her face, warmly greeting Yi Wei-sheng. Little Yi is here. Come in. Auntie, how did you know I was here? I was just about to knock on the door. Yuji's father laughed and joked. Your aunt was in a hurry. Has been looking out on the balcony. This is not to see you downstairs. Immediately ran to open the door for you. Yuji's mom crossed Yuji's dad. How to talk in front of the future son-in-law. Besides, hadn't he himself gone to the balcony several times and had the nerve to talk about her? Receiving an accusing look from Yuji's mom, Yuji's dad hemmed and hawed. Yuji's mom greeted Yi Wei-sheng. Little Yi, you go wash your hands. Let's eat first. Your uncle has already made the meal. Yes, eat first. Yi Wei-sheng called Yuji's parents in the afternoon, and Yuji's parents learned that they were taking a private jet to H City, so Yi Wei-sheng came to their side to eat dinner. There's no point in going over there hungry for food when you can leave anytime anyway. Yi Wei-sheng naturally listens to his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and after work, he went straight to the airport to come over for dinner. When Yi Wei-sheng went to wash his hands, Yuji's parents had already served the dishes on the table. The three of them ate around the table and chatted. After dinner, Yi Wei-sheng wanted to help wash the dishes, but was pushed to the living room by Yu's mother. No need for you to wash, just these few bowls. I'll wash them quickly. You're quite tired after a day's work and coming all the way over here. Go and take a rest. Yu's father beckoned Yi Wei-sheng to sit in the living room. That's Xia Ye. Let your aunt wash it. You come over and sit down for a while. I've cleaned up the kitchen. It's very fast to wash those bowls. Yi Wei-sheng couldn't resist, so he sat on the sofa with Yu's father and waited for Yu's mom. Sure enough, within a few minutes Yu's mom came out of the kitchen. Yi Wei-sheng then opened the door to prepare for departure. Uncle and auntie, let's get going then? Okay, it's getting late. Let's go. Yu's father stood up from the sofa and headed towards the small bedroom. Xia Ye, come and help us move our things. Yu's father turned on the light in the small bedroom, which was unoccupied for years and was being used as a storage room by Yu's parents. Yu's mom, Yi Wei-sheng, heard and followed up. Into Yi Wei-sheng's eyes is large and small, about 5 or 6 boxes. There are about 5 or 6 handbags. Look quite new. Should be just bought back. Oh, by the way Xiao Ye, what kind of car did you drive here? Does it fit? Do you want me to call a car to give us a ride? Uncle, are these all to be brought over? Yi Wei-sheng asked in surprise as he looked at the things piled up all over the place. Yes, they are all our local souvenirs. Xiao Ji loves to eat. She hasn't come back for a few years. We all bought some for her to bring over. Can we fit? You dad and mom are just afraid that too much is not good to bring, so they are saving to buy. Otherwise there will be more. It should fit. If it doesn't fit, we'll figure it out then. Yu's mom called out from the living room. Old Yu, give me that empty suitcase I left for a moment. Yu's father sniffed and took an empty box and handed it to Yu's mother, and then went back inside to move the boxes and bags downstairs with Yi Wei-sheng. It took 3 or 4 trips for 3 people to move everything. The trunk was stuffed to the gills, and there were a couple of bags in the back seat. The group went to the airport, although Yi Wei-sheng had already told Yu's parents that they would be traveling on a private jet. But hearing about it and actually sitting on it was a very different experience. Yu's parents, Yu's mom, sat in the plane in a formal manner. They had lived most of their lives and had never even been on an airplane, let alone a private plane. It was at this moment that they also realized the gap between their family and Yi Wei-sheng's family. It is said that rich people are concerned about the family. They are a little worried about Yi Wei-sheng and Yuji in the future cannot be long. But one thought Yi Wei-sheng for Yuji a long way to find them. That Yi Wei-sheng heart is really love Yuji. I just hope that Yi Wei-sheng will always love and protect Yuji. Yu's parents hope that their daughter can live happily in the future. No matter whether there is money or not. No matter how high status. The family is most complete and happy when they are together in a neat and tidy manner and live their lives in a down-to-earth manner. After the plane lifted off, Yi Wei-sheng said to Yu's parents, Uncle and Auntie, are you uncomfortable? No, don't worry about us. There are blankets under the seats. We'll be there in about an hour or so you guys can squint for a while if you're sleepy. Yes, Yu's parents, Yu's mom, lived a very regular life, going to bed on time at 9:30 and 10 o'clock every night, and in the past, they had indeed rested at this time, but neither one was sleepy today, as they were getting closer to their daughter, and they were a little excited and a little apprehensive. After not seeing them for a few years, I wonder if my daughter has changed at all, and if she has any resentment in her heart towards them. The plane landed smoothly a little while later, and Luo Yang waited outside the tarmac, waiting for the cabin door to open, before dragging a flatbed trailer over. This is Yi Wei-sheng on the plane before letting Luo Yang prepared. Yuji parents prepare too many things. A few people move to run back and forth a few times. Simply use a trailer, all dragged away at once, saving time and effort. As Yu's parents, Yu's mom, came down from the airplane. Luo Yang went up to greet them. Hello Uncle Yu. Hello Auntie. Luo Yang. I'm troubling you this late. Where? That's what I should do. A few people will Yuji's parents brought things to the trailer car, and then dragged to the parking lot to move the car. Luo Yang driving towards Yu Weisheng's apartment. Tomorrow we'll go to Yuji's side. Yu Weisheng did not book a hotel for Yuji's parents, but planned to let them stay on his side. Early this morning, he had instructed the nanny who had gone to clean the guest bedroom to clean it up and have all the toiletries and other things ready. Yuji's parents went over, so they could just stay and go over to Yuji's side together tomorrow. To Yu Weisheng's apartment downstairs. Yu Weisheng took Yuji's parents upstairs. Uncle and Auntie, things will be put in the car. Tomorrow we directly drive this car over. Good. All at your disposal. Yuji's parents followed Yu Weisheng to the door of Yu Weisheng's house. Yu Weisheng opened the door and walked in. Uncle and Aunt, please come in. Yuji's parents looked at the high-grade decoration, but also spacious living room, sofa with toy dolls. A look is not a hotel. Here? Yu Weisheng smiled and introduced for the two elders. Uncle and Auntie, this is where I usually live. I thought that tomorrow we're going to go to Xiaoji's side together, so I didn't book a hotel for you guys, but also ask you guys to stay here in my place for one night today. Yu's father said. What's this kid saying about settling? Your house is so much better than a hotel. Yu's mom chimed in. That's right. A hotel is not as comfortable as living at home. It's good that Uncle and Auntie don't mind. It's getting late. The bedroom is upstairs. Let me take Uncle and Auntie up to rest. Good. You've had a busy day too, so get some early rest. Yu Weisheng brought Yuji's parents to the guest bedroom, and Yuji's parents told Yu Weisheng to leave them alone and hurry to rest. Several people went to bed with their lights off in anticipation of tomorrow's meeting. Chapter 80 Reunion of Yuji with his mom and dad. The summer heat came. The sun hung in the sky early. Yu Weisheng still got up early. He first sent a Weibo message to Yuji, urging Yuji not to go out today. He will go over in a while, and then go downstairs to buy breakfast. When Yu Weisheng returned home with his breakfast, Yuji's parents were already dressed and coming down from upstairs. Good morning Uncle and Aunt. I went downstairs to buy some breakfast. Let's have a simple meal. Well, you have a heart. I didn't know what my aunt and uncle liked to eat, so I bought some of everything. Yu Weisheng put the buns and donuts he bought and so on the dining table, and poured the milk and soy milk into the cups. We can all do it without all the trouble. Yuji's parents looked at such a careful Yu Weisheng. The heart is even more satisfied. After a few people sat down to eat breakfast, Yuji's parents couldn't sit still for a moment and couldn't wait to get going. Yu Weisheng then took the two elders to Yuji's house. Along the way Yuji's parents did not speak. With apprehension, followed Yu Weisheng to the door of Yuji's house. With 5 years have not seen their daughter just one door away. Yuji parents are beginning to nervousness and urgency. Uncle and Auntie, Xiaoji lives here. Yu Weisheng finished and raised his hand to knock on the door. Buckle up. A crisp female voice came from inside the house. Coming. With that, the door to the room opened from the inside and Yuji's face appeared in front of the three. When Yuji saw his parents standing outside the door, his smile instantly froze on his face, full of disbelief. Her parents, whom she hadn't seen in 5 years, were actually showing up on her doorstep. This couldn't be a dream. Looking at the daughter who suddenly appeared in front of them, Yuji's parents' throats tightened. Yuji is much more mature than 5 years ago, much thinner. Yuji froze in the doorway. Yuji's parents also stumbled and did not dare to go forward. Looking at their daydreaming daughter, Lo shouted Yuji's name. Xiaoji. Hearing the voices of her mom and dad, Yuji came back to her senses. It was not a dream. Her mom and dad really came. In an instant, Yuji's heart flashed through a myriad of emotions. Ecstasy, excitement, longing and aggravation. Yuji suddenly burst into tears. His throat tightened pain. Dad. Mom. Yuji took a quick step forward and hugged his mom and dad. It's been 5 years, and she's finally embraced her parents again. At this moment, Yuji like a child lost his voice and cried. Suppressed in the heart of many years of longing, parents do not understand her aggression. And many emotions are in the instantaneous outbreak of hoarse voice and the throat ripped off, so that Yuji cannot control themselves. Yuji catharsized his inner torment by crying, his shoulders trembling from leaping. Her throat was so tight from crying that she couldn't speak a full sentence, but she could only cry out vaguely over and over again. Papa, Mama. Listening to their daughter's cries and cries, Yuji's parents are also heartbroken. Yuji grew up cheerful, like a little son, rarely cried. This time it was they who were too cruel to let their daughter be so aggrieved. Yu's mom and her daughter embraced each other and cried. Xiaoji, I'm sorry. You forgive Mom. Father Yu also hugged his daughter tightly, his eyes slightly red, tears flowing out of the corners of his eyes. Daughter, it's Father who is too stubborn. You forgive Father. Yuji simply cannot control himself, can only shake his head vigorously to comfort his parents. She did not blame them, she just misses them too much, and is afraid that they are angry with her. Yusheng heard crying at the door and rushed out of the house to see her mom and two people hugging and crying together, and her dad was there too. These two people cuddling with his mom seemed like he knew them, like they were the grandparents his mom was talking about. But then again, they didn't look like that somehow. Yuji to Yusheng to see is 5 years ago. Yuji and her parents are photographed together. Now you father you mother than 5 years ago to be much older. Behind the ears have been a little gray hair. Yusheng looked timidly at the door. Dad, what's wrong with mom? It's okay, baby, mommy is having too much fun. Hearing the voice of a small child, you dad and you mom looked at the child in the doorway, with a round face and big flashing eyes, even more adorable than in the photo. Yuji sobbed and looked up from her parents' shoulders, wiping the tears from her face, and turned to her son, waving at him. Honey, come over here and call grandma and grandpa. Yusheng walked to Yuji's side, looked up at the two old men who were crying with tearful eyes, and timidly called out, Grandpa, Grandma, oi, good boy. Yu's parents, Yu's mom, wiped the tears from their faces and looked at the cute little doll with love. Yuesheng looked at this warm scene and smiled heartily. Xiao Ji, first invite uncle and aunt into the house. Oh yes, mom and dad, come on in. Yuji also just reacted, and hurriedly invited his parents into the house. Yuji and mom Yu lifted the bags at their feet and walked towards the house, while dad Yu helped Yuesheng push the cart towards the house. Yuji curiously looked at a large carton of cardboard boxes and bags, full of curiosity. What is all this? So many? Yuesheng dragged the cart into the living room. It's uncle and auntie who brought it for you. Yu's father smiled and said, they're all specialties that you like to eat, and I brought you some of each. Looking at the large and small piled up a car full of boxes and bags, Yuji heart tight, tears once again blurred eyes. Yu's mom put the handbag on the coffee table and found two of the bags. The box is full of food. This one is for my eldest grandson. Mother Yu would raise her hand to beckon Yusheng. Shang Shang, come and see. This is the toy that grandpa and grandma bought for you. See if you like it? Yusheng raised her eyes to look at her mom, and Yuji nodded at her. Honey, go check it out. Little children are not resistant to toys. Yusheng got his mom's approval, so he ran over there with gusto. Yusheng looked at a big bag of toys and flipped through it with excitement. Wow, lots of toys, mom, and dinosaurs yay. Yusheng takes out his favorite dinosaur and hands it to Yuji. And what should you say? Yusheng looked at Mother Yu. Thank you, grandmother. Yu's mom smiled from ear to ear and stroked Yusheng's hair. You're welcome. Yu's mom opened another bag. There are clothes and snacks here too. Yusheng was so happy that he danced around. Wow, thank you grandma. Grandma is so nice. Oh yeah, I also made you some dumplings. You have to take them out and put them in the fridge quickly. Don't let them spoil. Yu's mother said and went to rummage through the cardboard box containing the dumplings. While rummaging she said, you usually have to work and take care of the kids, so you definitely don't have the time to do it. I've wrapped up some of all the various flavors for you and put them in the fridge, so that you can just cook them when you want to eat them. Listening to Yu's mom breaking up her story, Yuji's nose turned sour and tears slid down her cheeks. Yu's mom finds the box with the dumplings with the help of Yuesheng. Looking back at the location of the refrigerator, he hugged and headed for the refrigerator, and Yuji hurriedly went forward and reached out to take the box that Yu's mother was holding. Mom, I'll do it. It's okay, I got it. It's a little heavy for you to carry. Yuji tearfully followed Yu's mother to the location of the refrigerator, and the two of them put the dumplings in the cardboard box into the refrigerator one by one. Yu's mom said as she put them in, it's all written on here for you what kind of filling it is, so take whichever one you want, and tell me when you're done, and I'll wrap it up for you again. Yuji looked at the label on the bag, such a careful action, so that Yuji cannot help. Tears once again broke the dike. A hug Yu mother cried. Mom, thank you. Chapter 81 The family together. Ever since the last time Yuesheng came, Yu's mom started preparing a variety of specialties. Think up to buy some back. Yuji grew up loving dumplings. Yu mother bought a variety of vegetable fillings, hand-rolled dumpling skin and flour, wrapped a lot to her to bring over. Yu's mother patted her daughter's back to comfort her. Silly child. What else do you say thank you to mom? As long as you don't blame mom and dad. Why yes, I never blamed you or dad. It's me being selfish and making you guys worry about me. After Yuji became a mother, she could better understand the behavior of Yu dad and Yu mom back then. And Yu dad and Yu mom just didn't want her to be gossiped about in the future. As the saying goes, gossip can be an invisible knife. If it was known that Yuji had secretly given birth alone and Yusheng was an illegitimate child, then both she and her son would have to endure the harm of rumors. You are my daughter. If I don't worry about you, who will I worry about? As long as you have a peaceful life, your father and I will be relieved. Yuji pulled Yu mother to the living room. Yu Weisheng has moved all the boxes on the cart to a corner of the living room to put first. Yu father said, are some dry goods, can come back later to organize. Yu Weisheng poured a glass of water for Yu's parents, and several people sat down on the sofa to chat. Mom and Dad, how did you know I was here? Yu's father replied with a smile on his face. It was Xiaoye who picked us up from our house. Yu's mom went on to say, yes, Xiaoye went to our house half a month ago and talked about your current situation, and we made an appointment to come over today for your birthday to give you a surprise. Did Yi Weisheng go to her parents half a month ago? Yuji looked back at Yi Weisheng beside him. His eyes were surprised and happy, and there were many complex emotions. Yi Weisheng's eyes overflowed with deep love. Uncle and aunt have already forgiven me. Thank you. Yuji is full of gratitude to Yi Weisheng at the moment. It is Yi Weisheng brought her parents to her side again, and they came over today just for her birthday. Yuji hasn't had a birthday in 5 years. Before graduating from college, Yuji's every birthday is very meaningful. There are classmates, there are friends and family blessings, as well as mom and dad's thoughts, though thousands of miles away from her parents. On her birthday, Yu's parents would send her blessings early in the morning, give her red envelopes, and send her her favorite food in advance. 5 years ago, after Yuji left home pregnant, she was afraid of being around people. So when the anger back to H City changed the phone number, and all the relatives and friends cut off contact. In the past few years, she was alone with her children and often forgot her own birthday. Sometimes it was a few days after her birthday, and sometimes she couldn't remember it at all. Even today, Yuji didn't remember that it was her birthday, so she has lived a lonely life all these years, with only her son for company, no one to celebrate her birthday, and no one to talk to about what's on her mind. How do you like this birthday present? Love it so much. It's the best birthday present I've ever gotten. Yuji breaks down into a smile, the love for Yi Weisheng more intense. The heart wants to give up the idea of being with him also disappeared. The things that Ye's mother said yesterday made Yuji feel resentful, and she was thinking of telling Yi Weisheng to go find his doorstep today. She could have lived just as well on her own with her son, but now she didn't want to. Yi Weisheng went to her parents behind her back, and although he's now saying that he's on cloud 9 and Yu's parents have forgiven him, the process is definitely not that simple. Yuji knows his parents. They are very traditional thinking people, so Yi Weisheng harbored deep prejudice. To obtain the forgiveness of Yu's parents, it is inevitable to do a lot of explaining, and may also suffer from the blank stares of the parents. Yi Weisheng had done so much for her. She didn't want to let down Yi Weisheng's peace of mind. She wanted to be with Yi Weisheng. That way she wouldn't have to worry about her son being criticized in the future. Yu's father and mother also felt very comforted as they watched the two young people warming up to each other. Yu Sheng sat on Yu Dad's lap, holding his new toy, blinking his big eyes and looking at Yuji in surprise. Mommy, is today your birthday? Yeah, today is Mom's birthday. Yuji's entire body was radiating happiness and joy at the moment. It was her birthday. Her mom, dad, son, and lover were all around. It was a happy moment she couldn't even think of in the previous 5 years. I have a present for Mommy. Yu Sheng got off Yu Dad's lap and ran to the bedroom in a flash. A minute later it came back in a flash and handed Yuji a card-type thing. Happy birthday, Mom. Yuji received it with both hands. A homemade greeting card. The cover depicts 2 large and 3 small figures with some flowers. Yuji's hand holding the card trembled slightly as she slowly opened it. Inside, a red love heart is especially eye-catching, surrounded by many small colorful hearts and bows. It's also written in colorful paintbrushes. Happy birthday, Mom. Forever beautiful. Love you. The inscription reads, Your most adorable baby Yu Sheng. A crystalline teardrop slipped from the corner of Yuji's eye and dripped onto the red heart in the card. Yu Sheng was a little bit anxious and raised her hand to wipe Yuji's tears. Mom, is it because I didn't draw it well? Don't cry. I'll draw you a new one. Yuji took her son into her arms. No, baby, your drawing is great. Mommy loves it. It's her baby. A precious gift from God. Mommy doesn't cry. Yu Sheng comforted while her little hand patted Yuji's back. Yi Weisheng also patted Yuji's shoulder, picked up a tissue and wiped it for Yuji. Okay, today is a happy day. Let's laugh and not cry. Yuji took the tissue from Yi Weisheng's hand and wiped the tears on her face herself. I'm just so happy. Mommy cries even when she's happy. Yu Sheng cocked his head in confusion, his eyes filled with doubt. Yeah, you made Mommy cry. Baby, when did you make the card? Yu Sheng shouldn't know her birthday yet. It's been a long time in the making, and my teacher said I'd give it to my mom when she has a birthday. It turned out to be a craft class in kindergarten where the teacher taught the children to make birthday cards. Yu Sheng didn't know when her mom's birthday was, so when she got home from school, she found a corner to hide the card while Yuji was cooking in the kitchen. He wanted to give Yuji a surprise when she had her birthday. Just heard Yu Weisheng and Yu dad and Yu mom say that today is Yuji's birthday, so he rushed to take out the birthday gift he gave Yuji. Mom really liked it and was moved to tears. Chapter 82 The red packets I've saved up for 5 years. I'll give them to you together. So that's what she said. She said how Yu Sheng prepared her birthday card in advance. So it was the school teacher who taught her. Thanks baby. Yuji gave his son a hard kiss. Mom, you're welcome. Yu Sheng revealed a row of small white teeth and smiled with narrowed eyes. For his birthday his mom not only buys him a birthday present, she also buys him a cake and a table of his favorite dishes. He just made a card for his mom. And when he grows up and earns money later, he'll buy her gifts and cakes and make her good food too. Yu mother took out a large red envelope from the bag and handed it to Yuji. Xiao Ji, this is a birthday red envelope for you. Mom and dad wish you a prosperous life in the future. Yuji looked at the bulging red packet. I know that it contains a lot of money. She has not been around them all these years to do a day of filial piety. How can I accept their red packets? No. Mom and dad you guys can come over. That's the best gift. The biggest red packet. I can't take this money. You guys keep it. Yu's mom stuffed the red packet into Yuji's hand. Hey, this is a little bit of mom and dad's intention. It's a blessing for your life in the future. You must accept it. Yu's father also said, in the past, mom and dad gave you a birthday red packet you were happy to accept. How come this time refused to accept? Is it still to mom and dad heart? Yuji hurriedly explained. I didn't. Take it if you don't have it. Yuji looked at the bulging red envelope, faced with difficulty, but this is too much. It's not much. It's all at the same rate as it used to be. It's all saved up over the last 5 years. It's all coming together for you. Seeing them push and push, Yu Weisheng persuaded Yuji. This is the aunt and uncle's intention, you accept it. In the future, let's often visit our aunt and uncle, or bring our aunt and uncle over here to live, and do our filial piety more often around our aunt and uncle. Yu Weisheng said so. Yuji also no longer excuses. This is mom and dad's heart. Is there love for her? Accept it. Then, thank you mom and dad. Yuji squeezed the red envelope tightly in her hand. She felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. What are you thanking me for? We're family. Yu's mom patted the back of Yuji's hand, and took out another red envelope from the bag, the thickness of which was not similar to the one of Yuji. Mother Yu looked at Yu Sheng with a smile. This is our meeting gift to our grandson. Be a good boy and take it. Yu Sheng put her small hands behind her back and looked up at Yuji. Yuji himself have received. Also no longer push back the good intentions of parents. Yu Sheng, quickly thank grandparents, give you a big red envelope. Yu Sheng accepted the big red packet given by Mother Yu with both hands and thanked her nicely. Thank you grandparents. You're welcome. Our Yu Sheng is so good. Yu Sheng's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the large red envelope in his hand, full of curiosity. It was the first time he had received such a large red envelope. In the past, his mom would give him a red packet on New Year's Eve, and Uncle Wang would also give him a red packet, but none of them were this big. Yuji looked at the white hair on the head of Yu dad and Yu mom. Some self-reproach. The last time I saw them, they were full of green hair. Only 5 years have not seen, and grew so much gray hair. The past few years, mom and dad must have worried too much for her. Mom and dad, have you been in good health for the past few years? Your father and I are fine. Don't you worry. Yuji took Yu's mom's hand and the two of them interlocked. It's good that you're all well. Yu mother looked at Yuji originally round cheeks, turned into thin crumbs of melon face, heartbrokenly said, you do not need to worry. But you, the past few years to bring up the child alone, ate a lot of suffering it. Yuji hooked his lips and smiled. I'm okay. Yu Sheng is very good, except for the year when Yu Sheng was born. Yu Sheng was often sick, and Yuji had to run to the hospital 20 days a month, and sometimes he suddenly had a fever in the middle of the night, which was a bit abrasive. The other times were really quite good to bring up. Of course these are all things of the past. There is no need to bring them out now and make parents upset. Now that their family is finally reunited, they just need to be happy and move on. Yu Sheng heard his mom praise him and followed suit. Yes, Grandma, the baby is very good. Grandpa's little witty child. You're so cute. Quickly kiss Grandpa. Seeing Yu Sheng's adorable appearance and love, Papa Yu couldn't help but take Yu Sheng into his arms again and sit on his lap. Yu Sheng obediently barfed on Yu's father's face, causing him to laugh heartily. Yu Sheng can be said to have inherited all the advantages of Yuji and Yu Weisheng, looking as cute as a doll. When he grows up, he'll be a super handsome guy like Yu Weisheng. The family sat happily and chatted. Yuji suddenly remembered that her family does not have much food. Took a look at the clock on the wall. It's almost noon. It's too late to go out to buy food and cook. Why don't you just go out to eat in a while? Yu Weisheng saw Yuji's little action, not realizing that it was already past 11 o'clock. So he stood up and said to Yu's parents, Uncle and Auntie, It's almost noon. I've booked a meal at the hotel. Why don't we go over there now? Yuji was surprised to look back at Yi Weisheng. He had even arranged all this. Yi Weisheng raised his eyebrows and looked at Yuji with an expression of quickly complimenting me. Yuji arched his eyebrows and raised his lips in a smile. Thank you. I want more than a thank you. Yuji's face was red. Yi Weisheng pursed his lips and smiled. I just want you to be happy. In front of her parents. Yi Weisheng's words made Yuji's cheeks blush like ripe cherries, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Several people went out happily, and Yi Weisheng drove them to the hotel. The car stopped at the entrance of the best 5-star hotel in H City. Yi Weisheng got off the car and handed the car keys to the parking clerk, and several people walked into the hotel together. The lobby manager came up and inquired, and when he learned that reservations had been made in advance, he led them to the upstairs box. Yu Sheng held her grandparents' hands, jumping and hopping unusually happily. The people in the pictures his mom had shown him were all really there for him now. Several people followed the lobby manager to the box, which had been carefully decorated with a birthday atmosphere. A few people inside please. Yuji looked at the newly decorated box with surprise, and there were tears flashing in her eyes again. Wow! It's so beautiful. Yusheng ran around inside. Yi Weisheng's impression in Yu's parents' hearts was a few points higher. Several people please wait for a moment. I'll have the waiters prepare to serve the dishes to several people. The lobby manager poured a cup of tea for the several people and retreated. Yuji whispered to Yi Weisheng, why are you preparing this? Emotional knives are most deadly. Her tears hadn't stopped since morning. For your birthday, you definitely need to prepare something different. From now on, you're going to have a different birthday every year. Chapter 83, A Loving Family. Thanks. Yuji's thanks came from deep within. How many thank yous have you said today already? Can you say something else? Yuji lightly bit her lips. He had done so much for her. Other than thank you, she really didn't know what to say. Yuji thought about it. Back parents and children raised his hand to Yi Weisheng then a love heart. Love you yo. A bright smile blossomed on Yi Weisheng's face. Roger that. This I like. Love to hear. More. Yuji. He. The waiters brought up the dishes ordered by Yi Weisheng one after another, and the family began to dine. Yi Weisheng wanted to accompany Yu's father to drink a couple of glasses, but was stopped by Yu's father. Hey, little Yi, you have to drive later. You can't drink. It's dangerous. It's alright, uncle. Go back later and let Ji drive. Ji can drive? Yu father was a little surprised to know that before Yuji went to college, but even do not know how to ride a bicycle. With her good friends have learned to ride a bicycle. Yuji afraid of pain. Learned once, fell, and refused to learn again. Now I'm actually brave enough to drive a minivan. Well, just learned. It's been 5 or 6 years since I got my license, and I did sort of just learn how to drive. Yu's dad, not bad. You've improved. Yu's mom, young people learn everything quickly. Unlike us who couldn't learn how to use a smartphone for a long time. Yu's father, that's right. Nowadays the cell phone the function is too complicated. Want to add a friend. Don't know how to get, but also to find someone to teach. Yi Weisheng then said, in a while we go back. What do you want to get? Let Xiao Ji teach you. Papa you, good. Yu Sheng volunteered. Grandpa, I know how to add friends too. I'll teach you. Our Yu Sheng is really great. Then you'll be grandma and grandpa's little teacher in a while. Yes. Halfway through the meal, Yu Sheng shouted to go to the bathroom, and Yi Weisheng took the kids to go out to the bathroom. You dad you mom saw the box door was closed, so the seriousness of the words to Yuji said, Xiao Ji. Xiaoye is a responsible good man. He can carry your back, alone to run to us. At first your mom and I treated him badly when we heard he was the father of your child, and he didn't get mad and kept explaining to us and praying for forgiveness. We can also see that he truly loves you and wants to have a family with you. Now that you three are reunited as a family and all previous misunderstandings have been resolved, and now that your children are so grown up, you should have a good life in the future. Can no longer be capricious, play childish temper. Two couples live. There are contradictions that is normal. Produced a contradiction. The two people should calmly sit down. Good to solve the contradiction. Cannot move on the breakup and divorce. There are no flawless people in this world. All people have flaws. You have to learn to be tolerant and understanding. He used to be unaware of the existence of the child, but now that he knows, he is willing to take responsibility for it. And the fact that you have been separated for 5 years and he is still in love with you shows that he is an affectionate person. He knew that you and we had a falling out over the baby, so he carried things to explain to us, and he knew that you had been missing us, so he picked us up for your birthday, which also shows that the boy is a careful and considerate person. Mom and dad don't have any great skills. We just want you to have a good home in the future and live your life in harmony. Yuji's eyes rose to mist. Dad. Mom. I know. When she was bent on giving birth to the child, Yi Weisheng not only didn't blame her, but also did so much for her. She was grateful, and she really should cherish this relationship. It's good to know. So you'll live a good life from now on, and mom and dad will be relieved when the family is neat and tidy together. Aha! Yuji nodded her head obediently. Also, there's a big gap between Xiaoya's family and ours. There's a lot of right and wrong in rich people's homes. You have to be cautious and certainly not put yourself at a disadvantage. You should tolerate what you have to tolerate, and you should not tolerate what you have to learn to fight back. Otherwise, there are always people looking for you trouble. Your days will not be easy. I see that boy Xiaoyi is defending you. If there's anything, you need to communicate with him more. Men are the bridge of family communication. He should know how to balance the relationship between you and his family of origin. I understand. As they were chatting, Yi Weisheng came back with his child, and all three of them stopped the topic and talked about other things instead. After a meal, Yuji drove the family back home. Yusheng couldn't wait to teach you dad and you mom to use the cell phone, and you dad pulled out his cell phone, 2 old ones and 1 small one, to sit on the sofa and study the cell phone. Yu's mom clicked on the camera to take a picture of Yusheng, who jumped off the sofa and said, "Mom and Dad, let's take a picture with Grandma and Grandpa." That's just what I wanted to say. Everyone agreed. Yuji found a cell phone selfie stick set across the sofa, adjusted the angle, set to time-lapse shooting. Come on, all get ready. I'm going to order a shot. You dad and you mom sat in the center. Yusheng sat on you dad's lap, and Yi Weisheng sat beside you dad with one hand on you dad's shoulder. Come on. 321. Yuji clicked on the shot, and rushed over to sit beside Yu's mom with one strong step, took her arm, and leaned her head on her shoulder. The flash came on and a family photo was framed, with happy smiles on everyone's face. Yuji put his new phone number back into the parent's cell phone, and then add the 2 WeChat, and pulled a group. We'll just shoot the family photo sent into the group. Yu's dad said, I'm going to set this photo as my cell phone wallpaper. Yu's mom performed the same operation, and Yusheng looked at her grandparents' cell phone page and, smiling, I said, Grandma and Grandpa have pictures of us on their cell phones. Mom, get your picture up too. Yuji listened to his son and set the family photo as wallpaper. When he opened WeChat again, a message alert appeared in the group. Haikao Tiankong changed the name of the group to Love One Another Family. Yuji saw you dad's joyful appearance. It's okay. It's good that dad's happy. She's part of the Love One Another group. Finished these, Yu's mother began to help Yuji unwrap the specialties they brought over. Will need to be refrigerated in the refrigerator, because there are too many. Yuji's small refrigerator cannot fit. Put some of each on your side, and let Xiaoya take the rest to his side if you can't fit it in. I see that his refrigerator is quite big. Yuji thought it was okay, then picked out some of each, stuffed the refrigerator to the brim, and let Yi Weisheng take the rest back. In the evening, Yuji proposed to eat dumplings, and Yu's mom made and rolled out the dough with her own hands, and we all wrapped the dumplings together. Yusheng was fresh. This was the first time he had seen the whole process of transforming dumplings from fine flour into a single chubby dumpling, mouth yelling also want to wrap. Yu mother hand in hand to teach him, the child on the figure of a fresh. A moment to look at this, a moment to look at that, the hands of the flour to get all over the face. Yi Weisheng's family used to have a nanny to do the cooking, so he had never had the experience of making dumplings together as a family before, so he also learned in the same way. Yuji saw Yusheng's face full of flour, said with a smile, Baby, look at you have become a little flower cat. Yusheng raised her hand to touch her face and looked at Yuji. Mommy has it on her face too. Mommy is also a little flowery cat. Ha ha ha, Daddy's got more. Daddy's a big fancy cat. He. Everyone was laughing and the atmosphere was very cordial. Yi Weisheng's cell phone rings from time to time. He just pulls it out and looks at it, and hangs it up directly without answering it. Chapter 84, Is your girlfriend Yuji? Everyone noticed Yi Weisheng's actions, and Yu dad and Yu mom made a wink to Yuji. When Yi Weisheng's phone rang again, Yuji softly asked Yi Weisheng, What's wrong? Is there a job? You answer the phone first. We'll just come. Yu's mom said, Yes, Xiaoye, if you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. You don't have to take care of us. Then I'll go answer the phone first. Yi Weisheng washed his hands and walked out, going to the balcony to answer the phone. The cell phone kept ringing. Yi Weisheng impatiently answered the phone. Hello? Mom? Weisheng, why haven't you been answering your phone? When will you be home so I can have the kitchen prepare your dinner? I'm in the middle of something and I'm not going back for dinner, so you don't have to get ready. So when are you coming back? I'll be back as soon as I'm done here, so don't call again. So when are you done working? I don't know. I'll try to get back earlier. Good. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Yi Weisheng hung up the phone and went back to the kitchen. Yuji and the girls had already wrapped the dumplings, and the water in the pot started to boil. so Yu's mom put the wrapped dumplings into the pot. In no time at all, the dumplings were steaming hot and full of flavor. The ready-made dumplings were thin-skinned and stuffed, and the flour was brought over by Yu's mother from their side of the family. Yu Weisheng ate 2 big bowls before he was satisfied and put down the chopsticks. Not long after eating, the family sat on the sofa and watched TV. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Yu Ji was puzzled. Who would come at this hour? Yu Weisheng took a quick step to open the door and came in with a birthday cake in his hand. Yu Sheng saw Yu Weisheng place the cake on the coffee table and screamed happily. Wow! It's a cake! Yu's mom said. Xiaoya really has a heart. Yu Ji is also full of smiles. The heart throbs. The heart is like being filled with something. Swollen. Yu Weisheng unwrapped the cake box and lit the candles. Yu Sheng put the birthday hat on Yu Ji's head. Mom, make a wish. Yu Ji's eyes glistened with tears as she clasped her hands together and made a wish. Wishing for her parents to be healthy, her children to grow up happily, and for her and Yu Weisheng to live happily ever after. Yu Ji blew out the candles. Yu Sheng curiously asked Yu Ji what she wished for. What did Mom wish for? Yu Ji's finger hooked up the cream on the cake and pointed at Yu Sheng's small nose. I won't tell you. Yu Sheng wiped her nose. Mommy needs to order some too. So he smeared cream on Yu Ji's face too. After eating the cake, Yu Weisheng's cell phone once again rang. Yu Weisheng took it out to see. Yu Ji was sitting next to Yu Weisheng. His eyes glanced and saw the caller ID on the cell phone screen. Yu Ji's heart trembled violently. It was Ye's mom. Yu Weisheng's cell phone kept ringing before dinner. Could it be Ye's mom calling too? Has Ye's mom already told Yu Weisheng about their meeting? What did she want to say when she called Yu Weisheng? Yu Weisheng hung up the phone and looked up. Yu Ji hastily retracted his eyes and looked away. Yu Weisheng didn't notice her abnormality, and stood up and said to Yu's parents, Uncle and Auntie, you guys take an early rest in a while. I have some things to do first. Yu Weisheng's cell phone has been ringing non-stop this evening. Yu parents' Yu mom also guessed that he may have something just in their way, did not immediately go away, so quickly let Yu Wei have something to go busy. Yu Weisheng looked at Yu Ji. Happy birthday girl, enjoy your time with your uncle and aunt. I'm going to take care of a little something first. I'll come over in the morning. Yu Ji smiled. If you have something to do, then go ahead and do your thing. I'll take care of mom and dad and the others. Okay, I'll go first then. Yu Sheng looked at his dad about to leave and hurriedly ran over to him with his ass in the air. Dad, are you leaving? Yu Weisheng rubbed Yu Sheng's hair. Well, Daddy still has things to take care of, so you be good and stay home with Grandma and Grandpa. Yu Sheng sent Yu Weisheng to the door of his house. Bye Dad. Yu Weisheng turned around and told Yu Ji not to go out. Uncle and Auntie, goodbye. Xiao Ji, go inside. Be safe on the road. Yu Weisheng drove directly to the Yi family's old mansion. Ye's mother waited impatiently at home, pacing back and forth in the living room. Yu Weisheng walked into the living room, and Ye's mom greeted him. Why are you busy so late? Have you eaten yet? I'll ask the cook to fry 2 dishes for you. 8. What's the matter with calling me back? You have to meet me to say it. Yi mother sat beside Yu Weisheng. Her eyes looked straight at Yu Weisheng and said, Do you really have a girlfriend? Who is that girlfriend of yours? Yu Weisheng leaned back on the sofa, not noticing Yi mother's eyes. Didn't I tell you? I'll bring her back to meet you when the time comes. What timing does it take to meet a parent? Doesn't she agree? Ye's mom thinks about what Yu Ji said. Yu Ji told her to come back and ask Yu Weisheng why they are together. And Yu Ji also said that she doesn't care about entering the Yi family's door. Yu Weisheng was a little impatient. It wasn't because of Ye's mom. Otherwise he and Yu Ji would have gotten married a long time ago. No. Ye's mom is full of doubts. Could it be that Yu Ji is trying to catch Yu Weisheng? When did you start dating and where is the girl from? What kind of work is she doing now? You called me back just to ask me that? Yeah, I thought you said you were going to bring her home. And after all this time I'm sure I'm going to have to call you back and ask. Ye's mother didn't want Yu Weisheng to know that she found a private detective to investigate him, so she could only guide Yu Weisheng towards Yu Ji. Let's talk about this later. Yu Weisheng didn't want to talk about Yu Ji's matter with Ye's mom right now and stood up to leave. Ye's mom stopped Yu Weisheng. Say it now. Is that person your ex-girlfriend Yu Ji? Yu Weisheng sensed the problem. Did Ye's mom already know? How did she know? Who told you that? Yi mother was a bit vain. Her eyes rolled and she thought of a way to say, Of course you told me. Didn't you say you guys dated a few years ago? Yu Weisheng only had a girlfriend when he was in college. This is something everyone knows. Yi mother a look of righteousness, so that Yu Weisheng some confusion. In the end, Yi mother already know that he and Yu Ji together again. Or really as she said is just guessing? But since it all came down to Yu Ji, why don't we take this opportunity to spread the word, lest we don't know how to open up again later. Yu Weisheng was thinking about things in his mind, and when Ye's mother saw that Yu Weisheng didn't answer, she took the opportunity to continue on, with a pained look that perfectly covered up what she had done. That's her, isn't it? Why do you still want to be with that kind of woman? Do you realize that she was? Chapter 85. Ye's mom asked Yu Weisheng to break up with Yu Ji. Yu Weisheng interrupted his mother's words. Yu Ji is such a good girl. How to his mother's mouth became that kind of woman? I already know. She agreed to your request and endured the pain of breaking up with me in the first place for the sake of my future. Ye's mother's brow peaks frowned. No, it was her who received 5 million from me before she broke up with you. She is a woman who loves vanity and will do anything for money. I won't allow you to be with her. Yu Weisheng couldn't accept Yi mother's words. Obviously in the beginning it was she who moved with affection and reasoning to make Yu Ji give up their relationship. How come it's now Yu Ji's love of vanity? She's not that kind of person. She took your $5 million. That was for a reason. What reasons are there? Any reason is not a reason for her to come to you again. Ye's mother didn't care. Anyway, after Yu Ji received the money, she shouldn't appear in front of Yu Weisheng again. Any reason is an excuse. She didn't come to me. I came to her. What's so good about her? It's just that she's a little bit prettier. There are tons of girls prettier than her. And you've been separated for 5 years now. Do you think you'll ever be the same again? It's true that we can't be the same. And I'll love her more than I did 5 years ago. And what about her? She can leave you once for money and she can leave you again for money. She won't. The last time Yu Ji endured pain and left alone for his sake. Yu Weisheng swore that he would never let such a thing happen again. Ye's mother's eyes reddened with anxiety. Why not? If she really loved you that much, she wouldn't have taken my money in the first place. What's wrong with taking your money? That's what she deserves. Yu Ji all these years to bring up the child alone suffered. Where is that a mere 5 million can be offset? Ye's mom snorted disdainfully. She deserves it? What makes her deserve it? I gave her the money to leave you, and since she took it, that means she agreed to my terms. Since she promised, and now she's with you after seeing your career success, that's her going back on her word. And her kind of untruthful, vain woman doesn't deserve you at all. I said she wasn't being vain, much less untruthful. It was me who stalked her and had to be with her. It was me who didn't deserve her. Yu Weisheng know Yi mother to Yu Ji deep preconceptions. If now let Yi mother know, when Yu Ji is for the child in the stomach to accept the 5 million. Yi mother 80% to think that Yu Ji is the son of the heart of the woman. And Yu Ji is pregnant. Yi Weisheng doesn't know. And when Ye's mom told her to break up, she didn't tell Ye's mom either. Even after receiving the money, she didn't abort the child and secretly gave birth to the child. Now that Yi Weisheng has returned to China, they are together again. To outsiders it looks like Yu Ji has set up a trap to trap both Yi Weisheng and Ye's mom in it. This is undoubtedly another kind of deception to Ye's mother. Ye's mother is only afraid of Yu Ji's hatred deeper. For now, we can only find a way to ease the relationship between the two of them first, and about the child, we can talk about it later. You're the president of Wichita Group, tall, handsome and young. There's only women who don't deserve you. There's no women you don't deserve. Ye's mother wondered if Yu Weisheng had been PUA'd by Yu Ji. How could he say such self-degrading things? Yu Weisheng didn't understand where Ye's mom's bewildering confidence came from. Anyway, you don't care. Why don't I care? I'm your mom. I have to care about your affairs. I won't allow you to be with her. As long as I'm around she'll never enter the Yi family's door. Mom, why are you so hard on her? She didn't do anything. What's wrong with her? It was you who told her to break up with me in the first place. She agreed to break up with you for my sake. And now it's also me who took the initiative to approach her to be with her. Everything was done by us. She was just a passive acceptance. So what qualifications do you have to accuse her? Although Yu Weisheng had a point, Ye's mother didn't think she was at fault. Even if you took the initiative to look for her, since she took my money, she shouldn't have agreed to be with you. That's her fault. Isn't it just money? I'll just pay you back for her. Yu Weisheng took out his cell phone and transferred $5 million to Ye's mother's account. Ye's mother was angry and laughed at Yu Weisheng's actions. What kind of devil was her IQ double high son possessed by, that he would pay back the money his own mother gave out for another woman? Yu Weisheng, I think you're possessed. I'm your mom. Would I harm you? You're not going to harm me. But that's no reason for you to interfere in my private life. I'm an independent adult and I have the right to choose my life partner. I didn't say you can't make your own choices. I won't object to whoever you see in those group girls. It's Yu Ji who can't. There's also that Lee's group's Lee Mushi. In terms of looks and family history, which is not better than that Yu Ji. I like her a lot. I think a girl like her is more suitable to be our Yi family's daughter-in-law. Yu Weisheng bared his smile. Like Lee Mushi? You wouldn't be unaware of Lee Mushi's purpose of approaching you, would you? Her kind of scheming girl is not worthy of entering my Yi family's door. Ye's mother had looked at so many girls for Yu Weisheng, but Lee Mushi satisfied her the most. How is Lee Mushi heartfelt? She's just contacting her future mother-in-law in advance in order to pursue the man she loves. What's wrong with that? On the contrary, I think she's very smart. Yu Weisheng raised his eyebrows. If you think she's that good, Then you can just marry her. Yi mother just drank into the mouth of a breath, all sprayed out, choking tears and flowers are coughed out, for a while to ease down, turning to Yi Weisheng with a cross-eyed look. Yi Weisheng, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Weisheng flicked his fingernails with a calm face. I didn't say anything nonsense. Nowadays the public style is very open. In foreign countries lesbians can also get married. If you really like her that much, I don't mind. You and my dad are always separated anyway, so it's not impossible to find someone to keep you company, so you don't have to worry about it all day. Ye's mother was so angry by Yi Weisheng that her brain hurt, and her blood pressure quickly spiked, so she hurriedly rummaged for a bottle of fast-acting heart pills from the drawer of the coffee table and took one to stabilize her extremely fast-beating heart. That's me. I'm planning for your future, and you actually think I'm worrying about it? Yi mother was burning with rage, casually grabbed a pillow and threw it at Yi Weisheng. You're a white-eyed wolf, mesmerized by the vixen outside. How dare you come back to fight against your mother? Do you want to be angry with me? I'm not trying to piss you off. I'll make plans for my own future. You just shop, play cards, do beauty treatments every day and leave everything else alone? I don't agree. You must break up with Yuji. As long as you don't stay with Yuji, I don't care about anything else. Ye's mom bit the bullet. She just doesn't like Yuji. Chapter 86. Yi Weisheng said, Xiao Ji, I want to talk to you. I don't agree either. I only want to be with Yuji. I don't like anyone else. What's so great about her? Make you so dead set on her? She's good everywhere. You had to go against me? Mom, it's not that I'm going against you. Yuji is a very good girl. You haven't even been in contact with her. You don't know her at all. When you spend some time with her you'll know how good she is. Yi mother heart cold snort. Also get along for a period of time. That day in the cafe. Just for a moment she was Yuji angry not light. Get along for a long time will not be angry with her to death? I don't want to get along with her. In any case, I'll put my words here today. There's me in this family without her. Yi mother couldn't believe that Yi Weisheng would disown her as his mother for a woman. Yi Weisheng instantly stood up. Fine. Then I'll go. After Yi Weisheng finished speaking, he walked out of the living room with his long legs, and no matter how much his mother shouted behind him, he did not move and did not turn back. On one side is his mom and on the other side is the mom of his kids, and he doesn't want to give up on either side. So he goes. Alright. The next day Yi Weisheng went to Yuji's side early, and after breakfast, Yuji was ready to take his parents out for a stroll. Yuji to college is her own over. You parents, you mom has never come to H City. Yi Weisheng drove you dad and you mom and Yuji mother and son. Went to a few more representative places in H City to shop. Passing by the oceanarium, Yuji recalled the scene when her parents took her to the oceanarium when she was a child. When the oceanarium was relatively small in size, and the types of marine life in it were very few. Now it's different. This oceanarium is the biggest in the whole H. She's brought Yusheng here before. Yusheng shouted excitedly from the back. Mommy, it's the oceanarium. Want to go? Wanna go. Well, why don't you ask Grandma and Grandpa if they wanna go? Yusheng turned her head and asked you parents, grandparents, let's go see jellyfish and big sharks together, okay? The two elders naturally responded to the words of their precious grandchildren and immediately agreed. Good. Let's go see the big shark together. Yeah, Mom, Grandma and Grandpa want to go. Okay, then we'll go to the oceanarium. This time the temperature has risen. In the outdoor stroll is indeed a little hot. The ocean museum cool. People do not suffer. Yi Weisheng obeyed the instructions and drove the car to the oceanarium. And several people leisurely strolled through the various exhibition halls. And when she saw the big shark, Yusheng excitedly ran over, her small face pressed against the glass to look inside. Yu's father looked at his grandson's back, a little wistful. The scene in front of him overlapped with the scene in his memory. Xiao Ji as a child to see the big shark also like Yusheng excited. Other small children are too scared to go forward. Only she dared to run over, but also dared to reach out to touch. But it's through glass. Not really touching a shark. Yu's mom went on to say, Xiao Ji has been bold since he was a child. Like a leather monkey. He dares to go anywhere. Yi Weisheng pursed his lips and the scene when he first met Yusheng appeared in his mind. That day when Yusheng fought with his classmates and then sneaked out of school alone. Yi Weisheng also said that Yusheng was like a leather monkey, and now it seems to be inherited from Yuji. Yuji saw that Yi Weisheng was laughing at her, beeped and complained to Yu's mother. Mom, I was lively. Okay. Yu's mom smiled and bent her eyes. Good. Yi Weisheng gave Yuji a painful rainbow fart. Uncle and auntie. Our little Ji is bold and careful, both daring to try new things and discerning. Yuji arrogantly tilted his neck. That's right. The family of 5 wandered around the oceanarium for a few hours, and when they went out it was already 4 in the afternoon. Yuji asked Yi Weisheng to drive to the airport. Yi Weisheng was puzzled. To the airport? Well, Mom and Dad both have to work tomorrow, and I booked them on a 6 o'clock flight. Yi Weisheng had a disapproving look on his face. What are you booking a flight for? I'll just have someone send my uncle and aunt back. Yu's father knew that what Yi Weisheng said was to send them on a private plane, and that the plane would have to come back after sending them there. So what a waste of money. Yu's father didn't let Yi Weisheng send him. Xiao Yi, you all have to work tomorrow, so we don't need to trouble you to send us. It's not cost-effective to go back and forth like this. We'll just take the plane back. Uncle, Y City's airport is still more than an hour's drive from the city. You guys still have to transfer when you get off the plane. Not only is it troublesome, but it's late when you wait until you get home. It's fine. We haven't flown on a big airplane yet. Consider it an experience. Today you guys go to the airport and teach us how to get that airplane ticket, so we can come over anytime we want to in the future. Yu's mom went on to say, that's right, when we miss our grandchildren, we buy a plane ticket ourselves and come over. It's very convenient. Now that they know where their daughter lives and have a grandson, they can come over if Yuji doesn't have time to go back when she's on vacation. Anyway, it's more than an hour by airplane. How convenient. I also said that we'll go together to see off the uncles and aunts. You haven't been back in years. And by the way, I'll take Yusheng to visit my grandparents' house. Yuji knew Yi Weisheng's intentions and felt nestled. But, tomorrow we have to go to work, and our son has to go to school. I've already said goodbye to Mom and Dad, and the next time we go on vacation, my son and I will go back together again, and we can still play for a few more days. Yi Weisheng caught the loophole in Yuji's words. You go back with your son? Without me? Yuji's voice carried a smile. If you're free, all go back together. Yusheng poked out a small head from the back row and looked at Yi Weisheng. Don't worry Dad. Mom and I will definitely take you. That's a deal. Honey, if Mommy sneaks you to Grandma's house without Daddy, you have to tell Daddy. Aha! Yusheng's big eyes curved into a crescent moon, and her little head nodded rapidly. Yuji knocked Yusheng's forehead. Traitor! Baby's not a traitor. And Grandma and Grandpa say a family should be neat and tidy. Yusheng's childish remarks made everyone laugh. A few people soon arrived at the airport. Yuji took Yu Dad and Yu Mom and gave them a detailed explanation of the whole process of taking the airplane. Yi Weisheng hugged Yusheng and the three of them waved goodbye to Yu's parents together. He watched his parents go through security and enter the terminal before turning to leave. On the way back, Yi Weisheng was thinking about Ye's mom in his mind, so he didn't speak much. Yi mother of those stereotypes of Yuji, how to tell Yuji, so that Yuji heart is not so resentful of Yi mother? Yuji is also a little tired after a day of shopping today, leaning against the window and closing his eyes to sleep. As for Yusheng has already been in the back seat huffing and puffing. Yi Weisheng drove the car to the underground garage, woke up Yuji, and then carried his son upstairs, putting the child in the bedroom. Yuji was ready to go make dinner when Yi Weisheng called her. Gigi, I want to talk to you. Chapter 87, Yi Weisheng talks to Yuji. Yuji already guessed what Yi Weisheng wanted to talk about, poured a cup of water for both of them, sat on the sofa and quietly waited for Yi Weisheng to open his mouth. Yi Weisheng sat down beside Yuji, organized his words, and began to tell the story. Yesterday it was my mom who kept calling me. She already knew we were dating. Yuji did not deny that she had known about this matter for a long time, and had also crossed paths with Ye's mother. But Yuji didn't say it. She wanted to know what Ye's mom had said to Yi Weisheng. So silently, he waited for Yi Weisheng to continue. Little G, it was our Yi family that was guilty of making you make such a big concession before. We are the ones who should be grateful to you. But my mom doesn't know what's wrong with her, and she's got some issues with you. Yuji heart sneer. Yi Weisheng, this word is too hot and gentle. Yi mother where she has some opinions, clearly as the opinion is quite deep, and even with hatred. But Yuji could understand. After all, she had really received the money, and Yuji had always felt before that she shouldn't have any more dealings with Yi Weisheng. Later it was for the sake of her child that she had to get in touch with Yi Weisheng. Slowly, she knew that Yi Weisheng for her to do so many things, but also understand Yi Weisheng a piece of her true heart. Yuji originally has been in love with Yi Weisheng, and now even more heartily want to be with Yi Weisheng good together. As for Ye's mother's accusations against her, Yuji was annoyed in her heart, except for the matter of receiving $5 million from Ye's mother, which made Yuji feel guilty about Ye's mother. In other respects, Yuji did not have any place to apologize to their Yi family, and she would not accept Yi mother's groundless accusations. Yuji knew there were ways for rich people to find out about a person, but she still wanted to know if Yi Weisheng knew through what means Ye's mother knew about this, and how much Ye's mother knew about them. How did your mom know we were together again? Yi Weisheng touched his nose unnaturally. Well, it's just that before my mom wanted to introduce me to a blind date, and I told her that I had a girlfriend, but I didn't say it was you at that time. I just said that we've been dating for a long time, and that I'd bring you back to meet with them when the time came. Yuji raised his eyebrows. Yi Weisheng, such status and appearance of people still need to matchmaking? And then what? How did she know it was me? Guess. Yuji couldn't believe it. This can also rely on guessing? Obviously Yi mother did not tell the truth. Because I said I was going to take you back but nothing happened, so she got antsy and called me back to ask me if it was you. I thought that if we're getting into this anyway, then let's just get it out of the way. So I admitted it was you. Yi Weisheng also did not expect his mother to react so strongly to Yuji, as if there was some deep hatred. Yuji nodded understandingly. On Yi Weisheng's meaning, Yi mother should not tell Yi Weisheng. They have already met the matter. That is, Yi mother used the method of not wanting Yi Weisheng to know this matter. So she won't let you be with me? Well, she told me to break up with you, but that's not going to happen. Yi Weisheng secretly observed Yuji's face. The mall and the articulate president of the Wichita. The face of the beloved girl has also become careful. Discretionary words up. Yi Weisheng realized that Yuji had no intention of answering, so he continued on. I also told her that you are a very gentle and understanding girl, and told her to try to get to know you. As for you taking the money, that happened for a reason, and that money was supposed to be your due, so you don't have to feel ashamed of my mom. From the beginning to the end it was our Yi family that was wrong. It was my mom who took money to buy out our relationship for my sake, keeping us apart for so many years. Please forgive her. Forgive me too. I know what you want is a harmonious family, so please give me some time and I'll find a way to clear up any misunderstandings between you, okay? Yi Weisheng looked at Yuji with hopeful eyes. Facing Yi Weisheng's blazing eyes, Yuji sighed. Then what if it can't be lifted? Are they going to split up? Without any hesitation, Yi Weisheng opened his mouth and said, it doesn't make sense, so let's stay away from her. Let's live our own little life. You don't have to pay attention to her. If there's anything in the family that needs to go back to the old house, I'll just go back. You don't have to worry about anything. If she comes after you in the future, just tell me and I'll take care of it. Yuji did not expect Yi Weisheng want to approach so simple and rough, directly to a trick out of sight out of mind. Aren't you afraid someone will say you're ungrateful? I go back to see her regularly every month and will call her from time to care for her. Who says I'm not filial? Then what if someone says that the daughter-in-law you married isn't filial to your mother and never visits her? If rumors spread about your family not getting along, it would have an impact on your company's image, right? The point is that Yuji may be scolded by some internet spammers. She herself does not matter, as long as they are good husband and wife. If her parents see it, that's not good? Then we'll go back once in a while, and if you don't want to see her, you can wait for me in the car, and I'll go in and talk to her, and we'll go. And there is no way that my mom doesn't know this. You are already the daughter-in-law of the Yi family, even if she is dissatisfied in her heart. In front of the media she is just will pretend to be a mother and child. As time passes, when she figures it out on her own, and with our son, who is loved by anyone who sees him, saying some nice things in front of her, she will definitely accept you slowly. And you, from now on, no matter what happens, you have to tell me first and not carry it alone. Yi Weisheng put Yuji's palm against the position of his heart, eyes containing deep feelings. You are the love of my life and the mother of my child. My heart for you is unwavering and you are not allowed to back out. I will stand by you in everything. Let's face the future together, okay? Yuji, almond eyes bright, eyes as gentle as water, the corner of the mouth slightly lifted, gave Yi Weisheng an affirmative answer. Yes. At this moment, Yuji has never been more determined. She wants to give herself and her child a complete home, so that Yi Weisheng paid the feelings of response. She and Yi Weisheng are both emotionally attached people, and once they identify that person, they will always keep on loving them. At the moment they both believed that as long as they had love for each other, no one could ever keep them apart again. Both of them were immersed in each other's fierce love, their breaths getting closer and closer. Yi Weisheng leaned in and contained Yuji's soft lips, gently rolling over and over on her lips. Yi Weisheng's kiss is getting more and more urgent. Yuji's whole body is tingling. Her brain is blank. She can only climb on Yi Weisheng, falling into his passion. Chapter 88, Thank you for your trust. Yi Weisheng was a bit unable to help himself. He moved to contain Yuji's earlobe, causing Yuji to shudder. Yuji faced scarlet, reason gradually back to the cage. She pressed Yi Weisheng's chaotic hand, said, do not, the child should wake up in a while. Yi Weisheng's strong feelings were doused at once. His head was buried in the neck of Yuji, gasping for breath. How could he forget that there are children at home? It would be a real shame if a child bumped into them. Only after his breath was stabilized did Yi Weisheng raise his head, coughing lightly and unnaturally. What are we having for dinner? When I finished, I got up to see what was in the fridge. You're on your own. I'm going to get the kids up. It's too long to sleep at night. Yuji's face is still flushed, suppressing the throbbing emotions at the bottom of his heart, organized his appearance, and fled into the bedroom. Yuji went to the bedroom to get her son up and dawdled in the living room for a while before going to the kitchen to give Yu Weisheng a hand. Yuji washed the vegetables while thinking about whether or not to tell Yu Weisheng about her meeting with Ye's mom. I wondered if Yu Weisheng would have a problem with her if he knew he disliked Ye's mom. When Yu Weisheng saw her absent-minded look, he thought she was still thinking about what he said. Yuji was so absorbed in her thoughts that she washed and rewashed a few vegetable leaves, and the look was already a bit unbearable to ravage. Yu Weisheng stopped the action in his hands and snickered. If you wash it down again, those leaves don't even need to be boiled. Just put some salt directly into it and you can eat it. Ha! Oh! Yuji came back to her senses and scrambled to fish up the leaves that she had washed disastrously and put them into the vegetable basket. Yu Weisheng stared at Yuji and asked, "What are you thinking about? Thinking so intently?" Yuji hung his head low, thinking about what to say to put things in a euphemistic way. When Yu Weisheng saw her look of bitterness and hatred, the look on his face became serious. "You just promised me that you would tell me anything." Yuji put the things in his hands on the counter and faced Yu Weisheng. "I have a confession to make to you." Yu Weisheng raised his eyebrows. "What is it?" "I've actually met with your mom." Yu Weisheng was shocked. "You've met? When?" "It's this Friday." Yu Weisheng was a little stunned for a while. This Friday Yi mother had already met with Yuji, which means that Yi mother had already known that he was dating Yuji, but she called him home and asked him if he was dating Yuji. Yu Weisheng's head is a little confused. How did Ye's mom know about Yuji? The answer instantly appeared in Yu Weisheng's mind. Of course it was privately investigated. Ye's mom found someone to investigate him? Anger welled up in Yu Weisheng's chest, but now is not the time to be angry. Ye's mother investigated him. What exactly did she find out? Did she know about her son? And why did Mrs. Yi go to see Yuji first? What did she say to Yuji? Where did you meet? What did you talk about? At the cafe across the street from our office. Your mom, she said I took her money and shouldn't be with you anymore. Were you in contact before? Nope. This is the second time your mom and I have seen each other after that one meeting after college. She just said we shouldn't be together? Did she mention a son? No. And she didn't mention it to you? Yi Wei shook his head. No. Yuji asked with some uncertainty. So that means your mom doesn't know about the baby yet? It should be. If Ye's mother knew that Yuji had given birth to the Yi family's child, even if she didn't accept Yuji, she would have asked Yu Weisheng to bring the child home. But Ye's mother didn't mention the child from the beginning to the end, so it should be that she doesn't know that they have a child yet. Yuji's heart seven up and down. The child is her soft underbelly. About her son's future reputation. She must be careful. You guys didn't have a good time talking the other day, did you? Aha, more than upset. They were arguing. Yuji secretly glanced at Yu Weisheng. The small action was caught in Yu Weisheng's eyes. If you have something to say, just say it. Your mom and I got into a fight the other day. Yuji whispered. I also disliked your mom, but she was the one who talked about me first. Yu Weisheng stared at Yuji in surprise. What exactly did Ye's mom say that was actually disliked by Yuji? Yuji has always been very nice to people, unless that person annoys her. Yu Weisheng apologized to Yuji on behalf of Ye's mother. I'm sorry. Ha? Yuji was a bit stunned. Why did he suddenly say sorry? My mother must have said something bad or you wouldn't have disliked her, and I apologize for her. You don't blame me for disrespecting your mom? You're not being unreasonable. Respect is mutual. If she respects you, you'll naturally respect her. Yuji was touched by this unconditional trust from Yu Weisheng. It's nice to feel so trusted and pampered. Heart sweet and greasy Yuji. Faces a look of angry daughter-in-law. Thank you for believing me. I was also angry at your mom's words the other day. Your mom said that my parents raised me poorly and I just couldn't hold back and disliked her back. Yuji without traces of snitching. Although she is at fault, but it is not all her fault. Why what pot to let her take the blame? Yuji knew that after that day's meeting, Ye's mother must have hated her even more than before. But hate is hate. Her parents are not something that can be slandered and accused at will. Yu Weisheng was a bit ashamed. How could Ye's mom say something like that? Sorry. It's okay. Even though I'm not at fault, I dislike your mom. She's the elder after all. Yuji admitted that she was a bit of a green tea at the moment, but she couldn't let this matter affect the relationship between her and Yu Weisheng. After all, children are defending their parents. She now told Yu Weisheng to understand. In the future, if Ye's mother mentioned, Yu Weisheng will not blame her. To her heart, elders should behave as elders should, and it's normal for her to be disliked for saying things that she shouldn't have said. Yu Weisheng said ecumenical. If he were in his place, even if he was at fault, if others had to take his parents out of the equation when they talked about him, he would dislike them. Even if Ye's mother feels that Yuji is no longer right, she is dissatisfied with Yuji. That can only say Yuji. Say what the parents did not provoke her. Thank you, Yu Weisheng. Fortunately, he was a reasonable person. and Yuji gave Yi Weisheng a big hug. Yi Weisheng looked at the head that was buried in his arms and dropped a soft kiss on the top of Yuji's hair. In the midst of warmth and affection, Yi Weisheng's face suddenly changed. Lift Yuji out of his arms. Why didn't you tell me on Friday? Is it possible that you still have other ideas at that time? Are you still do not believe me? Chapter 89. Ye's mom instigated Li Mushi to pursue Yi Weisheng. If Yuji had told him at that moment, then last night Yi Weisheng could have taken the opportunity to set up a set of words from Ye's mother. Yuji was busy waving his hands. No, I was going to tell you, but didn't you pick up my parents on Friday and didn't come over? And then I didn't have a chance to say it yesterday. Yuji thought that Yi Weisheng didn't come over on Friday night and was called back by Ye's mom to give a lecture. Yi Weisheng's face then looked a little better. It's good that there isn't any. In the future, if anything happens, you have to tell me at the first time so that I can think of a way to deal with it. Got it. The two were chatting obliviously in the kitchen when Yusheng rubbed his rumbling stomach and ran to the kitchen door. Seeing her parents staring wide-eyed in the kitchen, she beamed and asked, disgruntled, Mommy and Daddy, what are you talking about? Baby is hungry. Baby hungry dinner isn't ready yet. Mommy will get you some snacks, you eat some first to pad out. Yuji took his son out to get snacks. Yi Weisheng movements nimble fire frying. Not long from the kitchen wafted the fragrance of food. Eat dinner. A family of 3 to go for a walk in the neighborhood to eliminate food. Back. Yuji let Yi Weisheng will be loaded with the rest of their specialties to take back to the refrigerator. Are a peace of mind of the parents, don't put the bad. Yi Weisheng somewhat do not want to go. He wanted to stay in Yuji's side to live. Yuji refused, although now has decided to be together, and the child is so big. But Yuji is still a bit awkward if he lives together now. Even though both have said they want to be together all the time, there are still a lot of variables that make it better to wait until they are married to live together. Yi Weisheng added, why don't you all move to my side? It's nice here. It's pretty close to the school and the office. It's a little more convenient. Yi Weisheng decided to have someone come tomorrow to move all the dinosaurs out of the small bedroom so that he could have a place to stay. Yuji helped Yi Weisheng carry a few boxes downstairs, and Yusheng followed behind with his ass in the air. Mother and son waved goodbye against Yi Weisheng's grudging gaze. A new week began with everyone fully engaged. Yi mother did not find Yuji unpleasant. Yuji seems to return to the past, that ordinary life. His mother thought about it at home and felt that she couldn't just sit back and wait. She had to think of a way to let Yi Weisheng know how good the other girls were, and couldn't let him have his mind stuck on Yuji. Since Yuji and Yi Weisheng cannot work there, then she let the girl take the initiative. Ask the beauty of the trick which man cannot stand. Having figured this out, Ye's mother immediately picked up her cell phone and called Li Mushi, the #1 daughter-in-law candidate in her heart. Li Mushi was having a meeting with the company when she heard her cell phone ring and instinctively tried to hang up. With a casual glance of his eyes, he saw that the caller ID was Auntie Lai, and his finger to hang up the phone lurched. Although she had suffered a defeat at the Yi family's old mansion last time, and Yi Weisheng's words had embarrassed her, but was a good man not so easy to get? If Yi Weisheng had come to women, it wouldn't be a man Li Mushi, could look up to. Li Mushi once wanted to find a private detective to check on Yi Weisheng. She wanted to see if Yi Weisheng really had a girlfriend. But once those people heard that the object she wanted to check was the Yi family, no matter how high a price she offered, the other party left immediately, and no one dared to take her order. So Li Mushi had to call it quits. Although she didn't know if Yi Weisheng really had a girlfriend, as long as he didn't get married, she still had a chance. Later, Ye's mom even gave her the latest Chanel bag. And Ye's mom said she would go and straighten things out and told her to wait for her call. With Ye's mother as an assist in the room, Li Mushi had a few more points of confidence and patiently waited for Ye's mother to call her. In the first few days, Li Mushi was still full of confidence, but as time passed, almost half a month had passed, and there was still no news. Li Mushi was beginning to wonder if Yi Weisheng really did have a girlfriend, and that this girlfriend, Ye's mother, was also very satisfied, which was why Ye's mother didn't contact her anymore. I didn't expect Ye's mom to call today. Li Mushi picked up his cell phone and said, you guys continue, and quickly walked out of the conference room. The door to the conference room had just closed, and Li Mushi couldn't wait to pick up the phone. Hello, Auntie Lai? Cece, it didn't disturb your work, did it? Yi mother's tone was gentle, different from in front of Yuji. No, I'm just hanging out. What can I do for you, Auntie? Li Mushi returned to her office and gently closed the door. Cece, Auntie asked you a question and you have to answer Auntie honestly. What question does Auntie want to ask? Li Mushi was on guard, not knowing what question Yi Mama would ask her. Do you like our Weisheng? A blush ran up on Li Mushi's face. Auntie. Ye's mother understood when she heard the squirming auntie, so she said in a serious tone, Cece, after knowing you for so long, Auntie is very fond of you, and I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. Auntie thinks that you're very suitable to be our Yi family's daughter-in-law. I've asked Wei Shang. The girlfriend he mentioned is the girl he dated during his college days. He broke up as soon as he graduated from college, and has been separated for more than 5 years now. And that girl's family history, looks, and abilities are nothing compared to yours. Cece is a smart girl. If you like my family, Wei Shang, be brave and go after it. Auntie thinks highly of you. Ecstasy welled up in Li Mushi's heart. 5 years was enough time to change a lot of things, and she had the support of Ye's mother. Li Mushi suppressed her violently beating heart with one hand while pretending to be worried. Auntie, thank you. It's an honor to receive your favor. It's just that Mr. Yi, he's still in love with his ex-girlfriend from college. In which case he's afraid he won't accept me. In case they still have feelings for each other, then won't I become a third party interfering in their relationship? What third party? They've been broken up for more than 5 years, and that girl has a bad character. I won't let her into the Yi family's door. Cece, you just feel free to go after Wei Shang. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. Cece, you're pretty and smart. Our Wei Shang didn't know you before. You guys will have more contact in the future, and he'll naturally fall in love with you. Ye's mom doesn't care about the third party or not. As long as Li Mushi can successfully snatch Yi Weisheng from Yuji's hands, then she is the winner. Since Auntie has so much faith in me, I'll give it a try, and I hope Auntie will help me more. Don't worry, Auntie will definitely create opportunities for you guys. Then thank you, Auntie. Li Mushi said this thank you quite sincerely. The two bragged about each other a few more times before Ye's mom hung up. Li Mushi's heart blossomed with joy. In her heart, she secretly vowed to chase Yi Weisheng to her hand. Chapter 90, Li Mushi's strategy. Li Mushi knew several girls who had been arranged business marriages by their families, and although they were a strong combination of two families, none of them lived happily ever after, because there is no emotional foundation. After marriage, they do not see eye to eye with each other, but for the sake of family interests, they have to maintain the superficial relationship, and in private they all live their own lives. That kind of marriage in name only is not what Li Mushi wants. She wants to marry the person she likes. Li Mushi is tall and pretty, although there are a lot of people pursuing her, including a lot of rich second generation, but she has an extremely high vision. The average man cannot get into her eyes. So when she knew that Yi Weisheng was the president of Weichang Group, she took the initiative to show her favor to Ye's mother in order to have more chances to contact Yi Weisheng. She felt that only someone with Yi Weisheng's kind of looks and family background was worthy of her. Li Mushi's parents arranged a blind date for her, which was blocked by her taking Yi Weisheng. Li Mushi likes Yi Weisheng and is actively pursuing him, which makes Li's parents overjoyed. How many families can compare to the Yi family? If Li Mushi could really marry into the Yi family, then their Li Group's status in the industry would be greatly enhanced again. Li Mushi's parents are also very supportive of Li Mushi's pursuit of Yi Weisheng. So when Li Mushi said that she wanted to follow up on the company's cooperation project with the Wichita Group, Li Peng, the president of the Li Group, who was also Li Mushi's father, agreed without hesitation. When two companies work together on a project, then the project leader needs to communicate often, and Li Mushi and Yi Weisheng have more opportunities to get in touch with each other. Just Li Mushi, after all, is only back from graduation. The company's business is not very familiar with the cooperation with Wei Qi or big projects, cannot make mistakes. Therefore, Li Peng let Wang Lei, the company's previous person in charge of this project, follow up with Li Mushi. Li Mushi is the first person in charge of the project, assisted by Wang Lei. The big project that he was responsible for was suddenly snatched by the airborne golden lady. Wang Lei had resentment in his heart, but the company was owned by Li Mushi's family, and he didn't dare to show it. Wang Lei and his girlfriend have been talking for 3 or 4 years, and both parents are urging them to hurry up and get married. Wang Lei also wants to get married, but his girlfriend is reluctant, so he must buy a house before getting married. Wang Lei has saved some money before, but it is not enough. This time, the big project with Wichita fell into his hands. Wang Lei was very excited, and he worked all night to do the data and prepare the program, and did it very seriously. Since this project is completed, he'll get a big bonus this year, and with his previous savings he'll have enough for a down payment. Just when Wang Lei was immersed in joy, halfway out, Li Mushi took over his project. Then all his previous efforts will be given away, and the bonus will be greatly reduced. And such an important project was handed over to a newcomer who had just joined the company like that. I don't know if Li was always too confident in his own daughter or if he thought the project was too simple. Wang Lei wanted to let Li Mushi fend for himself, but as Li Mushi's deputy, if this project was messed up, Li Mushi had 1,000 gold aura, and the person who would end up taking the blame would definitely be him. Wang Lei had more dissatisfaction in his heart, but he could only be at Li Mushi's disposal. Wang Lei entered Li Mushi's office, holding a stack of the latest project information on Li's cooperation with Vichy. Ms. Li, This is the information you wanted. Wang Lei placed the information that he had painstakingly stayed up for several all-nighters to organize in front of Li Mushi. Li Mushi looked at the computer in front of her without lifting her head. Manager Wang. My position in the company is project manager. Please call me Manager Li from now on. Okay, Manager Li. Leave the stuff here for now. You get out. If Manager Li doesn't understand anything, feel free to call me. Wang Lei thought that Li Mushi was busy working, so he turned around and went out after saying that. And Li Mushi's computer screen at this time there is only a WeChat dialog box. The chat interface is Ye's mother. Ye's mom sent Li Mushi information about Yi Weisheng's preferences, habits, contact information and so on. If Yi Weisheng knew that Ye's mother had given his information to Li Mushi just like that, he would be furious again and not return to the old mansion for a few months. Li Mushi saved Yi Weisheng's phone number into his cell phone before closing the WeChat dialog box and picking up the information sent by Wang Lei and flipping through it. This is a large project, but one that is to be determined and has not yet been finalized for specific investments. That is, there are still many times to discuss with Wichita's side. Taking this project, Li Mushi has enough reasons to go to Wichita. And the most important thing was that the direct person in charge of Witcher was Yi Weisheng, which was equivalent to her going directly to Yi Weisheng. Li Mushi was looking forward to whether Yi Weisheng would be surprised and impressed when she appeared in front of him as a professional elite. Li Mushi carefully went over the project. She wanted to leave a good impression on Yi Weisheng through this project. Let Yi Weisheng know that she, Li Mushi, is not a vase that only relies on men. She is someone who has the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Asterisk. At noon that day, Yi Weisheng had just finished a video conference and was ready to leave work when Secretary Li knocked on the door and walked in. President, the head of Li's group's project has invited you to have dinner together tonight, and to talk about the project we're going to collaborate on recently. Which project? There were several projects that Witcher had been working on with Li recently, most of which had already been negotiated. And which other project did he need to go to dinner to talk about? It's the plot of land in the south of the city that was recently taken for investment in a project to build a resort. Isn't that project still up in the air? What's there to talk about now? The plot of land in the south of the city had just been taken not long ago, and Li's was an old partner of Wichita's for a long time. So when Li's side bid to them wanting to develop that plot of land together, Wichita's side agreed to do so, but they just have that idea of building a resort there. They haven't finalized it yet. Yes, Li's side said they have some ideas and want to talk to the president face to face. Who's in charge of this Li project? It's rumored to be the eldest daughter of the Li family who just took over the Li group. Yi Weisheng's hand that was organizing the documents gave a beat. Li Mushi? That project isn't even at the discussion stage yet. It's just drunkenness. This woman. His mother's path does not work. And take the company's cooperation project as a raft? That day at the Yi family's old mansion, Li Mushi's pretentious appearance displeased him. Is President Li that comfortable with a project of that magnitude to give his daughter to practice? Boobies don't screw up her dad's company. It's not a big deal to bring down her own company. It's a lot of trouble when it comes time to mop up their Wichita. Chapter 91, Li Mushi's invitation to Yi Weisheng rejected. Push it and tell them I'm not available. The several big projects that Wichita is carrying out are being pushed forward in a tight schedule. Every day, various project meetings and negotiations with partners have already made Yi Weisheng busy. That project in the south of the city wasn't on the schedule right now, and he didn't want to waste his time on Li Mushi's cautionary tale. Yes, President, Secretary Li agreed without hesitation, because Yi Weisheng's schedule was full lately. He even had to hold cross-country video conferences on weekends. That project in the south of the city really didn't need to come together to talk about it now. And I don't know what the people in charge of Li's think. Secretary Li muttered in his mind. The development of the project in the south of the city, before the Li side of the person in charge of Wang Lei has come to him to get some information. He also told Wang Lei that the start of the project still needs some time. Let them wait for news. Could it be that the Li family's eldest daughter had just returned to China and had nothing to do? So Li's side let her take this project to practice? Secretary Li returned to her workstation and put the matter behind her after organizing and filing the project information. There were 2 more meetings to be held in the afternoon, and he had to hurry down to eat and prepare the meeting materials later. After having lunch at a nearby upscale restaurant, Li Mushi walked back to the office in a good mood. When she passed by the secretary's desk, she was called by her new secretary. Manager Li, about your appointment to meet with the person in charge of the threatening project. Vichy replied back that their president is quite busy today and doesn't have time to meet with you for the time being. Then tomorrow is fine. Manager, I've already asked. Mr. Yi's secretary said that Mr. Yi has a full schedule lately and can't spare any time for the time being. I know. Li Mushi frowned slightly. Yi Weisheng's weekend schedule was full? Or is that just his excuse? Looks like she'll have to ask Yi's mom to ask around for her. Li Mushi turned around and went back to the office to call Yi's mom. Ye's mom was lying in the beauty salon with her best friend at the moment. When he heard his cell phone ringing, he brought it over to see that it was called by Lee Mushi, and hurriedly asked the beautician to stop the action in his hands and go outside to the lounge to answer the phone. Hello? CC? Auntie? I'm not disturbing you by taking the liberty of calling you, am I? Silly girl, talk about disturbing or not. What do you want from your aunt? Does auntie have time now? I'd like to inquire about something with my aunt. It's not like I have anything to do. I'm in the salon right now getting my skin care, so just tell me what's going on. Auntie, I want to ask you about this. During the weekend, will Mr. Yi go back to your side? Ye's mom understood the question as soon as she heard it. In the past, on weekends Wei Sheng would sometimes go back. Sometimes he was busy with work and didn't have time to go back. Cece, have you been in contact with Wei Sheng in the past few days? It's like this, Auntie. I'm currently in charge of a cooperation project between our Lees and Vishis. Auntie, you also know that I've just returned home to take over the company's business, and I don't know too much about this project yet either. So I wanted to ask Mr. Yi to join us for dinner today to discuss it, but Mr. Ye's side doesn't have the time. Mr. Yi is usually busy. I just want to say if Mr. Yi will go back to your side on weekends, if he is free to go back. I want to take the opportunity to talk to Mr. Yi and try to make this project better. Lee Mushi's crowning words made herself look like a career woman. In addition to her family's looks, she was also able to help Yi Weisheng in his career, and Ye's mother became more and more satisfied with Lee Mushi, speaking to Lee Mushi more pleasantly. Oh, like this. Our Cece is really capable. In a moment I'll give Wei Sheng a call to ask. Auntie will try to fight for Wei Sheng to go back for a trip. Thank you, Auntie. Lee Mushi's heart snickered. This was the benefit of having an assist. It's okay, go ahead and get busy. I'll get back to you later. Okay, bye Auntie. Lee Mushi hung up the phone with a chesty expression. Ye's mother, on the other hand, directly dialed Yi Weisheng's phone, and when she heard Yi Weisheng's phone ring, the conference room was silent for a moment. Everyone thought it was a call from baby. Their eyes were shining brightly as they stared at Yi Weisheng. Yi Weisheng raised his eyes and swept the circle. Everyone immediately lowered their heads and pretended to be busy. You guys continue. Yi Weisheng took the phone and left the conference room. Watching Yi Weisheng's figure disappear in front of the conference room door, the rising and falling gossip resounded once again. I don't think baby called this time, and the president didn't even show the loving smile of an old father. What if the president is pretending on purpose? No, you can't hide joy that comes from the heart. That's yourself you're talking about. That's right, the president is never happy or angry. Based on my years of experience and intuition as a dad, I don't think so. So shall we make a bet? If so, you'll buy all your co-workers milk tea. Who participates? The conference room was buzzing with chatter. Yi Weisheng went out and connected the phone in his hand. Hello, Mom, Wei Sheng, are you busy now? In the middle of a meeting, what can I do for you? It's not a big deal. Tomorrow is the weekend. Mom just wanted to ask if you have time to come back to the old mansion tomorrow. Your dad is coming back tomorrow and we're having dinner together as a family. Now that Yi Weisheng has taken over the company, Yi Weisheng's father has retreated to the background, occasionally visiting the company. Father Yi likes to fish, often with a few fishing buddies to go fishing everywhere. A go out is a few days, sometimes even half a month do not come back. 2 days ago, Ye's mother asked Ye's father when to go home. Ye's father promised to go home this weekend. Not available this week. Got things to take care of. Yi Weisheng now do not want to go back to the old house at all. Who knows what Yi mother to engage in. He does not want to go back to add to the jam. As for Father Yi, he could eat together anytime he wanted to, as long as Yi Weisheng made a phone call. Father Yi would come home right away. Evenings are fine. Not going back. It's been busy lately and I want to get some rest. Ye's mom was a bit skeptical about the truthfulness of Yi Weisheng's words, in case it was an excuse that Yi Weisheng didn't want to go home. But the company's business is busy. Ye's mother also knows. In the past when Yi Weisheng did not come back, Ye's father is also often busy. Late at night only to come home. In the morning very early to go to the company again. Ye's mother was also very distressed by her son. And if Yi Weisheng was really busy, she couldn't cause him any trouble. He could only go back tomorrow to probe Luo Yang again before making any plans. Alright then, Mom will leave you to your work. Aha! Yi Weisheng hung up the phone and sighed as he held his forehead. It seems that Ye's mother still refused to die and insisted on setting him up with Lee Mushi. In the past, when Yi dad came home, he didn't see Yi mom call him back for dinner on purpose. When Lee Mushi asked him to have dinner today and he refused, Ye's mother called to ask him to come home tomorrow. And a little thought told him that there was something fishy going on. Chapter 92, Yi Weisheng's personality collapsed in Secretary Lee's heart. Yi Weisheng's busy is really busy, but the excuse is also a real excuse. After a busy week, it was not easy to rest for 2 days. Yi Weisheng only wanted to be with his wife and children. Where is the time to pay attention to Lee Mushi? an idle person. Yi Weisheng put away his cell phone and went back to the conference room. The conference room was silent. Everyone was looking at Yi Weisheng, who walked in with burning eyes. That look made Yi Weisheng feel as if he was a prey. Yi Weisheng walked to the upper seat and sat down, and everyone looked at Luo Yang on the side again with a pleasing look in his eyes. None of them dared to ask, but Luo Yang dared. We have been together for so long and have a pretty good relationship, so just ask. Luo Yang cleared his throat. Ahem. The president. Everyone was wondering if baby made the call and there was a bet over it. Oh, what's the bet? Yi Weisheng's tone of voice is not clear. I do not know whether it is happy or angry. The crowd at the bottom of the silence. The atmosphere do not dare to breathe. While they were worried that Yi Weisheng was angry and blamed them for touching fish and chatting about gossip during work hours, the key was also known by the parties involved. On the one hand, and in the heart of the crimson belly Luo Yang, how to say so big and thorny out, can not be a little euphemistic? Luo Yang said without any burden. Bet a cup of milk tea. The corner of Yi Weisheng's lips slightly hooked. Secretary Li, who was suddenly named, had a moment of scalp numbness. President, Yi Weisheng's smile widened. Order a cup of milk tea for everyone later. My treat. The employees at the bottom froze for a moment. Luo Yang led the thanks. Thank you, President. The others reacted and thanked Yi Weisheng. Thank you, President. President. Atmosphere. The atmosphere in the conference room came alive. Everyone's face was flattered. I did not expect the president not only did not blame them, but also invited them to drink milk tea. Yi Weisheng was also infected by the atmosphere, and his mood was much better. Recently, the work was heavy, and everyone was under pressure, following him to work overtime day and night. Yi Weisheng could feel the tiredness in everyone, but everyone had worked so hard to follow him, and he had to give everyone a little bit of sweetness at the right time. It was a small, insignificant thing for him to do, but it wasn't small if it made everyone happy. As the saying goes, for a horse to run fast, you have to feed the grass. No, a cup of milk tea made them this happy. It's nice to have less pressure on everyone. Yi Weisheng did not know that for the employees, this was not ordinary milk tea. This was their spiritual food. Well, now hurry up and finalize the scenario and we'll go out for milk tea in a few minutes. Yes, President. The atmosphere in the conference room was all free of the previous dreariness, and there was a pleasant discussion that quickly optimized the proposal to the best. The meeting ended and everyone stretched, packed up their things and walked out of the conference room, gathering around Secretary Li to report the name of their favorite milk tea. Yi Weisheng returned to the office and started to dock another project leader. Around half an hour or so, Secretary Li walked into Yi Weisheng's office with 2 cups of milk tea. President, Secretary Luo, your milk tea. Yi Weisheng was a bit surprised. And mine? Of course, everyone has it. How can we leave out the president's? It's all paid for by the president anyway. Ha ha ha. Thanks. Yi Weisheng took it over and looked at it. It was his favorite flavor. How do you know I like this flavor? Secretary Li grinned. Secretary Luo told me. Yi Weisheng glanced at Luo Yang. How did this kid know? Luo Yang touched his nose. I see that the circle of friends you used to post is this one? Luo Yang also thought that after so many years there was actually still this milk tea for sale. What? Secretary Li was so shocked that he almost sprayed a mouthful of milk tea on Yi Weisheng's face. The president drank milk tea and sent a circle of friends? Why didn't he see it? This behavior doesn't go with the president's persona either. In Secretary Li's eyes, a forbidden you big CEO like Yi Weisheng was very picky and should only drink imported hand-ground coffee. Even the ratio of sugar to milk is examined. So how can they be like them and drink this milk tea that costs $10 to $20 a cup? Secretary Li stifled his red face and hurriedly covered his mouth and ran out. Yi Weisheng glared at Luo Yang. Luo Yang shrugged his shoulders fearlessly and sat down on the sofa to continue enjoying his few moments of milk tea, as there was still half an hour left before the next meeting was to take place. Yi Weisheng himself doesn't even remember when he drank milk tea and posted a friend's circle? Yi Weisheng himself did not buy much milk tea to drink. It is the previous time with Yu-ji together. Yu-ji drink milk tea will give him a cup of order, and then he also liked the sweet and greasy flavor, but he never drank it again after he broke up with Yu-ji. Then what Luo Yang saw should have been posted during his college days, when he was drinking milk tea with Yu-ji. This kid took everything out of his mouth and messed it up, destroying his image and the hearts of his employees. It seems he'll have to block him in the future when he sends out his friends. Luo Yang didn't know the little plans in Yi Weisheng's heart. Yi Weisheng only drinks coffee in the company. Secretary Li doesn't know what flavor Yi Weisheng likes, so he finds Luo Yang and asks. Luo Yang then remembered that he seemed to have seen the pictures of milk tea posted by Yi Weisheng in his circle of friends before, so he flipped through it and sure enough, he was able to find it, so he told Secretary Li about it. Yi Weisheng inserted a straw and took a sip. It was a familiar flavor. Half an hour later, all the employees resurrected in place, one by one. full of energy, holding computers and information, and walked into the conference room in a well-organized manner. Luo Yang stretched and followed Yi Weisheng downstairs to the meeting. The busy week finally came to an end. Yi Weisheng publicly announced that there was no need to work overtime and everyone had a good rest. Everyone cheered, and after previously agreeing to let Luo Yang teach Yu Sheng to practice kung fu on the weekends, there was a delay last week, and this week Yi Weisheng arranged it for them. Yu Ji started to call Yu Sheng, who was lying in bed, to get up early, and Yu Sheng hugged the quilt and muttered that she refused to get up. "Mom, it's Saturday and there's no school, so I'd like to sleep in a little longer," Yu Ji asked tentatively. "Then do you still want to learn kung fu?" This kid, when he was clamoring to learn kung fu from Luo Yang, this hasn't even begun to learn, and he's already backing out? Yu Sheng heard, and quickly a carp rolled up from the bed to sit up. Big eyes in the completely no sleep, brightly looking at Yu Ji said, I want to learn." If Yu Ji didn't say anything, Yu Sheng would have forgotten about it. Yu Ji scraped his son's small nose, eyes full of favor, said, "Want to learn, not hurry to get up. A moment to let Uncle Luo wait impatiently. He will not teach you, this bedridden lazy pig." "Okay, I'll be right up." Yu Sheng obediently took the clothes Yu Ji handed to him, moved nimbly to put them on, rolled out of bed, and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Yu Ji put breakfast on the table, and after mother and son ate, they set off to Yi Weisheng's house. Chapter 93, Ye's mom goes to Yi Weisheng's home to arrest him. Yi Weisheng and Luo Yang had already been waiting for them. Yu Ji arrives at Yi Weisheng's house with his son, and Yu Sheng happily greets the two people in the house. "Dad, Uncle Lo, we're here." Luo Yang saw his young apprentice enter and moved his neck to stand up. "From now on, you will call master in this house. Got it?" Yu Sheng cooperated and stood upright. "Yes, master." "Good boy." Luo Yang couldn't help but go up and rub Yu Sheng's fleshy little face, white and tender and slippery to touch. Yu Ji greeted Luo Yang. "Luo Yang, please, sister-in-law, that's out of line. We'll go up first." Luo Yang carried Yu Sheng and went upstairs to the gym. Yi Weisheng and Yu Ji followed them up the stairs. Yu Sheng struggled to keep up with Luo Yang's pace with his short legs, inquiring as he walked, "Master, how long will it take me to be as good as you?" "It depends on whether you practice hard and recognize it, and work hard." "I'll be very serious and hardworking." Practicing kung fu requires not only serious effort, but also the ability to endure hardship and not give up lightly, or you'll never be able to practice. Yu Sheng clenched her small fists. "I will persevere and not give up." Luo Yang patted Yu Sheng's small shoulder with a smile on his face. "Good. Master thinks highly of you." "Oh, thank you, master." Yu Sheng tilted her head, seriousness written all over her small face. That look was simply not too cute. Luo Yang once again envied Yi Weisheng. Several people came to the gym. In the morning before Yu Ji and the girls arrived, Yi Weisheng and Luo Yang had already moved all the gym equipment inside to the position against the wall, leaving the center empty. Yi Weisheng took the white practicing clothes on the side cabinet to Yu Sheng. "Baby, change into these clothes first." "What kind of clothes are these?" Yu Sheng's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the clothes in Yi Weisheng's hand. "Baby, this is the practicing clothes. Daddy specially prepared them for you. Hurry up and change into it. It's convenient for practicing." "Thanks, Dad." Yu Sheng happily took the clothes handed over by Yi Weisheng and ran to the bathroom to change. Yu Ji hurriedly followed to help. Soon Yu Sheng came out wearing a practice outfit. Yi Weisheng touched his chin and nodded. The size was just right. This set of clothes was specially customized for Yu Sheng by him early in the morning, and the fabric was soft and breathable. Yu Sheng, who had changed into his practice clothes, really did have a bit of a small martial artist look. Yi Weisheng began to cheer for his son. "Baby, change into this set of practicing clothes, and you'll officially start learning martial arts. Yo, be brave, have perseverance. Daddy believes you will be better than Uncle Luo one day." "Well, thanks, Dad." Yu Ji also did not forget to give his son a boost. "Baby, cheer up." "Oh, thanks, Mom." Luo Yang moved his joints and began to rush people. "Alright, we're going to officially start studying. Parents, please go wait outside." That's quite the martial arts instructor's tone. Yi Weisheng and Yu Ji turned to go out and closed the door behind them, leaving the gym to the master and disciple. In the gym, Luo Yang led Yu Sheng to start warming up, and Yu Sheng followed Luo Yang's movements and learned in a decent manner. Outside the gym, Yu Ji began to resist worrying about Yu Sheng. "I don't know if my son can hold out. Practice for 2 days and you'll know. The child has a hobby in these areas. We just need to support him. The rest is up to him." "Well, son wants to be interested." Yu Ji is naturally supportive. "Just afraid of Yu Sheng. 3 minutes of heat. Then it's time to go back and get educated. Don't worry about it. Let's go downstairs to shop inside the supermarket and see what kind of delicious food we can make for our son at noon today to treat him." Yu Weisheng is now enjoying this life of shopping in the supermarket with Yu Ji, accompanying his son to do his homework, and having dinner together as a family of 3. That's life with fireworks. Okay. Yu Ji knew that it was useless to worry, so he went out with Yu Weisheng. In the gym, Luo Yang was supervising Yu Sheng's horse stance and practicing basic skills when suddenly the cell phone placed on the cabinet rang. Luo Yang walked over and picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Ye's mom. Luo Yang frowned in confusion. Why did the lady call him early in the morning? Luo Yang picked up the phone. Hello, ma'am? Yi mother's pleasant voice came from the other side of the phone. Luo Yang, why didn't you come back to see housekeeper Luo today? Was it overtime at the company? Luo Yang's heart lifted as soon as he heard Ye's mom mention his dad. Ye's mom specially called. Could it be that something happened to his dad? No ma'am. I didn't go back today since I had something to do. Did something happen to my dad? No. I was just asking. The housekeeper was great. Luo Yang died speechless. Good. What did you say his father was doing, causing him to worry? Is there something wrong, ma'am? Yi mother did not dare to directly ask Luo Yang. Yi Weisheng where to do what? She was afraid that Yi Weisheng and Luo Yang conspired to cheat her, so she could only ask sideways. Nothing much. Isn't the company quite busy lately? I'm afraid you'll get exhausted from working overtime every day. You used to come back to visit your dad on weekends, and you didn't come back this week, so I called to ask if you guys were working overtime. And you were working so hard, so I could ask the maid to send you some chicken soup over. No ma'am, we didn't work overtime. The president was sympathetic to the department's employees working hard overtime for days, so he didn't let us work overtime again on the weekend. Does Weisheng have any social engagements this weekend? I'm afraid that he has business. I don't even dare to call him for fear of disturbing him. I don't think so. The president hadn't scheduled any social engagements for the weekend when he'd said he was going to have a good rest, but it was hard to tell if they were impromptu. The big boss's meals are spoken for. Ye's mother feigned anger and said, then where have you two gone wild again? You don't even know to come home to visit on weekends. Housekeeper Luo is looking forward to your return every day. Ma'am, I'm at the president's house. Didn't go anywhere wild. Luo Yang was not afraid of heaven or earth, but he was afraid of his dad's nagging. Ye's mother asked tentatively, you and Weisheng are both at home? Yes ma'am, the president isn't here. What's he doing here? Getting the information she wanted. Yi mother hurriedly ended the call. Good. You guys are tired for a week. Have a good rest. Come back later for dinner. I'll have the kitchen make you some delicious tonic. No ma'am. Even he didn't want to go back. The president should be even more reluctant to go back. The president wants to spend time with his daughter-in-law and child. Luo Yang is not wanting to listen to his father's nagging. Why don't you use it? It's a deal. I'm hanging up. Ye's mom directly hung up the phone after saying that. Yi Weisheng really lied to her. Stayed at home and told her that something is not going back. Now it is even his father is not good. Now that she was sure that Yi Weisheng was in his apartment, Ye's mother decided to go and arrest him herself to see what other words Yi Weisheng would use to block her. When the time came for her to come back to the old mansion with Yi Weisheng, she would then send a message to Li Mushi and ask her to come over as well. Isn't this a chance for the two to meet again? Chapter 94, Don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything. Luo Yang scratched his head and put the phone back without much thought, continuing to correct Yu Sheng's movements. Ye's mom changed her clothes and had the driver drive her to Yi Weisheng's apartment. Yu Ji and Yi Weisheng bought many fruits and vegetables, small snacks. Luo Yang likes to drink. Yu Ji also bought him a bottle of good wine. After a hard day's work, he can drink some at night. Yu Ji thought so thoughtful, causing Yi Weisheng indignation. Jealousy all of a sudden again overturned. What kind of wine to buy him? He's off the booze now. Is that so? Yu Ji squinted at Yi Weisheng, skeptical of his words. You could drink 2 pounds even a few days ago. Who'd believe you'd quit so soon? Really? He's saving up for a car these days. Luo Yang recently really can rub Yi Weisheng's. Cannot rub tighten the belt less food and less use. At noon. Follow Yi Weisheng to eat together. Eat also have to eat the rest of the soup packet take back to eat at night. It's also called Operation CD-ROM. Waste is shameful. Yi Weisheng also didn't know when Luo Yang had become so bottomless. Hey, this is a typical lack of daughter-in-law discipline. Doesn't he have a carriage? I see that his wagon is quite new, and he's changing it again? Luo Yang's car is not only new but also expensive. What kind of car does he want to change? It's not replacing the car. It's buying a new car. Luo Yang likes to collect all kinds of cars. He took all his salary to buy a car. The cars in the garage are estimated to be more than my house. Ha! That's too much of a loser. What's the point of buying so many cars? Can he drive them all by himself? Collecting car models is still understandable. Collecting so many real cars. Those cars Luo Yang bought are all luxury cars. Just from the appearance reveals an expensive word. Saving money for a luxury car is not advisable. And his family doesn't care about him? Managed and only if you manage it. Luo Yang's father knew that he took all the money he earned to buy a car, and called Luo Yang home for a good education. Butler Luo told Luo Yang to save more money to get married in the future. If you really like a car, take the old one at home and sell it for a new one. What's the point of buying so many and putting them in the garage? But Luo Yang didn't listen at all, and Luo Yang added, "This is the only hobby I have, and you're going to take it away from me? Then what's the point of my life?" It made Butler Luo grunt and pant. Yu Ji began to lecture Yi Weisheng. As his boss and good brother, you also have a responsibility. Help persuade him, or introduce him to a girlfriend. Don't let him have his mind on the car. Are any of your little sisters still single? Introduce him to one. The originally cordial atmosphere fell into silence because of Yi Weisheng's unconscious words. Yu Ji's face lost its smile, pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Yi Weisheng sensed the sudden shift in Yu Ji's mood, but just now it was fine. How come he suddenly got upset? Was he wrong about that? This puzzled him a bit, so he cautiously inquired, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Yu Ji gave a far-fetched smile. "No, it's just that I don't know how to answer your words, because I haven't contacted my little sisters in many years, and I don't know how they're all doing now." Yi Weisheng instantly understand the meaning of Yu Ji's words. When Yu Ji was afraid of being around people know about her pregnancy, directly ruthless changed the phone number. With all the previous acquaintances suddenly cut off all contact. Yu Ji in college there are a few close classmates. Once they also promised to start a business together after graduation. Then Yu Ji suddenly disappeared. No one can contact. I do not know how they will feel. University classmates group is still there. Let me pull you in? Although Yu Weisheng changed his phone number, his other contact information has not changed, and he has not retired from his college group. There are still the occasional students in the group who are coming out of the woodwork to bubble, or advertise, help with a chop or something. 5 years after graduation, we are all in different situations. Some have successful careers, some are in trouble. There are also like Yu Ji, after graduation, withdrew from the group and lost contact. But the good thing is that they are all still young and can continue to work hard towards their goals. Yu Ji some intention. She is a person who likes to make friends, but these 5 years, she was afraid that others know the son's life, has not dared to get too close to people. Afraid of people finding out her secret. Afraid to let go and make friends. She's been really lonely these past few years. Until now, she was somewhat used to that solitude, but Yu Ji and a little timid. She was afraid of people asking why she suddenly disappeared. Afraid of classmates asked her what she did in the past few years. How should she answer these questions when they are put before her? Or don't. So many years without contact. I guess I don't know what to talk about when I get in touch. Adding to the embarrassment. Yu Weisheng did not miss the flash of hope in Yu Ji's eyes. She is trying to contact. She is just afraid. Yu Weisheng's heart welled up infinite guilt. Is he let Yu Ji from the sunshine girl to become careful? Yu Weisheng secretly swore in his heart that he would make Yu Ji be her old self. Yu Weisheng held Yu Ji's hand in his hand and squeezed it. "Xiao Ji, don't be afraid. Everything has me." At that time, if some students ask some questions that Yu Ji is not good at answering, he will take it directly on himself, and will not let anyone have the opportunity to spread rumors to hurt Yu Ji. Aha! For Yi Weisheng, Yu Ji is 100% trust. She believes that Yi Weisheng will handle the unexpected situation for her, but it's better to give it a while. I need to do some heart building. Yi Weisheng spread a smile. Okay, let me know when it's done. Okay. Yu Ji playfully made a good gesture, then said, "Your company should have many single young women. How you do not allow him to engage in office romance?" "I didn't say that. He's the one who doesn't want a girlfriend." Yi Weisheng had also said that he wanted to let Ye's mom introduce Luo Yang to his girlfriend. But Yi Weisheng didn't dare to mention Ye's mom in front of Yu Ji. He was afraid that Yu Ji would be unhappy again. Yu Ji said he understood. Love is a matter of your love and my willingness. He is not willing to, certainly did not meet the girl who makes his heart beat. Yi Weisheng's deep eyes overflowed with deep love, and his gentle, watery gaze locked onto Yu Ji. "Just like when I met you. I'll only die to you." The sudden confession made Yu Ji flutter. Yu Ji reacted, derisively squinted at Yi Weisheng. "I'm the one who chased you, okay? Certain people are still reluctant to do so, giving me all kinds of difficult problems in an attempt to get me to know what's going on." Yi Weisheng said, "I know you're smart and won't be overwhelmed by those questions. Don't you see that you've done it all? In that case, you liked me a long time ago. That's why you purposely lusted after me?" Yu Ji scanned Yi Weisheng and clasped his hands on his chest with a look of "see how you round." Yi Weisheng scraped the tip of Yu Ji's nose. "Yes, the first time I saw you, I was overwhelmed by your poise, so I purposely hung around in front of you in an attempt to get your attention." Yu Ji smiled heartily, knowing that Yi Weisheng was teasing her. Chapter 95. Ye's mom bumps into Yuji at Yi Weisheng's house. The two of them returned home with their large bags, talking and laughing. While the two were sorting through their purchases, the doorbell rang. Yi Weisheng and Yuji exchanged glances, both seeing doubt in the other's eyes. Yuji was Yi Weisheng's mindless eyes to see as stunned. "Look at me for what? Open the door to go ah." Yi Weisheng muttered as he walked towards the door. Who would come over at this hour? None of his three nemesis were in hometown these days. Everyone was busy with their own lives. The babysitter wouldn't come over on the weekends. And who else would come to his place? Yi Weisheng pulled open the door of the room with a curious mind. And the well-maintained face of Ye's mother appeared in front of Yi Weisheng. Ye's mom wore a black dress today. Her skin was in great condition. And although she was already close to 50, she looked like a beautiful woman of 37 or 88. "Mom?" Yi Weisheng stared in surprise, not understanding how Ye's mom suddenly came. He had moved here for so long, and it was the first time Ye's mom had come to the door. "What brings you here?" Mother Yi crossed her own son. "What? I can't come? Brat, how dare you lie to your mom?" Without any good humor, Yi Weisheng, who was frozen in the doorway, pushed aside and walked into the house. Yuji heard footsteps coming from the living room, so he quickly packed up his things, washed his hands and walked out from the kitchen, wanting to see who was coming. As soon as he exited the kitchen door, he met eye to eye with Ye's mother, who walked into the living room. "Yuji." Mother Ye's voice broke with this cry of surprise, and the expression on her face slowly changed from unbelief to monstrous anger. A pair of eyes stared deathly at Yuji and questioned in a cold voice, "Why are you here?" Yuji was also caught off guard by this sudden encounter, and froze in place for a moment. Yuji's face blood receded, white for a moment and then quickly reddened, facing Ye's mother a little embarrassed and at a loss. Yi mother quickly walked a few steps to Yuji in front of her, for Yuji ignored her question, even more furious. "Say ah, why are you here?" Yi mother's sudden approach made Yuji come back to her senses. She unconsciously took a step back, her eyes were at a loss, knowing and not knowing how to speak. Yi Weisheng saw this and hurriedly walked over to block in front of Yuji. "Mom, it was me who invited her over." Yi mother questioned Yi Weisheng with a grimace. "What did you invite her over for? This is between the two of us." Ye's mother was furious. "Something between the two of you? What could there be between the two of you? She ran out of money and came to you for money?" "Mom, don't speculate. Xiaoji isn't like that. It's not that kind of person. What kind of good she is? Your mom I know better than you. She is just pretending to be good and soft in front of you, playing you for a fool, letting you pour your heart out to her. She is just for your money, your status." Hearing Mother Ye's groundless accusations, Yuji's face paled. The hands hanging at her side gradually clenched their fists, shaking with anger. Yi Weisheng's face went cold. "Mom, you've gone too far. I told you, Xiaoji is a very good girl. She has paid a lot for me and given up a lot. I won't allow you to talk about her like this." Yi mother laughed back in anger. "I went overboard. I gave birth to you and raised you for more than 20 years. You say I'm excessive for this woman. Who am I doing it for? Ha?" Ye's mother pounded and punched Yi Weisheng's chest to vent her frustration. Yi Weisheng grabbed Ye's mother's hands. "Mom, you calm down. I know you're doing this for me, and I appreciate it, but those concessions she made, Xiaoji, were likewise for my sake, and I can't let her down. What sincerity does she have for you? She's all about money," Yi mother said and viciously blackmailed Yuji behind Yi Weisheng. "Money, money, money. After all, it's all about money. If people didn't need money to raise your grandchildren, you'd think they cared about your money." Yi Weisheng's blood rushed up in anger. "You took the initiative to give that money. It wasn't her who opened her mouth and asked you for it. So who are you to say that she did it for the money? Why did you take the money to buy out my 3-year relationship with her in the first place? Have you ever thought about my feelings? Wasn't that for your own good? If I hadn't done that in the first place, would you have the status you have today? I'd rather not have the status I have now." Just broke up that 1 or 2 years Yi Weisheng lived a very painful, longing and reluctance to torture him sleepless nights, can only rely on sleeping pills to maintain a few hours of sleep, until later he gradually became numb. "I just want to finish my studies quickly and go back to Yuji." Yi Weisheng believed that even if his mother didn't give that $5 million, Yuji would still give birth to their child. Only then, both Yuji and the child would have a miserable life. So Yi Weisheng felt that Yuji's choice was not wrong. Why should she have to live a life of misery when she had painfully given up the one she loved? Yi Mom's fingers were trembling slightly as she pointed at Yi Weisheng. "You, how can you say such words? This is the kingdom that your father has worked so hard to build. Are you going to stand by and watch him become someone else's possession?" Yi Weisheng was confident that with his ability, even if he didn't take over the company, he would still have his own business. "If Dad can do it, so can I. And now that I've taken over the company, no one can threaten me anymore. So why are you still trying to stop us?" Ye's mom pointed at Yuji and said, because she doesn't deserve it. If she doesn't deserve it, then who does? She's the one who made me who I am today, and I think she's the only one who deserves it. What others need to spend 7 or 8 years to finish learning. Yi Weisheng, only took more than 4 years to finish learning, all because Yuji had been urging him in his heart. His rival cousin, who is still studying abroad today, how else could he have mastered the company so easily? She has a flawed virtue and bad character, and is not worthy of being my Yi family's daughter-in-law. Yi mother again turned her gaze to Yuji, her expression condescending, her tone sneering. Ms. Yu, didn't you swear to me the other day that you didn't want to enter my Yi family's door? What are you doing here now? You're still not happy when I say you're false and vain. Aren't you slapping yourself in the face? I've never seen someone like you who was both pawn and riser. Yuji was a bit groundless because it was really her words. After all, Ye's mother is Yi Weisheng's own mother. She wants to live with Yi Weisheng for a long time. She can't dislike her directly like before. If she makes the relationship too stiff, Yi Weisheng will not be able to do a good job in the middle. Therefore, every word she said now had to be weighed again and again, carefully considered, and once it was said, it could not be taken back. Auntie, Yujianji opened his mouth with deliberation, but just after saying 2 words, he was interrupted by Ye's mother in a loud voice. Don't call me auntie. Where do I deserve to be Miss Yu's auntie? Miss Yu teaches people a lesson. That's a set of rules. I think it's better if I call you auntie. Ye's mom is being sarcastic about Yuji disliking her to her face that day. Chapter 96. Why target her again and again? Yuji's brows knit tightly and just wanted to speak. Yi Weisheng grabbed Yuji's hand and motions to Yuji. Yuji obediently shut her mouth. Having Yi Weisheng stand up for her and reduce the tit-for-tat between her and Ye's mother, she was happy to see it happen. Yuji felt that between her and Ye's mom was like a showman meeting a soldier, and she couldn't make sense of it. Mother Yi looked at her in a bad light. Then whatever she said would provoke cold words from Mother Yi, so she might as well not say anything. Let him argue between mother and son. Yi Weisheng took Yuji's hand in his hand and squeezed it as a sign of comfort. The daughter-in-law that he had managed to chase back with great difficulty could not be pissed off by his mother again. Mom, will you stop being irrational here? Yi mother was cross-eyed at Yi Weisheng, angry that her son didn't understand her and said she was being unreasonable. How am I being unreasonable? If you don't believe me, ask her if she said it herself. Yi Weisheng swept Yuji behind him. I already know about your meeting the other day. Mom, we'll talk about your finding someone to check up on me later. Today I just want to ask you, was it you who ran to the school and begged Yuji to break up with me in the first place? As soon as she heard that Yi Weisheng already knew that she had found a private detective to check on him, Ye's mother was a bit weak, but she was just trying to find out who Yi Weisheng's girlfriend really was. It's not like she was checking anything else. Ye's mother said with a straight face. Yes, but I did it for your future. I know that you were doing this for my own good. When I went to college, no one in the school knew my identity except Gu Xiaochang and the 3 of them. Yuji and I have been dating for 3 years. I have not told her. Our feelings are very pure. In the eyes of Yuji I am just an ordinary college student like her. We are all with sincerity in treating each other. You said she left me because of money. Do you think I'm only worth $5 million? If Yuji is really the kind of woman you say loves vanity, then after she knows my identity, she will be dead set on me. As long as she becomes the daughter-in-law of the Yi family, she can casually take out as many 5 million as you. But she didn't. You told her that she would ruin my great future by staying with me. So she listened to you and broke up with me for the sake of my future. She is such a kind girl. She also did a lot of things for me quietly alone. If not this time back to the country I happen to learn, she is afraid that she will hide from me all my life. Mom, even if you don't appreciate her, you still blame her and ridicule her over and over again. Do you think it's appropriate for you to do so? Mother Ye's sharp aura on her body was much less after listening to Yi Weisheng's call. It was indeed she who took the initiative to go to Yuji in the first place. And after Yuji listened to what she said, he only sat there quietly and thought for a few minutes before agreeing to her request. At first, Ye's mother thought that Yuji was very understanding. Unlike some girls who learn that their boyfriends are rich and handsome, they will not let go. So she offered to give Yuji 5 million as compensation. Yi mother thought Yuji will decline. Who knows, Yuji actually accepted without hesitation. This in turn made Ye's mom think that Yuji didn't love Yi Weisheng very much either. And if the relationship between them was really that good, then Yuji should have been unconditionally supportive of Yi Weisheng. People are such a contradiction sometimes. They want to give and they are afraid of others. How am I not grateful to her? I gave her $5 million and that's not gratitude. I'm afraid she can't earn that much money in her life. Yuji silently rolled his eyes behind Yi Weisheng, muttering in his heart, although 5 million is not good, but it is not impossible to earn. She now makes over $10,000 a month and almost $200,000 a year plus bonuses. If this promotion goes through, her salary will top 20,000 a month, making her more than 300,000 a year. Wages do go up. Where does she not make $5 million? If you appreciate her too, then why do you treat her with such an attitude? Ye's mother still had a strong attitude. What's wrong with my attitude? She is the one who went back on her word and didn't keep her word. Yi Weisheng was speechless at Ye's mom's words. How is she not a man of her word? She promised you to break up with me and we broke up immediately. Where did she go back on her word? You've been grasping at that $5 million, and as far as I know, that $5 million was offered to Yuji only after she had already promised you to break up with me, wasn't it? It wasn't that she agreed to your request after you came up with the money, but that she had already agreed to your request, and you gave her the money in order to thank her for her understanding and support of you, and of me. If that's the case, then you're making something out of nothing when you say she chose to leave me for the money? Ye's mother knew that she was in the wrong, so she looked around. That's because she promised to break up with you in the first place. That's why I gave the money. If she didn't promise I would have given her so much money? Since she received the money, why did she come to your house now? She did, and we did break up, as you might expect, after 5 whole years of separation. As I said, I was the one who couldn't let go of her, so I resumed courting her when I returned home, and I was also the one who invited her to my home. I'm an adult, so please stop meddling in my private life. Fine, Yi Weisheng, you have hardened your wings now. With this woman, you have learned to contradict your own mother. Yi mother at this time felt that it was Yuji who had taught her son to be bad, and the resentment against her deepened in her heart. I'm not contradicting you. It's you who are too obsessed, and you're not listening to what you've been told. You'd better go back and think it over. Think the whole thing through, and then we'll talk. Just after Yi Weisheng's words, Ye's mother was so angry that she almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. You still want to drive me away? No way. You will come back to the old mansion with me today. And you must go back to the old mansion to live every day from now on. You give me a good thought, and when you've thought it through, you'll break off relations with this woman. Yi Weisheng held his forehead. I'm thinking very clearly, no matter if you accept it or not, I'm going to marry her. What? You still want to marry her? Mother Ye's shrill voice cut across the entire living room, and Yuji frowned and dug his somewhat itchy ears. Yi Weisheng said in a firm tone, yes, I want to marry her. I don't agree. This woman who sees profit and forgets righteousness. Who will do anything for money? I resolutely won't agree to her entering my Yi family's door. Auntie, may I ask what unscrupulous thing I did? Yuji asked herself never did anything to hurt them. Why always say that she is unscrupulous? In the end she is unscrupulous what means? Chapter 97, when did you have your son? Taking my money and seducing my son, and you have the nerve to ask me? Yi mother has no good face to Yuji. At this moment caught Yuji open, aggressively sneer at her. What? Give you 5 million so quickly used up? Say, how much money do you want this time? Ye's mother had a haughty and unbeatable look as she looked askance at Yuji. She wanted to provoke Yuji, so that Yuji would get mad at her in front of Yi Weisheng, so that she would have a reason to question Yi Weisheng and have Yuji dislike her. Ye's mom wants to create conflict between Yi Weisheng and Yuji, so that Yi Weisheng will get tired of Yuji and break up on his own initiative. Yuji's face was filled with indignation, and his eyes instantly went cold. Yi Weisheng cannot see Yi mother treated Yuji like this. Sideways blocked the two full of gunpowder in the line of sight. Don't you just want your money back? Yuji, give her back that $5 million and I'll give you $10 million. Ha? Ye's mom and Yuji were confused. What is Yi Weisheng's operation? Not enough? Then $20 million. Yuji looked blankly at Yi Weisheng in front of him. Yuji did not respond. Yi Weisheng looked at Ye's mother and continued to say, $30 million. $50 million. $500 million. Yi Weisheng's voice raised a few decibels, and Yuji reacted with a jolt of surprise. Enough is enough. Don't add more. Yuji heart scarlet belly. Yi Weisheng, what is this doing? He thinks he is in some auction. Or is he filming a short drama of the Bajaj? Yi mother's face turned blue. Yi Weisheng, are you trying to piss me off? Weren't you the one always urging me to get a girlfriend and get married? I got you back. Yi Weisheng pulled Yuji to his side and clasped his fingers with Yuji. We'll get married soon. Yuji looked sideways at Yi Weisheng on his side. His side face was hard and full of dominance. It's true. Yi Weisheng is bully Ben bully. I don't agree. Ye's mother stormed out. And with that, she suddenly reached out to push Yuji beside Yi Weisheng. Yuji was caught off guard by a push. Almost fell. Fortunately Yi Weisheng pulled her to stabilize Yuji's body in time. At this moment from the stairway on the second floor came a childish and angry hiss. Bad man. Don't bully my mom. Yu Xing took 3 steps down the stairs and ran towards Yuji's side. Usually Yi Weisheng plays music when he works out, and he's afraid of disturbing his neighbors, so he has soundproofed the gym separately. so the sounds in the gym can't be heard outside, and the sounds outside can't be heard by the people inside. Yu Sheng practiced under Luo Yang's guidance for a while and was a bit anxious to urinate. Therefore, she asked Luo Yang for leave to come out to use the restroom. Who knew that she had just walked out when she heard a sound downstairs? Curious, Yu Sheng ran to the stairway to take a look, just in time to see the scene where Ye's mom pushed Yu Ji. Someone bullied his mom, and like an angry young lion, Yu Sheng shouted and ran downstairs in a rage. Ye's mother was startled by the sudden sound, and when she looked up to the source of the sound, she was even more stunned by the scene in front of her. Isn't this the childhood Yi Weisheng? The little face that was red and twisted from anger. The running movements were exactly like Yi Weisheng when he was a child. Yi mother's gaze followed Yu Sheng to herself, looking at Yu Sheng's small face, her eyes full of unbelief. Yu Sheng didn't care if she was shocked or not. She rushed over with a few strides and slammed her head on Ye's mother's stomach, who was caught off guard and stumbled by Yu Sheng. Ah! Mom! Baby no! Ye's mother's screams, accompanied by Yi Weisheng's and Yu Ji's panicked cries, came at the same time. Yi Weisheng was quick to help Ye's mom, who was about to fall. Mom, are you alright? Yu Sheng, after all, is young and not very tall, and did not knock Ye's mother down. If not, Ye's mother fell and did not know what would happen. Yu Sheng's angry little eyes glared angrily at Ye's mother, and she struck a move that she had just learned to. Bad man, you dare to bully my mom. Let's see if I won't beat you up. Yu Ji pulled the cranky lioness back. Baby, no, but she bullied you. Whoever bullied his mom, he was going to beat up. And Yu Sheng remained angry at Ye's mom. Ye's mother stabilized herself, her heart pounding, looking at Yi Weisheng, then at Yu Sheng, her eyes flashing with panic. It is? Yi Weisheng knew that he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to now, so he introduced himself to Mother Yi. Mom, this is my son. Mother Ye's eyes were stunned. This is your son? Aha! Yi Weisheng raised his hand again and rubbed Yu Sheng's little head. Baby, call grandma. Yu Sheng pursed his lips tightly, his little face wrinkled together, refusing to speak. This person had just pushed his mom. He wasn't going to scream. Yu Ji squatted down and broke his son's small fists apart. Baby, obey. Adults' grudges should not affect the next generation. Even though Mother Yi doesn't like Yu Ji, Yu Sheng is Yi Weisheng's child, so she should call Mother Yi a grandmother. Yu Sheng remained unmoved. Yi Weisheng warmly explained their relationship to Yu Sheng. Baby, she's daddy's mom. You have to call grandma. Yu Sheng was unconvinced. Why is dad's mom bullying my mom? I'm not going to scream. Hoof. Yu Sheng was angry and turned around and wrapped her arms around Yu Ji's neck and leaned into Yu Ji's arms. Yi mother's eyes swept back and forth between Yu Ji, Yu Sheng and Yi Weisheng. This news came too suddenly. Ye's mother was a bit unresponsive for a moment, pointing at Yu Sheng. He's your son. He called you mom. So he's the son of both of you? Yes. Yi Weisheng nodded his head in agreement and gave Ye's mom an affirmative answer. When did you have the baby? Mother Yi did not suspect Yu Sheng's identity, just that face that was exactly the same as Yi Weisheng's when he was a child, and the mannerisms of his hands and feet were just the same. Isn't it pure bullshit to lie to her that they've been separated for 5 years when her son is so old? It turns out that her son and this woman were lying to her together. Ye's mom was disappointed in Yi Weisheng. Luo Yang saw that Yu Sheng didn't go back after going to the bathroom for so long, so he came out to look for it, and in the corridor, he heard the sound of conversation downstairs. So he went downstairs to check. Yi Weisheng heard movement coming from behind and turned around to see that it was Luo Yang, so he ordered Luo Yang, bring the child up. The rest of the conversation was better not to be listened to by a small child, lest it should be injurious to his mind. Yu Ji pushed the child in his arms toward Luo Yang. Baby, first go upstairs with Uncle Luo. Yu Sheng hugged Yu Ji's leg and wouldn't let go. I don't. I want to protect mommy. Honey, daddy will protect mommy. Be a good girl and go upstairs with Uncle Luo. Mommy and I have something to talk to grandma about. Yu Sheng deflated. I didn't see you protecting your mom just now, and letting your mom push his mom. Baby listen, mommy will protect herself. Grandma just touched mommy by accident. She's not bullying her. Yu Sheng's brows furrowed. He was just young and not stupid. Why would he lie to him? Alright, be good and follow me, or you'll be punished later. Luo Yang picked Yu Sheng up and clipped her under her armpit and walked upstairs. 3 others. Chapter 98. Why did you join together to lie to me? Yu Sheng struggled to be taken upstairs by Luo Yang, and several people watched a large and small figure disappear into the stairway of the second floor. Ye's mother withdrew her gaze and sat down on the sofa with her hands clasped on her chest, looking at the 2 people in front of her expressionlessly. My good son, come and tell me, why did you join forces with this woman to trick your own mother? Mom, we're not lying to you. Ye's mother suddenly stormed out, slamming the coffee table and standing up, glaring angrily at Yi Weisheng. Still dare to argue? Yi Weisheng, I'm really too disappointed in you. You said you didn't lie to me. Then what's with this child? Ha? Isn't he your son? Yi Weisheng opened his mouth to say a word, and was interrupted by Yu Ji. Auntie, don't be angry with Yi Weisheng. The child's matter has nothing to do with him. Yi Weisheng only helped her to repair her relationship with her parents. Yu Ji does not want because of her and the child. Let Yi Weisheng and his mother in the relationship. If it's just a disagreement, the two can still take their time to negotiate, and as long as one of them compromises and backs down, things can be resolved. However, if things are mixed with one party's deceptive behavior towards the other party, it will inevitably cause great harm to Yi Weisheng's family relations. Regardless, she wants her family to get along. Yi Weisheng was anxious. He could not let Ye's mother know that when they broke up, Yu Ji already knew about his pregnancy. Otherwise Ye's mother's prejudice against Yu Ji would grow deeper and deeper. Yi mother stared sternly at Yi Weisheng, a warning in her eyes. Let her speak. Yu Ji pulled the corner of Yi Weisheng's coat. Yi Weisheng looked down at Yu Ji. Yu Ji shook his head at Yi Weisheng. Yu Ji turned his head to look at Ye's mom and said, Auntie, the child is Yi Weisheng's, but he didn't even know the child existed before. He didn't lie to you. Don't blame him. Yi mother looked askance at Yu Ji in a lofty manner, her face full of disdain. He doesn't know that a child exists. So this matter is something you planned all along? Took my money, pretended to break up while pregnant, then secretly gave birth to the child. And when my son returned home, you approached him again with the child. I really underestimated you. Yu Ji, you're a woman with a really heavy heart. No wonder my son is being held to death by you. So it's because you're threatening him with the child. Yu Ji hurriedly denied. I didn't. I never wanted my son to recognize Yi Weisheng. I just wanted to raise my son alone. It's just that then the accident happened. Yu Ji still wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Ye's mother in a loud voice. What right do you have to raise my Yi family's child? Have you gone through our consent? My Yi family's child is you can just give birth to? Yu Ji was dumbfounded by Ye's mother's flurry of questioning and dislike. Yi mother looked at Yi Weisheng again, with a look of extreme disappointment. Do you see Yi Weisheng? This is the woman you've been longing for. She's been counting on you step by step since 5 years ago, counting on me, and even counting on our entire Yi family, and you still want to marry her? She didn't. When we broke up, she didn't even know she was pregnant on her own, and by the time she found out, I was already out of the country, so where was she going to tell me? Yu Ji did not expect Yi Weisheng to say this, and turned his head to look at Yi Weisheng in surprise. Yi Weisheng held her hand and gave her a reassuring look. And Yu Ji knew that Yi Weisheng had found such an excuse in order to lessen Mother Ye's dislike of her. Yi mother didn't believe Yi Weisheng's words at all. Then why didn't she abort the child? Didn't she secretly give birth to the child so that when you returned to China, she could take the child with her as her mother's son? And talk about accidents. That's all a trap she set up. No, the reason why Ji didn't abort the baby is because when we first got together, I told her that I loved children and that I wanted her to give me a baby. Because we truly loved each other and it was the fruit of our love. She didn't abort it. Ji has suffered a lot of pain and exhaustion alone for my child, and she has no intention of telling me that we have a child. She doesn't even intend to find another person to marry. She just wants to keep her beloved's children and live their lives. That's all. If she didn't want to tell you, then how did you know the baby existed? Don't tell me some accidental coincidence. I'm not as gullible as a 3-year-old. Mom, believe it or not, the baby and I met because of an accident. Ye's mother just wanted to retort, but she was pacified by Yi Weisheng. Mom, just hear me out. The child and I met because of an accident, and the day after I returned home, Lin Zijie and the others wanted to pick me up. There was a lot of traffic in the afternoon after work, and I was trying to get to my appointment on time, so I followed the navigation around the side streets to try to avoid the congestion, and I accidentally hit my son in an alleyway. When Ye's mother heard that Yi Weisheng had hit the child with his car, a flash of worry flashed across her face. Although Ye's mother hates Yu Ji, she can't hate Yu Sheng, who is exactly like Yi Weisheng, and the child is innocent. Moreover, her purpose of urging Yi Weisheng to get married was to have a grandchild earlier. Yi Weisheng hurriedly explained, reassuring Ye's mother. I took the child to the hospital for a checkup. He's fine. Yi mother's lifted heart loosened. Yi Weisheng continued. It was also the day that Yu Ji came to pick up the child in the hospital that we met again. Yi mother, now Yu Ji still has no good feelings. How do you know that this is not her deliberate design? It was not designed by her. Yu Ji did not even know that I returned to the country, and the child sneaked out of the kindergarten that day. Yu Ji was still at work. She also received a call from the kindergarten teacher before she realized that her son had an accident. The kindergarten teacher also went to the hospital with Yu Ji to pick up the child that day. If you don't believe me, you can ask the kindergarten teacher. She told you the baby was yours that day? You had a paternity test? No. Yuji didn't plan to tell me at all. She lied to me that the child looks like me because her husband looks similar to me. She's afraid that I'll know the baby is mine, so she's purposely avoiding me and not letting the baby see me. She's not trying to carry her son to the top like you think. Hearing Yi Weisheng say this, Ye's mother also felt that it was possible. There were many people in this world who were not related by blood but looked alike. So have you done a paternity test yet? If she said she has a husband, then why is she still with you? Ye's mom thinks Yuji is full of lies. She does not believe a word. She only believes in medical technology. Mom, she's not even married. Where did she get a husband? She just said that on purpose to keep me from pestering her. Her husband is me, and her son is mine. Bring the paternity test for me to see. Ye's mother insisted on seeing the paternity test. Yi Weisheng cannot. At this moment he cannot get a paternity test, so he had to tell the truth. We didn't do a paternity test, probably because of blood. And even though it's the first time I've met the child is especially close to me. And Mom, you saw the kid's face. Would you believe me if I said he wasn't my son? Chapter 99, Similarities in People and Things. Paternity tests are most reliable. Nonsense. Must get a paternity test. Yi mother blankly glanced at Yi Weisheng. How could she conclude that the child was her own just based on her appearance and this woman's word? Is it possible to recognize bloodlines indiscriminately? Yi mother stared at Yuji without a good face. And you, didn't you say that you don't want Weisheng to know that the child is his? The paternity test hasn't even been done. Why did you admit it again? A woman with a bad mouth. I think you're just trying to get away with it. Yuji and Yi Weisheng said in unison. I didn't. She didn't. The two of them glanced at each other. And Yi Weisheng continued to speak. I was the one who had people check up on her. And she wasn't married at all. And hadn't had any boyfriends in all these years. So I used a trick to trap her into saying something. And only then did she have to admit it. Yi mother crossed Yuji a glance. Now is not the time to crusade against Yuji. Now the most important thing is to figure out the child's life. If the child is really Yi Weisheng's, then he must be taken back to the Yi family and properly nurtured. So, Ye's mother said to Yi Weisheng, other things aside, you must go and give a paternity test as soon as possible. Good. I'll get to it as soon as I can. Yi Weisheng thought that with the paternity test, Ye's mother would be able to accept Yuji, so he happily agreed. Yi mother did not aggressively ask questions. Yuji's taut nerves also loosened. Yi mother's eyes in Yuji and Yi Weisheng body back and forth patrol. She thought about it. Think Yi Weisheng now also unreliable. In case she again give her what muff to deceive her. Yi mother decided that she wants to personally go to do this paternity test. Mother Yi turned her head and glanced upstairs. What are they doing upstairs? She came in for so long. Luo Yang never showed up until the child ran down and Luo Yan followed her downstairs. Yi Weisheng had a smile on his face. The child wants to learn Kung Fu. Luo Yang is teaching the child martial arts in the gym upstairs. Yi mother nodded in understanding. It was time to learn some self-defense techniques. Yi Weisheng also started to learn self-defense techniques at such a young age. On second thought, Yi mother couldn't help but glare at Yuji again. Yuji took so much money from her, but he didn't bother to enroll her grandson in a study class, and let Luo Yang teach the child. Although she hadn't done a paternity test yet, Ye's mother had already recognized Yu Sheng's identity in her heart because that little face was so much alike. Yuji was puzzled by Mother Ye's glare, but if Mother Yi didn't open her mouth to talk to her, she wouldn't take the initiative to climb into a conversation with her, lest she upset her old man again. Ye's mother said to Yuji, go and bring the child down. I'll have a word with him. Yuji glanced at Yi Weisheng, who smiled and gestured, before Yuji headed upstairs. When Yuji's figure disappeared in the stairway, Yi mother stood up, walked to Yi Weisheng's side, and gripped a claw on Yi Weisheng's head. Her hand retracted with a few broken hairs caught between her fingers. Yi Weisheng inexplicably watched Ye's mother's movements. Ye's mother carefully placed the hair between her fingers on a piece of paper towel, then wrapped it up and put it in her bag. Yi Weisheng already understood Ye's mother's intentions. Mom, do you need to be like this? Ye's mom crossed Yi Weisheng's eyes. Why don't you use it? You kid don't want to lie to me again. How could I possibly lie to you about such a thing? I was just afraid that if I told you suddenly, you wouldn't be able to accept it for a while. That's why I wanted to wait until the time was right before I told you about the child. Until the results of the paternity test come back. You'd better not do anything rash for me. If Yi Weisheng and Yuji went to get a license to get married while the results were still out, then everything she had done would be for nothing. No way. If it wasn't for Yuji's desire for parental approval, they would have gotten a license long ago and would have waited until now. While Yuji and the child had not yet come down, Yi mother hurriedly asked what she wanted to know. You guys live together now? No. Mother Yi wanted to know if Yuji had instilled any bad thoughts in the child. How did Yuji tell the child about the child's father before? She told the kid that his dad was busy with work and had been traveling abroad on business. Does the child know about our family? I don't know. I'm just a regular dad to my kids. Does the child know he has grandparents? That hasn't been mentioned to him. Yu Sheng was a curious baby. If he told him that he had grandparents he hadn't met yet, he would probably ask a lot of questions again. The misunderstanding between Yu Ji and Ye's mom had not been resolved, so Yu Weisheng did not talk about it with Yu Sheng. Ye's mom is upset about this. Downstairs the mother and son went to talk in whispers, while upstairs Yu Ji was patiently coaxing his son. Yu Sheng didn't want to go down there and call the person who bullied his mom's grandmother. Baby, it's really just going down to say hello. Yu Sheng's little mouth curled up. I saw it all. She bullied you. I'm not going down there to say hello to her. A few years old children. Is the time to learn to distinguish right from wrong? Yu Ji does not want to keep inducing him to say that Yi mother did not push her. Baby, you've got it wrong. There was just some misunderstanding between Grandma and I, so there was a bit of an argument, but now that the misunderstanding has been explained, it won't even happen again in the future. Yu Sheng was sweating profusely from practicing. Her little face was flushed and beads of sweat were hanging from her hair strands. At the moment, her big eyes looked at Yu Ji without blinking, her face full of doubts. Really? Of course it's true. Yu Ji took a tissue and wiped the sweat from Yu Sheng's face. Be good. Go down with mommy. Okay? Okay. Yu Sheng reluctantly agreed. Yu Ji pinched his son's little face and led Yu Sheng out of the gym. Luo Yang didn't follow him downstairs. He had just sensed that the unusual atmosphere on the three people downstairs. Something should have happened. A few people got into an argument, and it was not good for him, an outsider, to get involved in the boss's family business. It was better to stay upstairs obediently and leave the space for them. Hearing footsteps coming from behind them, the two men talking in the living room both closed their voices and turned their heads to look at the large and small group coming down the stairs. Yi mother carefully looked at Yu Sheng's demeanor. So looking at it, the child is also quite similar to Yu Ji. People have similarities and things are the same. This paternity test has to be done. Yu Sheng obediently followed Yu Ji to the living room. Yi Weisheng walked over and squatted beside him, softly saying, "Baby, this is Grandma. Quickly call out Grandma." Yu Sheng opened her eyes wide and surveyed Ye's mom sitting on the sofa. At this time, Ye's mother's face no longer had the grimace of the quarrel, full of love and laughter. Looking at Yu Sheng, see Yu Sheng indifferent, so she took the initiative to open his mouth to chat. "Baby, did Grandma scare you just now? Grandma apologizes to you. Will you forgive Grandma?" Yu Sheng was wearing a practice outfit. Her face was red, and she had a hairband on her forehead with the words "I'm the best" embroidered on it, which made her look as cute as she could be. Mother Yi was adorned by Yu Sheng's milky appearance, so he took the initiative to squat down in front of Yu Sheng and tried to pull Yu Sheng's small hand. Yu Sheng put her hands behind her back when she saw this, and Mother Ye's outstretched hand grabbed the air and could only smile awkwardly. Yu Sheng looked at Ye's mother with a serious face and said, "You don't need to apologize to me. You just pushed my mother. You should apologize to her." Chapter 100 Grandmother. The three adults froze when the small child's milky words came out. Yu Ji rubbed Yu Sheng's little head. She felt warm and proud that her son knew to defend her and seek justice for her. But de-escalation is the first priority right now. "Baby, didn't mommy tell you it was a misunderstanding? Since it's a misunderstanding, that's all the more reason to apologize." "Mom, weren't you the one who taught me that when you make a mistake you have to apologize and be brave enough to take responsibility?" Yu Sheng tilted her head with a puzzled look on her face. Since it was Grandma who misunderstood her mom and pushed her, it would be more appropriate for Grandma to apologize to her mom, right? The child's words made it impossible for several adults to refute them, and Yi Weisheng couldn't possibly teach the child to say that because Grandma is an elder who made a mistake she can't apologize for it, and that would teach the child bad things. Let Mother Yi apologize to Yu Ji. She cannot pull that face, and Mother Yi did not want to apologize to Yu Ji, but being pointed out in public by a 4 or 5-year-old made Ye's mom a little embarrassed. Yi Weisheng saw that Ye's mother didn't react, so he said to Yu Sheng, "Baby, Daddy apologized to Mommy for Grandma, okay?" Yu Sheng looked at Yi Weisheng. His big eyes blinked a few times, obviously not wanting to agree. Yu Sheng was just about to say, "Then Dad call Grandma for me." Yu Sheng is sometimes stubborn. This follows his father. Yi Weisheng is also sometimes like this. Once he determines something, as long as it is right, he will never do it if he does not want to do it. Yu Ji was afraid that Yu Sheng would say something that would embarrass his mom again. Snap out of it and agree. "Yes, baby, Mommy accepts." Yu Sheng received her mother's strong signal, so she reluctantly agreed. "Alright then." All three adults breathed a secret sigh of relief. Yi Weisheng apologized to Yu Ji on behalf of Ye's mother before Yu Sheng reluctantly called out under Yi Weisheng's guidance, "Grandma." This cry of Grandma made Ye's mother's heart blossom, and she had been looking forward to Yi Weisheng getting married and having children earlier. "I didn't expect such a big, big grandson to pop out of nowhere and look so cute. Although Yu Shang's persistence makes his mother unable to get off the ground, it must be said that Yu Ji has taught Yu Shang well, distinguishing right from wrong and having his own opinion. Yi Weisheng was like this when he was a child, or their Yi family's genes are good. Yi mother's heart was happy. Good boy. Yi mother took the opportunity to grip on Yu Shang's head, but the small child's does not exist hair loss troubles, so Yi mother gripped an empty, can only find another opportunity. When Yu Ji saw Ye's mother's movements, he understood her intentions, and since Ye's mother now knows that the child exists, it's only a matter of time before a paternity test is done. Yu Ji didn't put too much on his mind. Yi mother pulled Yu Shang to sit on the sofa. Baby, what's your name? My name is Yu Shang. Yu Shang. Mother Yi recited the name in her heart and felt pretty good. That's so sweet. Baby, are you tired of learning kung fu? It's okay. Yu Shang's small face sank without much reaction. Yi mother patiently guided the two for 2 days in an attempt to bring them closer. Baby, how long have you been studying? Just started learning today. Will grandma go and enroll you in a class? There are specialized teachers there to teach you. Mother Yi felt that Yu Shang would definitely be happy and would thank her. Where did he know that Yu Shang remained unmoved? No need. I just want to learn from Uncle Luo. Yi Weisheng explained to Mother Yi on behalf of Yu Shang. Mom, it was the child himself who wanted to worship Luo Yang and learn kung fu from him. Mother Yi was enlightened. Does baby think Uncle Luo Yang is particularly powerful? Aha! This was something that Yu Shang strongly agreed with. Baby, cheer up and practice. Grandma is sure you'll be even better than Uncle Luo in the future. I'll try. Yi mother peeled an orange and handed it to Yu Shang, who said thank you and took it with both hands. The orange was a bit big. Yu Shang broke the orange in her hand into 4 parts and handed one to Ye's mom. Grandma, you eat too. Mother Ye's eyes were full of surprise. Thank you, baby. Then Yu Shang handed one to Yi Weisheng and Yu Ji respectively. A few people sat on the sofa and had a chat for a while. Ye's mom took advantage of Yu Shang's inattention and took another handful of captures at his head, finally getting a few hairs. With the things in her hands, Ye's mother didn't linger any longer, and when Yu Shang's identity was established, there would be plenty of time to spend together in the future. All she wanted now was to quickly send Yi Weisheng and Yu Shang's hair to the paternity testing organization. After Ye's mom left, Yu Ji was able to completely relax. Yu Shang's eyes looked back and forth at her mom and dad. Mom, is this grandma really my grandma? Yeah, baby, she's daddy's mom. Your grandma. Why doesn't grandma like me? No, grandma loves you. Then why isn't she smiling when she sees me? Like grandma? Because grandma hadn't seen you before, and she was so surprised that she'll be all smiles when you next meet. Yes? Yes. Looking at his well-behaved son, Yu Ji asked out loud. Baby, do you still want to practice? Yes. Yu Shang jumped off the couch and turned to run upstairs. Master is still waiting for him upstairs. After Ye's mother left Yi Weisheng's place, she directly asked her driver to send her to an authoritative paternity testing organization. Hand over Yi Weisheng and Yu Shang's hair discreetly to the people inside and ask the people from the appraisal organization to give her the appraisal results as soon as possible. After doing this, Ye's mother returned to the Yi family's old mansion and sent another message to Li Mushi, saying that Yi Weisheng had something to do today and didn't have time to come home, asking her to come over and play if she was free. Li Mushi was doing skin management. Recently she was too busy in the company to have time. She felt her skin was much rougher. She wanted to be in the best condition to meet Yi Weisheng, so she called the skin manager to do the treatment for her early in the morning. After receiving the message from Ye's mother, Li Mushi threw her phone aside with some disappointment, and she asked her personal skin manager to speed up the action on her hands. Originally, her best friend Annie asked her to go to a party, and she refused because she thought she could go to see Yi Weisheng. Now that Yi Weisheng wouldn't be returning to the Yi family's old mansion, there was no way she would be able to run away to accompany Ye's mother. Li Mushi has been studying abroad for the past few years and rarely returns home, so in China she only has a few friends she's known since childhood, and her best friend is also a rich girl. It's not like I have anything to do anyway, so I'll just go to the party and take the opportunity to meet some people who might be useful someday. The skin manager helped Li Mushi to sit up after she did the last skin care for her. Li Mushi looked in the mirror. Her skin was much tighter and hydrated. Satisfied, Li Mushi picked up her cell phone and called her best friend, Annie, to inquire about the time of the party, and then asked Annie to come over and pick her up to go to the party with her. Chapter 101, Li Mushi attends a party organized by Lin Zijie. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Mushi followed Annie to arrive at the party location on time, and handed the invitation to the porter, and the two of them walked inside hand in hand. The party was held at a private winery on the outskirts of town, with an expansive lawn garden as soon as you entered the front door. A few hundred meters away on a small hill were several European-style buildings, and the main venue for the day was in the tallest of them. Li Mushi looked at the surrounding scenery and sighed. There are such beautiful places in H City. I can't believe I didn't even know. Who told you not to come home more often? In the past, and often let Li Mushi back to play. Li Mushi in foreign countries to stay used to, plus she went abroad for many years. In the countries friends are few. Come back is not good to play. So basically just the new year will come back to stay a few days. On the contrary, Annie often went abroad to play with Li Mushi, and walked inside while introducing the manor and its owner to Li Mushi. Such a winery is the property of the current president of the Kerry Group. That is, Wu Sikai's name. But today's party wasn't thrown by Wu Sikai. It was Lin Zijie, a loafer, who had been idling his ass off at home all day and had to drag Wu Sikai along to throw a party. Those who came to the party were also basically the sons and daughters of the families of those business tycoons in H City. One after another, limousines carrying famous sons and daughters arrived at the winery. Annie is a big-hearted nature. There is no heart. Along the way met people who know. Annie took the initiative to go forward to say hello, and introduced to Li Mushi. No. Hey, how's it going with that guy of yours? Did you get him? Annie is the one who used to give Li Mushi information about Ji Wei Sheng. She had been mixing with all kinds of parties and receptions for many years, so she did not say that she knew the network of relationships in H City like the back of her hand. But at least she was clear about who was on good terms with whom, and who was on bad terms with whom. Not yet. So far, Li Mushi had only met Yi Weisheng once. Today's party is organized by Lin Xiao. The one from the Yi family is good buddies with Lin Xiao. I wonder if he'll come today. Really? Li Mushi looked at Annie with surprise. No wonder Yi's mom said that Yi Weisheng had something to do today. So it turned out that he had come to attend his good brother's party. Really? The four top broads in H City. Yi Weisheng, Lin Zijie, Wu Sikai, Gu Xiaocheng. They are good brothers who grew up together. As the conversation turned, and looked at Li Mushi by her side. You said when I asked you to come to the party in the past, you just didn't come, and now that you're back, you don't know anything about the network of relationships we have here, so how can you still chase after your male god? Li Mushi was sent abroad as a teenager and has rarely returned over the years, and sometimes when she happens to have a party, Annie invites Li Mushi to join her. Li Mushi, who prided herself on pursuing people with high tastes and possessing an extremely high sense of superiority, was not interested in these young masters and daughters in the country who only knew how to get drunk on paper all day long. To take over the company after returning to China, it was definitely not possible without understanding the situation or knowing people, so she had to follow his dad to various business receptions. Annie asked her to a party and she went whenever she could. Isn't this with you? With Miss and helping me. It's like a godsend. Li Mushi was still checking her outfit while walking, knowing that there was a possibility that she might run into Yi Weisheng. She should have dressed up a bit more exquisitely. Nowadays, they can only make do with what they have, and it's already an unexpected pleasure to see Yi Weisheng, and saw Li Mushi's move and looked at her with teasing eyes. Really like him that much? It's the first time I've seen one that can make Miss Li so nervous that she's organizing her grooming. It's so rare. Or what? Lemhai stowed the small mirror in her bag and looked up at Annie. To know, Li Mushi looks like family is not bad. The pursuit of her people are also a lot, but she cannot see one. If it is not really like Yi Weisheng, she is not likely to put a low profile. Take the initiative to pursue. If you come out more often in the future, there will be more chances of chance encounters, but Yi Weisheng rarely attends parties just like you. You can take this opportunity to get on good terms with those buddies of his, and ask them to call you up for any future innings, so you won't have a chance to get close to your male god. Li Mushi felt that Anne's words made sense, and she had already been ordered by Papa Li to come out more often to get to know these rich second-generation people in hometown, who would later be the successors of various enterprises. When the company passes to the hands of the rich second generation, they will be business partners in the future, and it will be good for future business dealings to get acquainted and make good relations in advance. Many thanks to Missin for her guidance. Help me popularize more knowledge in a while. That bag you're looking at, I'll have someone send it over to you in a couple of days. And did a double take. No problem. I'll take care of it. Although Annie was also a rich girl, she only had a set amount of pocket money each month, and the bag she had her eye on was her pocket money for a month. She wasn't in the habit of saving money either. It was only that much a month and it wasn't enough for her to splurge. Unlike Li Mushi, who was an only child, she had an older brother above her who ran the company, and has no career. All she does is eat, drink and have fun all day long, and later on, she'll find a suitable family to marry, become a rich and powerful woman, and continue her leisurely life. The two men entered the ballroom with a smile on their faces. By now the banquet hall was already full of people, handsome men and women holding red wine glasses, chatting in groups of 3 or 2 about their respective topics. Li Mushi looked around and saw 2 or 3 faces among them that he had met before. but most of them were unrecognizable. The waiter passed the two men, who each had a glass of red wine, and slowly made their way inside, and went to say hello to someone she knew well, and Lee Woody Creek followed Anne. Annie introduced them to each other, and Lemhi greeted each other politely, taking advantage of the gap between Annie and the other party's conversation. Li Mushi's gaze went back and forth in the banquet hall looking for Yi Weisheng's figure. After walking around, he didn't see Yi Weisheng. Li Mushi's eyebrows knitted slightly. Was it because Yi Weisheng hadn't arrived yet, or was it because he simply wouldn't come? Just as Li Mushi was fuming and pondering alone, the figures of Wu Sikai and Lin Zijie appeared at the stairway of the second floor. As the organizers of this party, these two drew the attention of everyone in the ballroom as soon as they appeared. The two walked into the hall and greeted the crowd around them. "Cici, look, that's Wu Sikai and Lin Zijie, Yi Weisheng's two good brothers," and finished without getting a response and turned her head to look at Li Mushi beside her, realizing that she was fuming and so Anne elbowed the frozen Li Mushi. "Cici, what are you staring at?" Li Mushi instantly came back to her senses and looked at Annie with a blank gaze. "Ha? What's wrong?" I said, "What are you thinking about? You're so absorbed in your thoughts. You didn't respond even after I called you a few times." "Oh, nothing. Something just popped into my head about work." Annie rolled her eyes. What a time to be thinking about work, and lifted her chin toward both Wu Sikai and Lin Zijie. "See, those two." Li Mushi looked in the direction and was pointing, and introduced Li Mushi to the two men. "Those two are Yi Weisheng's good brothers. The one on the left is the organizer of this party, Lin Zijie, the crown prince of the Lin group. The one on the right is the owner of this winery and the current president of the Kerry group, Wu Sikai." Li Mushi looked at Wu Sikai and Lin Zijie. Without exception, they were both tall, with hard and handsome faces and big handsome men. Chapter 102, so she's the daughter of Li's family. How's that? These two are no slouches compared to your man god, are they? Lin Zijie, Wu Sikai, Gu Xiaochang and Yi Weisheng. Each of the four have their own characteristics and are handsome in their own way. Li Mushi also very much agrees. In appearance these two people are really not similar to Yi Weisheng, but she chooses a man and not just look at the appearance, and continued to introduce to Li Mushi. Lin Zijie is a notorious playboy with countless confidants around him, and it is said that Lin Zijie's parents can't control him, and the company wasn't handed over to him. They just want him to get married and have a child earlier so they can retrain the heir. In contrast, Wu Sikai is much more stable, and has now taken over the Wu family's company, Kerry Group, and I heard from my dad that he's quite capable, and he's quite a nice person, and more importantly, there's nothing fancy. Li Mushi's eyebrows raised slightly when she heard this. Could it be that Annie's father wanted Annie to marry Wu Sikai? Li Mushi inquired tentatively. "What do you think of him?" "It was okay, only a few encounters, not much contact. If you were asked to marry her, would you?" "Ha?" Annie's brain went down for a second. Why was it suddenly talking about her? Li Mushi continued to press. "Will you? Big sister. This doesn't seem to be a matter of whether I'm willing or not. Okay, my family and his family, that's a class. I still have self-awareness. Luxury families are also divided into levels. The Wu family is considered the top of the pyramid in each city, while their own family is considered the middle level at best. If she is willing to marry, it depends on whether others are willing to marry or not." And stroked her chin and looked Li Mushi up and down, nodding her head darkly. Li Mushi's family is considered to be in the upper middle class, coupled with Li Mushi's own excellence, good-looking and capable. If you can really get together with Yi Weisheng, it is also a good match. On the contrary, she herself, who grew up uneducated, with no career aspirations, and not very stunning and pretty-looking, at best a small family man, should not be enough for those who are out of reach. She just wants candy and not bitterness. What if your father asked you to join him in a business marriage, and puts on an awkward, yet nonchalant fake smile? Wait until there's an eventuality. For now, let's start with you. Both of them are out. Yi Weisheng hasn't come yet. He shouldn't be coming. In a while you go and get to know Lin Zijie and the two of them. Li Mushi nodded. This was the only step that could be taken now, and it wasn't a waste of time to get to know Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai today. The good brothers party. Yi Weisheng didn't even come. Is he really busy with his work? Yi Weisheng was indeed busy. He was busy with his wife and cooking for his children. Lin Zijie had called Yi Weisheng yesterday and asked him to bring Yuji along to the party. Yi Weisheng is not interested in this party. Yuji is not in the mood to participate in any party. The two reached an agreement, directly rejected. And Gu Xiaochang was recently out of town on a business trip and couldn't come, so today there were only Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai. Originally, Wu Sikai didn't want to come. Recently Wu Sikai's parents were arranging a blind date for Wu Sikai. He was afraid of staying at home to chat awkwardly with any girl again, so he ran to the party to avoid the leisure. His parents didn't approve at first, and Mama Wu was going to invite her best friend to bring her daughter to her house. Lin Zijie ran to Wu's house to tell Wu Sikai's parents that this party invited young people from the upper class of H City, so in case Wu Sikai saw eye to eye with any girl at the party, they wouldn't need to bother about it anymore. When Wu Sikai's parents thought about it, they cheerfully urged Wu Sikai to play as much as he wanted and not to come home so early. The young masters and daughters of H City, Lin Zijie basically knew them all, and as he looked around the banquet hall, he still saw some raw faces that should have followed the others to have fun. As the two entered the venue, people kept coming up to greet them. Lin Zijie stood in the center of the venue and simply said a few words about the scene and let everyone have fun. He threw this party out of pure boredom and wanted to drag these people over to hang out with him. Annie took advantage of the gap when no one was around Lin Zijie and pulled Li Mushi to walk to Lin Zijie. "Hello, young Lin, young Wu. Hello, Ms. Anne." Lin Zijie greeted Anne. Wu Sikai didn't recognize Anne and followed suit when he heard Lin Zijie address her. "Hello, Ms. Anne." Lin Zijie looked at Li Mushi beside Annie. A flash of amazement flashed in his eyes. Such a beautiful girl. Why hadn't he seen her before? So he took the initiative to ask. "And this young lady is?" "This is my best friend and the daughter of the Li group, Li Mushi." Lin Zijie suddenly realized. Before I don't know who mentioned in his ears, Li's 1,000 gold studying abroad returned home. Very beautiful, but he has never seen the real person. Now a glimpse, really is a temperament beauty. The other people around, those with sharp ears who heard it, also revealed a look of surprise, and in twos and threes began to whisper. "So this is Li's daughter, Li Mushi." Wu Sikai's eyebrows slightly raised. "So this is the legendary Li family's daughter." He had heard before that the Li family's daughter who took over the Li group as soon as she returned to China not only had outstanding ability, but also looked very beautiful. Today, I see that the looks piece is true to its word. Wu Sikai's company and Li's occasionally also have cooperation. Just the two families' development direction is different. Cooperation, therefore the opportunity is rare. Wu Sikai hasn't touched Li Mushi yet. After Annie introduced Li Mushi, she introduced Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai to Li Mushi. "Cici, this is Mr. Lin, and this is Mr. Wu. Young Lin, young Wu, I've heard a lot about you." Li Mushi was the first to greet Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai. "Miss Li is polite. I've long heard that the daughter of Li's group has returned to China. I didn't expect to see Miss Li here today. Miss Li is just as beautiful as the rumors." As Lin Zijie gave a flurry of compliments, Wu Sikai smiled and greeted Li Mushi. Li Mushi's face wore a warm and graceful smile. "Lin Xiao overpraised me. I've only just returned to China. I know very few friends here. This time I borrowed the light of Lin Xiao. I have the cheek to come over and mix with you all. I hope Lin Xiao won't mind if I come uninvited." Miss Li said what you said. The party is to have more people to be lively. Thanks to Miss Li, do not mind. In the future, we are all friends. When you have time you can get together more. No problem. A few people raised their glasses together and clinked one, even if they knew each other. A few people are not familiar with what to talk about. Li Mushi did not want to leave just like that, so he took the initiative to find a topic. "I heard and say that this winery is Wu Xiaoyuer?" "Yes. Young Wu really has a good eye. This place is very suitable for leisure. Out to wind down for vacation. Walking on the lawn and blowing the evening breeze. Feels like the whole person is relaxed." When he just entered the door, Li Mushi especially liked this place when he saw the surrounding scenery and architectural style, and the wide lawn had a feeling of freedom and unrestrictedness. Miss Li is overpraised. If Miss Li likes this place, you are welcome to come over and play anytime. This place is also open to the public. Thanks a lot. I'll come back often. Chapter 103, A Chance Encounter in a Winery. Li Mushi took the opportunity to discuss H City's business trends with Wu Sikai for a while. Lin Zijie introduced Li Mushi to the food and drink in China, and interjected a few sentences from time to time, so the four of them chatted with each other. The group played a game together in the back, and Li Mushi quickly got into it. It was until after 9 o'clock in the evening. Li Mushi felt a little tired and wanted to leave early, but Annie hadn't had enough and pulled Li Mushi to keep her from leaving. "Why are you leaving so early? Play a little longer." For Annie, the real nightlife had just begun, and it was considered early to be home at 12, let alone just after 9. "You keep playing. I'm a little tired and want to go back and rest." Li Mushi's face was slightly tired. She originally didn't like this kind of party too much, and came here today purely to meet more people. Plus, Li Mushi had developed a good routine over the years, which was that no matter how busy he was, he had to go to bed by 11 o'clock every day. It was also to keep herself, in the best of spirits and skin condition, and this party today wasn't important enough for her to break her biological clock to cater to. "It's a little after 9 o'clock now. And by the time I get home it'll be almost 10 o'clock, and I have to wash up and stuff, so it's almost time to go." Annie beamed and complained. "Are you sure you don't want to play? Can't you play with me a little longer? I see you're blending in well with them. So why don't you play a little longer and get to know them a little better? I'll be hanging out a lot from now on, so I'll get to know you better. You know, I usually rest early, and I'm really kind of tired at the moment, so have fun on your own. Alright then, I'll have the driver take you back. And said she was about to look for her cell phone to call the driver, but was held down by Li Mushi. Don't bother, I've already asked my family's driver to pick me up, so you better have fun and go. Do you need me to walk you out? No, I'll just go out by myself. It's not that far. Okay then, you be safe on the road. Okay, bye. After Li Mushi finished speaking, he went to greet Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai again and left early. Although he hadn't met Yi Weixing today, he had met Lin Zijie and Wu Sikai, as well as some other upper-class gentlemen and daughters, so it was a small gain. Li Mushi walked alone on the lawn outside the banquet hall. There was still a bit of dry heat in the summer breeze. The driver who had picked her up hadn't arrived yet, so she wasn't in a hurry to go out, so she strolled among the flowers and plants. Although it was already dark, the whole estate was illuminated everywhere by street lamps, and the lawn was made in many shapes and also equipped with rattan chairs for visitors to rest. Li Mushi walked to a swing made of vines, sat on it, and gently rocked. Most of the people were in the banquet hall at this time, and there were very few people walking around outside, so Li Mushi closed her eyes and sat down on a rattan chair to relax herself. Li Mushi had drunk some wine and was now sitting on the rocking swing a little drowsy. Just when Li Mushi was about to fall asleep, a low male voice, coming from above her head, woke Li Mushi up. What are you doing here alone, beautiful? This sudden voice startled Li Mushi. She quickly stood up from the swing and looked back at the man standing behind the swing, her eyebrows knit tightly. What kind of psycho comes out at night to scare people? The man stood in the shadow of the swing frame, so Li Mushi could not clearly see the man's face. From the figure alone, it was a tall and robust man. His height should be more than 1 meter 8. Li Mushi was startled by the man, but she still suppressed her inner irritation and inquired in a cold voice, "What is it that you have to do? This gentleman?" The man let out a light laugh and stepped out from the shadows behind the swing. "It's fine. I just saw the beautiful woman sitting here alone, looking like she was asleep, so I was kind enough to remind her. It's a dangerous thing for a beautiful woman to fall asleep outside at night when she's so pretty." Li Mushi is also a little chagrined. How to almost fall asleep outside, the previous foreign language, but also heard from classmates that so and so went out to play drunk, was picked up by the body. Li Mushi was not a good drinker, so she rarely drank outside in the past, just because she was afraid that she would be picked up one day, and how scary that would be. "Thank you sir for your kindness." Li Mushi said thank you on his lips, but in his heart, he was secretly slandering. Although the man's words are also from the good heart, but you good heart, you from the front to remind hiding in the shadows at the back of the sudden voice, if encountered a bad heart, will not die on the spot? The man stood at a position 1 meter away from Li Mushi, his narrow eyes gazing at Li Mushi. Just now, Li Mushi was nestled in the swing and could only make out a general appearance, but now that she stood up, not only did she have a beautiful face, but her concave and convex body was also a masterpiece. When did H City produce such a temperamental beauty? He actually didn't know. The man was sizing up Li Mushi, and it was only then that Li Mushi got a good look at the man. The man had a pair of Danfeng eyes, thick eyebrows, a high nose, thin lips, quite a handsome face. Dressed in a seemingly simple but expensive shirt and suit pants, she must have come to the party as well, but she hadn't seen this person in the ballroom just now, and wondered if it was just after she came out. "You're welcome, pretty lady is here for the party too, right? Why are you out here alone?" "Well, I'm a little tired and came out to get some air and get ready to go home." "Home so early? The beauty is actually a good girl who doesn't like nightlife? Most young people nowadays like to play till late. It's really rare for a beauty to be like this." "Ha!" Li Mushi returned an awkward, yet nonchalant smile. "Isn't Mr. out there alone too? I haven't seen you inside just now sir. Are you just here?" "Yes. The pretty lady looks very familiar. I wonder what her name is." Those who could come to this party were all either rich or noble. Li Mushi didn't hesitate, and directly reported his name. "My name is Li Muki. Hello Ms. Li. My name is Yi Chenyu." Yi Chenyu extended his right hand to Li Mushi, who politely shook Yi Chenyu's hand. "Hello Mr. Yi." Yi Chenyu was just about to speak when Li Mushi's cell phone rang in her bag. "Excuse me, I'll take a call." Li Mushi took 2 steps sideways and took out her cell phone to connect. It was the driver who came to pick her up calling, saying that he had already arrived at the entrance of the winery and asked Li Mushi to go out. Li Mushi put away the phone and turned back to Yi Chenyu with a smile. "Mr. Yi, thank you for your reminder just now. My driver has arrived. I'll leave first. Have a good time. Then we'll only have to talk next time we see each other. Bye." "Bye-bye." Lee Woody Creek turned and headed for the winery gates. Yi Chenyu looked at Li Mushi's gradually walking away back thoughtfully. It was not until Li Mushi's figure disappeared that he raised his hand and rubbed his chin, muttering to himself, Li Mushi? Is it that Li Mushi? Chapter 104 Yi Chenyu's Change. Li Mushi's head was so groggy that he fell straight asleep as soon as he got into the car. It was only when I got home that I was woken up by the driver. Li Mushi had her nanny make her a cup of sober tea and drink it, and then went upstairs to take a hot bath to feel better. After washing up, she lay on the bed and looked at her cell phone, which showed a missed call on the screen that she hadn't heard in the bathroom. Li Mushi scratched open the cell phone. The address book saw that it was a call from Annie. Just wanted to call back, and then prompted a WeChat message. Li Mushi clicked on it just as Annie sent it, asking if she had gotten home safely. Li Mushi replied to Annie's message. Annie was still playing over there, and knowing that Li Mushi had arrived home safely, she didn't chat much and went on playing. Li Mushi swiped her friend's circle for a while, and the Yi Chenyu she met today suddenly appeared in her mind. She seemed to remember that when she checked the Yi family clan members before, she seemed to see that Yi Weisheng had another cousin. Although the identity information of the Yi family members is not easy to find out, information like which members of the family are available online. Thinking of this, Li Mushi clicked on his cell phone browser and checked the Yi family's family members once again. Looking at the member relationships and names displayed on her cell phone, Li Mushi sighed out softly. It's really him. Yi Weisheng's eldest uncle, Yi Wu, had 2 children, the eldest daughter, Yi Chenxin, and the youngest son, Yi Chenyu. Li Mushi continued to browse the information about Yi Chenyu, who was only a year younger than Yi Weisheng, and was competing with Yi Weisheng for the position of president of Weiqi. Now it seems that Yi Weisheng has won. Li Mushi searched for some more information about the Weichang Group, and it turned out that the Weichang Group was founded by Yi Weisheng's grandfather, and was initially just an ordinary business company in H City. With the help of Yi Weisheng's father, Yi Wei, the industry involved is getting more and more extensive, and the business is also getting bigger and bigger. Later on, Yi Weisheng's father had outstanding ability and took over the position of the president of Wichita, and made Wichita directly listed and became the largest multinational group in H City. Yi Weisheng's uncle is the vice president of the branch. It is said that the ability is general. A good branch almost collapsed in his hands pole. The last or Yi Weisheng's father to save the scene, barely regained some of the losses. If you don't say, the 9 sons of the dragon are different. They are all born of the same mother and father, and the gap is not generally big. Wichita Group was developed by Yi Weisheng's father, and it is reasonable to say that Yi Weisheng can directly take over Wichita. However, his eldest uncle has a big heart and is not willing to let the Wichita Group be held in the hands of Yi Weisheng's family. That's why before Master Yi passed away, he let Master Yi set the rule that whoever could pass their air test first, Yi Weisheng and Yi Chenyu, would take over as the president of Vichy. It is said that Yi Weisheng's eldest uncle sent Yi Chenyu to study abroad at an early age in order to be able to let Yi Chenyu inherit the company, while Yi Weisheng left the country only after he graduated from university. It seems that Yi Chenyu's dad is no match for Yi Weisheng's dad, and Yi Chenyu is no match for Yi Weisheng. The old one can't compete with the young one, so Yi Chenyu's dad must be furious. Yi Chenyu is not as good looking as Yi Weisheng. It's really a person compared to a person. There was very little news about Yi Weisheng and Yi Chenyu on the internet, especially because Yi Weisheng was very low-key, whether it was before he left the country or after he returned home to take over as president of Weichen. There was not much to report. Yi Chenyu is occasionally some lace news. A year ago, there are media reports that Yi Chenyu studied abroad for many years with outstanding ability, will soon return from his studies and take over the president of Weiqi. Li Mushi checked again. Yi Chenyu actually hasn't even graduated yet? Yi Weisheng all graduated and came back to become the president of Vichy. Yi Chenyu has been abroad for many years but has not graduated yet, so it can be seen that this news should be Yi Chenyu's family spending money to hype. I wonder how these two brothers are getting along in private. Since it's a competitor, I don't think it's going to be very good. With the time pointing to 11 o'clock sharp, Li Mushi put down her cell phone and turned off the light to sleep. Outsiders don't know that Yi Weisheng and Yi Chenyu are more than just on bad terms. They are practically on the same page. When they were young, the two brothers were still on good terms. Yi Weisheng grew up excellent, and Yi Chenyu admired Yi Weisheng as a cousin when he was young. Then the two gradually grew up. Yi Chenyu was obsessed with music. He was not very good at school, and he was not interested in business. He wanted to be a songwriter and write songs for himself, will have their own place in the music industry in the future. But his dad wouldn't allow it, and even smashed all of Yi Chenyu's musical equipment, and the songs he wrote were torn to shreds. Yi Wu demands that Yi Chenyu must learn the ways of business and must take the position of president of Wichita. Yi Chenyu had also resisted, but all he got was a severe beating from Yi Wu and a cut off of his living expenses. Yi Wu also often compared Yi Weisheng with Yi Chenyu, saying that Yi Chenyu is not as good as Yi Weisheng and will only be stepped on by Yi Weisheng in the future. When Yi Chenyu did anything, his father had to move Yi Weisheng out in front of him to talk about it. Rebellious Yi Chenyu also has his own thoughts, long-term by his own father. Such repressive education, psychological, gradually distorted. Yi Chenyu had heard so much that he developed a hateful mentality towards Yi Weisheng, thinking that it was Yi Weisheng who made his father so harsh on him, so despised him, and made him out to be worthless, causing him to not be able to do what he loved. Yi Chenyu gave up his hobbies and started studying business and finance, and he vowed to snatch everything from Yi Weisheng, so he studied desperately. He wanted to surpass Yi Weisheng, wanted to become the president of Vichy, and wanted to prove to his father that he was not inferior to Yi Weisheng. Yi Chenyu had worked very hard over the years, but naturally, his opponent was a talented player like Yi Weisheng. Effort is important. It leads to growth, self-discipline, and getting what you want. Talent, on the other hand, is the accelerator of effort, and it multiplies the results of that effort. Yi Weisheng left the country a few years later than Yi Chenyu, but completed his studies earlier than him, passed the air examination, and successfully took over the company. Yi Chenyu was given a good scolding by Yi Wu, since that would be a good way to hit Yi Weisheng from other aspects and pull him down from that position. Recently Yi Chenyu hadn't planned to go back to his country, but he learned from his mother that Yi Weisheng's mother was interested in setting up Li Mushi, the daughter of Li's group, and Yi Weisheng, so he took the break from writing his thesis to run back, wanting to meet this Li group daughter. I did not expect this Li Mushi to look so beautiful. Yi Chenyu heart again gave birth to a wave of inexplicable hatred. Why should all the good things surround Yi Weisheng? Business marriage. Yi Chenyu is not interested, but as long as it is Yi Weisheng's, he is going to snatch it, not to mention that this Li Mushi is still a big beauty. Although he had a hasty meeting today, Yi Chenyu had a good feeling about Li Mushi. According to his investigation, he understood that Li Mushi also came back from studying abroad, and also went to the same school as him, but Li Mushi was very low-key in school, so Yi Chenyu didn't find this pearl. Li Mushi not only had a high face value, but her ability wasn't weak either. Marrying her home would nauseate Yi Weisheng and help him in his career, killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 105 Paternity Test Results. Yi Chenyu was confident that with his looks and family history there was no girl he couldn't chase. In the banquet hall, Yi Chenyu managed to get Li Mushi's contact information, and the next day Yi Chenyu called to ask Li Mushi to be rejected by Li Mushi. He didn't get annoyed and returned to the school on the same day. He still had less than a month to graduate, and there would be plenty of time and opportunity to find Li Mushi in the future. Anyway, Li Mushi didn't have much contact with Yi Weisheng yet. Finish up with school first, and then later he can do what he wants to do in the country without worry. 3 days later, Yi Weisheng got the paternity test report. The results show that Yu Sheng and Yi Weisheng are indeed father and son. This result he is not surprised at all. Yu Ji will not lie to him. Also get the results of the appraisal of Ye's mother. Looking at the results of the appraisal, Ye's mother is half happy and half sad. The joy is that she suddenly has a cute grandson that big. The sorrow is that this grandson is Yu Jisheng's. Such a big thing. Ye's mother naturally will not hide Yi Weisheng's father. Immediately called him to let him hurry home. The family has a big problem. Father Yi didn't want to go back, thinking that the company was now managed by Yi Weisheng, and he believed that Yi Weisheng could take care of everything, and the family is just Ye's mother shopping and playing cards and doing beauty treatments every day. So what big deal can there be? Ye's mother roared in exasperation. Our son has a 4-year-old son. Do you think it's a big deal? All day long you just know how to fish, and I have to come and inform you when something so big happens in the family. Is that how you act as a father? Father Yi was really shocked by the news. Yi Weisheng had only returned to China for more than half a year. How come he had a 4-year-old son? This brat is hiding something. So suddenly, he's a grandfather. Okay, I'll pack up and go back right away. Father Yi replied and immediately hung up the phone to start packing his fishing tools. The best friend next to him saw him picking up the phone and packing up in a panic, thinking that something had happened. So he inquired with concern. Old Yi, what's wrong? Papa Yi replied with a big smile on his face. Big joy. He. Oh, what's the big occasion? Weisheng is getting married? I won't tell you yet. You'll know after a while. You guys take your time to play. I'll be going first. Father Yi greeted a few fishing buddies and drove home with his things. More than 3 hours later, Father Yi returned to Ye's old house. Yi mother saw Yi Wei come home and rushed up, and complained again. Why did you take so long to come back? I'm dying of anxiety. What's there to die of haste for? It's a great joy. Shouldn't you be dying of joy? Ye's mother had been clamoring for Yi Weisheng to get married earlier and have a child. She was bored at home so she could bring up her grandchildren. And now that she had grandchildren, shouldn't she be happy? What are you so happy about? Aren't you curious about where the boy came from? Father Yi believed that Yi Weisheng was not the kind of person who would mess around with men and women outside, so when he heard Mother Yi say that Yi Weisheng had a son, there was only joy in his heart, and the excitement of suddenly becoming a grandfather. Oh, then tell me what this child is from. Your son has been set up, and this baby was secretly born to that ex-girlfriend of his from college. College ex-girlfriend? Father Yi carefully recalled who Yi Weisheng's college ex-girlfriend was. It's that Yu Ji. Father Yi suddenly realized. Oh, it's her. That's her. When she promised me to break up with Wei Shang and even received my money, she actually dared to hide Wei Shang's child from all of us and secretly gave birth to Wei Shang's child. And now that Wei Shang's career has become successful, she is looking for Wei Shang with her child. This woman is simply too scheming. Yi Weisheng was in love at school. Yi father heard about it after letting people investigate Yu Ji. Family harmony, simple relationship. Yu Ji is very progressive. Good academic performance. She has a lively and cheerful personality and has good interpersonal skills. Yi father also let people to try Yu Ji. Is a very positive outlook on the ground. Yi father also quite appreciate her. I heard that Yi Weisheng and Yu Ji's relationship is very good. Yi father thought that it would be good if Yi Weisheng could marry Yu Ji. Only later Ye's mother took money to make Yu Ji and Yi Weisheng break up, and Ye's father even had a fight with Ye's mother when he found out. Even if Yi Weisheng needed to go abroad, there was no need to break up, since the two of them have good feelings. Yu Ji can wait for Yi Weisheng to return home, or the two of them together to go abroad for further study. Ye's mother told Ye's father and Yi Weisheng that Yu Ji received $5 million from her and promised to break up with Yi Weisheng. Yi father did not expect Yu Ji would give up Yi Weisheng for the sake of money. Yi father was disappointed in Yu Ji. Later, Yi Weisheng went abroad, and Father Yi put Yu Ji behind him. The development of the Vichy group was already stable, and Yi Weisheng's ability was known to Father Yi, who did not need to rely on business connections to solidify his career. Ye's father wanted Yi Weisheng to marry the girl he liked, then have a few children and live a peaceful life. Don't be like him and Ye's mom. Don't talk about being a companion in old age. Now they are looking at each other, and when they see each other, they are quarreling. Ye's father and Ye's mother is a business marriage. There is no emotional foundation before marriage. The first few years after marriage can still be mutual modesty and harmony. Ye's mother is a person who likes to nag, and wants to be in charge of everything. And over time, the two of them often quarrel and conflict. Ye's mom is the kind of person who likes to mess around, and Ye's dad is so fired up that his brain hurts. And when he's busy at work he simply lives at work and doesn't come home. Now that the company has been handed over to Yi Weisheng, Yi father has asked his buddies to go out fishing and hide outside. Too lazy to stay with Yi mother, who has nothing to do with her all day long. Yi father couldn't help but frown after hearing this from Yi mother. Wei Shang, he didn't know about Yu Ji's pregnancy before? I don't know. Not long ago my son returned home and said that he only realized it by chance encounter. It's all a trap for that woman Yu Ji. We were all counted by her. Yi mother spoke with righteous indignation. Yi father buried his head in thought. Yi mother saw that he did not respond, and then continued to say, Yu Ji, this woman's heart is so heavy. Surely cannot let her into the door of the Yi family. May also be how to harm our family Wei Shang. But the child is Wei Shang's. Must be picked up. You quickly think of a way. It turns out that Ye's mother asked Ye's father to come home because she wanted to discuss with him how to take back the child and get rid of Yu Ji. Father Yi pondered for a while. Call Wei Shang back first. I want to talk to him before making any plans. What else is there to talk about? Your son is all mesmerized by that woman and now obeys her. You need to be tough and not let him be with Yu Ji. I know. Hurry up and call him to come back tonight. Chapter 106, Yi Weisheng tells Father Yi about the past. Ye's mom hurriedly called Yi Weisheng, saying that his father already knew about the child and asked him to come home at night. Yi Weisheng decisively agreed. He had planned to tell Father Yi about the matter. Who knew that he was snatched by Mother Yi first? Yi Weisheng is going back alone. He has to go back and make things clear to Father Yi before finding time to bring Yu Ji and the child back. Yi Weisheng went straight back to the Yi family's old mansion after work. At the entrance, Yi Weisheng was changing his shoes. Ye's mom greeted him. Weisheng, you're finally back. Your father and I have been waiting for you all afternoon. Kind of a busy day. Worked a little overtime. Yi Weisheng changed his shoes and headed inside. Not seeing Yi dad in the living room. Where's my dad? He's in the study, and has sent for him. Mother and son were talking when Yi father came down slowly from upstairs. Yi Weisheng turned around and called out when he heard footsteps. Dad. Well, I'm back. How's the company these days? Pretty good. That's good. I'm relieved that the company is in your hands. For his son's ability, Father Yi gave a very positive affirmation. Thanks Dad. Father Yi came to Yi Weisheng's side. Mother Yi glanced at Father Yi and said to Yi Weisheng, Weisheng, the child's matter. Father Yi interrupted Mother Yi. Let's eat first. My son is tired and hungry from working all day. You as a mom don't know how to feel sorry for him. Ye mother gave ye father a blank look. Where am I not heartbroken? I'm just anxious. Even if we are in a hurry, we have to fill our son's stomach first. Okay, let's eat first. We'll talk afterward. The nanny had already set out the meal, and the family sat down to eat the rare reunion meal in peace and quiet. Ye mother had things hanging over her heart, so she put down her chopsticks without taking a few bites and watched the father and son eat slowly and methodically. It was hard to wait until both father and son put down their chopsticks. Ye mom couldn't wait to open her mouth, and ye dad directly said, "Wei Shun, come with me to the study. Let's have a good talk." The words of Ye's mother were successfully held back. Both father and son knew that whenever Ye's mother opened her mouth, it was rambling and endless. Yi Weisheng followed his father into the study. Yi Weisheng closed the study door behind him. Father and son sat at the tea table. Yi father did not rush to open his mouth to ask. He watched Yi Weisheng's movements as he boiled water, washed tea, and brewed tea, until a cup of fragrant tea was placed in front of him. Father Yi picked it up and took a shallow sip, nodding in satisfaction, putting down the cup of tea before officially starting the day's topic. "Speak up, what the hell is going on?" Yi Weisheng looked at Father Yi and slowly spoke. "Dad, you should already know about me having a son." Papa Yi nodded undeniably. Yi Weisheng continued, "This child is mine and Yuji's. What happened 5 years ago was actually not what Mom said at first. But," Yi Weisheng narrated and told Yi Dad the truth of his matter. Yi father is an open-minded elder. Yi Weisheng knows that Yi father will understand him, will also understand Yuji. That's why he didn't lie to his father and directly told him that Yuji was already pregnant when they broke up. But Yuji didn't tell him in order to keep Yi Weisheng from worrying and chose to raise the child alone. As for the 5 million things, Yi Weisheng also truthfully told Yi father, is Yuji has agreed to break up after Yi mother to offer to give her? Yuji wanted to keep the baby and that's why he accepted. Yi father listened to the understanding. Yuji a fresh graduate. No savings, no job, what to raise children? Yuji is wise to accept Ye's mom's money, not letting her suffer herself or her children. It's a bold and sentimental girl. Father Yi has already accepted Yuji in his heart. Father Yi also fell in love freely when he was young, and at that time he also fantasized about marrying and having children with the person he liked and staying together for the rest of his life. But then, due to various pressures, he accepted a business marriage arranged by his family. The child is 4 years old and looks a lot like me. Yi Weisheng said and opened his cell phone album, flipping out Yu Sheng's photo and holding it out to Yi Dad. "Dad, look." Father Yi took the phone, put on his presbyopia glasses, and carefully examined the photo in the phone. "It really looks exactly like you when you were a child." Father Yi smiled with love. He became a grandfather. Suddenly he has a grandson this big and this cute. "Do Yuji's parents know about you guys?" Just now Yi Weisheng had mentioned that Yuji's parents didn't agree with Yuji raising the child alone, so Yuji ran away from home. Yi father is worried that Yuji's parents have opinions about Yi Weisheng. This matter is their Yi family owes Yuji. Hard to break up Yuji and Yi Weisheng, so that Yuji alone to bear a lot. "I've already visited my aunt and uncle some time ago, and I've also gained their understanding that they have no problem with Yuji and I getting back together." "That's good. Bring Yuji and the child back tomorrow and we'll all have a meal together." Father Yi couldn't wait to see his eldest grandson. Why didn't this brat come back earlier, causing his grandson to be 4 years old before he, the grandfather, realized it? Yes, what do kids like? I'll go buy him some presents tomorrow. He has a fishing buddy who also has grandchildren at home, and often heard him say how cute his grandchildren are, and how he likes what's what, and how he wants to bring some back to his grandchildren. Whenever I heard that, I was envious. Now he can also buy gifts for his grandchildren and bring home favorites. Kids love toys, and his favorite is dinosaurs. Father Yi memorized it in his heart and then asked, "What is my good grandson's name?" "Yu Sheng." Sheng with the same sound of sheng and chime. Yu Sheng. Yi Yu Sheng. Not bad, quite good. Father Yi recalled the name. Yu Sheng. The rest of his life afterward. Quite meaningful. Yi Weisheng also thought the name was quite good. Yi father then asked, "When do you plan to get married?" "Biyunbei, there is a villa. You take Yuji to take a look someday. Ask her what style she likes. Redecorate it, as your wedding room?" "Thanks Dad." "Brat, what's the point of saying thank you to your father?" Yi Weisheng returned a grateful smile. "My mom, she seems to have a strong opinion of Yuji. Don't mind her, she's just got nothing better to do all day. I'll take care of your mom's side." After Yi Weisheng's detailed narration, Yi Dad knew all the details of the incident, and also knew that the whole thing was provoked by Yi Mom. Yuji is quite a good girl. Yi father does not understand. Yi mother is not satisfied with what? "Thanks Dad." Father and son smiled at each other. Chapter 107, The happiness of the son is more important than the right household. Father and son agreed and happily descended the stairs. Ye's mother looked at the looks on the two's faces and cautiously tried, How did your talk go? Yi Weisheng didn't answer, but instead directly said goodbye. Mom and Dad, you guys talk? I'll leave first. Father Yi nodded, and Mother Yi frowned and said, why are you leaving? I still have something to say to you. Let your son go home early and rest. You're tired after a long day at the office, so if you have anything to say, just talk to me. After Father Yi finished signaling that Yi Weisheng could leave, Yi Weisheng turned around and left. What are you father and son up to? What have you been talking about? Father Yi had a smile on his face, chatting about everything. I've already understood the circumstances of the matter clearly. I'll have Weisheng bring you Ji and the child home for dinner tomorrow. You have the kitchen prepare it. Yi mother's voice instantly rose. What? Let you Ji come to the house for dinner? What right does she have? Just because she's the mother of Weisheng's child, the child can be brought back. I forbid you Ji to enter this house. What makes you forbid it? People you Ji gave birth to a grandson for you, and also worked hard alone to bring up so big. You don't mess around and don't know what's good for you. I'm being disruptive and don't know what's good for me? Yi Wei, have you forgotten what she did to our son in the first place? What did she do to our son? She gave up her love for our son's future. It's all because you're turning black and white, and now you're trying to lie to me? Ye's mom was a bit weak, but still had a stiff upper lip. She was getting paid to do her job. Yeah, she's getting paid to do her job. She's taking the Yi family's money and helping the Yi family raise their children. What are you complaining about? You were the one who begged for it in the first place. And now you're stirring up trouble here instead of thanking her. You really don't know what you're talking about. Who let her have our Yi family's child? Did she ask our permission? It's your son who let her give birth. That's the seed your son left behind. If you want to blame it, blame your son. Don't you dare to rely on Yuji here. What kind of demons are you father and son possessed with? To speak for an outsider. I was doing it for my son's good. I think you're the one who's out of your mind. You should go to the hospital and get hooked up with a brain unit. Ye's mom choked at the dislike. In short, I don't agree. If you want to meet you guys, I won't meet her. Father Yi is not used to her. You love to see or not see. The grandson called you grandmother. You have the ability not to agree. My grandson called me. Why don't I agree? I have no problem with you guys picking up the child back, to let Yuji into the door. I firmly disagree. Yuji is not worthy of my son. I want to find a new mother for my child. Shut up you. You dare to say this. If your son and grandson know about this, I don't know how they will complain about you in the future. If your son leaves you and your grandson doesn't get close to you, I'll see who you'll cry to. I'm doing it for their own good. What is Yuji's status? She's worthy of being our Yi family's daughter-in-law? I'm going to find my son a daughter-in-law who is a good match for him. What door to door? Yuji's family relationship I have long investigated clearly. Working families, parents have a cordial relationship. The family population is simple. There is no crooked mind. Yuji's personal ability is not weak, and our son is a good match. Ye's mother scoffed at Ye's father's. There's nothing crooked about it. If she didn't have crooked thoughts, she wouldn't have secretly given birth to the child. Wouldn't she just want to be the mother of the child? I think you're out of your mind. Is it the gate that's important? Or is it your son's happiness? Don't you, a mom, think about your son's happiness at all? Son and Yuji love each other for many years, have emotional foundation. The future of the married life can be more harmonious and fulfilling. Do you want your son in the future like the two of us? Mother Yi did not think so. I don't care. I've already matched my son with Li Mushi, the daughter of Li's group. I think it's better for her to be more compatible with our son. And the family is not bad either. Father Yi held his forehead. He really felt that talking to Mother Yi was like talking to a cow. So with one closed eye he gave Ye's mom a hard shot. Then I'll find a new mom for my son too. Ye's mother's eyes cracked in anger when she heard this. How dare you? Father Yi looked like an old man. Why wouldn't I dare? You can give your grandson a new mom, but I can't give my son a new mom? You're the one who decides everything in this world? Yi mother rushed over and twisted Yi father. Good you Yi Wei, this is the son I raised with great pains. What qualification does another woman have to be his mother? Yi father dodged while disliking back. People Yuji hard worked to raise her son. And what qualifications do you have to let someone else to her son as a mother? Yi mother was annoyed. So I'm the only bad person in this family, and you're all good people. Yi father rolled his eyes. It's not your own. Yuji how good girls. You have to turn black and white. Egg-picking bones. Almost on the line. Don't make yourself embarrassed. I can't get off the stage. And it's not because you two, father and son, are tearing me down? One by one. Two by two. Your elbows turn outward. A man of your age, don't fool around all day. Your son is old enough. You need to learn to respect his wishes. Do you still not trust your son's ability? He doesn't need a business marriage to solidify his career. I don't ask for anything else. I just want my son's married life to be happy and fulfilled. Ye's mother said conspiratorially, Speaking as if I don't want my son to be happy. If you force your son to break up with Yuji and make him marry a girl he doesn't like, do you think he'll be happy? Mother Ye's eyes locked with Father Ye's, and she saw many emotions in Father Ye's calm eyes. Mother Ye knows that Father Ye also had his own moonlight in his heart back then. He didn't marry the person he loved, so he must have had regrets. Ye father is extraordinary heroic. Ye mother was in love at first sight with ye father. She was full of joy to marry the person she likes. Ye mother also had a longing for the love of the couple, but ye father to her is never a look of respect for each other. Married for so many years. Ye father to ye mother a lot of tolerance, but ye mother no. He is just doing a husband's responsibility. Ye father did not treat her badly, nor any lace gossip, gave her enough. As Mrs. Ye should have the decency. In the eyes of outsiders they are a model couple, but only ye mother knows that she has never been able to walk into the heart of ye father. They were husband and wife, but not lovers, and Papa Ye had only responsibility for her, not love. Ye mother stared at ye father's eyes, and asked with a reluctant heart, all these years, have you lived unhappily? Father Ye avoided Mother Ye's eyes. We're an old married couple. Why are we still talking about this? It's getting late. Get some early rest. Ye father finished his speech and turned around to go upstairs, leaving ye mother standing there alone, looking at her husband's back, water mist rising in her eyes. Chapter 108. Father Ye invited Yuji to visit Ye's home. Ye Weisheng left the Ye family's old mansion and went directly to Yuji's house. When Ye Weisheng arrived, Yuji had already washed up and prepared to go to bed with her children, and was a little surprised to see Ye Weisheng come so late. Why are you coming over so late? Is something wrong? Ye Weisheng said with a smile on his face. Well, there is something to tell you. Yuji knew that Ye Weisheng went back to the Ye family's old mansion to see his parents tonight. His heart was apprehensive, not knowing what they talked about. What is it? Ye Weisheng intentionally teasing Yuji. It's a good thing. Why don't you guess? How am I supposed to guess that? You tell me. I told my father exactly what happened to us, and he wants to invite you and the baby to dinner at the old mansion tomorrow. Your father, he's not angry with me? Yuji thought that ye dad would be angry and accuse her just like ye mom. Not only is my dad not mad at you, he's grateful, and he says you're a kind and affectionate girl, and he admires you. Really? Yuji was pleasantly surprised, and there was disbelief between his eyebrows. Ye Weisheng scraped Yuji's nose. Of course it's true. I still lie to you. I thought. Yuji said a few words, then did not continue. Ye Weisheng took over her words. Do you still think my dad is going to be like my mom? Yuji didn't say anything to indicate acquiescence. Don't worry about it. My dad is a very sensible man and he loves me. He'll support me in anything I want to do. That's good. Yuji's lifted heart dropped a bit. At least he didn't have to deal with a headache like he did with Ye's mom. Ye Weisheng stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Yuji. My dad also asked when we were going to get married, and he asked me to redecorate that villa in Biyun Bay as our wedding room. Let's go see it together someday and find a designer to decorate it in your favorite style. Yuji was pleasantly surprised that not only did Ye's father not blame her, but he also agreed to their marriage straight away. Let's not rush this one. How not in a hurry? I'm in a hurry. Ye Weisheng can't get married right away. How can you not be in a hurry when it comes to marrying a daughter-in-law? Ye Weisheng's expression made Yuji unable to help himself. Yu Sheng ran out of the bedroom and saw his mom and dad hugging each other, and the man-child said that, oops, indecent exposure. The little kid lifted his little hand to cover his eyes, saw his mom and dad looking back at him through their fingers, and turned to stomp back to his bedroom. Yuji hurriedly withdrew from Ye Weisheng's arms, a suspicious blush permeating her delicate face. By the way, what do your parents like? I'll go buy some gifts tomorrow. I don't have to buy anything. I have it all ready for you. A son is the best gift you can give them. How can that be? How can I let you prepare what I send? If Ye's mother knew that the gift she sent was prepared by Ye Weisheng, wouldn't she be counting her out again? Why not? I'm all yours. Isn't what I'm preparing for what you're preparing for? Ye Weisheng had already called someone on the way back to prepare the food that Ye dad and Ye mom usually like to eat, and would send it over tomorrow after work. Not yet? They hadn't gotten a marriage license. They weren't legally married yet. Ye Weisheng frowned in dissatisfaction. Let's go get a license tomorrow. With a marriage license. That is licensed. Yuji and he is the rightful husband and wife. No longer anything can threaten their relationship. Ye Weisheng measures that those people don't have the guts to find out when he got his license. If anyone ever brings up their son again and tries to find fault with them, they can also say that they have been licensed for a long time. They just haven't disclosed it to the public and haven't had a wedding yet. This will go a long way in preventing rumors from causing harm to Yuji and his son. Wait until you meet your parents. Yes. Yuji also stopped dwelling on the gift and turned into the bedroom to supervise his son's sleep. Ye Weisheng went to the bathroom to wash up and went into his current habitat, the small bedroom of Yuji's house. The next day after work, Yu Weisheng went to the kindergarten to pick up Yu Sheng. Yu Ji went straight home, repainted a light makeup, unprecedentedly put on a plain dress, coupled with a pair of high-heeled shoes, set off her temperament elegant and gentle. When Yu Sheng came back and saw such a mother, she simply didn't dare to recognize her. Yu Ji is usually a pantsuit. Yu Sheng has not seen Yu Ji wear a few skirts since he grew up, let alone high heels. Wow! Mom, you look so pretty today, just like a big star. Yu Ji was praised by his own son's heart. Yu Weisheng looked at the well-dressed Yu Ji, also followed the praise. Mom is the big star of our family. Aha! Yu Sheng's little head nodded fast. Today's mom was even more beautiful than the big stars on the TV. Baby, come on in. Mommy will help you change. Yu Ji pulled her son towards the bedroom. A change of clothes? Why do you need to change your clothes? Yu Sheng was puzzled. What was the point of changing clothes at this time? We're going to Grandma and Grandpa's house in a little while, so baby needs to dress smartly. Yu Sheng wrenched on the doorframe and pouted. I don't want to go. He didn't like the grandmother and didn't want to go to her house to see her. Yu Weisheng carried Yu Sheng into the bedroom from behind, sat on the edge of the bed, and said to his son in a warm voice, Baby, you haven't seen Grandpa yet. Don't you want to meet him? Grandpa loves you just as much as Grandpa does, but I don't like Grandma. She's so mean. Even though Ye's mother had already expressed her kindness to Yu Sheng that day, the fierce look of Ye's mother when she pushed Yu Ji still left a shadow in Yu Sheng's heart. Honey, Grandma loves you. She won't be mean to you. And Grandpa, he misses you. Really? And what does Grandpa look like? Really, Grandpa's a very kind man. You'll see when you go and meet him. Does Grandpa like Mom too? Yu Sheng looked to the side at his mom. What if Grandpa bullies Mom too? Of course Grandpa likes Mommy. Why else would Grandpa let Daddy bring Mommy home for dinner with you? Was it Grandpa who wanted to invite me and Mom? It's Grandma and Grandpa and Daddy together. Invited Mommy and baby you home. Grandma also prepared a lot of your favorite dishes at home. Oh, let's go back together. Okay? Yu Sheng looked up at Yu Ji, who smiled at him and nodded. Only then did Yu Sheng agree. Okay. Yu Ji took out his clothes, and Yu Weisheng took the initiative to take them to help his son change. Yu Ji stood aside and watched, but her heart was also apprehensive. Although Yu Weisheng said that Yi father is very good, and there is no prejudice against her, Yu Ji didn't know if Yi dad really didn't have any preconceived notions about her, or if Yu Weisheng had said something to him that caused Yi dad to love her, and that's why he didn't bother with her. It was always the first time she went to meet Yi Weisheng's father, plus Ye's mother was not treating her well in the first place, so she didn't know what kind of situation the meeting tonight would be. Chapter 109 Mother and Child's First Visit to Yi family's old house. When Yu Sheng was fully dressed, the family of three officially set off for the Yi family's old mansion. Although Ye's mother was reluctant, she still ordered the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner at Ye's father's instruction. On the way Yu Ji did not say much. Eyes looking out the car window do not know what to think. Yi Weisheng waiting for the stoplight gap, reached out to hold Yu Ji's hands on his lap. Yu Ji turned back to look at him. Yi Weisheng squeezed Yu Ji's hand soothingly. Don't be nervous. Yu Ji smiled and said that it was impossible not to be nervous. Even ordinary couples will be nervous when they meet their parents for the first time. Not to mention that her relationship with Yi Weisheng is not ordinary. Yu Sheng reached out her small hands from behind to hug Yu Ji's neck. Mom, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Okay? Mommy's not scared with baby. I'm a kung fu man now, and I'll beat the hell out of anyone who dares to bully Mom. Her son knew how to protect her. Yu Ji felt warm and at the same time felt a little headache. Yu Ji now also do not know let his son learn kung fu in the end is not right. How now not move to fight such violence is not good. Yi Weisheng interjected in time. Baby, did Dad tell you before? When it comes to things to think calmly. Reason first, we are now a society of law and order. You can't just hit people. If Yu Sheng is not moving and hitting people, Ye's mother will definitely think that Yu Ji did not teach the child well, and will most likely find Yu Ji in trouble again. Yi Weisheng wants to stop this from happening at the root. Well, don't worry Dad. I'll remember. As long as others don't bully him, he definitely won't just hit anyone. Yi Weisheng rubbed Yu Sheng's head. Good boy. The light turns green. Sit tight. Daddy's going to drive. Yu Sheng retreated back and obediently sat on the seat as Yi Weisheng drove forward. Arriving at the Yi family's old house, Yi Weisheng drove the car directly into the courtyard, got out and went around the front of the car to open the door for Yu Ji. The butler who came out on hearing the news, saw Yi Weisheng and greeted him quickly. Young master, you're back. Yi Weisheng was watched by Butler Luo as he grew up, and for Yi Weisheng, Butler Luo was also his family. Yi Weisheng nodded and introduced Yu Ji to housekeeper Luo. Uncle Luo, this is Yu Ji, my fiancé. Xiao Ji, this is Uncle Luo, the housekeeper of the old mansion, and Luo Yang's father. Butler Luo smiled and nodded his head to Yu Ji in greeting. Hello Ms. Yu. Welcome. Yu-ji returned a smile. Hello Uncle Luo. Yu-ji have gotten out of the car. Yu Sheng in the back did not wait for someone to open the door for him, heard the sound of conversation outside, so he pushed open the car door himself and jumped down from the back seat of the car, and when Butler Luo heard the commotion and looked around, he saw a cute little boy looking at him with big eyes. Butler Luo was shocked in his heart. How did this child look exactly like Yi Weisheng when he was a child? Could it be? Butler Luo's eyes darted back and forth between Yi Weisheng and Yu-ji, a guess in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it. Yi Weisheng guessed what was in Butler Luo's mind as soon as he looked at his expression, and smiled as he dropped a heavy bomb. Uncle Luo, this is Yu-ji and I's son. Although he had already guessed, Butler Luo was still shocked by Yi Weisheng's words. Yi Weisheng introduced Yu-ji said fiancé, not yet married, but their children are so big. How come we haven't heard anything? Does the master and his wife know? Butler Luo's eyes were filled with disbelief. This is the young master? Yes. Yi Weisheng held Yu Sheng and stood in front of Butler Luo. Baby, quickly call Grandpa Luo. Yu Sheng greeted nicely. Hello Grandpa Luo. The soft and sticky voice instantly adorned housekeeper Luo's heart. Hey, little young master is so good. Come and let Grandpa Luo hug you. Butler Luo stepped forward and picked Yu Sheng up. Yu Sheng didn't resist. This grandfather whose eyes narrowed to a slit when he smiled seemed like a good person. Butler Luo looked at the child in his arms, giving him the feeling of having returned to more than 20 years ago, holding little Yi Weisheng. Such a well-behaved and adorable child made Butler Luo, who had been looking forward to having a grandchild, love it. I wonder when that brat of his family will let him have his grandchildren. And inside the house Yi father has been in the living room eagerly waiting. He has long heard the movement outside, but waiting left and right. Why haven't you come in yet? Yi mother rolled her eyes and said in a conspiratorial manner. What's the hurry? Are you afraid they won't come in when you're at the door? Does she still want us to go out to greet her? Yi father crossed Yi mother. Don't be gloomy there. We're all family from now on, so don't be a blowhard and be polite to Yu-ji. Ye's mother was squirming in her heart. Who wants to be family with her? Your son wants to chant. She is going to live with your son. If you want your son to be happy in his marriage in the future, you should be nicer to Yu-ji. If you have nothing to do, your son's life will be a mess in the future. I'll see if you as a mom can get over it in your heart. I'm going to find him a family he doesn't want. He's not happy and he's not bothering me. Do you think you can live happily ever after if you have the right family? It takes two people with each other in their hearts to be happy. It means you don't have me in your heart and you're not living a happy life. Why are you getting more and more unreasonable? If I didn't have you in my heart, I would have divorced you a long time ago. Why do I need to listen to your nagging all day long? Ye's mother scoffed at this. You have me in your heart, and you still go out all day? With that mouth of yours? Even a passing dog gets a few words from you. Who can stand it? My son has gone to live outside because of you. I just want to have some peace and quiet. I can't afford to mess with you, but you won't let me hide? Fine. Then I'll be a mute from now on. I don't care about any of your business, and I'm still happy to be free. Father Yi bared his smile. Then you must keep your word. Yi mother choked. Yi father then said, well, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. You are a grandmother. Do not be unreasonable there to play temper. Enjoy the joy of heaven. I'm going to go check on my good grandson. When Father Yi finished speaking, he couldn't resist the desire to see his grandson and directly stood up and walked towards the courtyard. As soon as Father Yi went out the door, he saw Butler Luo with his back to him, holding a 4 or 5-year-old baby boy in his arms, talking and laughing with Yi Weisheng and Yu-ji on the opposite side of the room. Father Yi spoke loudly in dissatisfaction. Why don't you guys go inside when you're here? What are you doing standing outside? Hearing the voice, several people in the courtyard looked at Father Yi at the same time. Butler Luo couldn't suppress his inner joy. Excitedly holding the child and taking 2 steps forward, he said to Father Yi, Master, look, this is the young master's son, your own grandson. Chapter 110, the young master is so cute. Father Yi, who was approaching quickly, also got a good look at Yu Sheng's appearance, and surprise flashed in his eyes as the smile at the corner of his mouth widened. I told you why it took you so long to pick up someone and not go in. So you were out there hugging my good grandson. Master, look how cute the young master is. Nonsense. Can my grandson not be cute? Father Yi rubbed his hands together and looked at Yu Sheng and stretched out his hands. Baby, I'm grandpa. Come and give grandpa a hug. Yu Sheng turned her head to look at Yi Weisheng, who was full of smiles as she introduced Yu Sheng. Baby, this is your grandpa. Quickly call grandpa. Yu Sheng obediently called out, Grandpa. After saying that, he reached out his hand to Father Yi, who obediently took his grandson from the butler's hand and held him in his arms. Grandpa's good grandson. That's so cute. Grandpa kiss. Trojan horse. Trojan horse. Father Yi was so excited that he kissed Yusheng several times on his face, making Yusheng laugh. Looking at the grandparents and grandchildren hugged together and laughed non-stop, Yi Weisheng pulled Yuji forward to introduce the two. Dad. This is Yuji. Gigi. This is my dad. Hello uncle. Although Yuji was apprehensive, she had a decent smile on her face. Father Yi looked at the pair standing in front of him with a satisfied look in his eyes. Hearing Yuji greet her, Father Yi's face smiled unabated. Little Ji, welcome. Thank you uncle. Come on, let's go inside. Yi Weisheng opened the trunk and took out all the gifts inside. The housekeeper came forward to help. The three people were carrying big bags in their hands, and they followed behind Yi's father into the house. A few people walked into the living room with a smile on their faces when Yi's mom saw the child that Yi's dad was holding in his arms. Baby, we meet again. Yusheng hugged Father Yi's neck and nonchalantly called out to Grandma. Yuji and Yi Weisheng greeted Yi's mom at the same time. Hello auntie. Mom. Yi mother immediately faded the smile on Yuji's face as soon as she saw him, and grunted in a salty manner. Yi mother's reaction was within Yuji's expectations, and Yuji did not put too much on his mind. Yi Weisheng gave Yuji an apologetic look, and Yuji smiled in understanding. Yi Weisheng placed all the things he was carrying in his hands on the coffee table. Mom and Dad, these are the gifts Xiao Ji prepared for you. Yi mother did not even give Yuji one more look, self-concerned about teasing the child. Yi father is very enthusiastic. Listening to Yi Weisheng said so, amiable to Yuji said, your child is too much heart, is to call you over to eat a meal together, but also brings so many gifts for what? Yuji was a little ashamed because all of these were prepared by Yi Weisheng, and she didn't buy any of them. Yi Weisheng was thinking about her, and she couldn't go against Yi Weisheng's good intentions, so she could only go along with the words. I don't know what uncle and auntie like, so I just bought some at random. I hope uncle and auntie don't mind. It's all good. You've got the heart. We're all family from now on. Don't be so polite, just come straight over. It's good that uncle likes it. The kindness released by Father Yi made Yuji's nervous heart drop quite a bit. Don't stand there. Sit down. Yi Weisheng pulled Yuji to sit down on the sofa, and the maid served tea to the two of them. Xiao Ji, thank you for being willing to forgive us regardless of the past, and thank you for raising Yusheng so well. It's been hard on you all these years. Uncle is too kind. It's good that you don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands. How could we blame you? We're all very grateful to you. You're a good girl with feelings. Weisheng is lucky to have met you. Yuji and Yi Weisheng looked at each other. Thank you uncle. Weisheng, you can't let down Xiao Ji's peace of heart. In the future when we become a family, we should cherish each other and live a good life. Yi Weisheng held Yuji's hand in his hand and said to Father Yi, yes, father, I will treat Xiao Ji well. Yusheng suddenly interjected a sentence when she heard this. A family that is neat and tidy together is the happiest of lives. Father Yi was a little surprised that Yusheng would say something like this. Baby is so smart, knowing such a great truth at such a young age. Yusheng tilted her little head and said with pride, this is what Grandma and Grandpa said. Mother Yi snorted coldly at this, and was crossed by Father Yi. Yusheng looked at Mother Yi with a wooden little face. Does Grandma think it's wrong? Shouldn't the family be together? Suddenly being questioned by a child. Yi mother looked embarrassed and said resentfully, no, of course the family should stay together. Baby is right. Oh, Father Yi took some snacks to Yusheng to divert his attention. It was impossible for Yi's mother not to understand what even a child understood, and she only hoped that she wouldn't be bent on picking a fight again. Yusheng was cute and polite, and his little mouth was as sweet as honey, making Papa Yi laugh. Father Yi was so fond of Yusheng that he kept him in his arms and brought him food and playthings. Honey, Grandpa bought you a lot of presents. Really? Yusheng's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, it's baby's first time here at Grandpa's, so of course Grandpa has to prepare a meet and greet gift for baby. Father Yi said and let the maid bring out the toys he bought for Yusheng. Baby, see if you like it. Yusheng got off of Papa Yi and looked through the gifts that Papa Yi had bought for him. Wow! Dinosaurs! Yusheng took the dinosaur in the box in his hand and said to Yi Weisheng and Yuji, Mom and Dad, Grandpa bought me a dinosaur too. Like it? Love it. What are you going to say to Grandpa? Yusheng turned her head to show a big smile to Father Yi and said sweetly, thank you, Grandpa. No need to thank. Father Yi pinched the balanced little face, white and tender, couldn't help but kiss it again. Yusheng hugged Father Yi's neck and kissed him on the cheek as well, making Father Yi happy. Straight from the heart. That's a good boy. Yusheng's little hand pulls Father Yi's arm, tilts his little head and says to him, Grandpa, let me tell you, I have so many dinosaurs in my house. My mom and dad bought them, my grandparents bought them, and now Grandpa is buying me dinosaurs too. I'm so Mrs. Happy. Papa Yi smiled and scraped Yusheng's little nose. Our baby should be the happiest baby in this world. I'm the happiest baby ever. and Grandpa is the happiest grandpa ever, and Mommy and Daddy are the happiest Mommy and Daddy ever, and Grandma and Grandpa, and they're the happiest grandparents ever. Yu Sheng's childish words made the adults present laugh. Only Ye's mother had a bad taste in her heart. Yu Sheng's mouth mentioned Mom and Dad, grandparents, and Grandpa, except for her, the grandmother. As you can imagine, she has no place at all as a grandmother in her grandson's heart. Chapter 111, Yu Sheng captures grandparents' hearts. It's not Yu Sheng's fault. Who made the first meeting between Ye's mom and Yu Sheng? Yu Sheng saw her pushing Yu and refusing to admit her mistake. Yu Sheng doesn't like this grandmother. And today Ye's mother didn't give Yu a good face when she saw her. Children are very sensitive. Whoever likes him and his family, he likes whoever he likes, and he gets close to whoever he likes. Father Yi sensed that Mother Yi was depressed and guided Yu Sheng to talk to Mother Yi. Honey, Grandma knows you and Mommy are coming over, and she's got lots of goodies for you guys. Yu Sheng glanced at Mother Yi, who had a flicker of hope in her eyes and a pleasing smile on her face. She also wanted to be close to her grandson. Thanks Grandma. You're welcome. From now on baby should always come over. What do you like to eat? Tell Grandma. Grandma will make it for you. Okay? Yu Sheng looked at Yu, not sure if he should agree. He is going to come over definitely with Mom. And Grandma doesn't like Mom. Yu smiled and nodded to Yu Sheng. Children should not get involved in the grudges between adults. Yu Sheng turned back to Mother Yi and said, Good. Thank you, Grandma. It was a milky voice, but it was completely different from when the others spoke, with a distinct detachment in their voices. Although not yet very close, at least say a few words. Yi mother heart a little better. Ye's mother took advantage of Yuji's inattention to sneak a glance at her with many emotions in her eyes. A short while later the maid came over and said that dinner was ready and that they could start eating. Father Yi stood up with Yu Sheng in his arms and said, Let's go. After a busy day, everyone is hungry. Let's eat and talk. When several people arrived at the restaurant, Father Yi sat at the top and placed Yu Sheng in the first seat on the right-hand side, which was originally where Yi Weisheng used to sit. Yuji sat down next to Yu Sheng. Yi Weisheng could only go to the opposite side next to Ye's mother, just sitting opposite Yuji. At the dinner table, today, instead of following the old habit of eating without speaking, everyone was talking and laughing, especially since there was a small child. Father Yi and Mother Yi had been constantly giving Yu Sheng dishes, so much so that the plate in front of Yu Shan was piled up into a small mountain. Grandpa, don't you keep giving me food. It's going to be too much on my plate. Yu Sheng chucked a piece of ribs into Father Yi's bowl. Grandpa, you eat too. Well. Our Yu Sheng really knows how to take care of Grandpa. Yi father said and picked up the ribs that Yu Sheng gave him to eat. His heart was happy. The ribs that his grandson gave him to eat tasted especially good. This move caused Ye's mom to be envious. Yu Sheng didn't want to give Ye's mom any food, but under Yuji's eye gesture, she still clipped a piece of ribs and handed it over. Grandma, you eat too. Thank you baby. Ye's mother instantly smiled and accepted the dishes her grandson pinched for her and ate them joyfully. You're welcome. Grandparents are pinned. And naturally Mom and Dad are missing. All 5 people ate happily at this meal. Especially Father Yi ate a lot more than usual. Yu Sheng gave Father Yi a piece of onion. And Mother Yi was just about to tell Yu Sheng that Father Yi doesn't eat onions when Father Yi stopped her with a look. As long as Yu Sheng gave him a sandwich, love to eat or not, all come and go. Because Yu Sheng said you can't be picky. Of course he, as a grandfather, should set a good example for his grandson. After its joyful completion of a hearty meal, several people sat in the living room for a while longer. Since Yi Weisheng and Yuji had to work tomorrow, and Yu Sheng had to go to school, Yi Weisheng asked to leave. Father Yi couldn't bear to part with his little good grandson. Stay here tonight. I've already asked the maid to pack out the room. Yi Weisheng refused. The child has to wear a school uniform to school, and he can't get up in the morning if it's too early. So we'll go back first and come back another day. Father Yi also wanted to experience the fun of picking up his child. Which kindergarten does the child attend? You all have to work, and I have nothing to do at home anyway, so why don't I pick up the kids after school? Father Yi is the man of the hour in H City, and when he was still managing the company, he used to attend all kinds of events, give interviews to the media, and appear on the financial news. If he goes to the kindergarten to pick up the child is recognized, then all of Yu Sheng's information will also be quickly raked out, and Yuji will also suffer a lot of public pressure. Yi Weisheng doesn't want Yuji and Yu Sheng to be exposed to the public eye just yet, because there are still a lot of things they haven't done yet, and premature exposure is not good for the adults and children. No, the kindergarten is on the way home. It's all on the way. I want Yu Sheng to grow up happily like a child from a normal family. Once Yi Weisheng said this, Yi father also understood Yi Weisheng's intention. He didn't want his child to be overly concerned by the outside world. Okay, so are you guys coming back tomorrow night? Father Yi couldn't wait for them to come back every day. preferably to live over here so he could spend more time with his grandson. Yi Weisheng understands Yi father's mind, the same way he wanted to see Ji and the child every day. Therefore Yi Weisheng didn't immediately refuse. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be working overtime. If I get off work too late, I won't come back. Father Yi expressed his understanding. Okay, then if you guys wanna come back, give a call in advance so we can have the kitchen prepare dinner. Yi Weisheng nodded. Good. Ji held Yu Sheng and said goodbye to Father Yi and Mother Yi. Uncle and Auntie, you guys have an early night, we'll leave first. Okay, Gigi, this is your home from now on, come back and play anytime. Thank you uncle, I will. Ji very much misses the tolerance and understanding of her father Yi, and therefore has extra respect for him. Yu Sheng waved her little hand to Yi dad Yi mom, by grandma and grandpa. Yu Sheng's good and cute appearance completely conquered the heart of Yi father Yi mother. Both of them were full of favor for this good grandson. Yi mother looked at her well-behaved grandson and said with a smile on her face, "Bye baby, come and play again some other day. Bye baby, grandpa will miss you." Father Yi said as he squatted down and held Yu Sheng's hand, his face full of reluctance. Yu Sheng went up and barfed on Father Yi's face. "I'll miss grandpa too." Yu Sheng loved this grandfather, always smiling and hugging him for kisses, and treating his mom well. Mommy and daddy have to go to work and don't have time. And when you miss grandpa, you call grandpa and he goes to pick you up, okay? Good. Grandpa can come and play at my house too. Well, grandpa must have gone back to play with baby. Yi Weisheng reminded the reluctant grandparents and grandchildren. It's getting late. We should go. Father Yi picked up Yu Sheng. Let's go. Grandpa will walk you out. Father Yi held the child in his arms and walked in front. Yi Weisheng and Yu Ji followed, and Mother Yi also took steps to follow. Chapter 112, Being Recognized. Of course you are in a good mood. A few people walked slowly to the yard, and Father Yi put Yu Sheng into the car. Turning back to see Ye's mother who had followed her out, her mind turned back, so she said to Ye's mother, "The toys I gave to my baby are still in the living room, so go get them out for a bit." Yu Ji quickly said, "I'll go get it." Father Yi stopped her. "Xiao Ji, let your aunt go. I have something to say to you." When Ye's mom heard Ye's dad's words, she turned around and went back to the living room between her eyes. Seeing Ye's mother's figure disappear inside the door, Ye's father sincerely said to Yu Ji, "Xiao Ji, thank you for coming here today. I apologize for your aunt. She's a stubborn person. Sometimes she can't think straight and her mouth is not forgiving. Don't get on her bad side. Uncle wants you and Weisheng to live happily ever after and not let your aunt affect your relationship. You're an understanding and reasonable girl, and you've taught Yusheng so well. Uncle is grateful to you." "Thank you uncle. Auntie did that for Yi Weisheng. I won't blame her. Yi father can understand her is already fortunate. As for Yi mother, if she does not want to see her, do not want to contact her, then she will just appear less in front of Yi mother in the future." Anyway, after she and Yi Weisheng got married, they lived alone, so there would not be so many conflicts and clashes if they met less often, and it would be fine to send the children back to get together with them once in a while. Father Yi nodded with satisfaction. "Good. From now on, treat this place as your own home. Come over to play anytime, and don't just focus on work when you're at work. Eat on time and take care of your body. Uncle you and Auntie take care of your health too. We'll bring the kids back to see you often." "Good. You guys just take care of yourselves. Don't worry about us. If you guys live your lives well, we as parents will be at ease." "Yes. Don't worry, Uncle." As the two spoke, Ye's mom came out of the living room with her toys. Yi Weisheng went up to take it and put it in the trunk. Father Yi waved his hand at the two. "It's late. Go back to rest early. Uncles and aunts, you go inside. Have an early night." Yi Weisheng and Yu Ji turned to get into the car. Watching Yi Weisheng start the car, Yi father once again urged, "Pay attention to safety on the road." Yu Sheng motions down the window, peeks out her little head, and waves, "Bye grandparents." Papa Ya and Mama Ya said in unison, "Bye-bye baby." Watching the car drive out of the gate of the villa, the old couple then turned to enter the house. Yi father glanced at Yi mother beside him and said, "How is it? I told you that Yu Ji is a good girl, right? And taught our grandson to be so polite." Ye's mother still couldn't let go of her proud stature. "Who knows if she's pretending. She wasn't like this the last time she met with me. However, this grandson is really appealing, and for the sake of her grandson, as long as Yu Ji lives well with Yi Weisheng in the future, she won't bother with her. If Yu Ji did anything to discredit the Yi family, then she would never forgive her lightly. They have been married for so many years. Can Ye's mother's mouth Ye's father still not know? Most likely she said something she shouldn't have said and made Yu Ji angry. Then you should reflect on what you've said to her to make her treat you badly. What can I say to her that isn't just a few words of truth that she doesn't love? Oh, it's your truths that turn black and white upside down? Now that Yi Dad knew everything, Yi Mom had no way to make it up, and after giving Yi Dad a blank look, she went straight upstairs. Father Yi looked at Mother Ye's back and shook his head helplessly. On the other side of Yi Weisheng's car, the atmosphere was completely different from when he arrived, and all three people were in a good mood, especially Yu Ji, also humming along with the music in the car. Pressed in the heart of the boulder is finally down to earth. At this moment she has never been more relaxed. The corner of Yi Weisheng's mouth hooked an arc. In such a good mood, Yu Ji arched her eyebrows with a hint of playfulness on her face. Of course, you won't understand this feeling. Yi Weisheng raised his eyebrows slightly. Why don't I understand? When I first went to your parents' house, wasn't it the same kind of feeling you had? Yu Ji thought for a moment, as if that was true. So were you happy then? Yi Weisheng answered in Yu Ji's tone. Of course, don't mention how happy I am. Yu Ji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yu Sheng, who was sitting in the back row playing with toys, came over. Mom, what are you laughing at? Mommy, it's a good day. Baby, are you happy? Happy. Yu Sheng smiled and narrowed his eyes, revealing a neat row of large white teeth. He didn't know what his mom was happy about, but as long as she was happy, he was happy. Yu Weisheng saw his smiling son through the rearview mirror and thought that Yu Shan was still reluctant when he went. Baby, how's Grandpa? Yu Sheng nodded her little head. Aha, good, very good. So do you like Grandpa? Love it. Yu Sheng was very satisfied with this grandfather. Yi Weisheng thought of a problem, so he said to Yu Ji, Xiao Ji, there are still 2 weeks to go before the summer vacation. What do you think about sending your son to his parents after the vacation? It's okay. Yu Ji agreed directly without hesitation. Yu Sheng is on summer vacation. She, a laborer, does not have a summer vacation. In previous years, Yu Ji has found a vacation custodian class, and sent Yu Sheng to the custodian every day. Having someone to help take care of her was a relief and there was no reason not to say yes. She just didn't know if her son would be willing. Honey, would you like to be sent to Grandpa's side when you're on vacation? Will you and Dad be there? Mommy and Daddy have to work during the day, so we'll come visit you after work. Okay, and we'll come back this way on the weekends. Yu Ji looked back at her son, and when she saw that Yu Sheng didn't say anything, she continued, if you don't want to, then Mom will still send you to the custodial class like before. Yu Ji does not like everything for her son. The child is now gradually growing up. She wants to let her son develop the habit of making his own choices. Try to respect his personal wishes above what he can choose for himself. He starts small now when he's still young, and when he grows up and does things later, he'll have the ability to think independently on his own. Do everything on your own terms, without being overly dependent or enforced. Yu Sheng didn't answer immediately, frowning and thinking about whether it was better to go to the custodial class or to Grandpa's house. I'd better go to Grandpa's house then. Although you can play with a lot of children at the daycare center, the teachers there tell you not to do this and not to do that, and you can't sleep in, so you have to get up very early every morning. When he goes to his grandpa's house, he buys him a lot of toys and snacks. Grandpa loves him so much, he shouldn't keep him from sleeping.